Dragon Age is a weird series for me. I'm a big fan of BioWare games, from the original Baldur's Gate to Knights of the Old Republic, from Mass Effect to Dragon Age. BioWare has amassed an exceptional, though not always timeless, library of games, and not everything was pure gold. While some series ended up in better hands before BioWare could inevitably fumble them, others weren't so lucky. KOTOR went from a fantastic BioWare-style RPG with an even better sequel developed by Obsidian to the Old Republic, an MMO set in the KOTOR universe that proved to be a pretty disappointing inclusion that has only managed to marginally improve with time. Mass Effect was a strong trilogy series that was lambasted for its poor ending to the point that developers felt a need to rework it to make it slightly less mediocre. This was followed by Andromeda, which admittedly received a fair portion of undue hate, but ultimately deserved the lion's share of the criticism targeting it. Then you have a series like Dragon Age, a series that, in my opinion, only managed one good game, instead continuing to steamroll forward and threaten to ruin the series further with each new release. That might sound harsh, but a game like Dragon Age suffered the most from BioWare's game design philosophy at the time. A large part of the BioWare formula in this era starts with designing an RPG and then iterating it into a more hybridized genre of game. Mass Effect, for example, initially focused on a more pure RPG style, before eventually being hybridized with the third-person shooter genre. I found that to be disappointing, but acceptable. At least the setting and gameplay style of Mass Effect already lent itself towards the secondary genre. Dragon Age hasn't been so lucky, however. We've gone from a flawed but amazing RPG experience that could potentially rate with CRPG heavy hitters in the past to a glorified hack-and-slash adventure, and finally to an MMO-light, pseudo-open world experience that was so large, so boring, and so overstuffed that I still haven't bothered to complete it to this day. This is made all the more tragic by the fact that Dragon Age Origins is one of my favorite games to come out of BioWare since KOTOR and the original Mass Effect. The release of Origins was an interesting one, and one that I eagerly looked forward to. I wasn't fully invested in old school CRPG experiences yet, but BioWare games helped fuse those aspects into a more robust adventure RPG better than most at the time. Mechanically, they were very similar experiences, but BioWare titles were more cinematic at the very least, and often more intricate mechanically when they played with mixing genres. I'd still play a top-down isometric Star Wars CRPG experience, but Knights of the Old Republic would put you at the forefront of the action. Mass Effect felt like a step further in that direction, sacrificing some of the CRPG elements for the more interactive gameplay of a third-person shooter. I enjoyed both games and played through them both multiple times over the years, so the announcement of Dragon Age was a welcome one. It boasted a return to the more classic style that had benefited KOTOR, while using their work on Mass Effect to make this new series even more cinematic than before. It promised a deep RPG, but one for the masses, something that would take over the market by including the game mechanics hardcore players want, while also including aspects for the more casual audiences as well. Whether or not they succeeded in that is still up in the air at the moment. I'll have more to say on that as we go, but I do think that despite how silly the game ended up looking at the time, with its stiff, bony characters, some of whom have this sickly complexion to them that doesn't seem intentional, Dragon Age Origins was still a revolutionary step within the market and genre, one that helped scratch the itch of players who were looking for a fresh RPG experience. Needless to say, I was a very excited consumer at the time. The idea of controlling a party of adventurers, being able to pause in combat, and take on a more tactical view similar to the older games in the genre really fascinated me. Add on the fact that I was such a fan of Mass Effect at the time, and it felt like BioWare could do no wrong. It's funny saying all of this considering where we are today. The release of Baldur's Gate 3 has changed the landscape of gaming in a way that many of us have wished for, but was deemed impossible. An extremely popular, deep role-playing experience in the CRPG genre that has so many choices within that no two runs will feel quite the same. A game chock full with so much to do that can affect the storyline that it almost feels overwhelming. In comparison, Dragon Age and many other RPGs from its time feel especially limited. Choice was a big factor for game design in this era. It still is, but choice and morality were a major factor, especially with the release of Mass Effect. While some games tried to make every choice matter, most would end up generally being a selection of two options that led to the same conclusion, usually with a bonus of some form depending on what you chose. It feels like we may be past that now. Though this progression can cause older games of this type to show their age, that doesn't make them less valuable, especially considering how Dragon Age was also pushing for as much choice as possible at the time. A game like Dragon Age Origins still holds up today because we can see what the intent was and accept the limitations. We can realize how some of these design decisions weren't considered limited but revolutionary. This allows the game to extend its lifespan and preserve a place within the culture of the gaming market. One of the things that hooked me early on was the title, Dragon Age Origins. I had always assumed subtitles were saved for sequels, so I was confused by one's appearance here, but it makes sense once you see what the game is trying to accomplish. Dragon Age Origins is all about exactly that, origins. Your race and class determine which backgrounds you are able to unlock, and those backgrounds play a major role within the starting hours of the game, and can have rippling effects throughout the rest of your experience. One of the main antagonists in the game is even more antagonistic if you play as a human noble, for example. Each of these backgrounds are fairly long prologues leading into the true prologue at Ostagar, a means of introducing you to the world of Dragon Age in the land of Ferelden, where the entire world was painstakingly crafted by David Gaider before moving on to any other aspect of the story, and I believe it shows.
Yeah, well, I think there's some perception that being a lead writer or even just a narrative designer is a situation where you decide what the story is, and with other writers, you write it, and then you bring that story to the rest of the team, sort of like, here you go, implement that. It's really not the case. The writing team, as lead writer, you're basically a middle manager. I work basically for the creative director, the lead designer. Towards the end, that would have been Mike Laidlaw. Initially, it would have been James Olin. Generally, you get direction. You're given a box in which to work. So the lead designer is going to be the one who tells you, okay, this is what I kind of want the story to be about. You negotiate that between the two of you. They provide the overall framework. They're like, these are the features we want. This is strategically what we need the direction to be. Mm-hmm. And then I would go off, because initially on any one of the projects, I'd initially start basically by myself. Maybe I'd have one other writer with me, and I would come up with some proposals, like, well, we could do this with that sort of direction. We could do this or this or this. Mm-hmm. Eventually, the lead designer, perhaps he might consult with some of the other senior leads, because the senior leads are lead design, lead art, lead programmer. Those are the seniors, and then they have people working underneath them. So they would decide, yeah, we'd like that. And then you start expanding on it, like doing the initial treatments of the story. Like, here are the major beats, and there'd be a lot of cuts, and we go back and forth.
Yeah, so I was going to say there's a lot of back and forth there.
Oh yeah. There is, because I mean, really, the writing team is where everything starts, where the pipeline begins. So whatever we do is what the rest of the team is going to be working on for the next X number of years. So it'd be unfair if we could go off in a bubble and decide everything for ourselves. Even the artists are like, well, they do something like, well, you've got a lot of the story happening in a city, and we don't want to work on cities. And you're like, oh, well, that's great. Initially, the initial design, the work on the world was pretty much only me.
Yeah.
Because when we first started the project, this was right after Hordes of the Underdark went out for Neverwinter Nights, and the team was very small. It was like James Olin, myself, so a couple of programmers, a couple of designers, and we each were sort of working in a little bubble. And James sort of sent me off with, here's some ideas. Go make a fantasy world. So that's the closest we come to. David Gaider was responsible solely for X. And then I made the initial design, but there's no way I could have come up with all that content. So at some point, it's like I got the initial strokes of the world. It had gone through some. I would go back and forth with James, right? Like as in, here's my plan, and then he would say pick some things he didn't like, and because there weren't initially Darkspawn in the Dragon Age world, for instance. That was that was added later on as James was like, well, could you add a genetically evil opponent,
like a big bad.
Like an orc race. Someone that the player could kill without having to feel bad, essentially. So we would go through a bit back and forth, but the initial, like the history, the countries, the initial design was mine. And then as writers came on, they would sort of take on parts of the world, like Jennifer Hepler, for instance. Who we sort of that probably one was referred to publicly. We called her the mistress of the dwarves internally, just because she took the dwarven people like Orzammar, and she expanded upon them. Like it went into detail on their culture. Like the initial, this is what the dwarves are in this world, and some broad strokes, and the stuff about like the fall of their culture and what's happening in the deep roads. That was me, and then she took that like expanded this is on what the dwarves are. Added the Silent Sisters, the all the detail. It really got to the point, like even the language got to the point where it's like my contribution about the dwarves much smaller. Jennifer's ended up much larger. Mary Kirby she did a lot of the initial work on Ferelden. She ended up being the mistress of the Canary. She ended up writing the chant. So I mean, like the contributions of the other writers can't be minimized either, even if I was the initial creator.
There's history in Dragon Age waiting to be explored. The lore is interesting enough to seek out and engage with, even if most of it is hidden behind codex entries, a very popular lore dump tool at the time.
Yes, I mean sometimes you use them to kind of add context because it's necessary. But for the most part, we ran on the assumption that a very small percentage of players actually read them. And that the main purpose for them to exist, the reason why they allow us to put the amount of content we do, is because for most people, they don't read the codexes, but the fact that the codexes exist, they appreciate. So when a codex pops up, they're like, yes, I love how much information is in this game. Click.
Again, it's funny that Baldur's Gate 3 released so close to me making this video because there are so many design parallels between the two. Both have settings inspired by high fantasy, with Baldur's Gate focusing on D&D's Forgotten Realms, and Dragon Age taking a more Tolkien-based approach. The devs actually stated they wanted this to be the gaming equivalent of Lord of the Rings, which is just an insane thing to say. This could be considered a failed venture depending on who you ask, and since you're here watching my video, I'm gonna say that it was. This isn't the gaming equivalent of Lord of the Rings. Now, both games created an experience where you could recruit and befriend companions who would react to your actions and come to love or despise you based on them. Many of those characters had prevalent backstories and lore that affect your decisions moving forward and the fate of the world and your ending. There's major differences as well, of course. Dragon Age is incredibly limited in comparison to Baldur's Gate 3. And one game is real-time with pause combat, while the other is entirely turn-based. The differences are there, and I would be lying if I said I didn't believe Baldur's Gate 3 had managed to completely snuff out much of the competition, but with the similarities there, and with how prevalent Larian's new game has become, I think people looking to scratch an itch after playing Baldur's Gate may be interested in giving Origins a try, and I think because of that, this video may be beneficial to you. Today I'd like to explore the game that quickly became one of my favorites at the time of its release, a game I played countless times and one that I believe is worthy of all the praise and accolades it received. A game that I consider to have one of the most unfortunate trajectories in how it progressed over the years, even if I also believe that it doesn't dull the shine of the original. Dragon Age is a wonderful story in a wonderful land, full of characters and companions, alongside some hit-or-miss dialogue, all packaged in with BioWare staples, such as their childish dialogue choices, stiff animations, satisfying combat, and both linear and open exploration. Despite being similar in many ways, Baldur's Gate's storyline took an act-based approach. Meanwhile, Dragon Age once again does what BioWare does best: give you a bunch of locations to explore so you can collect various things and use those things to head into the game's conclusion. KOTOR does it, Mass Effect does it, I'm sure plenty of other BioWare games have done it as well. If you enjoy this content, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing, as it helps me continue to make these videos. With that out of the way, I'm Super Rad, and this is the big Dragon Age Origins retrospective. This is a pretty popular tidbit, but did you know that the title Dragon Age was created thanks to the efforts of an individual within BioWare creating and using a random name generator? There's a lot of articles that talk about this, but I found out thanks to IGN, whose article I'll link in the description. In fact, Dragon Age originally didn't have any dragons to begin with. It was the name itself that incentivized the developers to start adding them in.
There's like a famous story that you guys got like the name through like a name generator or something like that.
Not a generator per se. It was James.
He developed it,
deciding. Right? Yeah. He was still lead designer at that point, and he decided that all successful sort of fantasy franchises had sort of two words, or either separate like Star Wars or together like Dragonlance, and then he got the team to submit like what are your favorite words and kind of put them. He sort of made a spreadsheet where he put them together and eliminated all the ones that made no sense, and then we would go through this process of voting on them.
Oh.
And through that, we went through like 2 rounds and eventually settled on Age of Dragons. But at the time, Age of Empires was coming down the pipe. I thought, oh, that's too similar. Even though we ended up releasing years after Age of Empires, but at the time it was coming. And like, okay, let's not do Age of Dragons, so let's just do Dragon Age. And James comes to me and says, okay, we've decided on Dragon Age. And I'm like, but the world has no dragons. And he says, well, maybe you should change that.
We're adding them now.
Add them back in, because at the time they had been hunted to extinction.
Yeah.
So that, and it's still in the world that there was a period where they had been thought extinct. Well, and then the whole reason for actually the calendar, the way the calendar works, the ages, came about as a way for me to retrofit a reason to call the game Dragon Age.
Even the Archdemon, the main antagonist of the game that happens to be in the form of a dragon, originally wasn't and had to be changed. In a radio interview, lead writer David Gaider talked about how the original vision of the game skipped out on the Darkspawn and the Grey Wardens, 2 of the most prevalent factors within Origins. The game world was to be the main focus, so they hadn't been included. Gaider went on to mention that the series was originally meant to be narrated retroactively by an older Morrigan, who the players would assume was Flemeth first for a big reveal later on down the line. The title of the game was originally Chronicle during this time, apparently. The only evidence for this is a series of tweets from Video Game Sophistry, but they do line up with the storyline aspects described by Gaider in a radio interview. Gaider went on to talk about how mages were designed to be limited in the casting of magic within cities unless they had a prescription of some sort, and equated their social existence to that of vampires.
Yeah, it actually didn't end up going as far as the initial concept. Because I mean, the initial what is Dragon Age going to be, like the world exploration? Long before it was called Dragon Age, or the world was called Dayz. When we had our initial talks, my initial talks with James, a lot of those came because it's like, this was the whole premise for this game was, hey, BioWare, let's make a fantasy game that isn't D&D. But is not.
I mean, you have Darkspawn.
Let's file off the serial numbers enough. Yeah. But so that's where it started, and a lot of those initial conversations were, what don't we like about D&D? And I had a lot of opinions. I had a lot of things I intensely disliked about the D&D setting. So a lot of them came from me, and this was one of them. Was the idea that the D&D setting is sort of like has all these magic users are everywhere, but the setting doesn't really acknowledge that, because it's like, what if you had a first level magic user, and what if you people knew that they had charm person? If you that was a thing that people, it was knowable. Well, would you ever meet a Magic user, if you liked them and wouldn't stop and wonder, do I like them because they're cool, or do I like them because they bewitched me? So I was like, what if Sedian actually acknowledged that Magic users existed and had the capability to bewitch minds? How would people feel about that? How? Because never mind how people, peasants, who cares what they think? Leaders of nations and stuff who didn't have magic wouldn't let these people just walk around, especially if they were walking demon bombs.
Well, no, they see them as a threat, right? They're powerful.
Yeah, they become a threat. So how would they deal with that threat? So initially, the Circle of Magi was sort of concepted as sort of like a way to sort of control and manage magic use. Initially, mages in Dragon Age weren't supposed to learn offensive magic until I think it was Ray Music. One of the co-owners was like, "I just want to cast a fireball." And we're like, "All right." So they turned it less into like that's where they are managed more like, and that's where they were sort of turned into weapons for use by the state, more or less.
Yeah.
Right?
Which tracks with their full persecution seen within the final release. While the name generator came up with Dragon Age, Origins was added later to reference the 6 origin choices players could choose from during character creation. Gaider also mentioned that there were originally 12 origins to choose from, but that this was eventually cut down. A lot of information exists for things like that when it comes to Dragon Age. The developers have been fairly public in terms of what development was like at the time and the hiccups that transpired. Morrigan was a full rework in terms of personality as an example, considering she was meant to be perceived as Flemeth through the narration of the game's original concept. It made sense that she would have a similar personality to her mother. However, this didn't sit right with Gaider, so he ended up recreating Morrigan's personality entirely to become a more rebellious, sarcastic, kind of evil witch of the wilds, looking to escape the grasp of her more powerful and evil mother. Development for Dragon Age began all the way back in 2000 and lasted about 6 years, releasing on November 3rd, 2009 as a spiritual successor to both Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter Nights, 2 popular and revolutionary CRPGs developed by BioWare, and just some damn good games in their own right. I know Baldur's Gate 3 is popular right now, but you really should try the old ones if you can handle the limitations of their time. Many of the developers and artists look back on this time as something that dragged on. David Gaider mentioned in an interview with TheGamer.com that he regretted having development drag on for 6 whole years. Apparently this was so prevalent within the company that the series was nicknamed Drag On Origins, which, makes me think of Drag On Dragoon, funny enough. Play Drakengard. There were many reasons for the game's long development time, one such being the decision to switch from the Aurora engine used for Neverwinter Nights to the Eclipse engine, one built internally within the company. This led to several delays, with the game getting pushed back from early 2009 to October for the PC version and eventually to November for a simultaneous launch. Various other attributions are given for the delays, from developers getting bottlenecked due to simultaneous development of the game itself and the engine it was made within, and perhaps most importantly of all, convincing the heads of the company to let them make it. BioWare heads wanted Baldur's Gate 3, not some new IP, but the developers were ready to move on from the old series for something else that would give them more creative freedom. These delays also led to various levels of crunch within the workplace. According to some employees, lessons were learned from Mass Effect, which had them on a death march of intense crunch over a long period of time. They didn't want a repeat of that, so crunch was regulated more within the company. The only type of good crunch is no crunch in my eyes, but it seemed to be a lesson that the developers were learning. Dan Tudge mentioned having a budget of $2,500 a day for food to keep the employees fed, usually through pizza. I'm sure multiple factors led to this decision of spending thousands of dollars on food every day instead of just sending their employees home and further delaying the product, but it's just another example of how the market creates these pressures that make people feel obligated to work more than they should ever have to. And this is why we unionize, folks. Most games in the genre at the time were built with PC play in mind, and Dragon Age was the same. However, this was eventually changed to allow for a console release, most likely adding to the overall development time as changes to the control scheme needed to be made, as well as the removal of the tactical view. I couldn't find a solid reason for this, but articles theorized that it was due to console players most likely not having experience with the Baldur's Gate series or similar games within the genre, which I don't know if that makes sense. Statistically, maybe it does, but I think it's a cop-out, and everyone who wanted to experience Dragon Age should have had to buy a unique mouse and keyboard peripheral to use exclusively for their specific console of choice that will, of course, work on nothing else. Thus, wanting a wider reach, BioWare chose to limit certain advanced options of the console experience as to not deter or confuse their audience. I wouldn't say it's the right choice, but it's a logical one at least. It's just a weird decision to me. If the developers were worried about players using the tactical view, those players could have just not used it, and the developers could have left them in for others who prefer to play the game that way on console. As it was, I originally played the game on console and was surprised to find these features missing. Arguments were held within the company to determine what tone the setting would take place. Some argued for high fantasy, while others argued for dark, and this eventually led into what was mentioned previously, a combination of high and low fantasy, taking aspects of Lord of the Rings, while keeping the game dark and realistic, similar to the works of George R.R. Martin. Greg Zeschuk is credited as describing the game as such. However, the team didn't want the game to be a carbon copy of these settings, instead wanting something new and fresh that was merely inspired by them. This included changes to the setting as well as creating a new rule set separate from Dungeons and Dragons. The end result is basically just Lord of the Dungeons and Throne games, but what are you gonna do? Setting and writing were some of the most important factors of development. Again, Gaider worked on the world first and plot second, wanting to have an established narrative set up that the plot could work off of.
Yeah, well, we created the full world. It was always my opinion that the importance of the setting in a game goes beyond your immediate needs. I mean, I think there's a difference between having a game where there's sort of a superficial world, which is just what is needed by the current story, and it's sort of like an Old West set. Mm-hmm. It's like you can see the houses, but you slowly as a player become aware as like, oh, there's nothing behind there. There's not. And what I felt like if we as the writers know this world very well, and we know way more than we actually need to, when we have offhand references to things, or we write the codexes, and it's clear, it becomes slowly clear even to the player who doesn't do a lot of reading. It's like there's a lot of depth here. Mm-hmm. Things get mentioned. You're like, well, what's that about? And it's totally irrelevant, but it's like the same way that people talk about real history, and that's what I wanted to sort of develop. Also, when I worked on the initial world, we had no idea what the first story would be, like where in the world that story would take place. So what I did was that I seeded sort of uber plots in various places. Like there was sort of I made sort of like, okay, there's this thing that can happen in Ferelden, there's this big thing that can happen in Orlais, there's this big thing that can happen in Tevinter. All of them are sort of interesting enough that they could form the premise for a full game. And it wasn't until the world sort of was nearing not completion, but the point where I would bring more writers in.
Yeah.
That James and I finally sat down and we figured out, and he was like, "Yes, let's do the Ferelden thing with the Darkspawn."
So you had Darkspawn there at that point.
At that point, by that point, yes. Okay. That was enough into the iterations that the Darkspawn were now a thing in the world. Dragons existed again because for a while they just did not.
I heard, yeah.
And then they named the game Dragon Age, and James was like, "Well, I think you need to put dragons back in." I'm like, this is a very weird way to do things, man.
The idea of choice was key to the writing and dialogue, as was the BioWare usual, but the team this time decided to forego a karma system, as they didn't want to outright tell the player what was right and what was wrong. Rather, this game was designed to allow the player to infer right from wrong using their own judgment, or based on how they wanted to play their character, allowing for more difficult and engaging choices. Morally gray might be the term to use here, but really it would be more apt to call it morally complex. Daniel Erickson, a former creative director at BioWare, said, "I firmly believe top-tier IP is borrowed from, it doesn't borrow. Indiana Jones doesn't make Star Wars references." This was used as reasoning for having no in-jokes or fourth wall breaks, and this rule was eventually relaxed in future releases, much to his dismay. Anyway, Dragon Age Origins released on November 3rd, 2009, and with it came 2 additional DLC packs, Warden's Keep and Stone Prisoner. DLC packs were huge at the time and still are today, but but they were notoriously prevalent in the early 2000s to the point we'd have multiple packs released alongside the game. While players could purchase the first 2 packs, they were also included in the digital deluxe and collector's editions, as well as the Ultimate Edition re-release later on. I'll go into these in more detail later, but it's worth noting now that some of these packs would add quality of life functionality that should have been included within the base game, especially considering that they were released at the same time. Warden's Keep focuses on unlocking a base of operations for the character outside of their camp, as well as several new items, while the Stone Prisoner adds in a brand new party member. Later releases would include Return to Ostagar, where you return to Ostagar, one of the prologue areas in the game, as well as Feast Day Gifts and Pranks released on April Fool's Day. Dragon Age Origins party members have an affection meter, which affects various aspects of the game. The Feast Day packs allow you to obtain items that would greatly increase or decrease these values if you offered them to party members as a gift or a prank. Additionally, there were various other item packs that were acquired for free through signing up for a BioWare account and completing a companion game known as Dragon Age Journeys, which I won't be going over, as well as items exclusive to the Collector's Edition. The iconic Blood Dragon armor seems to have been free with a new purchase of the game, and owning it would even unlock it for use within the future release of Mass Effect 2. On March 16th, 2010, BioWare released Dragon Age Origins Awakening, an expansion campaign designed to have you transfer your saved character from the original campaign to the new one, although it isn't necessary to do. BioWare really loved transferring saves at this time, since many of their games had this motto of decisions mattering. Much like in Mass Effect, where choices from the first game would carry on to the second, decisions from the base game would be relevant in Awakening. They even released the character creator before the initial release of the base game and allowed you to import that character upon release. A non-imported character is even granted a unique backstory in Awakening, changing how the characters react to you within the expansion, but we'll get into that more later. All of these packs were accessed through the main campaign, however, several other campaigns were created as well, one of which I won't be delving into within the playthrough, as it was more of a trial module created as a means of promoting what was possible within the game's modding tools. These tools were released with the game as a means of allowing players the ability to create their own campaigns and storylines, a popular pastime among CRPG enthusiasts that developers often facilitated. The campaign, entitled A Tale of Orzammar, acts as a prequel to the Dwarf Noble Origin, but is unvoiced and only included in the GOG release of the game, for some reason, though I do believe it is possible to make it work within other versions. Following this trial campaign was a prequel following the past of one of the game's companions, Leliana, titled Lelianas Song. I like to complete this campaign soon after meeting Leliana personally as a means of visualizing her telling you about her backstory. As an added benefit of completing these campaigns, you unlock achievements that permanently reward you with bonus items to use in the main campaign, and some of them work in Awakening. For that reason, it is often beneficial to complete the DLC first, although I won't be doing that here and instead focusing on where they land in the storyline chronologically, or when they make most sense to fit into the story. After Lelianas Song came the Golems of Amgarrak and Witch Hunt, both of which take place after Origins and Awakening. Amgarrak focuses on an intense dwarven adventure, while Witch Hunt looks to continue the storyline and search for Morgan after her storyline's conclusion in the original release. Though Dragon Age Origins was well received by critics upon release, senior writer Jennifer Brands Hepler recounts seeing nothing but complaints on internet forums all the way up until the release of Dragon Age 2. This seemed to flip a switch where the perception of the game was immediately reversed, with Dragon Age 2 now being criticized as an insult to the original. I believe we're here for the most part. Official forums of games have a tendency to be incredibly toxic, and if the name Jennifer Hepler sounds familiar to you, you'd know that she has experienced such unwarranted toxicity throughout her career at BioWare while working on the series.
Perception of the release reception to Dragon Age Origins actually was fairly positive, yes.
Yeah.
After it was released.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to its release, what you had was there was always a situation with BioWare where you'd have a bunch of core BioWare fans who sort of follow whatever BioWare was doing, and they always wanted the game to be whatever the last game was.
Yeah, yeah.
So prior to Dragon Age Origins coming out, you had a lot of people who really, really wanted Dragon Age to be Neverwinter Nights.
Yeah, yeah.
And were upset, like, oh god, when we said we weren't doing a tool set release. I mean, I think we did eventually put out something.
You put out a special campaign that doesn't have voice acting, that was used as a showcase to show the modding capability so people can make their own campaigns. Like you ended up having it anyway.
Yeah, but that was well after release, I
Yeah.
think. And initially that it wasn't going to be a tool set, you make your own adventures kind of thing, and just bigger, updated graphics and stuff. Oh man, the people were upset. Then you still had a smaller group who were upset that it wasn't Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
Well, anything that we changed, like, oh, it's not isometric. Oh my God, the crime and so forth. So prior to release, and then honestly, the Dragon Age Origins marketing campaign did us no favors either.
In what way?
Well, in the way that when EA got involved, the marketing people kind of had this intense dislike of the game, in that it wasn't cool and slick enough. They liked Mass Effect because they felt like this was easier to sell to like the 18 to 25-year-old male market.
Yeah,
it was cool.
Yeah.
And then Dragon Age was this sort of old-fashioned throwback. It had sort of slow combat. Its graphics were a little bit dated. So you have these marketing people who really came from like Need for Speed, I think, who had no idea what to do with this.
A completely different game.
Yeah, it's like the clearest. If you want to see what the effect of the marketing is, you need to look up the very first trailer, I think, which used. Our marketing person comes in and says they'd got permission to use Marilyn Manson's song. This is the new shit.
Oh my God, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, there is a trailer you can look up. It's a Blur trailer, so the company Blur did all the animation, so has nothing that's in game for Dragon Age.
Is that the one where the characters don't look like each other too? Like they don't look like. What they look like in the game?
That was a later Blur trailer where you had actually at least the party.
Yeah.
But Morgan and Leliana didn't quite look like Morgan. They were based on real actresses.
Oh.
But at least that was closer to what the game was about. This first trailer just had this guy who was the warden.
Oh my God.
So this sort of and he comes in and he's like, his eyes are smoking and he's like just killing Darkspawn, like, and as This Is the New Shit plays.
This is what it means to be a Grey Warden.
My God.
I used to listen to Marilyn Manson. I enjoyed his music. So when they said, "Oh yeah, we got this," and you could tell that's all they'd heard was the refrain, "This is the new shit. This is the new shit." Yeah. And I'm like, but have you listened to the song a little bit further? Because the song is actually, "This is the new shit," same as the old shit.
Oh no.
It's about how empty commercialism.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, so you approached Marilyn Manson and paid him to get this song, the rights to this song, and I'm sure that he just laughed. He's like, sure, you want to use that song, by all means, go ahead. And then we because we sort of went into a room and they showed us the trailer, and we're clearly like, they were so jazzed, like, yeah, this is fucking awesome. This will sell it to the 18, 25-year-olds, because it's like, and we were like, what is this?
Yeah.
But despite that, it is often looked back on as one of the greatest RPGs of its time, at least in my estimation. That's not to say it's without its rough spots though, many of which were glaringly obvious to me in my return to it for this video. Some of the stuff in this game is just hard to take seriously. That said, with the history of the game's development out of the way, it's time to finally delve into the game itself, starting with the creation of our character and their origin. Before we get to make our character, the game opens up with a little backstory to help explain the existence of the storyline's main antagonists, or at least the depiction of said events as explained by the Chantry. Many within the setting of Thetis worship a godlike individual known as the Maker. It's believed by these worshippers that several mages attempted to enter the realm of the Maker and enter somewhere known as the Golden City, but this attempt was a failure, and they were ultimately punished for it by being turned into what is now known as a Darkspawn. It's believed that these first Darkspawn moved underground, where they found one of what is known as the Old Gods, slumbering dragons found beneath the planet's surface. Darkspawn would find these dragons and corrupt them, turning them into archdemons that would assume control over the growing Darkspawn threat and lead to what is known as a blight, where the Darkspawn's strength in numbers under the archdemon would have them move outwards in an attempt to take over, causing terror and destruction throughout the world. As the dwarves also lived in underground colonies, they were the first to fall during these initial attacks and the first blight. Eventually, a faction of combatants known as the Grey Wardens rose to prominence, seeming to be the most effective force at fighting back against the Darkspawn. However, many do not understand the reason for this due to the Order's secretive nature. To date, there have been 5 blights total over the course of 4 centuries. The setting of Origins takes place at the beginning of the 5th blight. Already, we're getting an idea of the concepts that will be explored within the game. Magic users are considered by the Chantry to be the source of the blight, meaning we'll get to see how that both affects mages and the perception of them from the general populace. Plus, it's important to note that it's the Chantry who tells this story of the mage's fall. It's true because it's told to worshippers and they choose to believe it. Whether it's actually true or not isn't clear, as there are other beliefs and theories surrounding the creation of the Darkspawn.
The one difference possibly with the Golden City is that slow revelation, like we knew back when we wrote the original stuff, what the actual truth was. We have a whole section on our internal wiki, which is like, this is the deep dark truth of everything, where we go into deep dive over. Oh yeah, and we had to hide it. It's like only accessible by certain people, because we had to write it down. Because for a long time it was only in my head, and then finally the writers rebelled. They're like, Dave, we need to get all the truth stuff out of your head, because you have a terrible memory. And that's absolutely was the truth on my guess. So they finally basically sat me down as a group one day or 1 week or something.
Yeah.
And they just dug so what's the real thing? Because you mention it sometimes and you throw out these bombs and we're like, what? I'm like, okay. So we would go through the actual, this is the real history of X and Y and Z, and made a huge document where we go through it all and then hid it deep in the wiki.
That's such a valuable document. I'm sure you understand, but just thinking about it is crazy.
Well, they're like, because once it was written, I think it was Lucas who sort of said, it's not the sort of thing you want like some QA contractor to just sort of come across as they're checking out the wiki. And it's like, yes, you were absolutely correct.
These ideas can be discovered early and slowly explored over our journey because the world was meticulously crafted ahead of time. We already want to learn more. We're compelled to understand the source of the Darkspawn, to look into the mages, and to understand how worship works within Thetis, and more specifically within the kingdom of Ferelden. Before we can get into the main part of the game, we first need to talk about one of the most important features of character creation, the namesake of the game itself, the origin system. While the characters themselves have aged considerably and look almost comically bad in my eyes, this aspect of character creation is one of the best I've seen in a role-playing experience. That's because your origin is not just some backstory for you to be aware of that might get referenced later on. Rather, your origin is a fully playable prologue segment that introduces you to your character, the people important to them, and their situation. All of these are possible points of interest throughout the game and can potentially get woven into the story as well. We see this happening more and more in role-playing games as developers integrate more realized backstories, and I appreciate that. In terms of making your character, I don't have much to say in the actual shaping process, and I'll talk more about classes later when we have a full party. The majority of characters in Dragon Age look like bony, misshapen messes, and it is the standard for BioWare early on with these games. It definitely gets better moving forward, but you're going to have a hard time making someone that looks halfway decent with the limited tools presented to you. Like, look at my guy here. I did my best to make the super rad fit, and I think I instead got a greasy looking 70s porn star. Wait, do I look like that? Also, what's with this guy? Patch's Dark Souls? Is that you? I've talked about how predetermined backstories in RPGs like Dragon Age or New Vegas can be detrimental to the role-playing experience for the player, but it is also beneficial to the creator when developing a world and narrative. A good compromise to giving a player character a past is giving them an origin that is ambiguous, or giving them some semblance of control in its construction. Look at Baldur's Gate 3. You can play as one of the main voice party members with their own origin that you have a small sense of control over, or a unique character with a brief origin that is left up to your own imagination. Or you can do what I did and play the Dark Urge because it's the best origin in the game and fits nicely into the continuity of the series. No spoilers. Dragon Age, on the other hand, wants you to have a more intricate and defined backstory, but gives you a large prologue segment to help shape it. Look at the Human Noble as an example. The origin gives you a predetermined family, even a sibling who still exists in the main game, but you get to fully choose how your character interacts with this family and the events that befall them. That's great because while you have to concede to some aspects of your backstory being set in stone, you still get to roleplay within it and define your character's personality and history further. There are 6 origins in total, and I won't be going into full detail for all of them. It's not as simple as choosing an origin and moving on, as both your race and class will determine the options of the 6 available to you. A human warrior and rogue both have access to solely the human noble origin, but a human mage has only the circle mage origin available. Since there's only 3 races and 3 classes, we can start to see better how our choices will affect our character's origin option, especially since dwarves are unable to cast magic within the setting of Thetis. Humans and elves can be a warrior, mage, or rogue, meaning humans have the 2 potential origin stories I described previously. Conversely, elves have 3 origin options due to the setting of the game. We already understand how mages work, but warriors and rogues must choose between the city elf or Dalish elf origins, and these will be drastically different from one another, as Dalish elves are free elves living in the forest, while city elves suffer under the oppression and prejudice of humans in Denerim. Dwarves, meanwhile, also have access to only 2 origins, commoner and noble, each giving a different perspective of what it's like to be a dwarf living in the undercity of Orzammar. And they can't be mages, so there's no mage option. In total, the origins include the human noble, the dwarf noble, the dwarf commoner, the Dalish elf, the city elf, and then a combination for elves and humans that can be circle mages. This playthrough will be taking control of a human noble, as it ties in the closest to the main storyline, but I'll briefly go over what some of the origins entail and how they become prevalent later on in the storyline. Each of these origins bestows upon you a surname that you are addressed by from time to time within the dialogue, but you are given the option to set your own given name or use the default, which is also determined by your starting origin. Dwarf nobles are the second child of one of the houses in Orzammar, specifically the house of the current king of Orzammar, who is your father. These noble houses are part of the noble caste, and caste are used by dwarfs to further define and segregate their race into given rules and levels of respect. Your origin has you becoming the latest commander for Orzammar, but politics and subterfuge lead to you either choosing to kill your brother or being framed for the murder, forcing you to be exiled into the Deep Roads, where you run into Duncan of the Grey Wardens and get recruited, ending the origin story. Now, if you're one of those types who clicks on a very long video about games you've never played, I know what you're thinking. Who is Duncan? What is a Grey Warden? What are the Deep Roads? We'll get to all of that in time. The main story revisits all of this in our chosen origin, so just hang tight. Similar to the Dwarf Noble, the Dwarf Commoner origin is also set in Orzammar. Additionally, they also face exile due to actions that take place during their origin segment. The Commoner origin is a casteless dwarf, which I'll delve deeper into later. I keep saying that, but this implies that the dwarf is largely worthless in the eyes of the community and must succumb to less savory means of staying alive. Petty thievery and other crimes come to mind, forcing the character to work for a local crime boss. After a botched job, the crime boss imprisons your character. You manage to escape and kill him, but are then forced to flee before running into Duncan and getting the opportunity to join the Grey Wardens. You may be starting to see that Duncan is a central figure within these origin stories, and that somewhat plays into how the origins exist within the setting if you just didn't choose them. The city elf origin, much like the dwarf commoner, is one of poverty and oppression, this time taking place within the Alienage. The Alienage is a district within the large city of Denerim that segregates elves and humans, forcing the elves to live in poverty. The city elf origin is the one most prominently different depending on the gender of character you select, as a female character will get kidnapped with the other women by a local lord, while a male character will go on a rescue mission to save the kidnapped elves. This culminates in a major decision where you choose to either save your cousin from the clutches of the Lord or accept a bribe of 40 gold, which is a hefty sum in the game's economy. I probably don't need to go into detail as to what has happened to your cousin in this situation, but suffice it to say that you'll want to save them unless you're playing a particularly vile character. An interesting note here, the gold you acquire for accepting the bribe can be stored away for later, and will have the possibility of being found during the main storyline when you return to the city, which is a great mechanic, even if it's essentially blood money. It's just cool. The Dalish Elf origin quest takes place within the Brecilian Forest. Unlike city elves, the Dalish try to live a life that's secluded yet free, which involves actively hunting down intruders. During a hunt, you and a friend learn from humans of some ancient ruins. Inspection reveals that the ruins were created by humans, however, there are several elven artifacts within, including an odd mirror known as an Alluvian, and that will be very important in one DLC, and like that's it for now. But like it's very important. When your character's friend Tamlin touches the mirror, something within activates and begins spreading the Darkspawn taint, knocking you both unconscious. The player character is rescued by Duncan, but is sick and in need of healing, which they receive through Dalish magic. Returning to the ruins to search for Tamlin, it's revealed that the Darkspawn taint has spread throughout, which forces Duncan to destroy the mirror. Unfortunately, your friend doesn't survive, and your illness is further revealed to be due to this taint. The only way you can be saved is by joining the Grey Wardens. Finally, we have the Circle Mage origin. Magic and the social repercussions of being a mage are some of the most prominent story elements within the entire series. All individuals who show signs of being gifted in magic must join the Circle of Magi, who are watched over by the Templars who police them. Anyone who does not join the Circle is considered an apostate and is to be eliminated by the Templars. There are several reasons for the existence of this system, although not necessarily justified. One reason is that the mages are blamed for the Darkspawn and the Blight, but another reason is that the mages have an ability to connect to the Fade, the source of their power, which makes them prime targets for demonic possession, which can lead to the death of countless individuals. For that reason, children are taken by Templars at a young age to the Circle of Magi and trained to be mages that work for them. You think this is bad so far? Just wait till we get into the weeds with blood magic, tracking mages via their blood, or the awful process of becoming a tranquil. The lore and storyline surrounding magic users focuses heavily on the oppression that they suffer under at the hands of the Chantry and the Templars. In truth, the subjugation of mages is primarily a means of control for the Chantry to maintain their power. When you choose the mage class, you are therefore locked into the mage origin. Unfortunately, there are no apostate origins to choose from, making this one of the weaker origins overall in terms of options, since it acts as a catch for all the mage archetypes. Every apprentice mage must take part in a ritual known as the Harrowing, where they soak themselves in lyrium, a dangerous mineral, in order to have their mind enter the Fade. There, they must defeat or overpower a demon that wishes to possess them. Failure to do so will lead to either the execution of the apprentice, or they will be made tranquil. The mage origin character manages to pass the harrowing, but trouble later arises when your mage friend turns out to be having an affair with a Chantry initiate. The mage is under suspicion of using forbidden blood magic, so he asks you to help him destroy his phylactery of blood, a thing that all mages must offer to the Templars so that they can be tracked down if need be. You can rat him out, but either way, the conclusion leads to your friend using blood magic against your pursuers and forcing you to be punished as well until Duncan's intervention, which conscripts you to the Grey Wardens. Now that we've gone through 5 of the 6 origin stories in small detail, I'd now like to give you a better idea of what an origin entails by focusing on the one I plan to use for this playthrough, the Human Noble. While some may consider humans in a fantasy setting to be a boring choice, I find myself drawn to them when they are given enough mechanically to make themselves unique in comparison to the other options.
It's the same as player race choice.
Mm-hmm.
A minority of players, a fairly small minority, choose anything to be anything other than human.
Oh.
But then when we go to Dragon Age 2, where we're like, okay, you know what? That was the reason. It's like that, like less than 20% of players play anything but human.
Yeah.
So we can cut the elf and dwarf choice, and it won't affect the majority of players. But the fact that players choose human, they appreciate the fact that they could have been something else. So the idea that you took away these options that even they wouldn't have chosen if you'd offered the choice to them, they might not have chosen it, but the existence of the pardon me, let me rephrase. The lack of a choice is suddenly a loss.
It's a psychological effect that you guys realize through development and making like a choice and then seeing it maybe potentially backfire.
That sort of design philosophy, that the existence of a choice even has weight to those who would not choose it.
Yeah.
Gained a lot more traction on the Dragon Age team after the reaction to the removal of race choice in Dragon Age 2. So then a lot more of the team was like, yeah, you're right. That is a thing, isn't it? Yeah. And they were willing to acknowledge that it wasn't just people who, the ones who chose a thing that's all they cared about. It's like, yes.
I believe the storyline is the one most connected to the story's main plot, and thus is worth delving deeper into to see how it's brought back up as we make progress along our journey. We are playing the game as Superrad Kuzland, a young man born into a family of nobles. A just family that looks over the land of Highever, the northern realm of Ferelden. Your family has a history serving the king, and it's now your older brother's turn to help the current king in the battle against the Darkspawn, which is an ever-growing threat. Though there are whispers that this is the start of the 5th Blight, it is still a matter of some debate. That's the thing about Blights. They come and then they go, but the Darkspawn are never truly gone. They still exist, often killing unsuspecting visitors to their haunts. But times of peace bring the inevitability of forgetting about the dangers of the past. The wardens are always needed during a blight, but outside of that, they always end up forgotten, unnecessary, with fewer and fewer wardens filling the ranks until the next Darkspawn-related dangers arise, and then there aren't enough to go around. We open with Tairn Bryce Kuzland talking to his longtime friend and subject Arl Rendon Howe. Tairn is one of the highest titles of nobility within Ferelden, and Arl stands just below it. The king has ordered aid from the lands to send men to Ostagar as battle against the Darkspawn looms, and everyone is in a rush with preparations. The Jarl's men have yet to show, but he assures the Tairn that they will arrive at the castle the next day. Keep that in mind for now, but come on. If you can't tell that this Severus Snape-ass Alan Rickman-looking individual in a dark fantasy role-playing game is secretly evil, then I don't really know what to tell you. I don't know how to help you. Soon enough, our character approaches the conversation and we are reintroduced to the Jarl. This is our first opportunity to take part in dialogue as a silent protagonist, meaning we have no voiceover and all dialogue can be read as if we are saying it ourselves. This is a design choice that I personally appreciate more than voiced characters. Don't get me wrong, a voiced character can do a good job. Just look at V in Cyberpunk. But there's something about a voiceless character that often helps me fill in the role better and keep me in the moment. Remember that I said that there is no karma system in this game, so all dialogue is used to either roleplay our character or potentially affect the approval rating of our party companions. Additionally, dialogue can be used to unlock new options and situations that allow you to go down several paths. It was a novel experience for the era, considering that you can simply decide what you are saying is right or wrong based on your character without fear of an arbitrary alignment slider moving up or down. Those sliders have their place, sure, but not every game needs them. It's even more surprising considering the popularity of moral choices in games at the time of release, and the fact that it came from the same individuals who nearly single-handedly popularized the concept in the first place. As our father and his men will be heading out into battle with our brother, he plans to leave us here with our mother and cousins to lord over the place. It's up to you how you react to this information. Do you wish to go to battle and want to argue with your father? Do you want to be responsible and agreeable instead? Do you want to take the corny BioWare route and straight up say you will kill your father if he doesn't let you go? The choice is yours, and yes, plenty of the dialogue and voice acting in this game is absolutely abysmal. It's balanced out by the much better dialogue and fantastic acting of other characters, but it still hits you like a punch in the jaw when it shows up. After some back and forth, your father will introduce you to the Grey Warden Duncan. Yes, that Duncan. The same man who appeared in every other origin story. What are the chances? The man is essentially a personification of your origin. As far as I understand, Every origin story is happening around the same time together. However, the conclusion of that origin is dependent on whether or not Duncan actually shows up. If you choose the human noble, for example, the dwarf commoner never meets Duncan, so I don't believe he escapes prison to kill the crime lord. When choosing an origin, you are choosing whether or not Duncan appears to save that character from tragedy, though tragedy will be there anyway. Duncan is looking for recruits for the Grey Wardens, and he has his eyes set on Sir Gilmore, a knight of the Kuzlins. Duncan will briefly suggest you join as a recruit, but your father forbids it. However, he does concede that Duncan has the right to conscript you, even if the warden has no plans to do so currently. This is the right of foreshadowing, conscription, which allows the wardens the ability to draft any individual they require into the wardens regardless of status if the need arises. Additionally, this comes up later, but the local wardens also possess special treaties that promise aid during blights from various factions within Ferelden. These are among many sets of rules that the world follows based on its history, which spans years of world building that the player takes little active part in. Despite no plans for a sequel at the time, David Gaider wanted to make sure that there was enough development before you began playing the game that the world felt real, like it had been lived in for some time.
We thought that we were going to do this project and then move on to something else completely, and I think it surprised everyone, in particular the marketing team, when we released Origins, and it was actually the most successful game at that time. Bioware had done so.
Well, I hear a lot that there was no plans at making the sequels like Dragon Age 2.
Narrative plans, sure, because when we sketched it out, we had sort of an arc, a larger arc. I just thought I would never get to finish that.
Mm-hmm.
But we did not have a plan, as in we're rolling on to the next project sort of immediately. Everything that happened after Origins, including Awakenings, was kind of like oh shit, it's successful. What do we do?
Like, there has been conflict between all of these factions before. Why does the Chantry believe what they do about the mages and the Golden City? Where did these teachings come from, and for what reason would the Chantry have for making them? What is the mystery behind the Grey Wardens? What gives them the unique power to be effective against the Darkspawn, and how do they earn that power? Does your future lie with the Grey Wardens as well? What even are Darkspawn? These and many other questions impose themselves on the player from the very start and are used as motivation to keep moving forward and learning more about the world within which we are role-playing. Once the conversation with our father is finished, we can finally begin talking about Dragon Age Origins gameplay. If you are familiar with my KOTOR retrospectives, you should feel right at home here, since Dragon Age involves a similar genre of gameplay, albeit one more intricate than its predecessor. The term most often invoked is real-time with pause. Generally, with CRPGs, I'd say there are two main styles within the genre, those being real-time with pause or fully turn-based. Baldur's Gate 3 or Fallout 1 and 2 would be considered turn-based, while games like KOTOR, Dragon Age, the original Baldur's Gate, and Pillars of Eternity would be real-time with pause. Personally, I'm a fan of both, although I do believe that turn-based has seen a rather powerful resurgence, especially with the success of games like Divinity Original Sin and, of course, Baldur's Gate 3. A game that is that popular is naturally going to influence the market of consumers into wanting something similar, leading to more interest towards turn-based at the moment. That's the theory anyway, as I don't have the statistics to back something like that up. This is a retrospective, not a math class. I don't have a statistics major. Even so, I think real-time with pause has its place within the market regardless, even if it remains less popular. And I think games like KOTOR or Dragon Age are the types of games that benefit the most from it due to their cinematic nature. These games often take a top-down or isometric approach to their display. BioWare, however, brings the game closer to the ground or over the shoulder of the protagonist, and I believe this complements a game that can effectively be played in real time if you wish to. I see little to no value in having a similar camera setup to a turn-based game where I spend the majority of my time looking around the map, carefully planning and watching everyone's moves. XCOM splits this different the best, I think, by having a top-down camera, but providing action shots when attacks are taking place, effectively mixing tactics and aesthetics. There's no one perfect way to present these games, but I definitely think certain subgenres benefit differently from particular design choices. Additionally, the PC version of the game does still have access to tactical view, which is from a top-down perspective. PC players get the added advantage of seeing more of the map at a given time, which can help in planning accordingly during combat. I like that the option is there, but I still believe it should have been added to the console release as well. I also didn't much enjoy the way that the camera controls while using it. Sometimes the camera followed my selected party member, other times it didn't. It was inconsistent, and you could feel how it was added in almost as an afterthought, and how the majority of the game wasn't expected to be played that way. It's more useful as a quick bird's eye view than anything else. Back to the story, our father asks us to go find our brother in order to tell him to ride out early for the king's camp, so that's what we'll set off to do. The first thing you may notice about the game's origins is how big they are. They're admittedly limited in comparison to some of the full game set pieces, but for 6 separate options, there's a lot more here than I would have expected at the time, which impressed me the first time I played it just as it impresses me even today. You have a fully explorable area with people to talk to, loot to find, and side quests to complete. There are even dialogue options that will affect various aspects of your origin, even if they aren't all that important in the long run. Before we can make it to our brother Fergus though, we are stopped by Sir Gilmore, the man Duncan is looking to recruit. Apparently the family's dog is causing a ruckus in the larder, and our old nanny, who apparently also runs the kitchen, is losing her mind, meaning it's up to us to calm the beast down. I say beast because our dog is a Mabari warhound, an intelligent and incredibly muscular breed of dog that has been used for hundreds of years in combat and looks like it eats babies. In fact, the military is breeding and deploying these dogs to help quell the Darkspawn threat as we speak. Gilmore isn't worried about the dog harming anyone, but knows that you can calm his nerves and see what the problem is. As it turns out, there's an army of rats raiding the larder, and your dog was trying to get the attention of someone to deal with them. The scene is meant to show that while your dog comes off as incredibly rambunctious, he's also loyal and willing to listen to you as his master. In fact, the Warhound even joins us as a permanent party member. We had just received Gilmore, but he has other work to attend to, so he leaves us. Technically, the dog is a warrior, however he's a special variation of the class with his own specialized tree and equipment system. You can equip collars and war paint for various effects, but the fact that the dog takes up a full party slot seems silly considering every other party member is leaps and bounds more interesting, more versatile, and just more worth bringing along. Something I think that the Golems of Amgarrak DLC remedied with their pet in the party. If you're worried about missing out on a party member because you didn't take the human noble route, don't worry. The developers made sure to allow other origins to meet the dog later on as well. In classic RPG fashion, the rats offer us our first real experience with combat within the origin. Every class has a set of talents that can be used in combat, which they unlock through leveling up. Experience is gained much like any other RPG, through both questing and combat. I find this often tends to incentivize players towards violence in order to abuse the system and get as much experience as possible. I wouldn't criticize players for abusing this system, but I can critique the system for allowing itself to be abused in this fashion. This is often remedied in games by changing how experience is rewarded, such as offering experience only after a quest is completed. This allows the player to more freely decide between peaceful resolutions or violent ones. Take an encounter with some bandits we'll have a bit later on. These bandits can be convinced to run away, but then I'd be losing out on those precious experience points numbers that my brain so heavily desires. From a role-playing sense, it may make sense for my character to let them run away after they surrender, but from a gameplay sense, I can almost feel myself being driven to kill someone because it will directly and permanently benefit my party. To their credit, BioWare does have other means of trying to prevent this, such as the opinions of your companions. In a separate battle where a man surrenders, you have the choice to kill him or let him run off, and Leliana implores you to spare him, else you may hurt her opinion of you. Extra levels similar to this within RPGs like Dragon Age are not revolutionary, but we can see how they are used to help facilitate the role-playing experience, rather than just having the player maximize their gains at all cost. That being said, none of these systems are perfect, and there's nothing inherently wrong with players wanting to min-max. Players will always try to do this, so it's up to the designers to decide how much they want to try and manage it. Speaking of classes, it's a good time to mention that we are playing a human warrior currently. A character's effectiveness is based on various things. You have ability points, skills, and talents, and many of these will not only be influenced by your class, but what you plan to do with said class. For example, a warrior has 3 major options. They can go the tank route and wield a sword and shield, focusing on ability points like strength and constitution to make them more sturdy and able to wear heavier armor. Alternatively, you could choose to focus on raw strength and wield a 2-handed weapon, or focus more on dexterity and dual wield a sword and dagger in your offhand. Each combat method has its own tree of talents. There are entry-level ones at first, with others locked off behind earlier talents and or level and skill requirements. I can become a more effective dual wielder by investing in the dual wielding set of talents, but to do so, I will eventually need at most 36 points of dexterity. Some of these talents are passive, some are sustained at the cost of max stamina while activated, and still others are activated and used regularly within combat. It's a typical affair. I personally chose to play a dual-wielding warrior in this playthrough since Alistair can play the role of a tank, and I love having the ability to eventually dual-wield 2 full swords rather than a sword and a dagger. Of course, as in many BioWare games, the player character has a unique skill for persuasion, this time with prerequisites and cunning. I don't think I need to get into what all of the abilities do specifically. It feels out of the scope of what I like talking about. It's ultimately your typical RPG affair after all, just with some slightly different labels. Strength and dexterity make attacking better in different ways. Willpower increases mana and stamina, which you tend to need to use talents. Cunning is used for armor penetration and mental resistance, and Constitution is for health and physical resistance. You gain 3 attribute points per level, 1 talent point per level, and skill points are 1 every few levels, depending on your class. Rogues get 1 every other level, while warriors and mages get 1 every 3. I'll discuss mages and rogues when we get there, but I will say this. There is a talent exclusive to rogues that requires cunning called Deft Hands, and this is the ability to pick locks and disarm traps, which you will have the opportunity to do constantly. There's no minigame or anything. You just go over to the trap or chest and unlock it if your skill is high enough, meaning to unlock everything you'll need the 4 talent slots of Deft Hands unlocked at some point. So why am I bringing this up now? Well, the main use of lockpicking is opening up chests, of which there are several found throughout even this origin story if I'm remembering correctly. This means it is crucial at some point to have a rogue in your party and invest in them the Deft Hands skill. Potentially losing out on so many chests can over time lead to a huge loss in income as well, as you may want to sell those goods, and there are several expensive items I recommend never missing out on as you go. It gets easier on subsequent playthroughs at least. Playing a rogue character as your main player character is the only means of making sure you don't miss out on these opportunities later on, but at the very least we will be receiving Lelianas soon enough to take care of this. This makes it feel crucial to bring a rogue, to the point that I could never reason not having one in my party. I find a lot of RPGs have this issue. I even find Baldur's Gate 3 has this issue to a certain extent. An easy way to fix this would be the ability to break a lock, maybe with a chance of destroying what is inside. It's not new to BioWare, they've done this before. This would let you choose to risk it if you don't feel like bringing a rogue along for every part of the whole game. Like I said, there's plenty of exploring to do around the castle before moving on. One interesting aspect of this exploration comes from the castle's library, where you can spend some time learning about your family's history, which is surprisingly in-depth. I'm not going into it here, but I bring it up because it's an impressive attention to detail. You are playing through your origin and developing your personal backstory in real time, but you are also given this rich history to work through and enrich the role-playing experience. This lore can be very enjoyable when stumbled upon, whether in passing conversation with someone or when it's directly explained in-game, allowing you to learn as you go and having the history of the world unveiled as you explore. Unfortunately, while we do get that from time to time within the game, the grand majority of all lore is stored within the game's codex system. The codex is essentially an empty encyclopedia that you fill with knowledge by finding books or areas of interest and examining them. This information is absolutely worth finding at the very least, as it offers experience, but I'd be hard-pressed to find anyone that wants to take time out of their adventure to read it all. And before you start commenting that you enjoy reading it all, cool, I acknowledge you. Save yourself the trouble. At the very least, having the codex narrated by someone would make the experience of learning about the world more enjoyable. Could you imagine playing a game where many important aspects of the world are glanced over in conversation, such that you actively need to read a book mid-playthrough to understand what the hell people are talking about? Well, if you've played Dragon Age, you probably can. Once we're finished here, we can meet with our mother, who has invited her friend Lady Landra over for the evening, with plans to head to the lady's estate while all the men are gone to keep her company. Alongside Landra are her lady-in-waiting Iona and her son Darren. These are actually two minor love interests that affect a cutscene later on. After some chatter with the lot, you can find both Iona and Darren within the study found in the library. Talking to either allows you to learn about them and flirt with them if you so choose, but then you have the choice of inviting one of them into your bedroom later that night. It's a cool little addition to the origin story. You'd expect it to be mostly on rails, and I mean, it mostly is, but the open exploration and the ability to actually affect little aspects of it are beneficial to the overall experience, not to mention fairly surprising considering that they had made 6 of these in total. Once you're finally done exploring, you can head back to the main chambers of your family to find Fergus talking to his wife and son. After conveying to him that it's time for him to leave and ride to the king, both your father and mother will arrive for one last happy family reunion. Soon after the conversation, you can head to bed and start the second half of the Human Noble origin story. Depending on if you decided to flirt/seduce with one of the guests earlier on, you will wake up beside one of them to a commotion happening outside of your bedroom door. As your partner goes to check, the door bursts open and they violently yet comedically get pelted with an arrow, dying instantly. I say comically because the animations within Dragon Age Origins are incredibly subpar in comparison to just about anything I've ever seen before. It's similar to the dancing scenes in KOTOR. Characters look so foolish from time to time, you'd swear you were playing through a dark comedy rather than a dark fantasy. I mean, just look at my character's face during this romance scene. Jesus Christ. After the death of your partner, you are thrust into a battle wearing only your underwear with your trusty hound by your side. This battle may seem a bit overwhelming at first, since I don't believe the game conveys very well that you can equip things while in combat. Thus, you can pause the game to put on all of your gear before continuing the battle, both making you more effective and confusing the hell out of your opponents who watched you Moon Prism power makeup right before their eyes, and they thought this would be easy. After combat, your mother will meet you in battle attire outside of the bedchambers. As it turns out, your mother was a particularly effective combatant back in the day, and will be joining us as a temporary companion for now. So what is happening here? Who is attacking the castle and why? As it turns out, these men belong to Arl Howe. Remember that Snape-looking dude at the beginning of this chapter? It seems he's, and please hold your shock, betrayed his longtime friend Bryce Cousland and is looking to slaughter everyone within the castle. And I mean everyone. If you head into your brother's room, you'll see that he managed to escape death as he rode up earlier in the evening. His wife and child were not so lucky, however. It's a particularly morbid scene as your mother breaks down and weeps for the loss of her grandchild. The goal now is to find our father, who seems to be missing currently, by venturing through the castle as it's attacked. Now you may find yourself overwhelmed by just how many enemies you'll be getting attacked by sometimes, and I think this is the first great example of it. There are battles where the party is so completely outnumbered that the odds of them winning seem slim, and there's usually at least one powerful mage away from the action, causing just enough trouble to make things feel near impossible. Luckily, there are no mages here, and despite the numbers, proper preparation and strategy can be key to victory. You could pause the game and assign orders to every party member for every action all the time, but that can feel grating after a while. If you're like me and prefer to focus on a single character while using other party members as it becomes necessary, you're in luck. The game offers a mechanic known as combat tactics. These are rules that dictate how the party members will act. You can choose a situational trigger and assign the response to it, meaning that depending on what happens in the battle, your party members will react accordingly. Better yet, the combat tactics of party members gain additional slots as the characters level up, plus further slots if you invest in the tactic skills for each companion. This gives a lot of options depending on your playstyle. You could perform everything tactical yourself, controlling and manipulating every character at all times through the pause system. Alternatively, you could use the tactics preset to have your characters act in a specific way. A mage might have a healer role, a damage dealing role, or a debilitating role as an example. Further, you can make custom setups based on what you think your needs for your party will be and swap between these options at any time. The gameplay is surprisingly in-depth within that regard, reminding me heavily of the Gambit system from Final Fantasy XII. Now, before we delve into combat more in-depth, I'll be the first to admit that while I like to think I am fairly adept at games like this, Dragon Age Origins can sometimes feel especially difficult. Sometimes a battle goes from easy to completely insurmountable just by adding in a mage that can stun my characters. Again, this is 100% guaranteed at least partially my fault. I often get impatient and like to max out certain aspects of my character before I work on others. For example, a dual-wielding character that gets 36 dexterity has the ability to dual-wield 2 swords as I mentioned previously. I love that. I need that. So that's what I'm adding every level with this character. But what else does that mean for him? It means he's squishier than I'd like and potentially not as powerful as he could be. This evens out later, but it makes the early areas of Dragon Age Origins a bit more frustrating. It's not really a fault of the game, at least maybe not entirely, but I know how greedy I am in this game, and so it's probably at least mostly me. There's many reasons for this that stuck out to me when I initially played. Early gift or DLC armor usually has a strength requirement upwards into the 30s, and when you see that blood dragon armor in there, you may feel compelled to bum rush towards it so that you can wear it. I think that's understandable. All of these extra goodies may compel you towards a certain leveling style that is not necessarily the most beneficial. That being said, there was one encounter during Lelianas Song I definitely had trouble with near the end, and those characters are basically leveled for you at the start, with you choosing talents and skills. Put simply, I hate mages. I hate mages in this game, because they have the ability to turn the tide of the battle, but even so, you have this same power too. In this way, Dragon Age Origins combat plays out as a battle of who can overpower who most efficiently. There's strategy there, and it makes battles feel both fast and exhilarating. Do I hang back and kill a few stragglers before fighting the main force? Do I dive in with my entire party? Do I target the mage first and get them out of the way before they debilitate me to the point that it would mean my party's death? There are a lot of options and decisions to make within a short time span, making the pause system incredibly beneficial in bringing that more tactical turn-based feel to an otherwise real-time engagement. It can be unforgiving too. If a party member dies, they can be revived after the battle or using a certain spell. Either way, the character will always come back with an injury debuff, and these can stack depending on how many times they went down before the injury was remedied. There's several of these injuries, all with different effects, and the ones you receive on knockout seem to be random. You could lose attributes, health regen, damage, attack speed, and more, requiring there to be an added layer of thought that goes into each battle. It's not just about smashing your hit points into the opponents and then moving on. It's about winning the battle while suffering the least amount of harm. Failing to do so penalizes you, and this places you in a position where it benefits you to really stop and think. Think about strategy, your lineup, and make sure you don't rush in, because doing so is almost always a certain death for your party. Luckily, if you do get injured, there are special healing items that can remove the effect without returning to camp. While we're on the topic of combat, I would like to briefly discuss the equipment system, mostly in that it is not particularly noteworthy in any way. At the very least, it's a game where you get to equip individual pieces of armor on your body instead of each defensive item being an entire suit to cover you. That means we get to mix and match gloves, boots, and helmets, while chest pieces and pants seem to be tied together. The most interesting aspect it offers has to be the fatigue system, however. Depending on who you ask, it probably doesn't make sense for a mage to be wearing heavy plate armor. Sure, D&D nerds, you can just take a proficiency, I know, but more often than not, you're going to see a spellcaster in a robe, and a more tanky class in heavy armor. Fatigue is a means by which Dragon Age Origins tries to facilitate this idea. Every piece of armor has a level of fatigue, and these fatigue levels stack onto one another as you equip a set of items. The higher your fatigue percentage, the more that percentage affects the stamina or mana cost of your abilities. If you have, say, 30% fatigue on a character, it's going to cost them 30% more stamina to use their abilities. But that's alright on a tank because their main ability is a sustained taunt that holds aggro, meaning you get higher defense and they still fulfill their role with only minor drawbacks. Now, you can see why a mage wearing plate is less desirable. Sure, they get added defense, but at the same time, all of their main means of interacting with combat cost more, and they're going to run out of mana and become effectively useless much sooner than would be desirable. So it's a balancing act, and the game offers features that may help you bypass these penalties from time to time. Warriors get a passive talent that lowers fatigue as an example, and certain armor sets have bonuses that can even push your fatigue into the negatives, meaning all of your abilities are now cheaper than normal. Not sure how that works exactly. Overall, I'm a big fan of the system as it prevents you from just steamrolling the game with some high defense characters by penalizing appropriately in a way that makes sense. Mages aren't trained for plate armor, so of course they aren't going to wear it, or maybe you invested enough stats to make it a bit more worthwhile, but now you've let their spellcasting slip in the meantime. You need to make choices and balance where appropriate, and if there's one thing I like in these games, it's min-maxing and preparation. There's not much else to say about the origin at this point. As we fight our way through the now destroyed castle, we run into several guards and NPCs that can accompany us as guest party members to help make the fighting easier. At some point, you run into Sir Gilmore, who is guarding the front gates to keep the soldiers out. Considering how many we ran into along the way, I'd say he's doing a pretty poor job of it too, not to mention what happened to little Orin over there. Regardless, Gilmore points us in the direction of the kitchen to find our father, so that's where we'll head next. Along the way, you can explore areas to enter additional combat, or find new items to pick up. Some locked off areas are open now too, and your mother will even point out that there are some family heirlooms, aka weapons, you should grab to help bolster your stats as we go. She doesn't want Hao and his men getting their hands on them. You'll retrace your steps to the larder where you found your dog originally, only to now find your father injured and bleeding out on the floor. Like I said, Sir Gilmore did a piss poor job at keeping these guys out. It's not looking good for the man, and soon enough Duncan arrives to defend you all. Realizing this is the end, your father asks Duncan to conscript you into the Grey Wardens and use a secret passage within the larder to escape. Duncan reveals that you were the person he wanted to recruit all along, but I guess he would have settled for Sir Gilmore for some reason. Like I mentioned previously, Duncan is the factor that decides which origins succeed and which fall to tragedy. We chose to have Duncan here, and thus this character now has the ability to become a Grey Warden. Our father won't be so lucky, I'm afraid, and our mother, well, she chooses to stay with our father here to defend him from soldiers until they both die. There's no way of convincing her otherwise, which was disappointing. I guess this was her decision, at the very least, and I get why it's a hard one to convince her out of. With everything taken care of, Duncan, our player character, and our trusty dog make their escape off-screen since there was never actually a hidden area to begin with, and the developers didn't feel the need to design or program one in. They didn't feel the need to show it to us. Now, as we close out here, I want to stress that all of the origins offer an experience as in-depth as the Human Noble, so you should choose what's best for you, or consider playing through all of them at some point. Dragon Age Origins has an in-game achievement/reward system that I'm going to talk about more later, as some will offer items or abilities that carry over into future playthroughs. Chief among them are specializations for your classes, but we'll get there. Still, I love the concept of origin stories that better help flesh out your character before the main storyline takes place, and even more so when they tie in somewhat to the main storyline later on.
You know, we actually did in the very early on, if you were in the origin and you have sort of the call to adventure where you're recruited by Duncan, and, and you had we actually had the option for you to go, no, I'm not doing this, because I mean I resisted the to offer the player the choice.
Yeah.
And then override it is called a but thou must situation. And we initially had that, and then we were like, well, let's just let the players say no, and if they want it, it essentially goes to game over.
Oh, I love when that happens.
But that we actually did do that, and then we were like, well, or we could just not offer them the choice. And I was like, all right.
But now, with our family dead and our home taken over, there's nowhere else for us to go but with Duncan to Ostagar, where the true storyline of Dragon Age Origins can begin to take place. The arrival at Ostagar with Duncan plays out a bit differently depending on your origin. Since we're a human noble, we meet with King Cailan of Ferelden and inform him that our father won't be joining us for the battle since he just met his untimely demise. Luckily, our brother is still alive and made it to Ostagar, but we aren't going to be able to encounter him for some time. He's basically a non-character at the moment and will continue to be. Cailan pledges to bring Arl Howe to justice for us once this battle at Ostagar is over. Cailan immediately comes off as a good man. At the very least, he seems to care in earnest about your plight and wishes to aid you when it's possible. However, we see that he is also young and cocky when it comes to battle. He's simply too eager to head into the field and fight Darkspawn, and his desire to become a hero through his ventures will undoubtedly be his downfall moving forward. But still, at the moment, things are looking up for us, and we get to take part in a battle which seems to be a big point of contention between our characters and our parents. Justice for our family is on the way, but why are we at Ostagar to begin with? As I mentioned already, the ending of a blight does not mean the end of the Darkspawn. They retreat, but many parties still roam and attack individuals whenever possible. An area known as the Korcari Wilds has recently seen an upsurge in Darkspawn, signaling the worst, that another blight may be upon us. Many people, fearful of this, prefer to assume that this is merely some overeager hordes of Darkspawn, but Duncan doesn't believe so. He can tell there's a new archdemon, which means these events are surely leading to a blight. It kind of seems like the thing you'd want to tell a king and a commander, and though the reason he doesn't is explained a bit later, I kind of think the reasoning is still a little bogus. Ostagar was chosen as the grounds to hold off these hordes, and Kaelin has amassed a large army to do so. Duncan needs to get things ready for the ritual known as the Joining, so he sends you off to find the other Grey Warden in camp, a man named Alistair, who will become our first human permanent companion. Before that though, you can take a look around Ostagar and get an idea of what it's like within the war party. Kaelin and his advisor, Loghain, have their own camp separate from most of the men, but there's a few other things of note to check out before we head over there. For one, you can stop by the area designated for the mages to see them doing something. I'm not sure what. That's most definitely something being done over there though. You'll be stopped by some Templars if you try to approach the mages, making this one of the first examples we'll see of how the Templars constantly guard these mages for fear that they may at some point lash out, take part in blood magic, or become possessed by a demon. Not all Templars have a prejudice against mages, but many do, to the point that being a Templar is often used as shorthand to instantly express a character as bigoted or small-minded. Political commentary, in my dark fantasy role-playing experience, it's more likely than you think. To make matters worse, we meet another mage who has been made tranquil, a ritual where a mage's connection to the Fade is severed, making it so that they can perform magic no longer. That might not sound so bad, but the Fade doesn't just affect mages. The Fade is where everyone goes when they dream and is tied to all emotion within some capacity. When a mage is cut off from the Fade, they lose not only the ability to use magic, but the ability to dream and the ability to feel emotion, effectively becoming a husk of their former self and losing all personality. To be tranquil is in its own way a living hell. It can be enforced as punishment, imposed upon those weak of will, or even at times chosen by the individual. Why would someone choose this, you might wonder? If there's one thing the Chantry and Templars do constantly with regard to mages, it's sow fear. Fear is power to control the masses, and by creating fear and prejudice against the mages, the Chantry in turn earns more control over both the mages and the populace. It's this fear that leads mages to become tranquil, as it's believed that this lack of emotion will make the individuals undesirable to demons looking to possess someone. I believe this becomes proven to not even be true, however, meaning the only reason to do this is to weaken mages into pawns to be further controlled by the Chantry. Imagine just walking up to someone and learning that they have had their entire personality and dreams ripped from their body because the church deemed them too weak-willed and therefore too dangerous. It's a crime, and the world these mages live in is one of constant oppression, something that will become more apparent and prevalent throughout the series. Seriously, the church blows. While on the topic of mages, you can run into one named Wynn early on here. She's a future party member and one of my personal favorites, although she won't be joining us until we visit the Circle of Magi later on. I love having Wynn in my party. I find her to be the strongest support mage, and as the only one who has the spirit healer specialization, her added utility when it comes to healing the party is indispensable. In a game as volatile as Dragon Age, that can go a long way. You can talk to Wynn to learn that tensions are high between the various factions here, specifically between the Chantry and the mages who seem to be at odds constantly. She'll also go into more detail about some topics I mentioned earlier, such as the Fade and how our spirit enters it while we dream. She'll go further to discuss the heart of the Fade, the so-called Black City, which was once known as the Golden City, The intro to the game explained this already, but the Chantry believes that the hubris of the mages is responsible for the creation of the Darkspawn. And while I believe that many in the Chantry truly believe this now, it seems more likely that this was a story concocted to assist in the mages' subjugation. Story or no, it's so well known and so oft recited that even the mages themselves have begun to internalize it. Wynne herself is quick to point out that the story may be an allegory or it may be true, but that at the moment, it doesn't matter. She believes it is a lesson in how the evil of humanity leads to their own suffering, but I'm not so sure. While I think Wynne's heart is in the right place, there seems to be much more nefarious reasons for this story to be told. Further into the camp, we can find an infirmary where some of the men seem to have been so traumatized by the Darkspawn that they may never recover. Close to the infirmary is a single prisoner with a single guard looking over him. If you talk to the prisoner, he will mention that he was arrested for deserting, but that this was a false accusation. It's not that he cares much though, as he would have deserted later anyway. Instead, he's more worried about getting any form of nourishment as no one seems to be feeding him. He asks you to get some food from the nearby guard, and you can convince the guard to do so, but why would we? Well, the prisoner has a key to a chest that the mages have stored back near the circle area of the camp. He's willing to give us said key if we get him the food. Alternatively, you can always choose to just kill the man and save yourself the trouble. Remember, there's no alignment issue to be had here. It's all about what you would do as your character. Although if you have Alistair with you at this point, it will affect his approval of you, so I like to get it done early before he's with me. Not that I do anything bad in this playthrough, I think we actually helped the guy. Back when I first played, I had no idea that there were more options than this, but the game is surprisingly in-depth. Like I mentioned, a rogue has the ability to lockpick or destroy traps, but there's no minigame involved for these. Similarly, there's a skill for stealing or pickpocketing that any class can get if they so choose. I can't emphasize enough how useful this skill is if you are looking to make money. It's highly abusable if you are willing to go about stealing from every single person, even if it ends up being so tedious that you probably won't want to. Rogues are best at stealing as they will most likely have higher cunning and the ability to use stealth, but I don't believe you can ever actually be caught in the act. It's just a chance of whether you succeed or fail. With that in mind, you may choose to pinch loot from every NPC you meet, earning a variety of items in the process that you can sell later for big rewards. It's not worth going that far out of your way in my opinion, as there are plenty of ways to make money during your adventure, but it can definitely help here and there. What does this have to do with the prisoner? Well, you can try to get the food for the prisoner or kill him. Alternatively, you can bypass both of these options by stealing the key from his underwear, I guess. Apparently he ate the key and recently reacquired it, so it's not the most sanitary reward in the world. If we're feeling bad for the prisoner and want to feed him, we can convince the guard for his food, pay him 10 silver for the food, or steal it as well. Both choices between the guard and the prisoner have various pathways to a successful resolution, and this freedom to do what you want to reach your end goal is why Dragon Age can be a liberating experience, even if some of the more major decisions all seem to lead to the same destination, rather than changing how the storyline flows. It's more about the little things, and this quest is a great example of the little things that Dragon Age has plenty of for us to appreciate. Regardless of your decision, you won't be able to make use of the key right away. The chest is guarded by that tranquil I mentioned earlier, and we have to wait until later in the evening to gain access to it. There's a few other things we can do from here. We can learn a bit about Kaelin and how he argues with Loghain often, and we can even meet with Loghain as he has heard about the plight of our parents, but come on, look at this guy. I think we all know that this dude isn't on the up and up. I mean, he's even more shady looking than Arl Howe. We can also learn that there is a group of warriors that fight alongside the Mabari Warhounds, but many of the hounds have been getting sick from biting into Darkspawn. If we weren't playing a human noble, a quest relating to this would lead to us getting the dog companion. With the majority of the camp explored, we can go meet with Alistair for the first time and learn a little more about our first companion, one I feel should be in your party for the majority of the experience. Alistair is a former Templar turned Grey Warden, although the extent of him being a Templar is minimal at best. An orphaned boy raised by Arl Eamon of Redcliffe, Alistair was forced at one point to live within the Chantry and was being trained to become a Templar, despite being excruciatingly unhappy about it. Before he could take his vows, Duncan invoked the rite of conscription to make Alistair a Grey Warden, leading to where he is today. There's more to Alistair's past, but that and many other companion storylines will come when they develop during our campfire conversations. As a Grey Warden, Alistair is a bit of a jokester and a rather unserious individual. Some of this can change in extenuating circumstances, but rarely does he lose his comedic side, making him one of the more enjoyable characters to have around in my opinion. I love characters that can look at a situation and joke about the absurdity of it, even if it does get them in trouble sometimes, and I'm not talking about the Marvel or like the latest Star Wars poking fun at serious situations. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actual funny observations. Despite his lightheartedness, Alistair can also be fairly self-conscious and untrusting of others, as we'll see when Morrigan joins our party later. Still, he has a good head on his shoulders, and his personality and bravery will expand as the story goes on based on your involvement with his development. For now, we can find Alistair at odds with a mage, despite no longer being associated with the Chantry. He seems to be acting as a messenger for them, informing a mage that the revered mother is looking for him. The mages, ever at odds with the Chantry, have little patience for this, which Alistair only makes worse with his goading. Still, the mage walks off agreeing to go see the mother, and Alistair finally introduces himself to us. Once he joins our party, we can head back to Duncan and meet 2 other Grey Warden recruits. According to Duncan, we need to traverse the Korcari wilds and collect Darkspawn blood to be used in the joining. What the blood is for is currently unknown. Additionally, he wants us to go to an old Grey Warden tower and collect some treaties that will be important to the plot later on. The 2 other initiates are temporary guest characters, so I'm not going to delve into their class details at the moment. We'll wait for Morrigan and Leliana before we do that. Alistair, like us, is a human warrior class with the Templar specialization. I've mentioned specializations a few times, but they are basically subclasses for the main class. There are 4 in total for each class, and you have the ability to pick 2 of the 4 assuming you meet the requirements to unlock them. These requirements vary significantly, however. Some can be met by talking to your party members and learning from them, while others can only be earned through extended quest lines. Ultimately, the specializations generally add a single row of talents, and their benefit is dependent on a variety of factors. Personally, I find Reaver and Berserker great for dual-wielding warriors like ourselves, but Alistair will benefit from more tanky talents, meaning I don't plan on making use of his Templar abilities for some time. I'll discuss the specializations more as they become available to us, so let's just start with Templar now. Firstly, once a specialization is unlocked, it is unlocked on your account forever regardless of the character you are playing. This means you could complete a quest or purchase a book to learn a specialization, and then immediately reload a save before you did as such. You won't have purchased or completed anything, but the specialization will still be unlocked because the achievement is. That's how achievements work in Dragon Age Origins, and one of the reasons you may consider doing all of the DLC campaigns early, as they lead to their own rewards. There really is no point in buying any specialization though, you can just have the appropriate party member teach you them and be done with it. The Templar specifically offers a +2 bonus to magic and a +3 to mental resistance when assigned. Additionally, Alistair already has the first ability unlocked, which is a passive known as Righteous Strike, and drains enemy mana with each strike. Makes sense since the entire point of the subclass is to be effective against mages. More importantly, they get an ability called Cleanse Aura that, when activated, will attempt to dispel all magical effects that are affected by it. This is particularly useful when fighting mages, as some of those debuffs can quickly make or break a fight. Templars gain another bonus to mental resistance with their 3rd talent, Mental Fortress, and finally an activated talent called Holy Smite that does extra damage against mages and drains their mana unless they pass a mental resistance check. It's also an AoE ability and can knock back or stun enemies. I guess you could equate the Templar to the Paladin archetype, except you are specifically smiting mages rather than evil. Overall, I think it's an incredibly useful subclass to have in any party arrangement, and I'll be specializing Alistair into it once I've gotten him where I want him as a base tank. With our temporary party set up and ready to go, we can head into the Korcari Wilds for the first time to experience our first openly explorable area. Many of the maps found within Dragon Age Origins will be rather large, and you'll be expected to check every nook and cranny to get the most out of them. It can be hard to see some interactable objects, and though you can hold the tab key on PC to highlight the interactables, you can still have issues spotting things from time to time. Almost immediately after running into the wilds, you find that a large number of men have been murdered by Darkspawn in the area. One of the men has survived but is injured, and you can choose to heal him if you want, which doesn't seem to affect anything, including Alistair's affinity towards you. So I assume that this is just another instance of a decision you make as your character to bolster your concept of their personality. It might seem obvious, but this will be our first encounter with various bands of Darkspawn, and that can be a little intimidating the first time. The Darkspawn are arguably just different skins for enemies you have already fought, but they do have a certain ferocity about them, often attempting to overpower you with numbers rather than skill. This is a good time to point out that enemies will almost always drop something upon their demise. If it's just currency, then clicking on the body will automatically loot it. If there's actual items to obtain, the game will open up a menu. It's worthwhile to loot every corpse you come across, and especially so for unique or elite enemies, as they sometimes offer quest-related items from time to time, as well as better items overall. These quest items are often the start or conclusion of a side quest. Additionally, it's smart to loot any random corpse, barrel, or chest you come across. One NPC corpse holds a letter that gets added to your codex, for example, and this letter starts a new side quest for you that incentivizes you to explore the entirety of the wilds before you end up leaving. I'm not going to bore you with everything we do within the Korcari wilds because that's exactly what it is. Boring. In fact, you'll find that Dragon Age Origins has a habit of overstaying its welcome within various areas, providing content that feels like it exists to pad out the amount of hours you'll be playing rather than adding anything of substance. Most notorious for this is the infamous Fade section of the Circle of Magi area that we'll be exploring later, but believe it or not, I think that area is more interesting than people give it credit for, even if it comes across as being exceptionally long. However, there is one side quest worth mentioning, as we can complete it upon returning to the camp. During our travels through the wilds, we come across a special flower. Apparently, the Kennel Master of the Warhounds was looking for it, as it can be used to create a medicine that treats the poison ailing the hounds. We'll return this flower to the Kennel Master later for a reward, but non-human noble origins can use this as a means of acquiring Dog, who is functionally the same as our human noble's trusty family companion. I like the idea of optional party members or party members tied to your origin, and I wish they decided to expand upon it more within the game. I don't particularly like being locked out of party members unknowingly, see Knights of the Old Republic 2, but I do like being given the choice to decide if a character joins me or not. Have certain characters be origin specific, but maybe make them an option later on, like Dog. Origins does play around with this at least. We'll meet an elf who can join our party and then betray us later if we don't raise his friendship enough, and there's a special party member that we can gain at the cost of another. There's also a DLC character, which I'm not too fond of. BioWare really enjoyed adding DLC characters into their games around this time. Dragon Age Origins has Shale, Mass Effect 2 has Kasumi and Zaid, Mass Effect 3 has Javik, and Dragon Age 2 had Sebastian Vale. I hate DLC characters. It's one thing to have expansion content that offers new party members within that maybe provides the opportunity to bring them over to the main game, but to add in these half-assed characters just for the sake of selling more DLC is such an abysmal practice in my eyes. We see this with Shale most of all, who gives us a side quest to complete in order to unlock her, but some unique equipment similar to Dog, and that's about it. I have never found a reason to use DLC characters in BioWare games because they simply cannot have the amount of work and development put into them as the characters that were designed around the original storyline. Shale is a hollow character, ironically, who offers little to the main experience, and the same can be said for the majority of DLC characters in other BioWare games. Once we finally reach the old fort or tower that houses the treaties, collecting all the blood vials along the way, we quickly learn that the chest housing the documents has been destroyed and there is nothing to be found within. Enter Morrigan, who questions whether or not we are scavengers and claims this area as her own. Morrigan is a special character within the series. She quickly became a personal favorite of Gaider's after a significant rewrite of her personality, and is often considered to have one of the best voiceovers in the game. Her popularity, tied with her ending in the original storyline, leads Morrigan to being one of the more important characters within the entirety of the series. Mages, man. It's always the mages. Morrigan was originally designed to be an equivalent to her mother, who we'll be meeting soon as well, in personality. Unhappy with this, however, Gaider reworked her into a more blunt and aloof character instead, the yin to Alistair's yang in a way. She prefers what players may consider the more violent or evil options in comparison to the other choices offered up, but it's not as simple as that. Honestly, I wouldn't even call Morgan evil. There's more depth to it than that, which we'll see in the Circle of Magi later. It's not that she looks to actively do wrong, just that her worldview does not often line up with what a lawful or good character may consider just. She doesn't enjoy helping others just for the sake of it, and she detests other mages because, unlike her, they are forced under the boot of the Chantry. This then makes Morgan one of the aforementioned apostates, a mage that lives on their own and does not follow the rules of the circle. Your party refers to this by calling her a witch of the wilds, but to Morgan, she is simply a free being, her own person. This brings her into direct conflict with said mother, who may be looking to control her daughter more than she is currently letting on. Morgan will argue with your party for a bit, particularly with Alistair, as they tend to butt heads often. Alistair accuses Morgan of stealing the documents and demands them back, but Morgan claims it was her mother who took them and therefore it isn't her problem, nor is she under any obligation to listen to Grey Wardens, once again citing her free life within the wilds. Still, you can converse with her and she will eventually agree to take you to her home to meet with her mother, Flemeth. Now, Flemeth is of equal, if not more, importance within the series as Morgan. Flemeth has the personality originally designed for Morgan, as I understand it. She's old and wise, and the party believe her to be a powerful witch, although just how powerful and legendary isn't clear to them as of yet. Flemeth has a long history within the series, and she desires one thing throughout, one that I believe still hasn't been made clear to this day. Maybe the books shed any light on her main goal, but I don't plan on reading them to find out. Reading books? What am I? A scholar? Flemeth is wiser than anyone realizes and seems to have little patience for the inept, including her own daughter. She's playing a game and you are her pieces. If you act up, she gets annoyed, but as we will learn later, things seem to always go her way. Flemeth took the treaties, yes, but she did so in order to hold on to them. The treaties themselves are incredibly important as they are used to enforce cooperation between several factions and the Grey Wardens against the dangers of the Blight. This will be more important after Ostagar, but the treaties are the blueprint to the BioWare formula of go here, unlock things to help in the final battle, and repeat. The majority of the game is focused on us building an army, and Flemeth knew both how important these treaties were and that we would need them in the future, thus she kept them safe for our eventual arrival. We'll have more to discuss surrounding the Witch family later, but for now Flemeth hands us the treaties, and we get to be on our way back to the camp so we can finally participate in the joining. Again though, I find it fascinating how prevalent these characters became after the fact. With no plans to create a sequel game, the characters were still written in a way that made them integral to the world, such that they could grow and develop over the entirety of the series, just as the world of Thetis does the same. Fan favorite characters fitting properly into the ever-evolving world really helps make the setting feel alive, and also gives you something to look forward to or be surprised about when these characters reappear in future releases. Welcome to the joining. With the treaties and blood vials retrieved, Alistair and Duncan go off to prepare. Soon it's time for the ritual to take place, where we learn what must be done to become a Grey Warden. Drink the prepared blood of a Darkspawn. Sound gruesome? Well, it's about to get much worse. The ritual isn't guaranteed to succeed, as we see when our temporary party member Davith takes a swig from the chalice of gross Darkspawn goop. Unfortunately for Davith, he doesn't take too well to the taint, dying a quick yet painful death before our eyes. This, understandably, scares the living shit out of our other party member Jory, who then tries to back out of the joining. Unfortunately for Jory, there is no backing out. Duncan moves up towards Jory and guts him then and there, even apologizing as he bleeds to death. While seemingly cruel, he does so because the events of the joining cannot be known to anyone other than the Grey Wardens. I think it's fair to assume that if the only other option was death, no one would want to volunteer to be a Grey Warden, and conscripting them would become more problematic in turn. It's a dark scene. Well, as dark as you can make it with party members that move and look like a BioWare character, but to Duncan and the Grey Wardens, it is a necessary one. The Darkspawn are ever present, and we will soon learn that it seems Grey Wardens are the only means of killing an archdemon, meaning that the very fate of the world depends on their existence. The harder it is to recruit wardens, the harder it would be to save the world, and their numbers have already diminished considerably since the last blight. To make matters worse, we learn later that it's a cursed existence, as wardens have about 30 years to live from the time they undergo the joining. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm not sure how to break down the morality of the act. It's similar to being drafted into the military, although this is a guaranteed death sentence of 30 years if you even survive the initiation. And it will most likely be much shorter than that considering the severity of the circumstances. Ultimately, your view on the morality of the act depends on several factors, the main one being how you feel about the concept of conscription, but with the added caveat that there is a guaranteed world-ending force of demon people about to come knocking at your door. At the very least, the concept of conscription seems to generally be frowned upon by the individuals it's brought up to in universe. Your father, for example, was willing to relent if Duncan planned on conscripting you, but he wouldn't have been happy about it. Personally, I see the act as an ultimate necessity to save the world within a fantasy setting, so it's hard to do a one-to-one comparison to something in our real lives that affects us within reality. On the topic, Duncan does seem to be a warden that doesn't use the conscription unless absolutely necessary, and even when he does, it's in a way that benefits the willing participant. Take Alistair here. Duncan conscripted him because Alistair wanted out of the Chantry, and it was one of the only ways they could force the Chantry to comply. Whether conscription be ethical, moral, or not may be up in the air, but Duncan seems to have found a means of using this process for an overall good. Still, the scene appears to want you to consider what this concept means to you and its implications. How do you feel about conscription and its necessity? About its morals and how that affects your opinion of the wardens? Like I said, when the world will end regardless of an ultimate evil, it seems hard to argue against it, but I'd love to be proven wrong. With our two companions dead, it's finally our turn to succumb to the joining. We don't really have a choice. It's take the plunge or be killed in the middle of the night, so here we go. Duncan hands us the chalice, we take a swig, and next thing we know, we're writhing in pain before falling unconscious. As we wake up, we take our first breaths as a Grey Warden, with Duncan and Alistair watching over us. You may be asking what abilities you unlock as a Grey Warden now to separate you from non-Warden individuals in the party. The answer, mechanically, is nothing at all. Being a warden is not a specialization and therefore provides no bonus stats or additional talents for you nor Alistair. It makes being a warden throughout the game feel insignificant if not for the fact that everyone refers to you as such. You now have a certain level of status and there are narrative aspects of being a warden that will come into play later, such as dealing with the Archdemon and yet another Bioware classic, incessant dreams/visions at night. We could, at the very least, have some form of special bonus that could be used actively or passively within battle as a warden. Extra damage against Darkspawn, or a set of talents that help combat Darkspawn, considering they will be the main enemies we face throughout our travels, but alas, it wasn't meant to be, which feels like something they would have had to actively consider leaving out for one reason or another. My guess is that they didn't want to give an extra specialization option when 4 were already planned out, but we'll see later on that a certain DLC finds a way to add extra talents to the player character anyway, so I don't really know. What better way to show that your character, as a Grey Warden, has truly been transformed by the process than to have their sacrifice actively benefit them and the player along their journey? It's finally time for us to get ready for battle. King Kaelin and Loghain meet with the wardens, mages, etc. to go over the battle plans, which Loghain is currently unhappy with. Loghain's frustrations stem from how careless Kaelin is. Since Kaelin wants to be the hero and fight on the front lines, he is putting his personal glory over that of his duty as the King of Ferelden, at least in Loghain's eyes. However, there's an interesting point here in the development to show that Kaelin is not as naive as he seems. Ferelden and the Orlesians have been at odds in the past, but Kaelin listens to Loghain's protests against foolhardiness and suggests they wait for the Orlesians to come and aid them before moving into battle, something Loghain is adamantly against. Loghain too isn't looking to be foolhardy, but his pride is getting the better of him, and this will cloud his judgment moving forward for the rest of the game. The plan is as follows. A group of men must go to the Tower of Ishal to light the beacon at the top. This will act as a signal to let Loghain's men know it's time to attack, and they will use this opportunity to flank the Darkspawn from cover while King Kaelin's main forces keep the Darkspawn occupied. Why they need to have you go to the tower to light a beacon in order to signal this is beyond me. You'll see soon, but it takes way too much time to do, and I have no idea the significance of the tower being the point of signal, other than it being really big and obvious to make sure Loghain sees it. Could an arrow on fire not suffice? Maybe one with a powder bomb or something. I'm no tactician. Maybe a battle would make that difficult to spot. Either way, we have our orders. Our character and Alistair will head to the tower and light the beacon. Meanwhile, Duncan and Kaelin will hold the front lines while everyone waits for Loghain to flank. Gee, I wonder if anything bad or nefarious could be about to happen. As a quick and interesting note, Uldred Uldred, a member of the Circle, will show up to argue that the tower is unnecessary, and frankly, I say he's right. However, a member of the Chantry refuses to trust any lives to the Circle of Magi, and Uldred is cut short. This is the first time you see Uldred, I believe, but he's one of the main antagonists during the Circle Tower arc. I think it's cool that we get to see him early, albeit briefly. It helps to show that the characters actually were at Ostagar instead of just having NPCs say they were later. What follows is a cinematic cutscene of the battle between Kaelin's forces and the Darkspawn, or at least its opening charge. You get to see both the horror of the Darkspawn as well as the terror stricken into the soldiers of Ferelden. While this is happening, we make it to the tower only to find that it has somehow been attacked and taken over by the enemy. A group of soldiers, including a mage, fills us in on the bad news, meaning it's up to us to make sure that the beacon gets lit. In terms of party composition, we get Dog, Alistair, and a temporary mage NPC, which is a great opportunity to test out their playstyle and figure out what you'd want out of a mage companion if you aren't playing as one already. Technically speaking, my party is made up of 2 warriors, a dog warrior, and a mage, but thanks to how you can specialize these classes, 2 warriors can play dramatically differently, with Alistair playing the role of tank and our character the DPS. The only thing I really have to say about the tower is that it's long. I don't know if it's necessarily a bad thing, but I mentioned that many locations can seem to overstay their welcome, and this certainly feels like one of them. We're in Ostagar for quite a while thanks to the Korcari Wilds, then we're further required to deal with the tower, which we have to fight to, and then climb several levels up towards the top. Many of the battles can feel repetitive during this as well, which further makes you aware of how boring your progress is becoming. The length isn't purely the issue though, there's also the matter of what there is to do within the content, and Ostagar hasn't been particularly interested in that area yet either. We met Morgan, sure, but our entire time here has been talking to people and fighting the same Darkspawn over and over. You can see how that would become grating over time. There's similar situations throughout the game, as I mentioned before. The Circle of Magi into the Fade, Orzammar into the Deep Roads, etc. You know what, I think I know what it is actually. I think the big issue with Dragon Age Origins in terms of overstaying its welcome is that whenever you think you are close to being done in one area and ready to move on to the next, it ends up that you are only halfway through. Sure, it's more content, but you were already gearing up to move on. Now you're stuck here for God knows how many more hours. It's not inherently bad, but I think it does say something about the game's pacing. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you like how long these sections feel. To me, they could have been better. So we fight our way up to the Tower of Vishal. By now you should have seen some of the more elite enemies in the game. Yellow name text usually means a stronger version of the basic enemies, and red text indicates an elite unit who may cause you much more trouble, and will have a higher health pool. Just something to keep an eye out for. I will give credit to the tower where it's due. I think it does a great job teaching you how to manage your team and play tactically. A great example is right at the start once you enter the tower proper. Within is a large open area that is blocked off to bottleneck your party down one path. While this happens, the barriers light on fire and there's a trap by you that places oil on the ground which can then be combusted. So there's a lot at play here and patience is rewarded. If you move your party forward gradually, and if you have a rogue, maybe you can disarm the trap before continuing into the battle. Otherwise, you may have a party wipe fairly quickly after the enemy blows you up while you're stuck in the goop zone, getting all goopy. Next, you need to decide how to advance on the enemy considering they have plenty of archers to try and stop you in your tracks. Who is your priority here? The melee units, the ranged one, the mage? Maybe different characters should focus on different opponents. The tactical view works wonders here, and that's why it's so devastating that it didn't end up in the console release. Additionally, I realize now that I haven't talked much about the elemental aspect of combat. I feel as though we are now spoiled when it comes to mechanics like this. I remember BioShock allowing you to electrocute enemies if they were in a puddle of water, and this was considered revolutionary at the time. Now we have games like Baldur's Gate 3 where you can freeze areas, melt those same areas, and then electrify them. Put down poison gas clouds, combust said clouds, and so on. But at the time, these aspects of Dragon Age were to be applauded. Oil traps could be placed down to hinder your enemies, and then you could use a mage to blow them all up. And you had to be careful during all of this because this game infamously features a friendly fire mechanic for magic depending on which difficulty you're playing on. It adds to the gameplay experience by forcing you to plan more actively. Once we make it to the top of the tower, we have to face off against our first ogre. If you have been following along, you may remember that Darkspawn are generally tainted versions of existing races, but not those races themselves. A human doesn't become a Herlock, and a dwarf doesn't become a Genlock, which should be obvious since Genlock can cast magic and dwarfs cannot within the setting. Ogres then are versions of the Quinari, a race that will become more prevalent in future games. The design of these characters shifted heavily between Origins and its sequel too. Sten, a Quinari party member we haven't met yet, looks more like a hulking human rather than an entirely different fantastical race within Thetis. Apparently this was due to tech restraints, and the Quinari were always meant to have horns. It had to do with helmets on party members. I'm assuming something about how horns would add additional unwanted modeling and design work. The reason I bring this up now is because at the moment, a Quinari looks nothing like an ogre, but moving forward, the ogres in the Quinari will display more resemblances to each other, making the ogre not seem like some one-off spawn with no explanation for their existence. The explanation is there, and it gets refined in the sequels.
Flemeth was always intended to look like she did in Dragon Age 2.
Yeah.
Her and the Quinari
Yeah.
were two cuts that happened rather late in Dragon Age Origins, where the art team just didn't have time to do all the character models that they had intended.
Mm-hmm.
So they cut the Flemeth model and they cut the Quinari model. And when we got to Dragon Age 2, the art director said to me, well, if you want, we can resurrect those designs.
Oh.
But do you, like, when the UE's talking to us, not just me, obviously, this is like Laidlaw, like as a team, we can do that. Do we worry about how to explain the difference? And speaking just for me personally, my take on it, because I think they were actually, it's one of the weird times where they were concerned about the amount of work I would need to do. It's like, so every other time you'll just throw this on me, like, just roll with it, Dave. And now you're concerned? No, from my perspective, I was like, the intended Quinari model and the new Flemeth model were just so cool that I was like, you know what, we will. I sort of facetiously threw out, we'll just do the Klingon thing.
Yeah.
For the Quinari, and they were like, yes, that's brilliant. And I'm like, oh, I could do that. I hadn't actually, when I threw it out as an offer, I wasn't really being serious, but I was like, yeah, well, sure, why not? Who cares?
Yeah, it's
the
like,
Quinari is so cool, nobody will care. It's the same as the Klingons.
yeah.
Only there's some people who are like, well, that seems highly unlikely. It's like, nobody cares. The Klingons look cool.
But you guys explain it, really. Like, you give a reason for Sten not
sure,
having
but
his horns.
that reason is to justify the resurrection of the original. That's the whole reason. And I think anybody who looks at that or offered narrative excuse understands that's what's actually happening.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's really surprised by that. The Flemeth thing is, well, she's a shape changer. That was actually easier as well. It just then the player has to sort of stop and think, well, why did she bother hiding her appearance originally?
Well, I always was like, well, she has Morgan at the time. She's living in the woods. Like, she wants to come off as I don't know, what, unassuming, you know what I mean? Like, she doesn't want to be she doesn't want to be Flemeth right now. You know what I mean? Yeah.
And what you're talking, what you're saying there is exactly the same kind of discussion that the writers are having over. Yeah, we can explain this. Yeah, it won't be that big a deal. It wasn't. And really, the Flemeth model was so freaking cool.
It's awesome. Yeah. You guys just.
I didn't care, even if it didn't make sense. I was like, we're just gonna do it.
Ogres can be particularly scary to fight, but are more annoying than anything else, as they can combo a party member by consistently knocking them down, or grapple them and deal heavy damage unless stunned in some capacity. Wait until you guys learn about pocket sand in this game. It's broken. Probably one of the more entertaining aspects of fighting monsters like ogres and other big enemies is the finishers. Every so often, you'll finish off an enemy with a flourish, maybe stabbing them multiple times or cutting off their head. Larger creatures like ogres have more cinematic finishers. While still in combat, a character that lands the final blow may climb onto the ogre's chest by stabbing into it with a leaping attack before landing a final blow. This finisher is reminiscent of a move Duncan will do a bit later. High dragons have a similarly cool finisher to try and see, but unfortunately I missed the ogre one here. Hopefully I can land one later on in the campaign. I forgot to mention this in the script, but broodmothers have one as well. With the ogre dead and the tower secured, your party can finally let light the beacon, signaling the support of Logain's forces. Or that's what would happen if this conniving son of a gun didn't immediately sound the retreat as soon as he saw the signal. It's a confusing move to his second, but one Logain had been planning for some time that we'll get to learn more about further along in the storyline. Without Logain's forces, the Ferelden militia soon becomes overpowered within the battle. Kaelin is taken off guard by an ogre which grapples him and performs one of the most devastating kills in the game, crushing the king's torso in his big, strong, manly hands. That honestly looks like it would feel amazing for my back, if I'm being real with you. Not so good for Kaelin apparently, who gets tossed aside like a ragdoll, now deceased. Duncan manages to avenge Kaelin by killing the ogre, but the battle is just too much, and soon he too loses his life to the Darkspawn. Logain's betrayal not only cost the lives of Kaelin and Duncan, but doomed countless men and women to die on the front lines as the Darkspawn win the battle and begin their true campaign to enact the Fifth Blight. Within the tower, more Darkspawn managed to catch our party off guard, with our character taking like 3 goddamn arrows to the torso, knocking us to the ground unconscious and signaling the end of the Ostagar section of the storyline and the second prologue now complete. Logain has betrayed us, the forces of Ferelden are diminished, and the Darkspawn are an ever-present threat. We're injured with no idea of whether or not we survived, and all in all, things are looking to be at their worst. Ostagar is the lowest we have been since the death of our parents, and the lowest Ferelden has been in some time. I guess there's nowhere else to go but up from here, right? I mentioned during the Knights of the Old Republic videos that the introductory segments to those games tend to last longer than is desirable. The Endar Spire to Terrace and Peragus to Telos are all fairly long sections, and they don't feel like they need to be. Dragon Age partially bypasses this problem by having the first half of the prologue be dependent on your origin, giving you something new for repeated playthroughs as long as you don't play the same race and class every time. While Ostagar still had similar issues, the nice thing about Ostagar is that it never felt as long as the similar prologue segments found in previous BioWare games. Yes, this is a persistent issue within the game, and yes, we will see more of it, but the origins really help breathe life into the opening acts of Dragon Age that help you trudge through Ostagar and facilitate multiple playthroughs more easily than the developer is known for in the past. Luckily, we're the main character of this story, so it'll take more than 3 measly arrows to kill us. We soon wake up within an unknown home with Morgan there to greet us. Apparently Flemeth had shown up to save our party after we fell unconscious. Alistair and our dog survived for obvious reasons, but the temporary companion NPC seems to have not made it. Why Flemeth saved us is currently unclear, but it will be revealed shortly, if only as much as she's actually willing to reveal. Morgan informs us that Logain fled the battle, allowing the Darkspawn to win. This is taking its toll on Alistair, who has been out of it since you arrived. Alistair is happy to see us once we emerge from the house, but he's having a hard time believing all of this to be real. Flemeth arrives and finally deigns to introduce herself as Flemeth, a name Alistair immediately recognizes as the legendary Witch of the Wilds. With the army defeated, Duncan and the king dead, and the 2 remaining Grey Wardens in Ferelden essentially stranded, your party is at a loss as to what to do. For some reason, Flemeth seems to encourage you both to move forward. The Grey Wardens are crucial in stopping the Blight, which Flemeth understands to be a cataclysmic event that may even be a danger for her. Thus, she's willing to motivate the 2 of you into action. At least that's how it seems at the time. Flemeth's motivations are shrouded in mystery even to this day. The question remains though, how will you and Alistair deal with the Darkspawn without an army? That's when the treaties come to mind, which serve as the driving force to visit each major area. The treaties order the compliance of the Dwarves of Orzammar, the Dalish Elves, and the Circle of Magi. Alistair also adds that he was originally raised by Arl Eamon of Redcliffe before being sent to the Chantry and believes that the Arl would be willing to help as well. To Flemeth, these groups together sound like an army, and therefore our quest has become clear. We will travel throughout Ferelden to demand assistance against the Darkspawn and the Blight. That's what the majority of our journey is going to look like from here on, helping individual factions with their problems so they will join our side against the Darkspawn. However, Flemeth isn't done with us quite yet. As Morgan arrives to see us off, Flemeth explains that her daughter will be tagging along. Morgan has always yearned to get out of the wilds, but now that the opportunity has arrived, she doesn't seem happy about it. As it turns out, Morgan is against everything her mother ever suggests. They are directly opposed to one another, even if they do have familial love. Flemeth recognizes that the Wardens will need all the help they can get, so she offers Morgan as a boon to our party, which Morgan isn't too fond of, not only due to it being her mother's suggestion, but also due to being treated like an object and having to travel with strangers she hardly knows. I can't say I blame her, really. Still, Flemeth knows more than she's letting on, and Morgan plays a major role within the grand narrative of Thetis. Her coming along for the ride is crucial, and she will develop both her worldly knowledge and arcane prowess along the way. So with that, the party is set. Dog, Alistair, Morgan, and ourselves will begin making their way through Ferelden in order to recruit factions to our cause. But where we go first is up in the air at the moment, though Alistair will make his opinion on the matter known as we reach our next stop, out of the wilds and into the town of Lothering. As we finally make our way out, we'll get a cutscene that takes place within the city of Denerim, where the royal family is located. There, Loghain addresses the people of Denerim as the new regent to the widowed queen Honora. An individual known as Ban Tegan shows up to question Loghain. He's kind of spitting here, by the way. He calls out Loghain's withdrawal for being overly fortuitous. Loghain claims that what he did for Ferelden's independence. It seems as though he didn't trust King Cailan to make responsible choices. Chief among them an alliance with Orlais. Ferelden is a more recent kingdom, having even more recently freed itself from Orlesian rule after a successful rebellion, and Loghain is clearly still distrustful of the neighboring nation. There's bad blood between Ferelden and Orlais, and while there will always be those looking to move forward and extend a hand like Cailan, there will just as always be others who remember the past and use that as fuel for their anger and unwillingness to change. Conflicts and injustices can be persistent and active in the minds of those affected by it, but the situation with the Darkspawn would seem to take precedence. At least it would if not for Loghain. Past Ostagar is the town of Lothering, and our first real stop into the greater narrative of Dragon Age origins. It's here that new party members are found, news is revealed, and a plan is made to decide where we will go next. Before that, our party is stopped by highwaymen, and there are various ways you can deal with them. I personally like to refuse to pay before defeating the majority of them until they surrender. Then when they do surrender, I take all the money they stole and threaten to take them in, which causes the fight to continue, wiping them out. It's just good economics. You get paid by the bandits, kill the bandits, and loot their bodies, and then get rewarded for defeating them later. Easy money. Once we're in the village, Alistair asks what we plan to do next, specifically asking the player character as he doesn't see himself as much of a leader. We know where to go, but both Morgan and Alistair are fine with letting you decide which path we take first. We'll have our choice of options, especially with all the DLC unlocked. Lothering has seen better days. The Jarl Leonis Bryland has taken his men and effectively abandoned the town, a dangerous move considering that the Darkspawn are moving north from Ostagar into the greater area of Ferelden. Due to this, the Chantry and Templars have taken charge and are looking to evacuate the village due to the Darkspawn threat. With the defeat at Ostagar, many refugees have made their way to Lothering, which has unfortunately resulted in the village being unable to support everyone. Homes are filled, there's no food going around, and merchants are attempting to price gouge those in need in order to make a quick buck. At least with that, you can intervene and convince one such merchant to lower his prices. Alternatively, you can side with him for a discount as a reward. Just good economics. There's a lot introduced to us in Lothering, features that will become more recurring as we go. The first of which is most likely the Chantry billboard. Throughout our travels, several side quests will be unlocked by visiting key locations that offer a list of quests. These aren't generic repetitive quests necessarily, but more like one-offs that are slightly less detailed than some of the other quests we will run into later. Completing these can offer a variety of rewards, including experience and currency. Chanters boards will be found throughout different settlements, including Lothering, Redcliffe, and Denerim. On top of that, we have access to quests through the Blackstone Irregulars and the Mages Collective. The Irregulars are a mercenary group, and a representative will meet with us to offer the quests once we reach our camp. The Collective is a group of mages fighting for the right to be free. They happen to have a variety of quests for us as well. What I like about these quests is that they fill up your log, but don't feel like a chore to complete. Rather, assuming you are exploring every location you visit, they act as a satisfying list that gets checked off whenever you happen to run into one. These quests usually boil down to a battle or a conversation and are so short and sweet that they can be completed with ease. Plus, since they don't repeat, they don't feel like a lazy attempt at bolstering the playtime with an infinite amount of surface level quests to take. One thing I always found somewhat understandable but still annoying is the idea that I could have passed by an area that a notice board quest wants me to visit and there is currently nothing there. Instead, you have to first grab the quest and then retread back to where you've already been to find that new items and enemies have suddenly spawned. Reward me for exploring. If there are quests to be completed, let me complete them when I find them, and then when I return to the board I can say that the job is already done and collect my reward. If you're thinking that this is all there is to offer in terms of side content, don't worry. There's plenty of more elaborate side quests to take part in, although I'd argue that none of them are really that deep or intricate outside of the main storyline quests and DLC content. Some of the side quests within Lothering are more useful for tutorial purposes than rewards, really. Skills in Dragon Age consist of the following: coercion if you're the player character, stealing, trap making, survival, herbalism, poison making, combat training, and finally combat tactics. I've talked about some of these before. Coercion just determines if we succeed or fail at the persuasion and intimidation options in dialogue, and stealing can be used to make a ton of money in the game if you feel like it, though it's incredibly tedious. Combat training is required to unlock higher level weapon talents, and combat tactics unlocks more tactics slots. Survival is a more unique one, however. A party member with survival can detect creatures on the minimap, which affects the entire party as long as someone has it. The ability to detect enemies is limited based on the level of the creature in comparison to the party member, but this gets better and stops being a factor at all as you level up the skill. Plus, you gain a few resistance bonuses as well. Since it's a cunning ability, I usually suggest giving it to a rogue or your player character, as the player does need decent cunning to fully unlock coercion. I'm bringing this up now because there are 3 skills I still haven't delved into, and I'm going to be real with you. I love a good CRPG with tactics and options, but this is one mechanic I never make use of because I simply cannot be bothered. 3 skills can be used to make various items. Trap making makes traps, duh, and herbalism makes potions, while poison making makes, you guessed it, poison. There are 3 quests in Lothering that are meant to introduce you to these mechanics. Someone wants a healing potion, someone wants some poison, and someone wants a trap. Now, if you already have these items somehow, you can complete the quest no problem, but if you don't, you'll need to both scrounge up the resources to make it and have a character that has unlocked the relevant skill. It's just a crafting system. It's not crazy, and if I'm being honest, it's effectively useless, at least on normal difficulty. Sure, you'll see me have some trouble with fights here and there, but eventually your party becomes so powerful that hoarding usable items to set up traps or poison the enemy is more trouble than it's worth. I've never been a big fan of crafting mechanics in games like this, if I'm being honest with you. I always find it much more satisfying to find loot along my travels, and I will always appreciate an enchanted, legendary weapon or artifact I found over one I gathered the materials to create. It depends on the game though. Really, the crafting system in Dragon Age feels like an afterthought. Recipes to unlock new crafts are always fairly expensive as well, and since there's better things to spend your money on, I never really bother. With those quests out of the way, we can stop by the Chantry to meet with the Templars and the Revered Mother. Something we have learned along our travels is that Loghain has declared the Grey Wardens to be traitors responsible for the death of King Cailan. Since there were so few in Ostagar, he seems to be looking to snuff out the rest of them, most likely knowing that they'd seek revenge for the death of Duncan and the betrayal of the king. Many of those we talk to in Lothering will be surprised to hear we are Grey Wardens due to this, but few will act on it. It's hard for those who know of the Wardens to believe that they are traitors after all the good the Wardens have done throughout the years. There's a man named Sir Donald that we can meet while we're here. This is a setup for the Arl Eamon side of the main quest line. Apparently the Arl has been sick, and now Donald is on the search for the Urn of Sacred Ashes, suggested to be a cure-all for any illness. Think of it like the Holy Grail, which I assume the quest line was based off of. The Arl is in need, and his plight will need to be solved before he can help us, meaning we'll be on a search for the urn soon enough. That's true for all factions, really. We are the do-gooder heroes who show up to solve everyone's problems in order to get them to work with us. We won't be going to Redcliffe right away, however. I personally like to unlock all of the companions first before completing the rest of the content, and that means hitting the Circle of Magi and Orzammar before anything else, as well as all of the DLC content that is in the main campaign and not its own separate one. We can meet the Revered Mother here, but there isn't much she can do for us due to Loghain. At the very least, she is willing to keep our secret and even offers to bless us if that's something your character believes in. From the chapel, we can head into a nearby tavern, and here we'll run into the first sign of trouble we've seen since the Highwaymen. It seems some men of Loghain's have been disrupting the tavern and getting pissed drunk. Now they recognize us as wardens and want to take us into custody. Luckily, Leliana makes her entrance as a member of the Chantry and tries to talk the men down. When that doesn't work, a fight breaks out and forces us into combat with Leliana backing us up. Something that may seem unusual from a woman of the cloth, but it will make more sense later on. We can beat the living hell out of these guys and they will surrender, similarly to the Highwaymen. The main one begs for his life and Leliana asks us to spare him as well, indicating her alignment and how she will react to our actions moving forward. The choice is yours, but I choose to spare them and tell the man to deliver a message to Loghain, that the Wardens are alive and they know what happened at Ostagar. Leliana is one of my favorite characters in the game. For one, she's the first rogue we can run into unless we choose to play as a rogue ourselves, meaning we can finally stop worrying about locked chests and doors, thank God. But more importantly, Leliana has a backstory that will develop not only through conversation with her during our time at camp, but also through a DLC campaign experience that showcases said backstory. At the moment, as far as we understand, Leliana is a lay sister of the Chantry. She wishes to join us due to what she describes as a vision from the Maker himself, basically believing she heard from God and was told to assist you in your travels. I've seen many theories about this online, that Leliana is lying or hiding the facts, as this would fit the more cunning side of her character. During a conversation, she points out that even if it wasn't from the Maker, she still had the dream and still sees it as her purpose. She's willing to concede that the Maker may not be talking to her specifically, but she still believes something to be guiding her, and that is possible in this setting. As a side note, Leliana is also one of the more controversial characters within the fandom, for what I consider to be a stupid reason. For those unaware, Dragon Age 2 reveals that Leliana was alive and well after the events of Origins, and she would later become a more prominent character in Dragon Age Inquisition. Now, here's where dudes online get mad. I might be getting a little ahead of myself, but there is one path you can take during one questline that requires Leliana to be in your party when you complete it. Maybe she doesn't need to be, but I'm almost positive she does, and I'll confirm when I actually get there in the video, and she does need to be in your party for this thing to happen. This task you need to complete unlocks the Reaver specialization for a warrior, but it is something so vile to Leliana that she turns on you and you are forced to kill her. Again, if she's in your party. And here's the thing, finishers in this game can have you decapitate someone, so naturally, many players end up decapitating Leliana in this moment. Thus, many players were outspoken in their disdain to see her back. But who cares, right? Canon storylines are decided by the developers and story writers all the time. Clearly, within the plot of Thetis, Leliana was never killed by the Grey Warden, and that should be that, right? To be fair, I can empathize since this specific type of game often boasts how your actions are supposed to carry over to further personalize the plot. And while I can understand wanting every decision and every plot point to matter through a trilogy of games, sometimes not everything is possible. Additionally, if you know where Leliana can die, you can assume there are ways in which she could be brought back to life. It's even suggested as such in Dragon Age 2 that the Maker wasn't ready for her to die and she still had a purpose, something to accomplish. So Leliana is an important character and she will continue to be throughout the rest of the series. Leliana has joined our party and we almost have my preferred party composition. Generally I play a sword and shield warrior, but this time around I decided to dual wield. Typically I'd have myself as the tank, Leliana as a dual wielding rogue, a specific mage that isn't Morrigan, and another warrior, usually someone using a two-handed weapon. This time around I opted for Leliana as an archer, Alistair as a tank, and we'll be getting a new party member later that will finish things up for the majority of the campaign. But since we have Morrigan for now, and we just obtained Leliana, now is as good a time as any to discuss the final two classes in the game, plus their specializations. Rogue is the most utility-focused class in the game outside of combat. Many talents require high cunning, and that cunning can be used for skills as well. Rogues are the characters you want pickpocketing for you, unlocking doors and chests for you, etc. Something I haven't talked about as much in terms of combat is how positioning is key. I don't personally focus on it too much because once you reach a certain power threshold, the game allows you to start to brute force a large portion of it. I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing either, but I'll explain that in a moment. Positioning is important because attacking enemies from behind raises your chance to hit and land critical blows. Rogues get an additional mechanic on top of this known as backstab, and the rogue will consistently land attacks that deal additional damage similar to a critical hit. This is particularly useful if you're focusing on a character that plays a rogue, as they will more likely than not be your main focus in battle. Having a tank draw aggro so you can get into a backstab position can make quick work of your enemies. I mentioned a second ago that I don't think it's wrong for the game to let you become a powerhouse, and I stand by that. I believe that in terms of RPGs, especially ones with a more tabletop-inspired design, a developer should always expect the player to push a system to its absolute limits, and that's not a bad thing. Maybe not every player loves to min-max, but many do. Having a game be challenging yet surmountable for your average player is great, but it's equally if not more satisfying to me to tweak a character to the point where the challenge has subsided and they've become a god. That might sound boring after a while, and it can be, but it all depends on the design of the game you're playing. Becoming that powerhouse of a character may open you up to additional challenges, such as new, stronger fights, optional bosses, etc. If one creates an RPG where one of the main aspects of enjoyment is seeing numbers go up, one should expect people to try to get the number as high as possible, and that's fine. There just needs to be equal reward for doing so, and Dragon Age offers some optional fights that at least partially hit the mark. Anyway, don't feel bad about min-maxing. It's in our bones. The children yearn for the big number. In terms of talents, the rogue often has abilities that will debuff enemies and buff themselves. They also have passives that make their backstab angle larger, as well as the ability to mitigate aggro so that a tank can take the attention of an opponent. Most disappointing though is how the lockpicking mechanic has been tied to a talent instead of a skill. I believe this was brought up, but talents almost always are designed to be used for combat purposes. You'll almost always see a talent that's sole reason for existing is to benefit you while in battle. Therefore, it's important to pick and choose talents that best fit your playstyle and make use of them to see better results. So the idea that 4 of those talents are dedicated to making it possible to open tougher and tougher locks or to dismantle traps feels like it nerfs the effectiveness of the rogue in combat in comparison to either of the other classes. Maybe this is made up for through the backstab mechanic, but like I said before, it would have made more sense to me to make Deft Hands a rogue-specific skill instead of a talent. Rogues are damage dealers with utility options, warriors are damage dealers or tanks, so what does that make mages? Well, a mage can pretty well do it all. Do you want a pure damage mage that uses elemental abilities to their advantage? Try primal spells. On top of damage dealing abilities, these spells also offer flaming or frost weapons, which can be applied to your entire party for an extended duration, bolstering the damage of the entire group. Maybe you want to use creation magic to heal and buff your party while also gaining some crowd control spells. Maybe you'll use entropy to debilitate the enemy, making them easy targets to kill. Or maybe you'll use spirit magic to shield yourself, animate the dead, or freeze an enemy in a mental prison while dealing damage to them over time. The choice is yours, and those are only a few options within each school of magic that I've mentioned. Mages also have an arcane tree that can be used to bolster some of these schools if you pair abilities right. In terms of freedom of expression, the mage is the end-all be-all within Dragon Age Origins. They can be whatever you want them to be, but I personally prefer having one as a support character to help mitigate the amount of manual healing I need to take part in for my party to survive certain encounters. Specializations include Arcane Warrior and Blood Mage, as well as Shapeshifter and Spirit Healer. Morgan starts with Shapeshifter and can teach it to fellow mages. Arcane Warrior requires a deal to be made later on, similar to Blood Mage, and Spirit Healer requires a manual that can be bought from several shops. Don't forget though, the minute you know a specialization, you know it forever, so don't feel worried about spending money on manuals or doing bad deeds to unlock these abilities. For whatever reason, the developers made sure none of that matters, as you can just reload a save and still have them all unlocked. Arcane Warrior is a means for mages to activate raw power through their spell potential. Combat magic allows them to do this, and it even allows their magic attribute to dictate the types of armor they are able to wear instead of strength. However, it's a sustained ability and has to be activated at all times to make use of it, making it kind of worthless in my eyes. I'm sure it has its benefits though. One I could see is the ability to equip mages in powerful and heavy armor while they are sustaining the ability. Dragon Age Origins takes your bonuses into account when allowing you to equip gear. For example, I had Alistair at one point where he couldn't equip the Blood Dragon armor yet because he was missing out on the strength requirement. I gave him an item that increased said attribute until it was unequipped, allowing him to put on the armor set. I then removed the bonus piece and he was still wearing the armor, bypassing the requirement entirely. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the same case here for mages using the Arcane Warrior abilities. Swap strength for magic, put them in some high defense armor, and you're good to go. However, fatigue will still hurt their mana ability. Blood Mage is one of the more odd, interesting specialization options. The biggest aspect of it is that you can choose to expend health instead of mana, which is an interesting decision, if not for the fact that, for me, it feels as though I expend mana almost immediately and have to rely on potions often to pick up the slack. Either I'm doing something wrong or the game just isn't designed in a way where characters can be particularly mana rich. There are ways to offset this at least, including items that offer bonuses to mana regen. I'd say it's best used when controlling the mage yourself. Maybe you run out of mana and want to switch to another power source without using potions. Blood Mage may be the choice for you then. You also take a healing debuff, meaning that you are forced to use some of the other talents to replenish your health pool if making use of blood magic. Blood sacrifice is one of those ways, as you get to take health from a party member while potentially killing them in the process. The most interesting talent they receive is the ability to control an enemy unit to temporarily make them an ally, which could be used to turn the tide of a battle. Shapeshifter is exactly what it sounds like, and I rarely make use of it despite it having the potential to be very powerful. You start with the ability to turn into a spider, followed by a bear, and finally a swarm of insects. Which has me curious on how that works exactly. Is the soul or mind of the individual spread through all of the swarm like a hive mind? Do you feel weird when you shapeshift back? Does every insect feel like its own limb or appendage? I feel like it'd be hell on the brain. Each transformation has its own benefits in comparison to the others, but Swarm is particularly powerful, and every form becomes even stronger once you unlock the Master Shapeshifter talent. Finally, we have Spirit Healer, which is a natural companion to the creation tree, as it not only offers spells like group healing, but also offers a means of reviving party members mid-battle, either through their revival spell or by casting Life Ward on them before they die. However, Cleansing Aura is the real star of the show, as it's a sustained ability that constantly heals players within the circle of effect and can even cure injuries. Overall, I find Mage to be the most interesting of the classes, but I only like to play as a Mage when I really plan on focusing on the game from a tactical sense. Dragon Age is a long experience, and with how certain areas overstay their welcome, getting to the end of an adventure can sometimes feel like a slog. Pile on the constant battles and you can find yourself getting tired of being meticulous all the time. Warriors are great for some brain-dead gameplay while your party focuses on other things or you take control of them briefly to do something specific. Rogue is what I would consider the middle ground of the two. It requires more active thought than warriors, but nowhere near as much as a mage, so pick your poison. All the classes are fun, just for different reasons, and the level of focus will be dictated based on what you choose. Alright, we have some ground to cover before we make our leave. I'm not going to talk about all those chantry and side quests that you pick up unless they're interesting, and most of them are fairly simple. Real side quests we'll delve into somewhat, such as the Qunari man we can find in a cage. This is Sten. If you've been keeping up with the universe of Dragon Age but never played the original, he may look odd to you, and I've already explained why. Technical difficulties led to the Qunari being unable to have their horns, which was rectified moving forward. This was later explained in the game's lore as some Qunari being born without horns, but this seems rare on purpose to justify us never really seeing it outside of Sten from the original game, though I believe there are some more. Sten is imprisoned after being accused of killing a family who saved him. His party and other Qunari were ambushed by Darkspawn. Sten survived thanks to this family, but for reasons explained later, he killed them all in a fit of rage and panic. Yes, he did do what he was accused of, at least as far as we know, and he makes no attempt to hide it. He seems to wish to atone though, and we can offer to help get him out of his cell in exchange for working for us. He's a difficult man to get a read on at first. He's quiet and initially unwilling to share much about his past. However, he and his people have a rich history that he is willing to divulge over time through raising his affinity and earning his respect. The best way to do that is to show strong leadership. Prove yourself as not only a powerful warrior, but a strong tactician. Show that you have a head on your shoulders and that being a Grey Warden means something, and Sten will follow. He's a warrior as well, and we'll learn more about him and the rest of the party members as we go, particularly once we reach our camp for the first time. To get Sten released, we need to talk to the revered mother back at the chapel. Having Leliana with us helps as the two respect one another. Leliana wanting to go on this journey with us and arguing that Sten would be a benefit to our cause is enough to sway the mother into giving us the key to let him out, so long as we take him with us. Sten agrees to be set free and follow us against the Blade as a means of earning his personal atonement, and we'll have more we can do for him a bit later on. For now, it's about time we hit the road. We can travel through the fields of Lothering to continue our path northward through Ferelden. As we do, we will catch 2 dwarven merchants being accosted by some darkspawn that have already made their way to the village, not looking good for Lothering to say the least. These are Bodin and Sandal Fedek, traveling dwarven merchants who you can offer to join the party, although they'll decline. I never understood why, though. The minute you leave Lothering and reach your camp, you end up having them there immediately. Would have made more sense for them to just go along with it instead of flip-flopping, but it's a non-issue. Just one that always stuck out to me. But with that, let's finally take a minute to discuss the camp, its features, and some of our characters. Welcome to the world map of Ferelden. In order to traverse the overworld, we select a location, and a blood trail, because this game is dark and twisted like that, guides us along the road until we reach the location. There are opportunities here for random or scripted encounters to take place mid-journey, meaning an excursion could see us stopping by a merchant or end up in a battle depending on where the cards fall. However, there is always one location from the map we can immediately go to as long as travel is permitted at the time, and that's the camp. The camp is our base of operations, so to speak. It's a location you can stop by to talk to your party members, buy and sell gear, and unlock various companion side quests. Camp is always the same in terms of where your party is located within. However, our journey will add various new NPCs to the camp that act as sort of ambassadors for various factions we'll be recruiting to combat the Blight. On top of that, Bodin and Sandal have made themselves nice and comfortable within our camp and will be spending their time here as merchants for us to make use of when we have too much loot to store. Well, Bodin will be. His son Sandal is actually a savant when it comes to enchanting weapons. Similar to many RPGs before it, some weapons in Dragon Age have enchantment slots that you can place runes within to cause various effects. However, this requires someone skilled enough to infuse lyrium into the weapon so that the runes activate, a task that requires no small amount of skill, but our boy Sandal is up to the task. With some persuasion, you can learn a bit about the merchant duo. Most notably, Sandal is the foster son of Bodin, as Bodin had found him alone in the deep roads of Orzammar. Talking to Sandal will reveal that he seems to be rather mentally inhibited when it comes to conversation. This is most likely due to him being exposed to lyrium. Within the world of Thetis, there exist veins of minerals known as lyrium. It's used for several things, including enchantment, runes used in enchanting, lyrium potions that provide mana, and several other tasks. It's a regulated and valuable mineral that is also incredibly dangerous, as exposure to too much unprocessed lyrium can cause sickness, mutation, and even death. Dwarves have a natural resilience to the stuff for some reason, but even they can be affected somewhat if exposed to enough of it. And this is most likely what happened to Sandal. Bodin and Sandal will go on to appear in Dragon Age 2 and remain some of my favorite characters in the game. Bodin because of how chill he is, and Sandal, well, you'll see eventually. Buying things from Bodin is important, especially if you have all of the DLC unlocked. You'll start the game with the Blood Dragon chest piece, but Bodin sells you the rest of the set. Additionally, he has a few talent books for your party and all of those gifts and pranks I mentioned previously. Basically, at this point after release, if you don't feel like playing the affinity game with your party, you just don't have to. Go ahead and shower them with gifts in order to max out their affinity. The April Fool's DLC makes the system somewhat useless, which was an odd decision on the developer's part, but I still recommend using the DLC to max everyone out, as higher affinity will boost a specific attribute per character. Other items include things like backpacks, which raise your carrying capacity by 10, powerful runes, and more, making Bodin one of the more useful merchants out there. Enchantment is as I explained it, but the runes do offer a variety of effects, from extra damage to undead, to spell resistance, to elemental damage, and more. This isn't like Fable where the elemental bonus only affects those weak to it either. It's guaranteed additional damage unless the enemy has some sort of resistance to it. So it's always a good idea to power up your weapons the best you can. One thing I like to get out of the way at the start of my journeys is all of the DLC areas found within the main storyline campaign. One of those areas is unlocked when a man known as Levi Dryden stops by our camp and informs us that Duncan had agreed to help him retake his ancestors' fortress, as it was held by Grey Wardens before they all died. When you agree to help Levi, he'll escort you through a system of pathways that lead to the peak, starting the DLC proper, and that's what we'll be doing shortly. For now, let's discuss some of our party members, many of whom are willing to divulge more to us as we have artificially raised their affinity using the game's April Fool's DLC. This also means that it's easy to romance any character that allows it fairly easily. Most games nowadays generally tend to make their cast of characters at least bisexual so that you can choose a partner regardless of what type of character you are playing. I think this design decision is probably the most inclusive in terms of player freedom, but I always thought it odd to assume that every single person who joins you on your journey has fluid preferences that just so happen to always align with your character. While it is unrealistic slightly, I think the freedom for the player more than makes up for it. That being said, Dragon Age Origins has 4 romanceable NPCs, and 2 of them are locked off based on your chosen gender at the beginning of the game. Those 2 would be Morrigan and Alistair. Alistair is only available to female wardens, while Morrigan is available to male. Coincidentally, it's the 2 rogues who end up swinging both ways, meaning Leliana and a character we haven't met yet named Zevran. All well and good in my mind. Some characters prefer a specific spectrum of gender, while the others are more open in that regard. Fine way of going about things if you ask me. What's not fine is how ludicrous these romances end up being. Generally speaking, outside of romance being used for role-playing purposes, many BioWare fans most likely understand that one of the main events of a character romance is to see the romance scene. Personally, I feel a game like Baldur's Gate 3 handles this very well by making charismatic party members feel more real than we may be used to in the genre like this. It's less about checking the boxes for romance for them because you actively feel the yearning to befriend these people and watch as their opinion of you grows, as they fall in love with you to see where that goes, with the payoff of romance scenes being different depending on which character you are interacting with. Some characters have multiple scenes you can see early on, while others have maybe one that isn't seen until far along the playthrough, even if you maxed out their affinity. There's less incentive to simply work towards said scene and more to watch and learn more about your party members. They feel like real people in that regard. Origins is at least somewhat similar. Some characters are not in love with you despite their affinity until a major questline and their companion story is completed. It's not as intricate as something like Baldur's Gate, but it does feel like BioWare was the predecessor, taking the steps to make these relationships feel more real and earned. They want you to focus less on the romance scenes, and that's a good way of going about it. But, oh man, the romance scenes. The intentions were there. BioWare wanted it to be less about sex and more about intimacy. For that reason, the scenes were mostly clothed with no nudity. Hilariously, this means characters like Morrigan, who clearly are not wearing a bra or undergarment, suddenly have them for one scene and one scene only. And it may be due to age, but the scenes themselves, they're incredibly hard to watch. I'm not arguing for more nudity and active sex, just not this. What is going on here? Why does everything feel so awkward? I think I would have preferred a simple fade to black if this was to be the alternative, but I digress. To add on to the effects of romance within the party, certain characters will become jealous or even demand you make a choice depending on how things have been going, which can be odd in some scenarios. Romancing and sleeping with Morrigan while being close to Leliana will cause Morrigan to have you make a choice as she doesn't share, yet she also calls your relationship a casual fling that the 2 of you can take part in whenever. So, despite it being casual, she still refuses to allow you to see other people, but I'm not knocking that. I think it's actually an aspect of Morrigan's personality. She plays cold and distant, but there's a level of care and desire that she has for you. She has a wall that is slowly being broken down throughout your journey. Your other romances will react in different ways due to love triangles, but ultimately you'll have to choose. I enjoy learning more about my companions and growing closer to them. I just wish BioWare didn't ruin it with the most asinine romance cutscenes I've ever seen in my life, and yes, I'm including Astarion sleeping with the bear. Taking a look at the characters more thoroughly, we can start with Alistair, considering he was our first companion back in Ostagar next to our dog, who I have little to comment about. Your dog can interact with other party members and you can sometimes intervene. He's a dog. That's about it. One of the first things that happens when you enter your camp for the first time is a nightmare/vision you have of the Darkspawn and the Archdemon. Alistair will check on you as you wake and explain that this is something all wardens go through. The dreams are an aspect of being a Grey Warden and are the reason Duncan knew of the Archdemon's presence and therefore the start of the Blight. Further conversation will have Alistair divulge that wardens last around 30 years before succumbing to the taint, as it is still a poison and even they aren't fully immune to it. Death is usually preceded with more and more intense visions and nightmares, alongside whispering and music. When this happens, many wardens opt to head into the deep roads to fight Darkspawn until they are overwhelmed. A warrior's death, basically. This is an event known as the Calling, something our player will actively try to remedy after the events of the game if certain decisions are made. Alistair is accepting of this. He's a jokester for sure, but he takes his duty seriously. Being a warden means something to him, especially since he feels guilt over the death of Duncan and a need to repay him for everything he has done. I talked about it briefly, but Alistair was raised by Arl Eamon as a young boy for reasons that are revealed later. However, Arl Eamon's wife believed Alistair to be Eamon's bastard child and thus demanded he be sent away to the Chantry, which Eamon obliged. Once in the Chantry, Alistair was trained to be a Templar, but he never had time to give his vows thanks to Duncan conscripting him. Being a Templar would have permanently tied Alistair to the Chantry, something he would have been miserable doing. Additionally, Templars use lyrium to power their abilities, meaning there is always the chance he could have become addicted to it. Despite the death sentence, Alistair is happy being a Grey Warden and happy to be free. He'll be a friend to the player character as long as they share similar values. Even a serious player character can get along with Alistair as long as they are just, and this storyline allows Alistair to grow by having him become more courageous and responsible in the grand scheme of things. We'll see more of that later. Morgan and Alistair share a sort of similarity in being anti-authority, in that they'd rather not be ordered around. However, while Alistair learns to embrace authority and his personal responsibility, Morgan seems to go the opposite route and desires true freedom from anyone that imposes restrictions on her, despite her being willing to impose restrictions on others, her romance with the Warden being a key example. A lot of this comes from her unwillingness to be like her mother. Morgan feels trapped in the wilds and would often, for some time, escape from there to explore her surroundings before coming back to her home in Flemeth. And if you know anything about Flemeth, she's not the best listener. For Flemeth, it's do as I say and don't talk back, meaning that Morgan's opinions were rarely up for consideration. You see this when she is pleasantly surprised to hear that you are willing to listen to her opinions on the matters pertaining to your adventure. Well, you can tell her to shove it if you want, but if you are willing to show that you are an individual that values her opinions and are willing to listen, she will quickly warm up to your character because these are things she values the most. However, it's not all good. Morgan's desire to be free has her look down upon other mages of the circle, whether they are there by choice or not. To Morgan, they are all slaves that refuse to rise up against their oppressors and therefore do not deserve help, nor do they even deserve to live. It's a short-sighted look that doesn't take into account how difficult it can be to get an oppressed group to collectively stand against those that subjugate them, and it shows her lack of worldly experience considering she's lived in the woods the majority of her life. This worry about her mother and the ability to be free will tie in heavily to the grander storyline of Dragon Age and lead into one of the more difficult boss battles in Origins. Leliana is a different story. First impressions of her may be a goody two-shoes sister of the Chantry, but there's more to her than that. Discussing her past will have Leliana reveal that she is not just a rogue, but a bard from Orlais. Bards in Dragon Age are most equivalent to spies, I suppose. They learn to perform various backhanded tactics to get their way. Sounds like a rogue, right? Well, apparently a bard is even worse. To be a rogue is to be good with your hands and adept at daggers or bows, but to be a bard is to go even further beyond. She learned the aspects of being a bard through her mentor back in Orlais known as Marjolaine, and there's an entire backstory she'll give to us about this a bit later, which you can play through in the DLC campaign aptly named Lelianas Song. Although many aspects of her explanation and what happens in the DLC don't line up from what I can remember. This could be for a variety of in-universe reasons though, and we'll talk about that when it's time for Leliana to divulge more of her past. In the meantime, it's best to assume that Leliana is always hiding something because that is what she has been trained to do. Despite this, her past has led her to becoming intensely religious, to the point that she even believes the Maker has spoken to her directly, which ends up getting her shunned by many of her peers. Despite the shadowy past, she's a good person and will respond well to kindness and mercy, although she may be willing to dish out a little bit of revenge herself depending on how things go. I think at the start of the storyline, Leliana isn't meant to appear to be particularly skillful or worldly, and this is on purpose as she hides her true self from those around her as a defense mechanism. However, Leliana ends up being one of the most talented and important characters in the series, and a big part of that is both her training and her involvement with the Warden during the 5th Blight. In total, I would say that Morrigan, Leliana, and Alistair make up the most important characters in your party in terms of the storyline. Does that mean they are more developed than the rest of the party? Maybe. Wynne, Sten, Zevran, Oghren, and Shale all have their own backstories, histories, and desires, but I'd say we see the most growth within the first three, especially considering their importance to the story later on. That doesn't mean the other characters aren't important, however. Most of them offer insight into the world of Ferelden, additional combat options, and various side quests and storylines to complete, making them valuable comrades to have moving forward. And despite the main three being the most prominent and important, it doesn't mean the other characters are any less likable. I'm a big fan of the absurdity of Oghren, who we'll meet sometime later, and I like learning more about Sten as he comes out of his shell. However, talking to Sten is infuriating at first, to say the least. The man is a closed book, offering one-word answers that close any hope of a conversation the minute you try to pry into his past or learn anything about it. A bit hypocritical considering he wants to know much about the person who will be leading him against the Blight. Still, with enough affinity and prodding, you can get a lot out of Sten and learn about both him and the Qunari people. Sten is a member of the Barasad, the main force of the Qunari militia, and was sent by the leader of the Qunari, the Arishok, to investigate the Blight in Ferelden. However, during this investigation, Sten and his party were ambushed by Darkspawn, killing the rest of the Qunari and leaving Sten unconscious until he was found and saved by a family. The big issue surrounding Sten and his growth is related to his sword, which he lost during the ambush. A Barasad's sword is important within Qunari culture. It's a part of you and represents both your honor and soul. To lose your sword is such a great dishonor that the penalty for doing so is death. This caused Sten to panic and fly into a blind rage where he killed the family that saved him, including the children. Once he had calmed down, Sten realized what he had done and looked to pay for it by being imprisoned and most likely executed to make amends. Thus, we find Sten in Lothering, dishonored and imprisoned. There's no mystery to whether or not he had done what he was accused of. He had. He's a murderer who has dishonored his people and believes that he deserves punishment for doing so, which I agree with. However, to make amends for what he had done and to make himself useful in combating the Blight, Sten agreed to come with us, hoping to restore his honor in the process. It is a personal endeavor that doesn't justify his actions in any way, and it shouldn't. Sten has done wrong to the people that saved him and can never make that up to them because they're dead. All he can do now is move on with his life and try to do better, something he acknowledges. I like that aspect of his character. For all intents and purposes, Sten is a bad person, or at the very least he has performed bad actions. We are not trying to decide whether or not that is true, it's set in stone. What his journey and growth is meant to represent is not a path to forgiveness from others, but rather a path to personal redemption and understanding that the only person left who can forgive him is himself. When Sten mentions to us that he has lost his sword, we mention that we can help him try to find it, and that surprises him and leaves him immensely grateful. However, finding the sword is going to take some time and have us traveling throughout multiple major areas of Ferelden until we stumble across it. So that's everyone within our camp so far, and a brief look at their character and personality from an initial perspective. As we travel, we will get to see these characters grow and also offer us side quests to further develop this backstory. Once we get something like that from Leliana, I'd like to briefly take a detour from the main storyline to discuss her DLC campaign, as I think that's the best time to take part in it. As if Leliana is telling you the story and we get to see it firsthand. In the meantime, it's finally time we began traveling throughout the lands, but not to any of the major storyline areas just yet. Instead, I want to work through all of the DLC areas we have unlocked, starting with Soldier's Peak. The reason it's called Soldier's Peak is because this is Peak DLC. It offers a small questline to complete, a new base of operations, and adds a new random encounter that leads to one of the best weapons in the game. Peak. Levy will guide us to the fortress, which has seen better days. As we make our way up to the courtyard, we see a vision of the past. As it turns out, the Wardens attempted to rebel against the late King Arland. Usually, the Wardens would serve the king within some capacity, but Arland was a tyrant, leading to the Wardens becoming traitors for the betterment of the people. This culminated in a siege that we see the beginning of here. The Wardens retreated into the fortress, and thus they were to be starved out during the siege for months. This wasn't some hallucination either. Everyone experiences and will continue to experience these visions, and depending on who was in your party at the time, they'll even comment on it. The fortress seems to be cursed in some capacity, and this is further proven when the corpses in the courtyard come to life and begin attacking the party. That's what the majority of this DLC will be like, animated corpses attacking us as we venture through the fortress. Just make sure to do your due diligence and take a look around everywhere you go. By investigating key locations, you can uncover various parts of the Warden's history, which will lead to a reward later on down the line. As we head inside, we get another vision. However, this time it's not a cutscene, and we can move around to observe the scene as much as we choose. Levi's ancestor was the Warden commander, and we now witness her rally her troops for battle since the siege is coming to a close and the king's men are advancing on the fortress. We'll be seeing more visions of this point as we go. However, we'll soon find that it's not just undead that we end up running into, but demons and spirits as well, suggesting that something particularly bad happened here during the battle. Demons don't just pop up for no reason. Something caused them to be here, and that something allowed things to get out of hand, causing the fortress to be overtaken by beings from the Fade. There's not much else to talk about while exploring the fortress until near the end. We'll come across a gateway and another vision. As it turns out, the Warden commander commanded the mage Avernus to summon demons from the Fade to combat the king's forces. However, soon after doing so, Avernus lost control of the demons who refused to obey his orders, forcing him to retreat further into the fortress while abandoning the Warden commander and her men. We are then required to fight through waves of dead wardens as well as a powerful rage demon before moving forward. You might be surprised to see the wardens use blood magic, but it isn't as unexpected as you may think. The wardens only care about the blight and saving the people of the land. Generally speaking, they may be willing to use any means at their disposal to do that, whether it be blood magic or other heretical and dangerous tactics. What we find ahead is none other than the Warden commander, Sophia Dryden, somehow alive and well, despite being the great-great-grandmother of Levi. Well, alive maybe, but not exactly well. Maybe not alive either. There's something off about her, and we soon learn that she is possessed. Seems having Avernus summon all of those demons blew up in her face, which obviously that would happen, Sophia. If there's one thing we learn in Dragon Age, it is that you do not mess with demons. No, sir. So this is not truly Sophia, but a demon possessing her body, and for reasons not yet clear, she has been trapped here for centuries. Thus, we can converse with her to learn more about what happened here or try to make a deal. The gateway back in the other room is a rift that leads into the Fade, meaning demons can keep coming out of it until it's sealed. The possessed Sophia is willing to seal it for us on two conditions. We have to kill a man further in the fort, and we also have to let her walk free. The choice here is yours, but it's not so simple. We have no idea who is on the other side of the door and whether or not they would be able to seal the veil, thus it may seem as though freeing Sophia is our best option. However, you can persuade her to seal it before we kill the man, thus making it a non-issue. You can see the complexities of this decision, or you would be able to if this wasn't a BioWare game. They aren't going to lock you out of completing the DLC by killing Sophia. You can essentially infer that the man inside the door is our second option and therefore would be able to close the veil, meaning we don't need to make a deal with the demon. It's the best course of action anyway, since the demon will drop Sophia's unique Warden Commander armor set, and you can equip that on someone in your party if you are feeling so inclined. So it's really a non-choice and more dependent on if you feel like helping a demon or not. I chose not to for greater rewards, but if you do convince her to help with the veil and agree to free her, you can find a hidden treasure cache later. I never do this, but I assume that after getting the location, you can kill her anyway, making this truly one of the most inconsequential decisions in the game. A bit of a disappointing affair. Who is this man in question anyway? Well, once the Warden is dead, the magic barrier keeping us from accessing the door will fade. Through the door, we will reach a path that leads to a tower, and within the tower, we will find ourselves in a room with a peculiar alchemical vial. This vial can be consumed by the Warden in order to give them 2 new blood magic adjacent abilities based on their class. It's another non-choice on whether or not you should ingest the concoction, as there is only a positive outcome, and this is the only means of getting these abilities. Warriors get Bloodthirst and Blood Fury as 2 new talents. Bloodthirst is a sustained ability that increases movement and attack speed as well as critical chance, and I always find this really good when paired alongside a dual-wielding warrior, as they unlock another sustained ability that further increases their attack speed. The downside is that you take greater damage and also bleed health constantly while it's active, so while powerful, I often don't find myself making use of it. Blood Fury is just an AoE knockdown move that also costs health, and I find I never make use of this either. Rogues get a useful passive called Dark Passage that makes them move faster while stealth, and also gain a sustained ability for greater damage at the cost of continual health loss. Mages get 2 activated abilities. The first is Dark Sustenance, where they sacrifice health for mana, and Bloody Grasp, where they deal damage by, you guessed it, sacrificing health. None of these abilities are game changers, but the extra talent is just the icing on the cake for a DLC pack that offers more items and utility than we have seen thus far. Once we are done with the alchemical concoction, we can head further into the tower to come face to face with the man responsible for all of these demons running rampant, Avernus. Yes, the same Avernus from centuries ago. Not possessed, but somehow he has found a way to survive all these years by extending his life through various means. If you have Leliana, she will warn you to be careful, as she can tell Avernus has dabbled in blood magic, something he seems proud of. Avernus sees the Chantry and their restrictions as nothing but roadblocks towards progress. Research into the forbidden avenues of magic is what he believes will breathe new life and advancement into the world. You can chastise Avernus for his actions, but he asks an important question. Who draws the line in what is safe, proper, and moral? The Chantry? Currently, that seems to be the case. I think we can all agree that blood magic, on average, is more dangerous than beneficial, but there is potential to be responsibly grasped with the right research. Maybe. The Chantry doesn't want that though. They don't want mages to get more powerful. It would go against everything they have built so far and allow the mages to rise up against their oppressors easier than they could do now. It is dangerous though, and you have to decide if it's too dangerous to be worth the effort and risk. Avernus is willing to go that extra step. He experiments on things, living things. He practices blood magic, and he creates situations that both could and have easily gotten out of control. He's guilty of those actions, and can even be considered guilty of the deaths of both the king's forces and his friends in the Wardens, but most importantly, he doesn't seem to care. All a means to an end for Avernus. Interestingly, if you bring up the topic of the Black City and the Darkspawn, Avernus will attest that these are Chantry lies used to facilitate the subjugation of mages, and I agree that that is most likely the case. As motivated as his reasoning is, research into the Fade and the world of magic is an interesting one currently, limited by its dangers and the Chantry's wish to stay in power. Now is not the time for philosophical decisions though. We need Avernus to close the veil, so he'll be accompanying us back to it in order to start the process. At least he would, if not for my game glitching multiple times. Whenever he was about to start the ritual, he would always stand in place and not do anything. After searching online and multiple attempts, I learned that by telling him to start the ritual and then immediately running in the opposite direction, he would make it to his scripted location and the battle would begin. The battle consists of us fending off a bunch of demons until the gate is closed. Nothing special really, but it does mark the end of our adventures through the fortress, at least in terms of demons. We still need to deal with Avernus. There's a few things we can do with him. If we feel his crimes are so severe that he cannot continue living, we can attack and kill him. Alternatively, we can have him continue his research either fully or in humane ways that don't involve things like blood magic. The latter will leave him disappointed at the idea, but he will agree. Either way, the choice, once again, doesn't matter as it has no bearing on any other part of the game. If it comes up in future games, I'm unaware. Levy will be appreciative of all of our help. He decides to stay and invite his cousins to come help restore the fort to its former glory. This will be important in a moment, but first we can collect the reward for finding all of the Warden history. As it turns out, there is a painting in the same room where the veil was. Using a learned passphrase, we can find a hidden chest that contains some powerful gear for us to make use of, such as Asturian's Might, not Astarian's Might, and the Shadow Belt, not Shadowheart, which offer various bonuses. The real reward comes from leaving the peak and returning later. Once we return, we will see that Levy has not only cleaned up the courtyard, but has indeed invited some of his family to live here as well, including a blacksmith who is willing to give us discounts on his products. More importantly, there is a new chest in the area that acts as a party storage chest. That's right, if you want to store loot to keep your inventory clean, you used to only have the option to sell it off. Now we finally have storage, but to gain access to it, we need to buy DLC, for a basic RPG feature, no less. It's a welcome inclusion, but one stuck behind a paywall, worse yet, only located at Soldier's Peak, meaning we have to travel there whenever we want to drop something off rather than just placing the chest in our camp to use more actively. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth here, but this should have been a mechanic found in the base game or at least added through a patch. It's a basic feature after all. Finally, there's a random encounter we can find while traveling that is tied to Soldier's Peak. It's a reference to Superman of all things. A couple of farmers will be standing over a crater and mention how they are surprised a child managed to survive an impact like that. This is a reference to Kal-El arriving on Earth and being found by John and Martha Kent. When we arrive at the scene, we can inspect the crater to find unique meteor metal ore. If we return to Soldier's Peak with this, we can ask the blacksmith about it and he will jump at the chance to make a powerful weapon out of it. We get to choose if it's one-handed or two-handed, and I usually go with one-handed as I'm either a tank or a dual-wielding DPS. As you can see, Soldier's Peak is the gift that keeps on giving. Desired mechanics unlocked, a new location to revisit, new armor and rewards, new battles, and a final reward for completing everything and returning later. For the price of $7, I can't say it's worth it for the amount of time you get out of it. Really, you're paying for a short quest line, equipment, and a basic feature, but as part of the Ultimate Edition, it definitively bolsters and completes the overall package of the product. From Soldier's Peak, we can head to an area known as Ban Loren's Lands. Here we see a scene where a man is being harassed by several soldiers. Regardless of our interaction, the man gets stabbed by one of the soldiers before they spot us and a fight ensues. This is the start of the Return to Ostagar DLC quest. The man we save is known as Elric Moraine, a member of King Kaelin's honor guard. Elric is close to death and won't last for much longer, however he recognizes us and explains that he was entrusted with a key that is hidden within the old war camp. If we could find the key, we could make use of some of the hidden treasure, including some documents, as well as Merrick's sword. King Merrick, to be clear, Kaelin's father. In truth, the setup of this DLC is for us to revisit Ostagar and retread our path from the beginning of the game while collecting various pieces of King Kaelin's equipment that he wore during the battle. I hesitate to call it a lazy inclusion because there is a lot to do, but those things we do are, for the majority, simple battles against Darkspawn and nothing more. All within areas we have explored already and that have been reskinned slightly. We even have to make our way back to the Tower of Ishal with the beacon, although our path will diverge slightly at that moment. As of today, the DLC is priced at $5, and I'm not sure if it was always at that price, but even that seems a bit silly to me. You're paying to revisit a location that is already in the game. Sure, there's some new loot, but the grand majority of that is also just reskinned versions of equipment that already exists. The main amount of work comes from the new voice lines, and those can be expensive, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's where the majority of the development costs lie, considering how basic the rest of it is. Whether it's worth it is up to you, but nowadays I wouldn't buy something like this for $5 and would rather wait for the inevitable Game of the Year edition we always get, even if it somehow doesn't end up winning Game of the Year. I never understood that. With that said, there's not too much else to talk about in terms of Ostagar. We make it back to find the location deserted and full of snow. Well, not deserted as it's occupied by countless Darkspawn, but we'll take care of that soon enough. The key we are looking for is hidden behind a loose stone in a statue, so we can grab that and fight our way to Kaelin's camp in order to open a nearby chest. Within the chest is Merrick's blade and a secret correspondence, which is really just used for codex entries and backstory. The rest of Kaelin's equipment isn't here, which makes sense considering he died in battle, and I doubt anyone would have the time to strip him. Unfortunately, it seems as though the Darkspawn beat us to it. They found Kaelin's body, stripped him of all of his equipment, and finally put his corpse on display for all to see. It's not a particularly gruesome scene due to the limitations of Dragon Age, but the effort was certainly made. You think our job was done then? We found Kaelin, we found his key, and we found his chest with the documents, but there's more to do. Now that Kaelin has been found, we need to hunt down all of the Darkspawn that are holding his equipment in order to get it all back. Yes, the main objective of this DLC is unlocking an armor set and going down memory lane, which is kind of funny if you had just been there before starting the quest line. Either way, you just tear through Darkspawn on the way to the Tower of Ishal and pick up some equipment along the way. To its credit, instead of going up the tower, the developers opted for a new area to explore. The first time we arrived, we found a burrow made by the Darkspawn as they appeared from underground. Now we get to take that burrow and go below the tower rather than above it. Pretty simple. More Darkspawn, some spiders, yada yada yada. It's not particularly interesting or engaging like Soldier's Peak or even the Shale quest we'll be doing after this. It's about battling and collecting, and that's all. I guess the experience is nice considering there is a lot of fighting, like a lot. In terms of length, the DLC manages to elongate the playtime to that of some of the major faction areas through battles alone, which you may think is cool at first, but eventually you'll likely realize how much of a slog that actually is. There's no role-playing aspect to break up the constant similar battles throughout this endeavor. It's just the same thing over and over again with no break in between, and that's exhausting. All of this battling culminates when we make it back outside to the battlefield where we saw Duncan, Kaelin, and their forces take on the Darkspawn. Here we can even see the ogre that Duncan killed during that cutscene, and his blade and dagger seem to still be lodged in the beast's chest. Again, Locke Emissary manages to somehow revive the long-dead ogre, forcing us into a confrontation where I'm sure you can guess what the reward will be. Sure enough, we defeat the ogre and gain Duncan's weapons in the process, followed by a final confrontation against the Emissary, allowing us to grab the final piece of Kaelin's equipment. That's about all we do here. Kill Darkspawn and get equipment. You should bring Alistair during this segment as he has the closest relation to the events that transpired, especially at the end of our return as we send off Kaelin on a pyre so he can rest in peace. Return to Ostagar was probably at its strongest when it first came out, about 3 months after the initial release of the game. By that point, I'm sure many players had already completed the game, but if you haven't, and if you were late into the playthrough, returning to where you started could be a nice and refreshing look down memory lane. Unfortunately, it doesn't age as well after the fact, as you can access the content immediately after Lothering, if you choose to, and players that do may feel burnt out having to deal with Ostagar a second time after having just escaped it. That's at least partially of an issue of player choice, but the fact that the developers allowed it is worth criticizing. In reality, some of these DLC locations could have been locked by an internal flag that is cleared when we complete 1 or 2 factions, ensuring ample time has passed before we can access the content or return to somewhere we have been previously. It would allow players to enjoy the game as it was originally intended before allowing them the means to obtain some of the more powerful equipment in the game. Merrick's Blade, Starfang, and similar gear are all incredibly useful and strong, to the point you would expect to find them later in a playthrough, but the DLC makes this idea null and void, and can remove some of the challenge depending on your competency. At least there's hard mode, I guess. With Ostagar out of the way for the final time, technically, we can make our way to the final DLC area in the game and get a new party member in the process. Out of all the DLC to complete in the main campaign, I would say Soldier's Peak is both the most interesting and useful, followed by Stone Prisoner. Although it is arguably the shortest of the 3, it offers more than Ostagar by giving us a new companion, which I value more highly than equipment, even if I hate having companions locked off by DLC. We meet a merchant selling a control rod for a golem. Golems are automated creations that the dwarves used long ago to fight off the Darkspawn. They're more rare nowadays, and the truth behind what makes a golem has been mostly lost to history. In truth, and as we will learn a bit later, golems house the souls of dwarves who sacrifice themselves to become weapons against the Darkspawn. We'll learn later that many of these weren't voluntary, and this will be one of the central conflicts surrounding the final choice in Orzammar and the Deep Roads. However, I bring it up now because this knowledge makes our new party member, Shale, all the more interesting. The merchant is willing to sell us the rod, although I don't believe we even pay for it, and gives us a passphrase to activate it. Golems require these rods to be functional at the hands of the dwarves, although some are known to have free will without them. We then unlock a travel point for the village of Honleith, which seems to have been ransacked by Darkspawn. When we arrive, we have to fight through several parties of the beasts to clear the village out, but no civilians are to be found. Instead, in the center of the town is a statue. In reality, this is the golem known as Shale, frozen in place and only able to move again through use of the control rod. Unfortunately, when we try to use the rod and the passphrase, nothing seems to happen, suggesting that the passphrase was inaccurate. This means we'll need to do a little bit of investigating. By exploring the village and finding access to one of the homes, we can end up in the basement of the late mage Wilhelm, where we run into more Darkspawn to kill. A bit further in, we find a barrier has been erected, and here we find the villagers that have been missing. Apparently they came down here to protect themselves from the Darkspawn, and among them is Wilhelm's son, Matthias. Matthias knows of Shale and in fact believes that the golem had killed his father. Apparently he found Shale in the deep roads and brought him back to experiment on. His wife was understandably unhappy about this and forced Shale to live outside. One day they found Shale frozen in place over the lifeless body of Wilhelm, implying that she had killed the mage. Fearing what Shale was capable of, the wife of Wilhelm sold the control rod and seemed to give a false passphrase to ensure that Shale would never be reactivated. Luckily for us, Matthias has said passphrase, but as all things go, he has some work for us first. Further into the cellar is more of Wilhelm's research and laboratory, apparently full of traps and other dangerous things. During the attack, Matthias's daughter, Amelia, ran further in, and now we are being asked to look for her. What seems like a simple task is, of course, more difficult than it appears. When we find Amelia, she is behind a barrier. However, we seem to be able to pass through just fine. Amelia is accompanied by a talking cat, suggesting the animal is possessed by a demon that wants to possess Amelia and escape this place. Unfortunately for the demon, this room was sealed by Wilhelm, and the barrier seems to trap her in here. However, there is a puzzle that the demon and Amelia haven't been able to solve, and the fact that the demon has been here for years at this point and hasn't been able to solve a puzzle of this difficulty says a lot about the intellect of these creatures, because it's basically just a sliding puzzle. Maybe lateral thinking isn't their thing. This encounter can go one of two ways. You can agree or lie to help the demon escape by solving the puzzle at the cost of letting Amelia go, or you can just try to kill the demon right away, but end up killing Amelia in the process. This was always a confusing one for me because even if you go the persuasion route, you still need to choose a specific dialogue option, otherwise the demon will possess Amelia anyway. I had to look up online to see if it was even possible to save her, as I couldn't remember, and there were people who seemed to believe that it was never possible, although they're incorrect. You can save Amelia, and this is even an option in Dragon Age Keep, which is a browser application that serves as a tapestry of decisions for you to import into Dragon Age Inquisition. So we agreed to help the demon and solve the puzzle. To be fair, I hate sliding puzzles as well. I know there's a trick to solving them easily, but they always messed with my head when I was younger. Once we solve the puzzle, we have to refuse to let the demon go. This enrages her and scares Amelia, causing her to flee and therefore be unable to get possessed. Roundabout way of doing it, but it does save her life. Once that's dealt with, we can grab some equipment and head back to Matthias to get our reward, the passphrase for the control rod. If we head back to the village square and use the passphrase, we can finally reactivate Shale, who is quick to inform us that they have been stuck there, aware of their existence for all of these years. It's not as though she went to sleep, but more so that she was simply unable to move or react, which sounds like a torturous existence. Shale will inquire what you intend to do with her, and you can take a path of control or a path of freedom, which is really just a means of affinity sliding. Shale values freedom, and therefore will respond better to you offering it to her. However, it's not really up to you, as Shale quickly realizes that the control rod seems to have malfunctioned and no longer controls her, giving her free will and the ability to do whatever she wants. Unfortunately, Shale has no memories aside from watching the village and therefore has no idea what to do, essentially giving her little option but to choose to follow you on your adventures, securing another companion in the process despite Alistair's objections. He's really worried about being smashed to pieces, it seems. In terms of mechanics, Shale is a slightly more interesting version of your dog. Both are warriors technically, and both have 2 slots for equipment. The type of crystal armor and weapons you place on Shale will dictate the color of the crystals on her body, and these generally offer some sort of elemental bonus or resistance. Like dog, Shale has her own talent tree, but it is ironically fleshed out more, allowing for you to effectively consider her a unique class within the game. The Pulverizing Blow tree is a set of talents designed at making Shale a stronger melee fighter at the cost of defense, higher damage, AoE attacks that can knock back enemies, and even an auto critical attack. The Stoneheart tree makes Shale more defensive and allows her to act more as a tank since her enmity increases when the main sustained ability Stoneheart is activated. The Rock Mastery tree gives Shale ranged capabilities, and the Stone Aura tree acts as a support class to buff the party. All of Shale's trees include additional bonuses if maxed out, incentivizing the player to focus on one before moving on to another. In terms of companions, Shale ends up being one of the more interesting ones mechanically due to her ability to do what other classes cannot. Shale is effectively a warrior with a wide variety of different playstyles and support abilities, and the ability to mix and match various crystal equipment to help out when elements are are a factor in battle. I never personally use Shale, but it'd be incorrect to say that she wouldn't be a powerful party member in any composition depending on how you build her. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of a party member of all things being locked by DLC. New areas to explore and new enemies to fight? Sure. New storylines to experience? Okay. An expansion that brings with it new party members in the process because it's a continuation of the main game? That's fine. But a DLC dedicated to adding a party member to the base game? I feel like you should have all of the companions included and accounted for from the get-go, not locked off for later purchase. Nowadays, I believe the Stone Prisoner is free, and it was intended to be free for players that purchased the game initially, although I believe it did cost money at some point. The best price I could find online suggested that buying the DLC standalone on the PlayStation Store was something like 15 Canadian dollars, which sounds like an insane amount to me considering what this DLC offers in comparison to Soldier's Peak, but the amount of dialogue may be the reason for this, if it's true. To be fair to it, the DLC is integrated into the main storyline at least somewhat. Bringing Shale with us to the endpoint of Orzammar's faction quest offers extra dialogue, and whether you brought her or not, you can unlock a side quest that helps unlock Shale's memories. While Shale may not be as important to the main storyline as Alistair, Leliana, or Morrigan, she does fit within the party in a similar capacity to characters like Sten, Zevran, or Wynn. In terms of personality, Shale gives off a bit of a holier-than-thou attitude, mostly due to her disdain of humans. Having to watch humans in the village of Honleith while being unable to move or interact, Shale has come to have a rather sour opinion of people. By increasing her affinity, eventually you end up being perceived as different from others, although Shale doesn't want you spreading that around, for fear that humans will begin to believe that their race is not completely hopeless. In her own words, yeah, humanity doesn't look very good in her glowing white eyes. Shale does remember a fair amount about Wilhelm, but cannot recall whether or not she actually killed him. She does foster a particular disdain for Wilhelm though, as he poked and prodded her for research constantly, and even seemed to shave her down in size so that she could fit inside the house, which ended up being useless since his wife wouldn't allow the golem to stay there anyway. Overall, Shale is just a snarky golem that doesn't like humanity and doesn't remember her past, at least not at first, and we'll be able to explore that more once the time arises. In terms of whether this DLC is worth it, for free, of course it is. All free DLC is always worth it, assuming it added something to the overall product. If you asked me if I would spend $15 for a single party member I was never going to use, how dare you ask me something so asinine? I've never been so insulted in my life. I mean, yes, I would probably buy it, yeah, but I'm weak. I'm a weak man. Please help me and take away my wallet. On the topic of DLC, after returning to the camp during our initial travels, Leliana began to open up a bit more about her past to us. Leliana explains that she came to Ferelden and joined the Chantry because she was being hunted in Orlais. However, we will soon learn that this story and her backstory DLC do not seem to line up very well. According to Leliana, she was sent by her mentor Marjolaine to kill a man. After committing the act, she found sealed documents on his body. Apparently, Marjolaine had been selling information about Orlais and essentially committing treason. Fearing she would be betrayed by Leliana, Marjolaine acted first by forging the signature on the documents to implicate Leliana instead, who was then arrested for treason and suffered indignities. Leliana eventually ended up free and escaped to Ferelden as a means of getting away from Marjolaine, as she was worried the woman would try to have her captured again. None of this makes any goddamn sense if you actually played Lelianas Song though, as it takes place in Ferelden and plays out differently. You could assume this was due to Leliana embellishing the tale, but I always assumed the concept of the DLC was Leliana telling the story to the Warden, so I'm unsure why such major changes were made. Well, I'm sure a very real reason is that the developers wanted to reuse assets. So setting the DLC in Ferelden within the city of Denerim was a much easier task to achieve than having to create the entirely distinct area of Orlais.
Yes, that happened a lot, is that we would sometimes come up with a planned story. And generally what would happen is if we knew early enough, like, no, they can't do that. They don't have time to do those assets. We would then change our plan.
Yeah.
The problem, the stuff that sometimes when you will see, that clearly was changed or like not ideal, is that they initially probably said yes. And then at some point during development, it's like, we have to make some cuts on our planned assets. And so boom, boom, boom. And you're like, all right, well, we have a decision to make. And that's really, honestly, that is half of a lead writer's job. It's really I have my team of writers that work with me. Part of it is me divvying up the who works on what, because we kind of try to slice up the planned story into discrete chunks. So it's like, this is a separate quest or an area or a character. And so that they work on that. I'm trying to make sure everybody is kind of writing in the same style so that the player never gets like this jarring sense like this character is written in a completely different style from the others. It should all feel like it's written by the same person, more or less.
Right. Yeah.
And then there's the whole bunch of the half of development, really, which is I would then be sort of the ombudsman, sort of representing the writing team to the rest of the team. So anything that's going to affect the writers comes to me first, and then like I'm going to try to shield them from most of the hardships, which can be hard because it's like among all the disciplines on a team, a writer's time is considered the cheapest.
Oh, interesting.
So like if there's an issue, well, it's like, well, the animators have no spare time.
Right.
They're the most expensive, or at least that what it was towards the end of Dragon Age. Initially, it was art.
Oh, that's
an artist's time was the most expensive. Later on, once everything was the cutscene, it was the animation or cinematic animation.
I didn't know that. I didn't know they like equated value to like different departments like that. That's very interesting.
Well, value in terms of it's value in how much time do they have? How tight is their schedule? So do we have to cut? If we have to cut, it's probably due to one of the departments having a crunch on like their schedule is too much, and they gotta pare things down, and then that leaves us everybody else in a lurch because now they have to scramble. If we have to scramble, someone has to, if we're leaving the content in, someone has to figure out how to paper over what's the holes that are now there. And ultimately, a lot of the time, it's like, well, the writers, they're the cheapest.
Yeah.
Like it's still painful. We always got the painful things coming down the pipe. Like, all right, well, we have to do X and Y and Z cut. So do your best to write around it.
I imagine.
And it would mean that we'd have to go back to the stuff we've already written, make some edits, figure out like how do we figure this out. Like sometimes it's obvious, like end of Dragon Age 2, Orsino deciding to turn on you even if you sided with him. Really awkward result of a cut.
Oh, interesting.
And yeah. Oh, yeah. Initially, it was supposed to be either a Orsino boss battle or a Meredith boss battle, and then they decided they could only do one, and that was right at the very end. There was no time to change how everything led up to that point. It's like, well, I guess I'll have to write something that tries to explain why Orsino turns on you anyhow.
kind of forced to shohorn it in, unfortunately, just because of like
and it's always painful to me because it's like then it goes out and people are like, I can't believe you wrote that. I'm like, well me neither, but that's that wasn't my first choice. The writing it inside of a game is always is as much about compromise and trying to work with the resources you have as it is about the actual writing. That's the main thing.
Well,
people often miss.
I think a lot of the consumer's perception, like they don't always they just see what's immediately in front of them, right? They don't, and a lot of them don't understand how fluid game development can be. So like they'll see a decision that, or like a thing that's been made, and they think that was just the initial decision made, and don't realize all of the back end reworking and stuff that had to happen to get there.
I think like they think of writing how that would work on like a novel, where the writer is really the only person, the direct conduit between the author and the person on the receiving end. So it's more like a screenplay writer. Yeah. Because I think people find it easier to imagine that because you see all the names on a screenplay and how many revisions it's gone through, and nobody blames like the screenplay writer when a movie's bad, right?
Yeah. I'd say they
But
blame
I think
the director.
the process with the game is a little murkier to them.
We'll frame this like a story Leliana is telling the Warden. Leliana is already in Ferelden, specifically within the city of Denerim, along with her cohorts, Sketch and Tug. Sketch is an apostate while Tug is just a dwarf, and the three of them work alongside Marjolaine, who is a mentor and possible lover of Leliana's. It seems the group has been hired by Orlesians to cause trouble in Denerim as a means of showing power. Several contracts need to be completed in order to cause a ruckus, which will lead to completing a personal contract of Marjolaine's. Immediately you will notice something different within this campaign in comparison to our main one. Since we are playing as Leliana, we will have the ability to hear her vocalize the dialogue options we choose, unlike our mute Warden. Typically, I'm not a fan of a vocalized character, a route that both Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition take, but for a DLC campaign featuring a companion character, I think it works better as we get to see more of Leliana's personality and reactions similar to how she is in the main game. Although, to be clear, this is a younger and more radical Leliana, to be sure. She hasn't joined the Chantry yet and actively works alongside Marjolaine committing crimes and killing whoever gets in her way. It's a game to the group, and people die in the process. There's some messed up individuals out there on the streets. We have 3 main objectives in Denerim, and this is the most open-ended segment of the DLC. Not only are there 3 quests to complete from the get-go, but how you complete each of them is up to you. Additionally, there are a couple side quests that offer additional rewards. Originally, I had assumed that the DLC was going to be like this for the entirety, a series of jobs to complete and how we completed them would be left up to us, something similar to Thief or other open-ended stuff like games. It'd be an interesting change of pace and a great addition to the original campaign, but I was disappointed to find that this wasn't so. Instead, after the initial section, we will be on rails for the rest of the DLC until we reach its conclusion. It sucks to see so much originality at the start only to be thrust into mediocrity for the majority of the campaign, but that's what the DLC campaigns are in this game. Somewhat mediocre. The stories of some are interesting, but I remember never being wowed with what I was taking part in, aside from Awakening, which is a more comprehensive expansion. I will say it is good to be as optimal as possible during this campaign, as I found it difficult to work through at key points. This is mostly because your party is somewhat pre-leveled for you. You get to assign some abilities and talents, but they have already progressed quite a ways. For example, Leliana is more geared towards dual wielding than archery at this point, so I played her as a backstabbing character until the DLC was complete. Planning ahead and making the most out of a situation will allow you to earn income, and earning income will allow you to buy better gear, which is important considering some of these fights had me tearing my hair out. Additionally, you will want to be on the lookout for masterwork leather pieces. They are the main collectible in the game and offer a reward if you find all of them. The reward is an armor piece that will carry over into your main campaign as long as you have the achievement unlocked. This is true for the rest of the DLC campaigns as well. Complete the main achievement in the campaign and get rewarded in your main one. It's a cool feature, but I'd critique it heavily for the fact that it incentivizes you to play through the DLC campaigns first so that you can make the most out of your main playthrough. Or at least, I would critique it for that, but the way the developers handled it is actually pretty ingenious. Since the achievements carry over per playthrough, and considering this DLC released over time while people were playing the game, the real incentive is to get through your first vanilla playthrough and then play the campaigns in their chronological order. This allows you to experience a true vanilla playthrough, and then on subsequent playthroughs you'll be able to have all of the rewards you received from the DLC campaigns from the get-go. Newer players may feel incensed to play through the DLC first since they offer rewards, but this is a mistake in my opinion, since you get the most out of the storyline when you understand more about the backstory and narrative setup found in the main campaign. Why would you be interested in Lelianas Song if you didn't know who Leliana was? So play the vanilla experience, do the DLC expansion, and then whenever you revisit the game, use those rewards from the previous playthrough to give yourself a head start. Coming back to the gang, we have 3 crimes to commit, the first of which is messing with the central market in Denerim. There are 3 street shops, each with their own chests to store their goods. We can break into each of these chests to steal some loot. You can keep the items if you wish, as they can be sold, but I prefer to cause more havoc by taking each unique item we received and placing it in a different shop's chest. Since there are 3 chests, you can swap all of the loot around, which will cause all of the merchants to blame one another for the thefts, and you get more experience for this conclusion. Alternatively, you can plant the items on an unconscious guard captain, but I prefer to not do this as there are better ways to go about it. Next, we will need to kill a man's guards and knock him unconscious because this noble disrespected some other Orlesian noble, and they want him punished. Once we take out the guards and knock out the noble, we have 2 options. On this person, we can find some suspect underthings. The description for the item is as follows. This undergarment has an unwholesome lace-breeched cod piece that somehow both constricts and augments. The height of vulgarity in all but the most intimate of company. We can either plant these on the aforementioned guard captain, or we can nail them to the chantry bulletin board found near the market square as a means of embarrassing this individual. How anyone would know who they belong to, I have no idea. Also, did we have to remove these from him? He was most likely wearing them, right? Almost certainly. Who's really getting embarrassed here? Finally, we need to straight up assassinate a guy due to his loose tongue. Once we approach and kill him, we can put him beside the unconscious guard, or we can hide the body in a well across the city square. You probably noticed that each of these tasks had the option of being put beside the guard. And if you want, you can incriminate him more and more throughout your little crime wave here. Doing so unlocks an achievement in the game, but I don't think this achievement offers any rewards, so I never bother. However, there is a side quest to complete here that allows you to both complete all of the crimes in their intended ways and still implicate the guard in some capacity. We can find a clue about a secret mage's cache found within Denerim. By finding the first, we unlock an interactable for the second, and so on until we ultimately stumble upon the cache and have to battle our way through some enemies for it. Within is some loot and gold, but the signet ring we find can be placed on the guard to implicate him as though he had stolen it himself. After everything has been completed, Marjolaine will appear once more and inform us that we have a final job to complete before heading back. Bonnie Lem will appear and act as our merchant throughout the campaign. Here we can use the items we find and money we earn to bolster our strength enough to stand a fighting chance in this journey, hence why I mentioned trying to optimize your income where you can. Speaking of optimizing, for the love of God, make sure you level up Deft Hands on Leliana. The game doesn't make this clear at first, but some of the collectibles you need for the achievement are locked within chests, and you will require certain tiers of Deft Hands to open it. Potentially all of them, meaning you can miss out on some if you haven't started upgrading the talent right away, and that's incredibly frustrating if you don't have a save to go back to, or you don't want to replay through the entire campaign again for a single achievement and battle dress as a reward. Marjolaine will lead the group to the Earl of Denerim's estate. Apparently the Earl is away, and the majority of the guards have been drawn to the market, implying that this is the true reason we were brought here. We are to break into the estate and plant some documents that are embarrassing according to Marjolaine, but they are much more than that. Marjolaine goes on her way and we begin the process of breaking in. After getting through a portion of the estate, Leliana spies Marjolaine seemingly seducing the commander of the guard, which confuses her or potentially makes her jealous. I'm not sure. Maybe both. When we reach the bedroom where we plan to plant the documents, Leliana observes that there are Orlesian military seals on them, implying that this job is more dangerous and impactful than Marjolaine let on. In fact, that's Marjolaine in a nutshell. We don't get much development from any of the characters here, but while Marjolaine is Leliana's mentor, she's also conniving and untrusting, leading her to keeping Leliana in the dark and eventually betraying her, as we already know. Sketch is a sketchy apostate elven mage, and Tug is a gruff dwarven warrior. Other than that, there's not much else to them, although Sketch does appear briefly in Dragon Age 2 with some choice words about Leliana. The group escapes and makes it back to what seems to be their current base of operations. You can talk to your party here to get to know them more and also get their opinion on the situation with Marjolaine and the Orlesian documents. Leliana goes to talk to Marjolaine, who chews her out for talking back to her in front of the others. This is the first sign that Marjolaine is becoming threatened by Leliana's backbone. For Leliana, the game is one thing, but these papers are treason. She specifically calls the game amusement, which is crazy considering they actively murdered dozens of people while taking part in it. Seeing what Leliana considered amusement back then compared to seeing her now in Origins, the two are significantly different, and it makes us aware that something drastic must have happened to Leliana for her entire life perspective to change. Apparently these documents are the line for her though. Bringing military documents to Ferelden would be considered treason and cause to have the group hunted down. Leliana seemingly convinces Marjolaine to retrieve the documents in order to prevent any trouble. The group gets ready to head back to Denerim and break into the Earl's estate for a second time. This would therefore be your second opportunity to open those chests I mentioned earlier if you haven't already. I believe some new rooms will be open as well. As you retrieve the papers, an alarm sounds off and the guards seem to be flooding into the estate. Marjolaine conveniently runs off to draw the guards' attention while the rest of you make your escape. Lo and behold, once we make it out of the estate, we run into Marjolaine, who stabs Leliana in the side with a dagger before the guards come to ambush the party. As it turns out, Marjolaine had made a deal with the commander of the guard as a means of getting rid of Leliana, believing she could no longer trust her. The group is taken into custody as Orlesian spies and placed within the dungeons under the estate to be tortured. For days, apparently. But I couldn't figure out what implied this. Considering Leliana was stabbed and the blood we see on the ground underneath her, I assumed the next scene of her in the dungeon was soon after the initial capture. Leliana hears a voice from a grate near the top of her cell, telling her to not give up. Originally, I thought this was the Maker and was proving that Leliana did in fact have a connection to them, but it turns out not to be the case. The voice drops a key and a dagger for her that she can use to escape before disappearing. We're still basically on rails at this point. We break out of our cell and fight our way to another room where we find Sketch and a Ferelden man. After fighting off some more guards, both individuals join our party, and then we fight even further forward after grabbing our equipment. Some of the mages in these areas are incredibly frustrating. I didn't want to leave them alone because they are so powerful, but anytime I tried to advance on them, they used every crowd control opportunity in the book to stop me in my place and then disintegrate my ass. Your new party attempts to make their escape, and if you're wondering why we have a new warrior in our party instead of Tug, well, unfortunately for the dwarf, we find him so excessively tortured that he has died during the process. There's a cool mechanic here. You can find Tug's weapon, but it's not equipment right away. Instead, it's a gift, and you can choose to give it to Sketch or the Ferelden man Silas. Giving the weapon to Silas gives him an experience boost and I assume allow him to use the axe. I never do this though. Sketch and Tug were friends, so I like to give him the axe instead as a means of honoring a lost comrade. Luckily, this does still reward Sketch with a small spell power bonus, so it's not worthless to hand it to him. As you make the final push to escape, Leliana's injuries seem to get the better of her and she passes out. Soon after, she awakens within a chantry, unaware where she is and threatening to attack anyone that comes near her until the revered mother intervenes. As it turns out, Dorothea here was the one who was speaking to Leliana and helped her escape. The revered mother helped out Leliana because she too was duped by Marjolaine. Marjolaine got close to the revered mother and then used that as an opportunity to steal sensitive documents, the same documents that Leliana was tasked with placing in the estate. Dorothea's guilt drives her to help out, especially since her mistake could lead to war reignited between Ferelden and Orlais. Silas and Sketch can be found in the chantry as well. Even Bonnie Lem is here, just as surprised about Marjolaine's betrayal as we were. With everybody wanting revenge, potentially on Marjolaine, but at the very least on the commander she seduced, the group decides to go on one final mission to confront the two, leading to a weird beach and cliffside area that the two seem to be hiding out at. The pair taunt Leliana and her party, but soon enough the group cuts through various waves of enemies until they back the traitors into a corner. A fight ensues and the commander is defeated. Here you can choose to kill him yourself or allow Silas to do it as he has been tortured by the man for a significant amount of time. Feels like justice, so I let him boot the dude off the cliff. There's even a significant thud that makes Silas wince, so you know the dude's dead for good. Leliana confronts Marjolaine for a final time, but there's no fight to be had. It's a conversation between mentor and student, or rather an ex-mentor and her ex-student who has since surpassed her. Marjolaine believes she did what she had to, as Leliana would have eventually betrayed her anyway. It was just about striking first, and she believes the two of you are the same type of person, as far as bards go at least. Something you can vehemently deny. The story then ends here with no clear resolution. Leliana doesn't explain whether she let Marjolaine go or not and says it's up in the air, but we know that Marjolaine is alive and well as she sends assassins after our main party once Leliana left the chantry. Later we'll confront her when we arrive in Denerim, but for now, Leliana's backstory concludes with her returning to the chantry where she takes up the mantle of a sister and begins to worship Andraste, setting up the warden's meeting with her back in Lothering. You may have noticed that we spent more time analyzing and summarizing the plot of Lelianas Song over the mechanics, and that's due to there not being many mechanical differences to be found. In terms of narrative and additional content, Lelianas Song on its own is fine, but when comparing it to the rest of the game, plus what Leliana told us about her past, it doesn't really live up to expectations. I wouldn't be surprised if many believe that this DLC would be taking us to Orlais, a place in which we have only heard about during the release of this content, a location later explored in Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition. It feels like they took the easy way out. They were so unwilling to give us a new setting and new scenes to explore that they actively changed the storyline of her past from what she had already conveyed to us in the main campaign. And sure, you could suggest that she was lying or embellishing in order to produce a better tale, and I believe this is what the developers ended up falling on as well later on down the line, but I don't buy it. I think they changed it due to being unwilling to create the new setting, and I'm not calling them lazy for this. I'm sure there were limitations that couldn't have been avoided, but that doesn't change the fact that it's overall an excuse, no matter how valid, and their product suffered for it. In the end, Lelianas Song was a short narrative adventure with a little tiny bit of fun here and there, mostly in the beginning when we are taking part in the crime wave. Other than that, it's a slog of constant battles and overall inaccurate to their own lore that they had established, easily leaving you confused when playing. With Leliana's backstory now behind us, we can move on to our first faction location within the game. When it comes to choosing where to start in the playthrough, I often like to go a route that will unlock all of the potential party members first. For this reason, I start at the Circle and then travel to Orzammar. Each of these locations has a recruitable companion, and during travel we will run into a third. Additionally, I then like to stop by Redcliffe, the Brecilian Forest, and finally Denerim before backtracking to Redcliffe to finish the faction quest there. The Circle of Magi is a notorious quest. It's considered by many as including an area so annoying and boring that mods have been made to skip the entire thing, while giving you all of the possible items, bonuses, and experience in the process. That's how much some individuals dislike the Fade, but I would say that hatred is overblown. In reality, the Fade is a fun segment, and I enjoy what the developers tried to do there, which we will explore more upon reaching it. However, I would be lying if I said I didn't grow tired of the length of the factions back when I was originally playing the game as well. Whenever I start a new playthrough, I would sometimes dread experiencing the Circle of Magi or Orzammar again because those segments are incredibly long. Now, I've already talked about this, about pacing and these areas overstaying their welcome, so I won't get into it again. The point is that while this is a very real issue in Origins, I don't believe the Fade segment itself is the issue and ends up being a very unique and interesting section of the game. In order to reach the Circle and enlist the help of the mages, we need to head to Lake Calenhad. Here we find some docks where we can be ferried to the tower proper. However, the ferryman isn't here, having been replaced by a Templar. The area of Calenhad isn't anything special, it's mostly a place to collect quests, and a few side quests end up being here as well. Ogren will meet his ex-lover Felsi here later, and the man who found Sten's sword is rummaging around. If we confront him about this, he'll inform us that he sold the sword to a man that traveled to Orzammar, meaning we won't be grabbing it anytime soon. Sorry, Sten. The ferryman can be found near the local tavern, and he'll explain that something has happened in the tower and therefore all ferries have been suspended for the time being. If we head to the Templar, he will inform us of the same and refuse to ferry us across. Usually I just persuade or intimidate him here, but you can bribe him or even use some of your party members to convince him for you. Something I wish the game took advantage of more. Just because you are the player character and the leader doesn't mean your party members are useless. In a conversation where you fail, another party member may succeed, and having the right combination of party members for the right conversations could have added an extra level of realism and immersion to the role-playing experience. If you want to pay this Templar to get across the lake, it's incredibly expensive, so I highly recommend finding another way. Either way, we arrive and surely enough, things seem to be in disarray. Knight Commander Gregor will question who we are. Once we explain that we are Great Wardens, he will inform us that there is no help to be found in the tower. Something we are going to be hearing a lot for each faction as everyone has problems that need to be resolved lately. The tower has been locked off after the Templars lost control of it. Now some mages have taken over the tower and abominations are running amok. Abominations are the result of an individual being possessed by a demon. However, the severity of that possession is what determines how much of an abomination that possessed looks like. A young boy could be possessed by a demon but still look like a young boy. Meanwhile, a mage may get possessed and come out looking like a flesh creature straight out of a Cronenberg movie. It varies widely. In any variation, however, the threat of an abomination is incredibly real. It doesn't matter who the demon possesses, the power of the abomination is determined by that of the demon, so anyone that gets possessed could potentially be enough to devastate the tower. Needless to say, Gregor is correct. There is no help for us here, at least not until we help them ourselves, which we offer to do. He agrees, but we get our first insight into the relationship between the Templars and the mages here. Gregor is willing to send us in, but he's going to lock the doors behind us. The mages that are in the tower, possessed or not, must fend for themselves, and the Templars have no desire to save them, or at the very least don't feel like it's worth it. In the eyes of many, mages are nothing but a danger, and this event requires them to be culled, hence why Gregor is considering something known as the Rite of Annulment. The rite would give the Templars the authority to completely wipe out the mage's circle, whether the individuals within were possessed or not. That's how much of a potential danger they are perceived to be. For sure, a possessed individual could be a danger, but every mage? It's an excessive end scenario that the Templars and others are willing to take part in because the value of the mage's life to them is not worth much, if anything at all. They're subjugated people. They live to serve the Chantry and the kingdoms and have no freedom to speak of. If they wish to be free, they are hunted down by Templars and killed anyway. And even when escaping this, they are forced to live in hiding. Even the mages within the tower have a hard life, and we now see that. Even when they have done no wrong, their lives are forfeit in the eyes of their oppressors. Thus, we will have a choice to make at some point. Do we side with the mages to try to help them, or do we feel it's necessary to wipe the mages out? We have to agree to go in and help who we can since the Templars are unwilling to do so, but Gregor won't let us out unless he hears from First Enchanter Irving, who is the head of this specific tower, meaning we need to head through the tower to assess the situation, potentially save who we can, and find Irving in the process.
We wanted to establish conflicts where you could conceivably take either side and make an argument for it, and have the characters in the world who mouth those same arguments. I mean, I say can assume either side. If you spend all your time on Tumblr or online, it's like, well, no, there is clearly one correct side and only one correct side to this conflict. Cool, that was intentional, and unfortunately we didn't release kind of a beast into the world with that. But I mean, the whole idea when building up the world and thinking about who these characters, the main characters in the story would be, was to provide fodder for to the idea of what would people who were actually in the world, what would they think and believe about these things. The mage one is difficult because it's like a lot of people draw really heavy allusions to similar oppressive situations and repressions of people in the real world, in our own history. And I think it's a little dicey because it's like these mages do in fact turn into abominations and kill lots of people. That's not a thing that happens. The one thing I do wish is that there was one plot in Day 2, was probably my biggest regret cutting, was where if the player is a mage, where they actually have to contend with coming close, like what it feels like to come close to losing control and having a spirit demon attempt to possess them, and what that feels like, just to add some weight to but that is a thing, because I mean, from the player perspective, being an abomination, it's not a thing. I just click the button. No, I would not like to be an abomination. You click that option, and you never need to worry about it. So there we head into a bit of, dare I use the phrase, ludonarrative dissonance, where the experience of the player does not quite match up with the expressed intent of the world narrative. So there is that. Well, but that was the intention overall for the world, was to present these sort of what if this magic conflict existed in our own world, and had sort of a more realistic approach to it. What would that look like?
No, I think you guys convey it well, and I think I mentioned it in the script too, but there's definitely injustices happening to these people, but like you point out, there is a very real chance of these people becoming something that's going to wipe out a countryside, and it's not hard for that to happen.
And then there is some nuance. I mean, I wish I could go back and talk to the early writing team about some of the treatises on moral responsibility and stuff and so forth that have been written about some of the moral conflicts, so that we would have talked about it more and maybe approached it with a little bit more nuance. But that's everything that's ever been written ever.
What follows is us traversing the tower floor by floor, heading upwards. There's plenty to do within the tower, but many of the areas may feel similar due to their design. Circular levels with multiple rooms along the walls. The game helps alleviate the repetitiveness with a few unique areas such as a library, a chapel, and similar locations. It helps keep the traversal feeling fresh along with some tasks we will be completing along the way. One of the first tasks comes up once we progress a bit through the first floor. We find some non-abomination mages defending themselves against demons. Specifically, we see Wynn defending them. If you don't remember, we first met Wynn in Ostagar. In fact, the main antagonist of this faction was also in Ostagar, if only for a moment. Wynn will recognize us, but is suspicious, demanding we stay back. Understandable, since she is aware that the Templars are prepared to attempt the Rite of Annulment after such a catastrophic event within the Circle. We can assure Wynn that the rite has yet to arrive and she'll become more comfortable around us, explaining that Uldred, a mage we met briefly in Ostagar during the strategy meeting, came back to the tower and started some sort of revolt against the other mages. She has erected a magic barrier preventing us from going through or demons coming in, but she will drop it if we agree to help her save the Circle, as Gregor is not an unreasonable man and could be persuaded to stop the rite. Of course, that's not your only option. You could instead agree with the rite and be forced to kill Wynn in combat. Alternatively, if you have Morgan in your party, she will chime in expressing how she thinks the mages deserve this and shouldn't be helped. It's a childish and ignorant outlook. Morgan believes that the mages allow themselves to be subjugated, equating these mages to cattle and dehumanizing them in the process, making it easier for her to form such an opinion of other human beings. Well, humans and elves, you know what I mean. I shouldn't need to explain how flawed and misguided an argument this is, as it is clearly the lack of experience Morgan has in terms of the outside world and history speaking here.
When we approach any of the games, the way we create the characters is we first decide which sort of world or plot aspects they're going to embody.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, I can't make the player care about the world, but I can make the player care about characters.
Mm-hmm.
And if the character cares about things in the world, then the player will care about things in the world. They're ciphers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, we're talking about, we need characters that sort of embody the dichotomy of issues for the mages. So you got Wynn and you got Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two sides.
Yeah.
For when it came to Origins. Morgan needed to sort of hold certain opinions. And then it becomes a matter of, so what kind of character would have those opinions? And it's like, we had a few different things. I like the idea of having an outsider,
Mm-hmm.
sort of to give, because we're also teaching the player, like, what is Ferelden society and the things. What would somebody who has no experience in the world, what would they comment on
Mm-hmm.
or misunderstand? Because the player's own character should intrinsically understand this. So it's nice sometimes to have an outsider like Sten or Morgan who can say, well, this is very, very strange and weird.
Mm-hmm.
And the player's like, yeah, it is strange and weird.
Mages are raised to feel afraid and guilty of their power, and the Chantry and the Templars leverage overwhelming power to maintain this system, stifling those who would look to rise up and defeat their oppressors. Revolution requires time, violence, support, and many other factors to come to fruition. These people are scared, guilt-ridden, and disorganized, far from being the ones who currently control information and influence. They do not have the support of the outside world the same way the Chantry does, making it unreasonably difficult for them to rise up against such a powerful foe. It's unrealistic, insulting, and altogether ignorant of Morgan to think it is the fault of the mages that they are where they are currently, and this ignorance causes Morgan to lobby for evil, wishing to see evil actions committed against people simply because she believes they deserve it. And this isn't really something we can convince her out of either. Her character growth focuses more on her relationship with her mother and her independence, and not so much her ignorant worldviews. That's the same for many of the characters here. When we talk to our companions, we do so to learn more about them rather than to see them grow as drastically as a character in, say, Baldur's Gate 3. We can learn more about Morgan and she can come to like us more, but that's the only big change we will experience. The companions can become more appreciative of us, but rarely will they grow in ways that aren't related to us, aside from Alistair and Leliana, and we'll see that later. My point is that you could have a character like Shadowheart from Baldur's Gate 3. She starts off untrusting and slowly warms up to you. Later we learn about her backstory and how that shapes her personality and worldview, and from there we can help or follow her down separate paths that will show her grow or stagnate in different ways. With Morgan, it's more limited. we learn more about her, maybe get on her good side, and then we choose to help her or not later on. And if we do help her, we don't hear much more about it until the very end of the game. She's still the same person, still ignorant and hateful, and that never really changes. If we agree with Morrigan here, Wynne will be shocked that you would listen to an apostate and then defend herself in combat. However, we can obviously disagree with Morrigan, and this will lead to some disapproval from her, but keep Wynne alive and allow her to be a member of our party, which, in my opinion, is a way better option, especially since Wynne is a spirit healer and one of my personal favorite companions in terms of effectiveness. Needless to say, I side with Wynne on this, and this is the point where we have our full party for the majority of the game. Alistair is our tank, Leliana for ranged DPS, Wynne for healing, and ourselves for melee DPS. I find it's a pretty good setup, especially once Leliana gets to the ranger specialization, as that will allow her to summon other animals we can use as temporary party members in combat. That means Morrigan is going to be on the bench for the rest of this playthrough despite us romancing her, and you might be asking why we romanced her if she's so awful in terms of social politics. And the answer to that is that I believe it is the most beneficial to the story to do so. We get the most out of the story when Morrigan is romanced and when we make a decision near the end of the game, so you'll just have to trust me on that for now. In the meantime, we can get moving and explore the rest of the first floor with Wynne. One of the first areas we come to is the library, which can take up a surprising amount of time if you wish to complete a small side quest here. On the ground of the library, we can find a book discussing summoning sciences. In fact, the entire area has items within that we can use for 3 summoning rituals, and the book will tell us what we need to interact with and in what order so that we can complete these rituals. Each level will require a more and more elaborate set of interactions, but really you're just pressing the right buttons in the right order. That's all. It's still a fun little minigame to distract you from the people being murdered upstairs at least. The first sequence will summon a spirit hog that dies in front of you and drops a gem. The second summons an individual known as Trickster Whim and will add a codex entry on him. Something to note that I only found out thanks to the wiki during this playthrough is that a rogue can pickpocket this ghost for a random item, and then pickpocket an Easter egg ghost later for a codex entry. The third and technically final sequence will summon an enemy to defeat who drops some enchanted gloves. I say technically final as there is one final optional summoning sequence that acts as an Easter egg. By doing all of the sequences from the first to the third uninterrupted, you will spawn a 4th summoning circle. Interacting with it will summon a man known as Arl Foreshadow, who is referenced to Lord Foreshadow from the original Baldur's Gate. He foreshadowed the sequel games Shadows of Amn and Neverwinter Nights when talked to. Cool callback. We can head up to the 2nd floor to meet with a tranquil known as Owain. He works the stockroom in the tower and preferred to stay there despite everything that's going on. Well, he tried to escape but ran into the barrier and decided he'd rather keep working instead. That's the thing with the Tranquil. Having no dreams and no emotions seems to make them complacent, even in the face of violent death. It's a curse to become something like this, one that Owain even volunteered for, as the alternative was potential death from the harrowing, a fate which he could not bear to face. Owain was told to risk his life or be forced into an emotionless state, and he chose the latter in fear, although he says he doesn't regret it. Traveling further through the 2nd level, you'll start to run into more than just demons. Blood mages seem to have joined up with Uldred, and your arrival throws them into combat mode, meaning you're going to be fighting through a fair bit of them as we go. One even asked for mercy, offering to provide some insight as to why they were doing this. Uldred promised these mages that they would be free of the Chantry. He offered them a means of standing up for themselves and offered them hope that they could finally be free. The issue is that while an admirable idea on paper, Uldred's methods would never lead to the freedom that he sought, as time and time again we see it is impossible to keep demons under strict control, and things almost always go awry. Wynne chimes in to say that the ends do not always justify the means, and I agree with her partially. The ends do not justify the means when the means are so volatile that they can backfire so horribly that the ends aren't even met. What Uldred is doing is so crazy and backwards that he never would have seen the mages free to begin with. They would have gone from being oppressed by the Chantry to oppressed by the demons. It's a lose-lose. However, the Blood Mage does make a silent point against Wynne as well. Drastic societal change rarely comes peacefully. Violence is often a factor in revolution, regardless of what those in charge try to tell us nowadays. Those in power never give up that power peacefully, according to history at least. And to save my monetization status, that is not me advocating for violence or violent acts. I am merely framing this from a historical lens of what we know works and what we know doesn't. What you are trying to change and to what scale are factors that determine what is necessary to make it happen. That's just life. As the mage puts it, Andraste waged war on the Imperium. She didn't write a strongly worded letter, which I think perfectly sums up Revolution in a nutshell. More importantly, the first enchanter's office can be found on this level. Within is a locked chest housing the Black Grimoire, a book related to Flemeth that Morgan will soon ask us to look for. You can actually get the request to find the book before this if you take part in other faction quests first, but finding it ahead of time can be used to surprise Morgan, which I always appreciate the developers taking into consideration. A game feels more freeform and together when there are aspects of it you can complete ahead of time. Sure, Dragon Age has quests that can only be completed once active, and while I criticize that, I too can acknowledge that they offer the alternative as well. And while not my preference, those other quests do not detract from the experience in a way that ruins it. The third floor is full of Templars that have been possessed by demons. These men seem particularly susceptible to desire demons, which, I mean, I'm just saying I understand this one better than some of the other demons in the game. I always get this desire demon confused with the next one because there's two in this tower at least, and both are influencing Templars. On the third floor, the demon is just aggressive and attacks you alongside the men, forcing you into a conflict where you're at a bit of a disadvantage as a mage, but I never had any trouble with it on normal difficulty. To this day, the only thing that causes me dread in this game is when I run into a group of enemies and see that they have a mage with them. They are by far the opponent that makes or breaks an encounter, and I highly recommend keeping an eye out for them and finding a way of disposing of them quickly. I usually just rush them with my melee character, but good god, is this a bad idea? Unless you have a Templar specialization, maybe. I'm just stubborn about it. The fourth floor has that other demon I mentioned, and this one has a cutscene with a thought experiment that I found interesting. The Desire demon is charming a Templar man. Using magic, she makes the man believe he is living a different life, one he yearns for greatly. Through this, the Templar is at peace and happy, but this world that is offering said happiness is a facade. The illusion of having a family is what the demon offers the man in order to use him to escape the tower. They wish to be free of this place and explore the world through his eyes, and in return will allow him to live in happiness until he eventually expires, I assume. To make matters more complicated, we can't snap the Templar out of it, and we can't kill the demon without killing the Templar. So we have to make a decision here. Do we free the Templar from the illusion but end his life, or do we leave him in the illusion and let the demon escape? It can boil down to what you think the value of artificial happiness is. Many of the good aligned characters will find the thought of being stuck in the illusion disgusting. To them, the value of happiness is nothing without the effort we put forth to obtain it. But at the same time, happiness is ultimately little more than a chemical in our brain, a function that can be manipulated by actions, drugs, and apparently magic. Why do we choose to see happiness as something we earn and something that needs to be real? And I'm really asking you that here because I don't have an exact answer for it. I personally believe that I would rather be outside of an illusion, living in reality, rather than stuck and being forever happy. But why do I feel that way, and why would you feel the way that you do? Why is truth valued so highly here when the Templar clearly seems happy? He's at peace, so why is this wrong? It feels wrong, but why? There's some assumptions we can make here. For one, we can't trust the Desire demon. Who knows how long she would truly keep this illusion going, and on top of that, who knows how long she would go without harming others, or putting them under the same illusion. Happiness being based in reality is important in part due to that very reality that exists within our lives. We have friends, family, and responsibilities. To drop all of those for something we deem as fake seems to be irresponsible and potentially deadly for ourselves or others in this particular scenario. Having control allows us to be responsible, to make our own choices and tie our happiness to doing good, so it makes sense why the good aligned characters would value this highly. I had to look this up to be sure, but there's an interesting approval rating gain from Leliana here for letting the demon escape, most likely because while valuing real happiness over artificial, Leliana would still rather spare an innocent man than kill him. But is that responsible? Letting the demon go will surely cause suffering for others in the future, Even Leliana, someone we may consider to be a good character, does not have a straightforward outlook on the situation, and that's not a bad thing. That's actually really cool. Characters do not fall under a morality binary in Dragon Age. These choices and decisions we make, even when small, can be difficult to decide because there isn't always a clear answer. I chose to kill the demon to save more people down the line, but I lost the Templar in the process. I chose to sacrifice his life for the potential lives of others. Was that the right choice? There's a few side quests we can complete along the way through the tower, but they aren't worth going in depth, at least for me. One requires us to find notes around the tower and then solve a puzzle involving several statues that culminates in a fight against a demon. Another shows that several mages were conned by a dude that we run into later on during a random encounter. What follows from here is one of the most notorious and disliked aspects of Dragon Age Origins, an area that I think isn't so bad, but compounded with the length of the tower already, makes for a bit of a slog many would prefer to skip. When we reach the circular room that leads to the next floor, we'll be face to face with an abomination that is housing the Sloth Demon. Abominations are what any person possessed by a demon is classified as, regardless of if they look human or like our buddy over here. There's a discussion later that asks how we might classify a possessed individual, specifically a mage who retains their free will. Wynn believes that they would no longer be considered an abomination at that point, but they could still be a danger to those around them. The powers of an abomination are again based on the demon possessing them. So when the Sloth Demon spots us, he suggests we take a rest of sorts. The powers of an abomination are based on the demon possessing them, so when the Sloth Demon spots us, he suggests we take a rest of sorts, which we are compelled to do regardless of dialogue choice, throwing us into a dreamlike world within the Fade. And we're going to be in here for quite some time, so let's break down the mechanics. The Fade operates as an open-ended dungeon crawl. Our goal is to complete various areas on a star map, and by doing so gain access to inner areas until we eventually unlock the core location where the Sloth Demon resides. That's easier said than done, however. When we first enter the Fade, we find ourselves in Ostagar. Before us is Duncan, who informs us that the Blight has been defeated and we have a well-deserved rest ahead of us. As the player, we know that this isn't true. It's an illusion crafted by the Sloth Demon to keep us stuck within the Fade, similar to when the Desire Demon possessed the Templar. However, I assume because our character has a strong will, although it's never mentioned why exactly, we manage to be aware that Duncan is dead and the Blight is far from over. When we question Duncan on this, he grows increasingly hostile until we are forced into combat with him and a few filler units. Taking a look around, you'll notice two things. One, there's an unknown object that we can't interact with, and two, there's a pedestal that we can interact with that opens the star map. So what's going on here exactly? Well, when we move from our current location to the raw Fade, we will witness a mouse being attacked by a rage demon. Saving him, we learn the mage also ended up trapped in the Fade, but for much longer than us. Somehow, he has the ability to shapeshift into a mouse, and this ability seems unrelated to the shapeshifter specialization, meaning he can somehow teach us how to do the same, unlocking our first form. How does this work? I don't know. It's the Fade, it's magic. I don't have to explain shit. The mage will explain that in order to access the core area of the Sloth Demon, we will need to kill the 5 guardians protecting him. Like I said, it's not that easy, but now we have the rat form to traverse small holes that allow us to bypass certain walls or lock doors, etc. Having the rat form is required to progress, and with this form, we can unlock various new forms by completing specific areas on the map. This is where the time within the Fade gets elongated. The 5 surrounding zones each house a different guardian to defeat, but we can't reach any of them yet. So we need to partially traverse multiple areas and unlock various forms we find along the way. Then we can use these forms after backtracking to previously visited areas in order to get through locations that were previously blocked off. We understand what the rat does, but we still need to find the Burning Man, the Spirit, and the Golem forms. Burning Man will allow us to bypass walls of flame, the Spirit can enter intangible ghost doors, and the Golem can hurl a rock at locked doors to break them open. Unlike the rat, these 3 other forms all have combat potential. The Burning Man can perform a huge AoE and conal set of fire attacks, the Spirit has some crowd control options and magic attacks, and the Golem has raw strength, a projectile, and the ability to AoE stun enemies while dealing damage to them. You may have guessed it already, but I find these ideas refreshing and a lot of fun. I like the idea of swapping between different forms in order for them to benefit me in different situations. The Burning Man has flame immunity, so it's super helpful against anyone that has the ability to attack us with fire. It completely invalidates rage demons and some mages. If I'm fighting heavy melee attackers, I can swap to the Golem and take virtually no damage in the process. And when fighting some of the Guardians, the Spirit is great for keeping them in place and dealing damage while they can't move or act. So there's enough here to keep combat fresh, fresher than it has been in a minute since the majority of the battles in the tower have all been the same. It's a mechanic that breathes new life into combat scenarios and gives you the ability to easily solo these encounters, which is convenient since you need to solo them anyway. I suppose the main issue people would have with the Fade is the slog of being stuck within the long area when the end of the tower is right before your eyes. You're one step away from meeting Uldred at the top of the tower, and then you're thrust into another long dungeon within this long dungeon, stifling your eagerness and making you feel like you aren't being given the outcome you've been waiting for. Additionally, players may have had difficulty with the setup. Being placed into a solo situation and requiring a player to backtrack may confuse them and make them feel like they are walking into an intense difficulty spike, even though the game is easier for you here if you know how to use the shapeshifting mechanic. That's the fault of the player though. The mechanics are clearly laid out for you. Once you have even just one form unlocked, the rest of the area is a breeze. What I like most about the Fade, however, is that you are rewarded for backtracking. Sure, you need to backtrack to fight the Guardians, but that's not the only reason to do so. Remember that intangible object we saw back at Ostagar? If the Spirit can interact with intangible doors, then surely it can interact with this object as well. That's true, yes, and what happens when you interact with this device? You gain a permanent attribute bonus to your character. The best part? There's 21 of these that can be found within the Fade, though not all of them are intangible. Some require you to be the mouse, golem, etc. That's 7 levels worth of attribute points. 4 of these are willpower and 2 of them are magic, so they aren't as important for us, but the rest are. 2 extra constitution, 4 extra strength, 4 extra dex, and a whopping 15 cunning. You can quickly turn your character into a powerhouse in comparison to the rest of your party, and it's free. It's free real estate. That's the best part about the Fade. Sure, it suffers by being at the end of the tower, but it makes up for it by being such a unique and engaging experience that offers you desirable rewards. You may dislike the slog, but you want those attributes, and nothing is going to stop you from getting them. There's enough reward here to make up for the downsides, at least in my opinion. Still, especially on repeated playthroughs, I can understand the longing to have this faction completed. It's why people made a mod that completes the Fade for you and gives you every possible attribute bonus and item that was found within. You should experience it at least once, but after that, well, it's up to you. I used to skip it, but now I have a greater appreciation for it. There's one more optional mechanic within the Fade that I suggest completing before moving on. There are 3 locations that aren't required to stop by to progress, where we find each of our companions. Depending on who you brought with you, the dreams you encounter will be different. For example, Alistair is living with his sister in his dream. Meanwhile, Wynne is surrounded by dead mage bodies and Leliana is stuck praying indefinitely to the Maker. Alistair's family includes his sister Goldana and her children. Goldana is a real person who we will get to meet later, but how Alistair or the demon would know what she looks like at this point is beyond me. It's just some game logic so they didn't have to use another model, I suppose. Alistair hasn't met his sister yet. It's part of a side quest that we can start as early as Redcliffe, although I unlock it later on in Denerim. Alistair yearns to know and be involved in the life of his half-sister as he has no other blood relatives to speak of, but I can't speak more on it at the moment, since it's tied to a revelation later on in the story. When you either convince Alistair that this is all fake or attack his sister, he will finally wake up. However, he gets teleported away almost immediately for unknown reasons. He hasn't woken up yet, and he's not with us either. The entirety of the dungeon is solo up until the final boss. That's the point. We are optionally freeing our party from captivity so that they can optionally be used in the final fight, although I think it should have been a requirement. The Sloth Demon is fairly powerful, and fighting him solo could spell disaster for some players. Each character except for Dog has a story like this within their dream for you to wake them out of. Wynne is stuck in a perpetual state of guilt, believing her apprentices died due to her actions and choices. When you try to bring her back to reality, the dead mages arise and try to keep her. Meanwhile, Leliana doesn't remember us and only cares about praying, but we can remind her of her vision to help her snap out of it. Usually, these scenarios all end in combat, and while I've only focused on the ones relevant to our chosen companions at the time, there's one for each party member, encouraging repeat playthroughs to experience the other's nightmares. Once all of the guardians are defeated and the party saved, we can finally make our way to the central location where we will run into the sloth demon for a final battle. This is a whopping 5-phase fight, as the demon takes on a new form every time you defeat him, each with their own abilities. Ogres, demon forms, etc. This guy has them all. He's a walking chameleon in that sense, and the need to fight 5 bosses in a row can be daunting. Luckily, we saved our party, meaning they got to join us in this fight. Plus, the shape-shifting forms can be of use here. Golem can be great against the ogre, Burning Man once again invalidates the rage demon, etc. That doesn't mean it's easy though. Some of these attacks from the demon are just strong as hell, and I wouldn't have it any other way. The point of the fight is to take everything you learned within your travels within the Fade and apply it onto this boss, while also making use of your human form. Everything you have is important, whether it be from the Fade or out. When the Sloth Demon dies in the game, it dies in real life, and the mage will show up to inform us of something important. For one, he'll soon die as well. His body has been left for too long, and once the realm collapses, he will not be able to return to it, as it's already long dead. Most importantly, the mage mentions the Litany of Andrala on his body, a litany that can be recited to stun demons, including whatever we are about to go up against, plus counteract blood magic. It's fully optional, I believe, but its use will determine what type of ending you get with the faction. The Litany is an activated item that can be used multiple times after a cooldown period, and will need it for this next event since I plan to get a specific ending.
The Black Watch? Maybe Night Watch. The Night Watch.
Yeah.
I said that's just like the Night Watch, and I'm like, or actually they would do the same thing with the Fade is just like the Teleran Riode, the Dream Realm in Wheel of Time, and I had to go look. Is like, is that what that is? It's like, well, that's why they call it a genre, right? And the fantasy genre because it's generic. Because we all draw from the same well and we all end up at the very exact same place, I guess.
With the Litany in hand, we now have one final floor to make our way through before reaching Uldred at the top of the tower. If you're exhausted by this point, I don't blame you. I enjoy the Fade, but it's definitely a lot to take in this far into the faction quest line. After killing several abominations, shades, and other enemies, we finally make it to the entrance to the top of the tower. We can find a Templar waiting for us behind a magical barrier. This man is Cullen, and he's been made delirious by the constant harassment of demons and who knows what else. It's gotten to the point where he doesn't even believe us to be real, just another way for the demons to mess with his head. We can further assure Cullen that we are real, and he will demand our assistance with the mages, demanding us to not only kill Uldred, but all of the mages up there. Cullen believes none of the mages are to be trusted, especially after what he has seen. They could all be working for Uldred, and even if they aren't, it's too great a risk to leave them alive, considering the damage an abomination could do to those around it. Cullen's right to be fearful at the very least. The amount of damage an army of abominations could cause would be catastrophic, potentially on par with the Blight if it got truly out of hand. But is that justification for what could be considered the equivalent of an ethnic cleansing? That's what the metaphor here is, right? Killing an entire group of people for who they are, for what they might do, and not necessarily what they've done. People inherently became mages through birth, not through choice. People that are innocent and not associated with those who are guilty. Is the potential safety of the Templars and the people of Ferelden justification for what we could describe as genocide? I'd say no. In fact, I'd say very obviously no. Cullen's desire to see all of the mages killed is a desire born out of fear. He's allowing his fear and hatred of the mages to dictate his judgment and actions. Should we hate Cullen for this? Is he a bad person because of this? Not exactly. These are extenuating circumstances. You can't just ask someone to not let fear get the best of them when an entire tower of people just got turned into a meat grinder that is churning out abominations. This dude has seen horrors. It's affected his psyche, but that doesn't mean his reasoning is justified. Really, it's all the more reason to scrutinize it. Ultimately, it's up to us, the ones capable of seeing clearly, to decide the right course of action. Do we do whatever we can to save the mages, or do we agree with Cullen that the safest and best course of action is to kill all of them instead, innocent or not? That's the choice here. It's not about what is good or bad, renegade or paragon. You, as the individual, need to decide how you feel on the subject, or rather, how your character would feel. What to you is right? What would you do? Is this an easy decision for you, or is it more difficult? You know, it's an easy decision for me to make now since I know the outcome, but during your first playthrough, you have no idea what the repercussions for saving the mages would be. Would it be good, or would it blow up in your face and lead to the death of even more people than those you tried to save? That's the beauty of this decision. It's one that asks for you to think about it rather than telling you what is right or wrong from the get-go. Obviously, not telling you makes the decision a bit harder to make, but this is an intense situation and many individuals are suffering currently. If you take your time to put yourself into the shoes of these people, you may find yourself having a harder time making your choice regardless of if the game told you it was a good option or not. Do you adhere to the side of the Templars, who rule and subjugate the mages but also fear their power and seem to hold a hatred towards them? Do you understand why the mages did what they did after years and years of being held down by the Templars and the Chantry? Are the actions of the rebels here justified to you, or do you assert that the innocent mages have done nothing to deserve this cruelty, and that the rebels should not dictate the fate of the civilians? Maybe it's a combination of all of that, and that's what makes it compelling. Regardless of what you choose, I'm not here to judge, but I will let you know that I plan on saving the mages and siding with them instead of the Templars here. In order to do so, we need to say bye-bye to Cullen for now and make our way into the final chamber where we come face to face with Uldred for the second time. Quickly, we can witness that Uldred and his abominations have several mages held hostage, including First Enchanter Irving. We then watch as Uldred and his ilk force possession upon another mage, transforming them in the process. What follows is a disappointing conversation in comparison to the one we had with Cullen. Uldred has been at least partially possessed himself by a demon. In his own words, he is Uldred and not Uldred at the same time. He views the turning of mages into abominations to be a means of freeing them, breaking their chains and giving them independence regardless of if they are willing or not. What makes this a bit of a disappointing conclusion is that there's nothing we can really do to sway Uldred here. Don't get me wrong, I don't think we need some means of talking him down considering the circumstances. He's possessed after all and too far gone, but what I found lacking was that there was no means of joining up with him, as that is implied to be an option during the conversation. Uldred offers to turn us, or at the very least give us some form of power, but there's no join me and kill these mages agreement to get it. In fact, you can't get it at all. You really only get the opportunity to refuse the idea, and he plans on turning you anyway, and that leads to combat. All routes lead to combat with Uldred. Really, his dialogue is just an extension of what we had with Cullen. Mages want freedom, Uldred offers a means to an end, and things quickly got out of hand. Now he has to die. It's not impossible to parlay with a demon in this game, especially when the demon recognizes your strength. I would have loved to see some further development here, maybe a third option to this whole ordeal. Maybe we don't want to side with the mages or the Templars, maybe we want to side with the demons and receive some sort of boon in the process. Grey Wardens do make use of whatever is available to them after all. It's like their whole deal. Remember Soldier's Peak? Didn't end well for them, sure, but having it be an option would be cool regardless. Don't worry though, there's at least one interesting mechanic within the battle, although I always found it confusing when I was first playing through this faction. The Litany seems like it would have the relevance of a key item. You may expect it to passively activate during combat, but that isn't the case, right? It's an activated item with a cooldown period said to stop blood magic and stun demons, so you may enter battle with Uldred, who turns into a silly little guy here, and assume that activating the Litany would stun him long enough for you to get some decent damage in. But no, that's not the case. In fact, I don't believe this is made properly clear at all, but what you actually need to do is wait for the demon to begin the transfiguration process on a group of mages, head into the circular area created, and activate the Litany in there in order to interrupt the cast. The main idea is that if you manage to do this regularly, you will be able to continue the fight without any additional adds, making it more manageable. But most importantly, this is necessary since First Enchanter Irving is one of the mages that can be possessed. Meaning if you want the ending where you side with the mages and save them, you need to make sure he survives. That's right, regardless of what you want the conclusion to be, the decision is not a full decision unless you are able to save Irving in the process, as he is required to make sure that the mages are allowed to continue living and the right of annulment is prevented. So if you really want to save the mages, it all comes down to this, and you better make sure you properly understand how to use the Litany, otherwise you are either going to lose Irving or have to reload a save until you get it right. Still, it's a good idea to learn how to use the Litany anyway, as it makes the fight much easier. I just wish it was more actively described to you instead of just the tutorial message off on the side. Once Uldred is bested, since we saved Irving, he'll thank us for doing so and escort us back to Knight Commander Gregor to let him know that the issue has finally been taken care of. However, Cullen will make the argument that there is a chance there are still blood mages about and that it isn't safe to let the mages be. Basically, you still get the opportunity to side with the Templars here even if you saved Irving. You just need to convince Irving that it's the less dangerous and more logical option. That being said, we'll be siding with the mages this playthrough, meaning we aren't going to be taking any of that from Cullen, and can state that we believe the order has been restored. Brigger will thank us for taking care of the problem and point us to Irving, as it will be the mages that will aid us in the Blight, considering the Templars will be busy getting everything back in order. The entire purpose of Broken Circle is to act as a journey through the subjugation of the mages. It's a commentary on what can happen when the oppressed finally get fed up and take action. Whether or not the actions of Uldred and his followers were justified is up to you, but the fact remains that these mages were pushed to this point due to the actions of the Templars and Chantry, and these actions would in turn have adverse consequences on other mages whether they took part in the rebellion or not. Magic in Dragon Age is dangerous, make no mistake. But when you corral humans and limit their personal freedoms, when you place them in a scenario where they must choose to live under the oppressive rule of others or die simply because they were born the way they were, those individuals will eventually turn to all possible avenues they have before them to resist you, and one of those avenues is violence. For many within the circle, they may have seen this rebellion as necessary, something they had no choice in, a first step in freeing the mages from their oppressors. Whether or not you agree with that line of thinking doesn't change the fact that this is how we see things go time and time again, and it's something we will see repeated in the sequel. Oppression breeds resistance, and it will take systemic change to quell it. Sometimes, more often than you may realize, that change is brought on through violence, and we see one example of that here today. Though the circle has been broken, we've saved the mages and Templars, so there's nothing left for us to do here currently. Irving pledges what forces he can to fight by our side, and Wynn also decides to leave the tower in order to join us on our journey as we amass forces against the Blight. When we head back to camp, you'll notice that there is a new individual there, a representative of the mage faction, and in front of him is a supply crate. Each faction we enlist will have a representative within our camp, and we can use the supply chest here to outfit their forces. It's an active mechanic per faction. We can provide unique items or gold depending on who we are dealing with. Take the mages here, they can be upgraded by donating unused rune stones to them. If we have no use for a stone, better to give it to the mages so we can level their forces and also raise the maximum number of troops possible to call on in the final battle to come. Additionally, this also provides our party with experience per runestone, or per other type of donation we offer. The mages take runes, Redcliffe soldiers take gold, dwarves take gemstones, etc. We can have a total of 12 mages to call on later in the main campaign, but other forces have more significant numbers behind them, or less numbers if you recruit the golems, which is relevant to where we will be heading next. The system itself is welcome if not obtuse. There's little to no explanation of what your donations actually do, and I wouldn't be surprised if many people didn't take part in the process at all. And you may end up valuing your items in gold enough that donating them for little to no explainable reason seems foolhardy. Just another example of something that would have benefited from having the idea explained in detail to the player. What is there to say about random encounters? Well, first off, that maybe they're not all that random to begin with. Technically, a list of these encounters can happen at random times, but many of them have some sort of trigger that activates them, which results in you seeing the event sooner rather than later. There's plenty of triggers to lead to these, allowing for the possibility that you won't see all of them. I didn't do much stealing on this playthrough, so I definitely missed at least some. That's the thing with Dragon Age Origins that holds it back from some of the other retrospectives I've done so far. There's so much to do in the game, but much of that is so minimal to the point that it's not worth going over. There's plenty of content in the game that just isn't worth your time, and you'll find you're often better off focusing on the main storyline and some major side quests along the way that will have actual rippling effects throughout the entire series. The encounters themselves are fine though. Short and sweet, they never overstay their welcome and give you something to do while staring at a map during fast travel. That's all traveling is, after all. Like some older games before it, traveling from location to location is as simple as selecting one and then watching a trail be formed, suggesting the idea that your party is on the move. Flip a coin and decide if you're going to land in an encounter or not. It helps break up the monotony of traveling this way all the time because, who are we kidding, there's nothing to hold your attention otherwise. Encounters are used in a small variety of other ways. After major faction progression, if we travel, we'll often get an encounter that is actually a cutscene in disguise, one to show us the narrative away from our party, usually focusing on Loghain as he tries to take control of Ferelden and also thwart our actions, to the point that he even sends an elvish assassin after us named Zevran, a member of the Crows, an assassination organization who once they accept a contract, will never stop in their attempts to complete it. As you might imagine if you remember the context I've mentioned him in previously, Zevran here will be hired by Logan during one encounter and then attack us in another, but after we defeat him, all of the rules surrounding the crows seem to be thrown out the window. You knock him unconscious, and when he comes to, he asks if he will be allowed to live, either by being let go or by joining up with the party, which Alistair isn't happy about. The truth is that the honor of the crows is non-existent. Someone like Zevran will try to weasel their way out of an unfavorable situation, even if it means betraying the organization. That's one of the cool mechanics with Zevran too. You can question his loyalty, but he will be loyal to you as long as he likes you, at least until an encounter we'll have later in Denerim that I'll talk about when the time comes. For now though, just view Zevran as another member of the party, one that is now also being chased by the crows since he failed his mission. Zevran isn't the only crow that will be after the Warden. It's an organization where if one fails, another will take their place, at least for now. Another important encounter involves Wynne and is necessary for one of her unique abilities. It's not exactly related to being a spirit healer, but rather it is an ability known as Vessel of the Spirit. When Wynne was defending the circle, she ended up kicking the bucket. However, this wasn't the end for her, and she was resurrected by what she believes to be a benevolent spirit of the Fade. It's not impossible. We see another spirit do something similar in Awakening, although it's the spirit who has full control of the body at that time. Here though, it seems Wynne is still in control. Several encounters will show Wynne collapsing from fatigue or using the abilities of her spirit. When you question her about this, she explains what I have already and will eventually unlock the ability Vessel of the Spirit, which is a powerful sustained effect that has both activation bonuses and deactivation penalties. It's basically Wynne activating all of her energy for a strong effect, one that will leave her vulnerable after a while. Spirits and demons are considered different entities within the Fade, spirits being those that at the very least hold no ill will towards humanity and rarely interact with the mortal realm, while demons are the opposite. It's suggested later that demons are corrupted spirits that came to be that way for various reasons. Wynne believes that the power of her spirit is fading and that she will soon pass on, but also surmises that she has been given this opportunity to continue living for a reason, one such reason being to help with the Blight, but another involved making up with one of her apprentices who ran from the circle. Wynne represents the antithesis of Morrigan, where Morrigan believes in the freedom of being an apostate and sees the mages as willing slaves. Wynne instead sees the value in understanding the dangers of the Fade and the power they hold, even if that fear is often misplaced, and enforces the oppression of mages in whole. To Wynne, the circle is necessary and good, and in a way she's right. Mages can be dangerous, and there is a necessity to keep that danger contained by training mages to use their powers properly. It's just not a perfect system due to the Chantry, the Templars, the Harrowing, the Tranquil, everything I've mentioned before. Wynne isn't blind to all of that, but she sees it as a greater good and believes in the idea of the circle as a result. She's willing to be partially blind to the misdeeds of the circle due to this, while Morgan is so unwilling to see any good within the circle that she has vilified both the Chantry and the mages that are forced to take part. It makes for a cool dichotomy where neither position is fully right or fully wrong. Speaking of Morgan, we have a side quest that we can start and finish now that we've obtained the Black Grimoire from the Circle Tower. With a high approval rating, Morgan will inform us that she's after a Black Grimoire that should be somewhere within the tower. We of course know this to be true already and can hand it to her right away, which she is surprised and grateful about. As it turns out, the book seems to be the secret to Flemeth's immortality, in that she will often raise a young girl and eventually possess her, taking their body as her own. Something that Morgan incorrectly assumes Flemeth has been doing with her, but I believe it isn't until Inquisition where we learn that this isn't the case. No, Flemeth has greater plans for Morgan and the Archdemon, that's for sure, but we won't be learning about those in the first entry of the series. Still, Morgan believes this, and it's as good a time as any to get more information about Flemeth and her mysterious nature before moving on. In fact, the story is akin to a legend often retold in folklore. Leliana has the more conventional tale to tell, as she's a bard and would have various stories in her arsenal of entertainment. As Leliana tells it, not realizing we have met the real Flemeth, the witch married a noble named Ban Conobar, but soon fell in love with a poet named Ozin. The two ran away and lived freely with one another until word was brought to them that Conobar was on his deathbed and wished to see Flemeth one last time. This was a trap that led to Ozin's death and Flemeth's imprisonment. To escape and exact revenge, Flemeth summoned a spirit that was meant to destroy everything around her, but also managed to possess her as well, thus turning her into an abomination. From there, she gave birth to an army of abomination-adjacent daughters by sleeping with various men found within the Chasen tribes. Apparently, this army was thwarted by a hero named Cormac, or so the legend goes. Morrigan has a different tale to tell, one directly from her mother, although the validity of it is still rather unclear. It's hard to tell what comes out of Flemeth's mouth is true and what isn't, after all. Except when it's fire. According to Flemeth, she and Ozin were already together, and Conover attempted to buy her off of him. Ozin and Flemeth both agreed as the money was necessary to survive, but Conover betrayed Ozin and killed him. Apparently summoning the spirit in revenge was true, but it didn't possess her. Instead, she made her home in the Korkari Wilds, where we met her, and met a demon that she used to give herself enough power to defend against the band's men. Flemeth never raised an army, and her name was only attached to the legend of Cormac later through history. Plenty of mystery and hearsay. According to Flemeth in Inquisition, the truth of it is that the spirit named Mythal possessed her after the witch asked for help. The mysteries of Flemeth aren't answered in the original game because they are most likely just that. Mysteries not meant to be solved, but instead meant to form questions, to be ambiguous and leave the player theorizing. Only when the game ended up becoming the first of a series did it make sense to delve into the lore of Flemeth and her involvement with the various heroes found within the games. What does all of this have to do with us now? Well, despite it being a mistake, Morgan believes that Flemeth will one day try to possess her, something Morgan wishes to at the very least prolong, leading to her asking us to both kill Flemeth and to steal her real grimoire, which can be found in her hut. Morgan knows and will later explain that Flemeth cannot be truly killed. It's simply a means of elongating the amount of time she has away from her so that she can work on her own plans and prevent Flemeth from possessing her. If we head to the wilds, we are given a choice. Flemeth knows why we are here and suggests that she leaves after giving us the grimoire. Then we can just tell Morrigan that we killed her. Morrigan would be none the wiser as she can't come to the confrontation for fear of being possessed. It's a non-choice in my opinion. Well, not exactly. If we assume you have no idea of the future games nor the consequences of your choice, maybe you believe there'd be a reason to let Flemeth escape. In fact, that makes a lot of sense, right? All we know is that she may try to possess Morgan, and it's not exactly a fact. Plus, Flemeth has done nothing but help us ever since we met her. Never has she attempted to double-cross us. Maybe your loyalty to Morgan is so great that you feel it necessary to kill Flemeth for her just to be safe. There's no right or wrong reason necessarily. I think morally, it feels like killing her at the behest of Morgan when she has done nothing wrong is dubious at best, and therefore it may be best to let her escape. However, that would be a mistake for one major reason. If you don't fight Flemeth, you miss out on one of the extremely rare high dragon fights in the game. That's right, should you attack Flemeth, she will turn into a high dragon, one of the toughest and most unique bosses in the game. Flemeth and another dragon we find during the Urn of Sacred Ashes quest are the only two high dragons we fight in the main game, unless you count the Archdemon, which is technically a tainted high dragon and old god, making it 3, I guess. 3 dragons to fight until awakening and 2 of them are optional, so you should try to get as many in as you can. Understandable, right? What's one of the best parts of combat in an RPG? When they throw some impossibly strong super boss at you to test your skills. Flemeth is technically that, as you'll probably be underleveled when confronting her, but it's surprisingly doable if you really take the time to plan out all of your actions. Just don't get me started on those moves that grapple you and keep your party member out of combat for an extended amount of time. That is the most bullshit mechanic in the game, and there will be a point in Awakening where that's all that's happening to us. It's a challenging fight and one that will most likely test your ability to micromanage your party in at least some capacity. Otherwise, they're going to be getting hit by near instant kill fire breath, grapples, and various other infuriating attacks. That's the main issue with high dragons though. It is enjoyable, don't get me wrong, but it seems like the developers wanted to make them feel as grand as possible by loading them up with attacks that will either stun you, knock you down, or push you away. A large portion of their arsenal is like this, so even when micromanaging, you'll still need to deal with the idea that almost all of your abilities are going to be interrupted, which can make things very difficult to the point of feeling unfair. Once you've spared or defeated Flemeth, you can head inside to get the real grimoire and give it to Morgan to end the quest. Apparently, it will be used to help her better protect herself against Flemeth. I used to believe this side quest was necessary for the ritual segment near the end of the game, but that's not the case, and I was bamboozled, I guess. We're now on our way to our second faction quest, arguably the longest faction quest in the game and one I consider to drag on much longer than the Circle and the Fade. Orzammar is the home of the dwarves. One of them anyway. There's technically 2 other inhabited great taigs within the world of Thedas, though one only becomes accessible to the dwarves after the events of Awakening. The dwarves live underground. It's so ingrained in their culture that even seeing the outside is enough to make many dwarves anxious. The sky feels like something they could potentially fall upwards into, and that tends to scare them. It's the opposite of the elves, who prefer the wide open outdoors and feel claustrophobic within many interiors, especially dwarven locations. Dwarves carve through the underground, creating these long highways known as the Deep Roads. These massive areas were used to connect all of the dwarven colonies together, but naturally the rise of the Darkspawn put a stop to that. Since the Darkspawn seemed to originate from underground, it was the dwarves who first had to deal with them, and this conflict often led to many of their homes being overrun and therefore isolated from the rest of dwarven civilization. It was with the help of their golems, which they created using an object known as the Anvil of the Void, that the dwarves were able to survive for as long as they did, but they still incurred heavy losses, including the Anvil, which hasn't been seen for some time. The first thing you may ask yourself is, what will this faction represent within the grand scheme of things? The faction of each conflict is meant to reflect an issue within the real world, or at least comment on it. The Circle was a discussion on the danger of power, fear of man, and how the fear can lead to oppression. Both fear and desire for power play a role in how the mages are treated, and we must use that knowledge to make a final choice, where we side with the Templars or the mages. What makes it more interesting and more of a game, I suppose, is that sometimes the choice is taken out of your hands, like if we couldn't save the first enchanter, for example. Sometimes failure is a real option, though that failure doesn't lead to a game over, but to the end of one possible scenario. The dwarves here are isolationists and traditionalists. Generally speaking, the dwarves dislike surface dwellers and wish to be fully self-sufficient. The irony lies in how far they are from this in reality. Dwarves that head to the surface are often disallowed from returning into the Taig, yet those underground will still make full use of surface-dwelling dwarven merchants, as the majority of their economy relies on surface trade. The thing keeping Orzammar alive is the economic connection they have with the surface, and rather than embracing that, many of the citizens actively detest the scenario they find themselves in. Much like the caves that these people live in, their ideologies go further than this though. Beyond being just isolationists, tradition is another major player within the dwarven political and cultural climate. Dwarven society employs what is known as a caste system. Castes are classes that families are born into. Take the noble caste. Regardless of who you are as a person, if you are born into a family that is considered to be of a noble caste, you too are a noble. Or alternatively, you could be born into a warrior caste, or an artisan caste, a merchant caste, and more. Maybe you see the issue here. Your wants and desires as an individual are disregarded. You could be the best artist known to man and wish to live that lifestyle, but if you were born into the warrior caste, that life simply isn't for you. At least as long as you want to stay in your Taig. To make matters worse, these caste decisions are based on the sex of the parents in relation to their children. If a son is born, he inherits his father's caste, and daughters do the same with their mothers. There's no opportunity for the individual to live the life they want to lead if they aren't lucky enough to be born into a caste that is not only interesting and fulfilling to them, but something they are talented at. Within this traditionalist society, your wants, desires, and even your skills have no bearing on your place in the world. But there's something worse you can be than simply in a caste that you don't fit within. You could be casteless. If you have committed a crime or become a surface dwarf, you have essentially forfeited your caste and resigned to become casteless. People with no rights and no value in the eyes of Orzammar. These people live in squalor with no one to help them, and there's nothing they can do to make a better life for themselves, other than to enter into or continue a life of crime in hopes of earning income that is not typically available to them. These people live in a section of Orzammar known as Dust Town, and the location is less taken care of and more run down than any other district in the city. To make matters worse, children born into a casteless family also remain casteless, further punishing generations of dwarves who have done no wrong. Needless to say, I think my stance on the system is obvious. No good. Not good at all. I'm not a fan of traditionalism or isolationists, so why then would I, in a playthrough, side with an individual who is both of those things? Why would I side with Harrowmont over Prince Balin? The answer is that it's a complicated and difficult choice to make. First off, let's take a step back here. This is the source of Orzammar's current conflict. The king is dead, and there are two possible ascendants for the throne who are in direct conflict with one another. When we arrive, we find the entrance to Orzammar full of various merchants, some human and some dwarven. Off topic, but it's here that we can find the man who supposedly owns Sten's lost sword. As it turns out, he sold it to someone in Redcliffe, so we'll have to head there later to grab it. When we reach the gates of Orzammar, it seems no one is being let in. Some of Loghain's men are there demanding allegiance, but the dwarves have their own problems at the moment and refuse to be intimidated. Luckily for us, we're a Grey Warden, and our treaties dictate that we are at least allowed within to help with the issue and have an audience with the king. But there is no king. As I just said, the king has died and 2 individuals are fighting for the throne. The politics don't just end at the caste system, you see. Orzammar is drowning in its own political issues, with everyone fighting to come out ahead, and in turn putting themselves in a stalemate. On one end, we have Hyrule Harrowmont, of Noble House Harrowmont. On the other, we have Prince Balin Adukin. Yes, Prince, as he is the son of the late king. According to Harrowmont, who was with the king on his deathbed, the king pleaded with Harrowmont to make sure his son didn't take the throne, something that Prince Balin, at least outwardly, believes to be a lie. This leads to the major conflict. There are those in support of Harrowmont and those in support of Balin, and we can't get the help of the dwarves until one of them is crowned king. Meaning we need to make a choice, but it's not an easy one. Or rather, it may not be a satisfying one even if you feel you are doing the right thing. If you side with Harrowmont, you need to take part in a segment known as the Proving. It's an arena. Every role-playing game should have an arena. It's a failure on the development's part to not include one at this point. It should just be passed into law. While helping Harrowmont and taking part in the Proving, we learn more about him and Balin. Harrowmont seems fair and just. He's willing to do things mostly by the book. It's Balin who is being underhanded, willing to blackmail and murder whoever gets in his way towards the throne. We can see this in the dwarf noble origin, where we play as an Adukin, the second child in the family to Balin's third. Balin orchestrates a scenario that plays out in a couple ways, but always leads to the death of the eldest brother, and the dwarf noble being blamed for it, leading to imprisonment. So on the surface, we have what seems like a black and white scenario, right? Harrowmont is the good and just option, while Balin is the conniving evil one, a tyrant that could easily influence your decision one way or the other. But it's not that simple. If you look into what each individual leader wants to do with Orzammar, you learn a little bit more. Harrowmont is good, sure, but he also maintains a strict traditionalist and isolationist worldview. He wants to keep Orzammar from the surface dwellers and wishes to make the caste system even more strict, giving more power to the nobles and less to those without a caste, thus amplifying their suffering. Again, many of the casteless have simply done nothing wrong. They were born into a system that is actively hostile towards them. On the other side of things, Balin is more progressive. He wants to bring Orzammar into the modern world, potentially opening it back up to what the surface offers, while also removing some of the restrictions tied to the caste system. It sounds like he would actively make life better for Orzammar and its people, and that makes the decision more difficult. Are you willing to leave Orzammar in the hands of a potential tyrant due to his stance on reform and progress, or would you feel better helping out Harrowmont because he is unwilling to do what Balin has to get ahead, knowing that others may suffer for it? To make it more difficult, we don't know what the epilogue has in store for us yet either. Maybe Balin's tyranny backfires on him. Maybe Harrowmont's rule somehow leads to the betterment of his people. You can't know for sure, so you have to take a leap of faith based on your own values, and that's what makes it an interesting decision. Neither of these men are perfect. Neither is perfectly good or bad in the grand scheme of things. They each offer something that the other doesn't, and each have flaws that the other is missing. It's not a strict good and evil, and that's the point. The game wants you to consider what you think is best based on the information given to you, and it doesn't want it to be clear-cut. This is where Origins is at its strongest. For this playthrough and the majority of my playthroughs, I have a hard time siding with someone who is willing to lie, cheat, and murder their way to the top. While I can't get behind the politics of Harrowmont, the greater danger of the Blight and having the support of someone I can trust is paramount. Hence why I choose to help him, and that's who we will be focusing on while we're here. However, that may not be the right choice for you, and maybe Balin makes the most sense. The politics are truly the most interesting part of Orzammar, but they aren't enough to justify just how long we are going to be both here and within the Deep Roads. The truth of the matter is that we spend a long time running multiple errands for nobles who keep asking more and more from us until they essentially ask the impossible, which leads into a deep dungeon crawl that lasts almost as much time as Orzammar itself, if not longer. To top it off, there's plenty of side quests to complete as well, although many of them aren't worth mentioning, such as the Nug collecting mission. Just look it up. It's dumb and I hate it, and it's not worth my damn time. Personally, I like to get my bearings and explore the entirety of Orzammar before making any decisions or moving forward with the main quest line. That means completing various side quests,
Like I said, some of these I don't find worth going over in excruciating detail. We need to help one dude find his nugs, which are essentially naked mole rats. We need to help a woman find her son in the deep roads, which I will mention when it happens. And we need to help a woman prove her clan is of noble ancestry. Those are some of the basics. More importantly, there are two we can start almost right away that are somewhat more involved and interesting. One involves us meeting with Brother Burkle, a dwarf who worships the Maker and follows the beliefs of the Chantry. This is rare for a dwarf as they tend to follow their own mythology and legends. Ancestry is most important to them generally, as well as keeping all of their history stored in a special library known as the Shaperit. In fact, Burkle asks us to go to the Shaperit in order to get permission to open a chantry here. Now, I think I made it clear that the main purpose of the chantry at this point seems to be to gain power and exert that power over others, particularly mages. But the concept of faith and worship is not one I am unfamiliar with, nor do I see as inherently detrimental, even if not religious myself. Burkle wishes to bring something to the dwarves that he believes would be helpful, faith from the outside world, and in a way this is another connection to the outside world being made. It seems overall beneficial to the dwarves to make these connections, religious or not, so I always feel inclined to help him. The bad news is that while the chantry ends up being successful, the more conservative dwarves end up attacking the converts because of this, and Burkle ends up dying in the ensuing chaos. News of this almost leads to what is known as an exalted march, which is essentially a religious crusade. I just feel bad for Burkle, really. He's a harmless guy who just wants to take part in peaceful faith and allow others to do the same, which ironically and depressingly leads to a violent death. Similarly to Burkle, there is a dwarf named Dagna who is also someone who stands out in comparison to the rest of dwarven civilization. Dwarves cannot make use of the Fade and magic, and therefore cannot be mages, but Dagna here asks us to help her get into the circle of Magi so she could at least research the ins and outs of it. Just because she can't perform magic doesn't mean her mind wouldn't be of use after all, and it interests her greatly. There's a few ways that you can go about this. You can travel to the circle and ask permission of the first enchanter, which is only possible if you completed the faction quest there, or you can talk to Dagna's father to learn he doesn't want her to go. He would rather her stay in her lane and live her life as she is expected to in Orzammar. You can convince Dagna that this is the right call, or you can simply refuse her. It's interesting to note that this decision is somewhat reflected in Dragon Age Inquisition. However, disappointingly, it doesn't seem to matter what you choose. Whether you help her or not, she eventually heads to the surface, making your involvement somewhat meaningless from a gameplay sense. Don't get me wrong, it's cool she shows up in Inquisition, I just wish they had changed her role depending on how the Warden handled the situation. Speaking of the Circle, there is a lyrium smuggling operation within Orzammar, and an individual named Rogek will offer you a job of delivering the lyrium to a mage within the tower. I only bring it up because this is probably the most financially beneficial quest in the game for you. It works like this. Rogek can't get the lyrium out of Orzammar for a planned sale at the moment due to the city being on lockdown. He has the buyer set up, but he can't do anything about it, so he offers for you to buy it at 50 sovereigns, the agreed sale price, and then bring it to the mage to sell since you can freely move about. When you return, he's willing to pay you 10 sovereigns for your work. A total profit of 10 gold. However, you can make much more than that. First, you can persuade Rogek to sell you the lyrium for 40, saving you 10 gold when you sell it. When we approach the buyer Godwin back at the tower, we can then convince him to pay more than 50, up to a total of 65 potentially, bringing our profits up to a total of 35. Finally, you can persuade Rogek for the finder's fee and get that bumped up to 25, meaning that we just totaled our income to 50 sovereigns. A huge boon this early on, and money you could hold on to for more lucrative purchases later. Just make sure your coercion is high enough, otherwise the deal can fall through in a multitude of ways. Why are we smuggling lyrium anyway? Lyrium is surrounded with potential dangers. Not only is it used as some sort of fuel for mages to accentuate their powers, it is also highly addictive and volatile. Templars make use of lyrium to power their abilities as well, as Alistair has informed us, and enough use of this lyrium can lead to adverse effects, leading to bouts of mental fog similar to dementia. To make matters worse, that's just lyrium in a small and refined state. Large quantities of lyrium, or the pure lyrium found within caves, can be even worse for an individual. It can cause permanent damage to one's mind when they are exposed to it, hence why dwarves who possess some amount of resistance to lyrium are generally the ones who mine and refine it. However, they aren't fully immune to the effects, and you can meet a dwarf merchant who has been lyrium touched and therefore is more difficult to converse with. Thedas is a dangerous place in all facets of life. With most of the busy work out of the way, we can get back on track with the main quest line, and that will take us to the Diamond Quarter.
Orzammar is broken up into separate districts. Specifically, we have access to the Commons where we first enter Orzammar, and we can then venture into the Diamond Quarter and Dust Town. As you may expect, these are meant to contrast the two different sides of the city. Nobles and royalty live in the well-kept Diamond Quarter, while criminals and the caste list tend to be found in the unkept Dust Town, where poverty and suffering is rampant. It's not just that the caste list have less rights than the other dwarves, it'd be more accurate to say that they have no rights at all, and Dust Town is meant to appear as a stain on the city, not because of the caste list, but because of how the system allows the caste list to be treated. These people have nowhere to go and nothing they can do to survive outside of crime. No opportunities are presented to them unless they want to join the Legion of the Dead, and for many that's not a justifiable choice. The Legion is a special caste that takes in anyone it can. They live within the Deep Roads fighting Darkspawn and are, for all intents and purposes, considered dead. They even hold a mock funeral for the individual before they fully join to symbolically see them off to their grave. I don't know about you, but when I think of opportunities to help the casteless and the less fortunate, putting them into some kind of suicide squad is not an option I would deem justifiable or even worthwhile. It has its advantages though. Families can often earn honor back by having a member join the Legion, although I don't know for sure if a casteless family can be fully reintegrated through this system. The only way to earn honor back, honor that you may not even be responsible for losing, is to join a squad of other hopeless individuals and travel into the pits of what might as well be considered hell in order to die fighting the Darkspawn. It's not the same as Grey Wardens going off to end their own lives before the Taint takes them, looking for a warrior's death. These are individuals looking to regain honor for their families or find purpose. Their only option is to suffer in the Deep Roads until their eventual true death. That's not just, and it's not right. The world contained within Orzammar is one of hierarchy and suffering. The powerful are only powerful due to blood, and the same is true for the weak, many of whom have done nothing to justify where they have ended up in society. That's why siding with Harrowmont can feel so gross despite how we perceive him in comparison to Balin. Harrowmont comes off as good and just, but can we truly say that about him? Sure, in the eyes of their own laws, he may seem as such, but to us, can we say the same? Is what Harrowmont not only allows but encourages not a form of torturous living that seems not only cruel, but ludicrously vile? Are his actions not evil? And then on the other side, Balin here constantly produces villainy, but does so towards a sort of greater good that would benefit not only the well-off in Orzammar, but the less fortunate as well. That's why the choice is so difficult. It's a messed up situation, and that's great. It's great because it gives you something to chew on as the player and makes you consider both options more thoroughly than you might in other games. We're going to help Harrowmont in this playthrough, but the more I write about it, the more weird I feel for having done it. Even now, I don't know if choosing Harrowmont was the right choice for me, especially knowing how the epilogue turns out. Still, it's what I chose at the time, so we're sticking with it, and we need to go meet with him at his estate. However, we soon learn that he won't meet with us until he knows he can trust us. This is true for both parties, so we're going to need some way of proving ourselves. Maybe a proving of some sort could help us out here. You don't need to choose right away, and I like that Harrowmont's lieutenant can be found at the estate, but will also approach you of his own volition if you visit the assembly. The assembly is the political center of Orzammar. If the king is the most powerful entity in the city, then the assembly is right under him, and will be the most active in creating policies for the community. However, when we arrive on the scene, we'll see that the assembly is in a state of utter chaos, with members bickering over what is to be done about the dead king to the point that it almost turns violent. Harrowmont's lieutenant will meet us outside after the fact. If you just met him, he'll plead his case, but if you have already talked to him, he'll use this to further show why stability is necessary and further suggest you help Harrowmont, which we're going to agree to. In order to prove our loyalty, we will enter into arena combat, taking part in an event known as the Proving, the winners of which are deemed to be preferred by the Dwarven ancestors. If we were to enter and win the Proving as a champion of Harrowmont and then dedicate the victory to him, it would do much to prove our loyalty to the individual. That's the first task then. However, it's a bit more involved than just fighting. In truth, the arena aspect of this section is severely lacking. The battles are fairly limited and go by quickly, and while there are some optional fights, they sort of exist as an afterthought and don't really add to the overall presentation. Basically, you get to train with various combatants, and after doing that enough times, you get a ring that isn't very useful to us. I'd have loved to see the optional side of the arena fleshed out a bit more and offer greater rewards for going above and beyond the call of duty. Before we enter the Proving, we are informed that some of Harrowmont's other champions have been intimidated in one way or another to not participate, most likely thanks to Balin. You can learn one has been blackmailed and we need to retrieve some love letters to get him back in the game. The other one just needs to be persuaded. It's not very involved and only seems to benefit you by allowing you to use these men in an upcoming battle or two. Personally, I feel like there should have been a greater boon for helping them. Maybe they join you in every battle if you unlock them, or at least somehow influence the climax of the faction quest. But that doesn't seem to be the case at all. As long as you personally win the proving, you're good. I do enjoy that there is some flexibility here though. If you sided with Balin initially but didn't advance this trust quest, you could complete the proving for Harrowmont and then get the opportunity to plan a betrayal from within. Basically, there's a lot of winding routes in this quest that put you back in one lane or the other depending on how you choose to handle everything, and that allows the quest line to feel more real and intriguing. Once we complete the proving and side with Harrowmont, we can finally have our audience with him. He has a task for us. In order to earn favor with the Assembly and show them that Harrowmont is the right individual to be king, he would task us with defeating the leader of a well-known crime syndicate here in Orzammar. Sounds simple enough, but it leads into a long dungeon crawling segment once you find the entrance in Dustdown, and it's not particularly interesting. Just one of those aspects of Orzammar that makes it feel so long. At this point, you're thinking, oh, okay, this is the dungeon I will complete to finish Orzammar, and how wrong you are, buddy. Oh, how wrong you are. I should take a second here to explain something that I didn't know until writing this. Apparently, the election is on a point system. I always assumed that whoever you chose at the very end of the quest would be the one to become king, and I think that may still be true, but the actions you take up to that point affect how much support an individual has and can affect the rewards you receive at the end. You earn points for each candidate by completing tasks for them. Killing the gang leader Jarvia offers 3 points as an example, and there seems to be 3 tiers of points that affect the likelihood of one candidate being selected over the other, those being 3 points, 6 points, and 8 points respectively. Having the highest tier of standing seems to offer a reward. According to a wiki article I'll link in the description, this point system was bugged, causing Harrowmont to only be able to earn a maximum of 3 points, and killing Jarvia apparently gave the 3 points you should earn to Balin instead. This means at best you are probably tying their standings and also making the Harrowmont reward unavailable. However, I still remember making Harrowmont king anyway, so I imagine the support is either not a factor for the final decision, or I simply tied the two and the final choice pushed it over the edge. So we kill Jarvia for Harrowmont, meaning his victory should be assured, right? Right? Wrong. Harrowmont has one final task for us, a task Balin would have also asked for us at this stage in the questline. 2 years ago, a paragon by the name of Branka set off into the Deep Roads to find a relic known as the Anvil of the Void. She hasn't returned since, but finding her, a paragon, would be a final boon that could push a candidate ahead and allow them to be crowned king. Thus, the final task we must complete is venturing into the hell world that is the Deep Roads and finding the Anvil, and hopefully Branka in the process, assuming that she's alive. I'm exhausted. Seriously, so much has been completed in Orzammar up to this point, and we are about to enter a segment that is just as long and potentially more involved due to all of the combat we are going to be taking part in. As mentioned, people complain about the Fade all the time, but the Deep Roads are the real run killer for me. There is zero motivation for me to want to go down there because it's potentially one of the most boring dungeon crawls in the game, having us travel through caves and caverns, fighting countless spiders and darkspawn with little to no break in between. A paragon, by the way, is the top of the top within Dwarven society. To become a paragon means that you have done something within your life so monumental that you are revered as highly as the ancestors that came before you. Your influence is so strong that it has the ability to compete with the officials that run the kingdom. Branka then is a legendary individual within the eyes of the dwarves, yet none have dared to venture into the Deep Roads to look for her due to the dangers of the Darkspawn. You'd think the Blight would make this even more dangerous, but in truth, since the hordes have headed to the surface for the Blight, the roads are less full, although still quite hostile. Apparently Branka was given Paragon status after she invented a smokeless coal that prevents black lung, and upgraded the efficiency of the smith cast. Apparently smokeless coal is a real thing, and I just never knew that nor how it works, so yeah, the more you know. With the blessing of Harrowmont, we are given access to the Deep Roads to start our quest, but on the way we are stopped by a dwarven warrior named Oghren. Oghren is someone we can talk to ahead of time if we want, but he won't join us until now. He's found getting drunk in the local tavern first, and then we can find him arguing with another individual about finding Branka, considering she's been missing for 2-something years. This is because Oghren is the husband of Branka, and he wishes to find his wife who he loves and respects. You wouldn't necessarily be able to tell though. In truth, Oghren is a somewhat complex character. He seems to be played off as a lovable drunk, but this aspect of him is closer to a crippling addiction than anything else. There is rarely a point in time when Oghren isn't drunk, and this makes it difficult to communicate with him. He gets angry, violent, and hostile, and seems to have a tendency at ruining good things that come his way. He's also a womanizer and will constantly objectify the female party members during conversation when on the road. Kind of a mess, and not a very good person to have around you or your party, and there's not much you can do to help him in that regard. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Ogren's best gifts to raise his affinity tend to be alcohol. To get on his good side, you need to feed his addiction. You need to keep him drunk and happy even if he becomes violent and belligerent. It's a weird dynamic and one which I don't think the implications were fully thought through. Most likely the thought process involved thinking about dwarves and thinking about how much they like booze. Therefore, Ogren really likes booze too, and therefore we should give him booze in order for him to like us. However, this alongside how ruinsome his addiction tends to be creates a weird narrative where it feels gross to play into it. We are benefiting off the addiction of our party member, and while that may be worth discussing the implications of here, we never get to in-game, making it just feel like a bad scenario that wasn't fully thought out. Ogren goes on to somewhat alienate himself from many of the party members due to his drunken antics. He's a good warrior and seems to be a loyal friend when put to task, but we rarely if ever get to see that and don't seem to be able to pull him out of it, similar to how we can help influence the personality of Leliana or Alistair. It kinda sucks big time. Still, Ogren is a big part of the storyline, and so is Shale if you have her unlocked, so I would recommend bringing both of them if you feel up to it. I brought Ogren but ended up leaving Shale for this one, and it's time to get on our way. Welcome to the Deep Roads. The first thing you may notice is that this section of the game is so big that we actually get a secondary overworld map for it. We'll be unlocking various fast travel locations by fully traversing instance maps from point A to point B, rather than having most everything readily available to us. You can then understand the scope of the Deep Roads and why players may be exhausted and unwilling to continue with the game or faction up to this point, especially on a replay. Our goal is to travel through Caridin's Cross to Orton Tag, the home of Caridin, the man who created the Anvil of the Void, and thus the inventor of the stone golems. There's not much to say about this initial location. Having Ogren with us leads to some extra dialogue that helps you better understand the locations you're visiting, hence why it's beneficial to bring him along, especially when you're making a retrospective video. The crossing is just fight after fight after fight, and it never lets up until you finally reach the end, allowing you to fast travel to the Tig. Ogren will inform us about how Caridin grew up and stayed here as a paragon even though he could afford his own home, explaining that Caridin most likely didn't want to move his men to Orzammar, the city of the dead that was built to honor the Legion of the Dead. He was probably right to feel that way too, as it has since been overrun with Darkspawn and is now known instead as the Dead Trenches. Ogren hopes that the journey doesn't take you there for some reason, but I'll let you guess where we'll be headed considering how this usually works. Bronca figured that if the anvil wasn't in Orton Tag, that there would at least be a clue, meaning that's our job as well, to search the ruins of the Tag for a clue that points towards the location of the anvil. What does that really mean though? More battles, more fighting. Constant fighting. It does let up briefly once we make it through. After we've progressed, we can find proof of Orton being a noble house for the dwarf woman back at the Shaperate. We will also run into a tainted dwarf known as Ruck. Ruck is partially ghoulified, an individual suffering from the Darkspawn taint. He's been trapped in the Deep Roads for some time, and this, along with the taint, has caused him to lose his sanity. He now spends his time hoarding the items he finds within the Deep Roads here and seems to feed off of whatever he can, including Darkspawn. He's initially very wary, but if you converse with him enough to calm him down, you can learn that he is the missing child of one of the dwarven women back in Orzammar, who asked us to look for him. If we mention his mother and that we need to return with the news, he will ask us not to tell her the truth as to spare her the grief of what has happened to him, rather having her believe him dead. The choice is up to you, however, and Ruck acts as a merchant within the midpoint of the Deep Roads. Unfortunately for Ogren, we soon find a journal with entries from Bronca suggesting that the anvil was not built within the Tag and that they will travel beyond the Dead Trenches to find it. So if you guessed we'd be heading there, you'd be right. And if you guessed that meant more Darkspawn to fight, you'd be doubly so. Turns out Ogren was right to be worried. The first thing you see when you reach the trenches is a horde of Darkspawn below. What looks like a near limitless number of them marching through the trenches, most likely towards the surface so that they may rise and attack civilization. Not only that, but even the final boss, the Archdemon, appears and seems to be guiding its forces through the deep roads. Oddly enough, it doesn't seem to notice us. It's odd because the taint within the Grey Wardens is supposed to allow us this ability, and seems to additionally allow the Archdemon the same. I guess the developers wanted to add it here for effect, but didn't want the situation to arise where it killed us or vice versa, rendering the rest of the game forfeit. Still, it's weird to show him so close to us and not at least address it. I suppose it could be that because there are so many Darkspawn within the vicinity, that it's not able to pinpoint who is who, but I'm just theorizing. We can run into the Legion here and help them defeat some Darkspawn. You can learn a bit more about them as well, but I've already discussed the important bits. We will start to find some pieces of Legion equipment later on as a side quest, and finding all of it will reveal the location of an insignia we can bring back to the Shaperate, and allows it to be marked in the history books that the Legion seems to stem from nobility, thus elevating their status within the culture of Orzammar. The Legion commander can even be persuaded to help fight in the final battle and will make an appearance if you do so, although this requires the max level of coercion. We cross the bridge into one of the biggest Darkspawn fights in the game, I think, and make our way into the Dead Trenches proper. Along the way, we'll begin to hear the disembodied voice of a dwarven woman named Hespith. She's reciting a poem that progresses as you traverse. First day they come and catch everyone. Second day they beat us and eat some for meat. Third day the men are all gnawed on again. Fourth day we wait and fear for our fate. And I'm sorry, I can't make this sound as unnerving and scary as she does, but this is what she says, so I'm sorry. Fifth day they return and it's another girl's turn. Sixth day her screams we hear in our dreams. Seventh day she grew as in her mouth they spew. Eighth day we hate it as she is violated. Ninth day she grins and devours her kin. Now she does feast as she becomes the beast. Hespith is one of the individuals that traveled with Branka into the deep roads searching for the anvil. When we find her, she is worse for wear, having become a ghoul thanks to the Darkspawn taint. Hespith is traumatized, raving about Branka having done something so terrible that she dare not speak of it. She could only watch and witness some intense cruelty that was so awful she wished it to happen to her peers first so that she may be spared. When you ask what Branka did, Hespith panics and runs off, but it's clear that whatever happened here is due to Branka and was an act so cruel that it can never be forgiven. Worse, Hespith blames herself as she reveals she was both Branka's captain and lover, suggesting Branka had cheated on Oghren with her. You will continue to hear Hespith talk as you travel forward, telling you more about what happened. The Darkspawn took those who searched for the anvil. The men were beaten and mutilated, while the women, at least one named Liren, were taken and fed Darkspawn, both their flesh and the vomit they spewed from their mouths. The poem suggests that they were violated in certain ways, but I'll keep the details minimal so as to not get demonetized. Thanks, YouTube. Eventually, this process seemed to morph Liren, and she got to a point where she actively ate anything she could, whether that be Darkspawn or even the other dwarves, including her own husband, whose face she ripped off. This process continued and continued as Liren grew and grew, soon resembling the form of her Darkspawn captors, and it was at that point she began to birth her own Darkspawn. For Liren had become something I have mentioned before, a brood mother. A giant Darkspawn creation that is used to produce more Darkspawn. This is the process that allows the Darkspawn to continue creating their forces. With the story told, the party finds themselves face to face with the broodmother and a boss battle ensues. I'm not even sure what I can show here without getting demonetized, considering these are giant flesh abominations with multiple breasts just hanging out. And listen, I'm no prude. I think we can all be mature adults here and see this for the horrible sight that it is, but who knows if YouTube feels the same, so I'm not taking any chances, sorry. I remember this battle being one of the most difficult in the game for me when I first played. I probably tried to conquer it countless times, getting more and more frustrated with each attempt. It's not that bad now, but it is still a tough fight and one that you find after a long and arduous journey through the deep roads, meaning your patience for it may be waning. Liren here has a boatload of HP and you need to both chip away at that and fight off her various tentacle appendages during the process. It's exhausting at this point and may take you several attempts, but a good party and some minimal micromanagement should be able to get you through just fine. After the battle, Hespith appears again to confirm that this is why the Darkspawn kidnap some of their captives rather than kill them. The Darkspawn need people to create brood mothers so that they can create new Darkspawn. But as Hespith points out, the issue is not that this can happen, but that Branka somehow allowed it for reasons currently unknown. Finally, we can make our way to the location of the Anvil of the Void, and Branka is there to greet us, although she seems to be not as she was. Her time here has hardened her severely, and removed any aspect of remorse from her personality. We learn from Branka that the way to the Anvil is one full of traps and trials, and that her people were not enough to get through them all. She needed more people, essentially an unlimited supply, and her obsession had her turn to the only solution she could think of. Branka was so obsessed with the Anvil that she allowed her people to be captured by the Darkspawn, allowed one of them to be tortured and violated and turned into a brood mother, and then used the Darkspawn birthed from it to further her progress. It's unforgivable and shows how far Branka is willing to go to get to the Anvil, but why is she so obsessed with it? Why was she willing to go so far? The answer is simple. The Anvil is what made the armies of the dwarves so enviable. It's what protected them from the Darkspawn, now lost to the very beings it protected them from. Recovering it to Branka is more important than anything, even more so than the safety of her own people. The ends justify the means in the most gruesome and torturous way possible. Branka doesn't care about politics or renown or any of that. To her, the Anvil is the most important because it has lasting meaning, because it has the ability to do actual good for the dwarven people, to save them from the Darkspawn. She has determined that anything is worth that, and she has allowed horrors in order to achieve her goal. An unforgivable act or a justified one. That choice is up to you, and you'll have to consider that moving forward. The funny thing about all this, and I suppose it's a limitation of the game itself, but these traps are ridiculously easy to bypass. There's like one section where we need to kill some stone golems that come to life while fighting within a poisoned room. We can deactivate the poison and then kill the golems, and that's it. We get to move on from there. Easy peasy. Then we fight some more golems and disarm a few traps along the way. Any rogue could do this. Finally, we need to destroy this random statue by defeating spiritual entities that charge nearby anvils. By activating a charged anvil, it deals damage to the statue. After doing this enough times, the way forward is open to us. Like, don't get me wrong, a lot of this was dangerous, sure, but all of this was done by 4 people in the course of 10 minutes, and you're telling me Branka has been here for 2 years and had to sacrifice her entire group and create a brood mother, only for us to be the necessary factor to clear the area and allow her access to the anvil. Seems ridiculous. Once we make it past all the traps, we finally come face to face with not only the anvil, but Caridin himself, who has been turned into a golem. Yes, golems are created using the bodies and souls of dwarves. An individual must be sacrificed per golem, and many of them lose their humanity in the process, thanks to the control rods which are created to command them. Caridin here was turned into a golem as well, but no control rod was created, allowing him to retain his free will. But why? Caridin can fill us in. It turns out that originally Caridin and his king Valtor took volunteers who offered themselves to be turned into golems in order to protect their families from the Darkspawn. However, it's a messed up process. As Caridin puts it, "These brave warriors come to me, naked as the day they were born. I dress them in a skin of armor so large it makes the burliest look no more than a babe. The anvil their first and final cradle. We are surrounded by a mile of earth on all sides. No one hears the screams as I pour molten lyrium through the eye holes, the mouth, every joint and chink in the armor. They silence quickly, but the smell lingers, just a trace of blood in the greater stench of hot metal. I must work fast. The armor is malleable now as I shape it with a hammer and tongs. It is not long before it moves beneath my hands, writhing and twisting with every blow. It speaks again now, a low moan, but I have learned to tune it out. I can afford no error in this craft. There can be no melted slag blinding the eyes, nor an unhewn bit of granite shackling the leg. They groan at my work, but would they rather be broken? crippled. Those I have spoken to tell me of the pain, but could they see themselves, they would see perfection. The entire process is likened to blood magic, but was considered a necessity at the time. Issues arose when King Valtor began forcing the cast list to become golems, eventually even forcing Caridin to undergo the process, allowing him to see just how gruesome his creation was firsthand. However, while Caridin's apprentices were able to create the golem, they were unable to create the control rod, leaving Caridin here with free will for all eternity, guarding the anvil so that it may never be used again. Caridin's realization and guilt have made him realize just how volatile the anvil is. The combination of its awful system of production, plus the ease in which it can be abused, has made him realize that it should not exist in the first place, and that only harm can come from leaving it. Unfortunately, as a golem, while Caridin can use the anvil, he cannot destroy it. Caridin will ask for our assistance in destroying the anvil, and right on cue, Branka will show up demanding you give it to her, and here is where we have to make our choice. Do we deem the dangers of the anvil too great and side with Caridin, or do we agree with Branka that the anvil is a necessity in protecting the dwarves, while also allowing for your army against the Darkspawn to have the boon of golems? This choice will influence whether or not you have golems available to fight alongside you at the end of the game. If you side with Branka and have Shale in the party, I believe this choice will also lead to her turning on you. Additionally, allowing Shale to meet Caridin here leads to a small side quest for her within the Deep Roads, but I didn't know this at the time and never thought to bring her along, which is, my bad. Oopsie, haha. Furthermore, siding with Branka also allows you to, at the last minute, convince her that destroying the anvil is the right call, which she will agree to before ending her life. We won't be siding with Branka here though. Instead, we'll side with Caridin, which Oghren isn't, super gung-ho about, but he understands the danger of the anvil and how far gone Branka seems to be. Even when not being used, the anvil seems to be a beacon for suffering. The question is whether or not you deem that suffering to be worth it. That's the issue here, and I don't think it's right to leave the thing standing, so Branka's gotta go. After the battle, Caridin will offer you a boon. You can ask him for something, but I always feel it's best to have Oghren do it. However, the first thing he asks is if Branka can be brought back as a golem, which Caridin says he wouldn't do even if he could. And do you see what I mean with this guy? He's got a brain the size of an ant. He found out his wife had lost it, caused the death of all those who followed her, created a Darkspawn abomination, cheated on him, and then fought him to death, and then he still wants to bring her back through a means that we know to be incredibly torturous to the individual. What an asshole. Instead, Oghren will bring up the election, and Caridin will agree to forge a crown that can be offered to one of the two candidates as a show of support from a paragon. After creating the crown, Caridin will hand it off to us, and then we must destroy the anvil for him. With the cause of so much suffering finally wiped from existence, Caridin bids you farewell before jumping to his demise within a pool of molten lava. The anvil shows us something that I believe Dragon Age is trying to convey throughout the entirety of its many main quest lines. Desperation can lead to suffering. It's from a place of desperation that we see many of the problems of the factions grow forth. Many of the mages are desperate to be free, and this eventually leads to their attempts to overthrow those who control them. The situation they have been put in that has caused them to become so desperate has in a way forced their hand. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and Dragon Age Origins is a perpetual state of desperate times. The mages trying to free themselves, the dwarfs trying to fix their civilization and economy, Branka trying to save everyone through the anvil, Loghain betrays Kaelin in order to protect Ferelden from his perceived threat of the Orlesians. Everyone in Ferelden is desperate, and that desperation makes them do radical things. Sometimes it blinds them, and we then have to decide whether or not those actions were justified. Was what the mages did to revolt justified? Was what Branka did to her people justified? Is Loghain justified? Etc. In Branka's situation, I'd say no. The anvil is not a necessity to protect the dwarves. It is a necessity to keep them self-sufficient within a military capacity to a point that they may not need to rely on the outside world, yet here we are, Ferelden's citizens relying on each other and coming together to defeat a greater evil. Cooperation is a necessity, and the anvil goes against that idea. It's a tool of suffering used solely to benefit the dwarves alone, and is one we could force the use out of with the treaties if we wish, but at the cost of countless volunteers, if not potential victims if the next king decides to misuse it. It's too much power and it's too wrong. Branka was too desperate to see that, and it cost her her life, her love, and her friends. Branka had been dead long before we met her. As far as I'm concerned, she'd been dead since she gave up her people. On our way out of the Deep Roads by the Anvil, we can find a large tablet that lists the names of all the Dwarven volunteers who became golems. Information like this is invaluable to the Shaperate as a part of history, and we can bring back a tracing of the tablet for a reward. With the Anvil gone and the crown obtained, we still have one final task ahead of us for the Dwarven people. Once out of the Deep Roads, we can make our way back to the Assembly where we are given a choice of who the crown should be passed on to. It should be clear by now, but just in case you haven't been paying attention, we did end up choosing Harrowmont here, which unfortunately leads Balin into a violent rebellion that we end up in the middle of and leads to his death. Even with Balin gone, there will still be a few situations where you have to fight and kill people loyal to him as they seek revenge for their prince. I don't think Harrowmont is a satisfying choice as king, but I don't think Balin is one either, and that's the point. It's a difficult choice that doesn't offer a clear-cut answer to what was best. You're left wondering if you did the right thing. Not every decision in Dragon Age is like this, of course. I think saving the mages if possible is definitely the ultimate good you could do there, and I believe it's a similar situation for the Dalish elves we'll meet later in the Brecilian Forest. Sometimes, though, the game throws you a decision that isn't as clear-cut, one that makes you think, and despite Orzammar's flaws, despite how long and exhausting a segment it is, I think it's that way because it has the most to say and, more importantly, to ask you. The most to show us about the dirty nature of politics and the effects of desperation. We have a new king, the Anvil is gone, and the dwarves pledged to help us in the Blight. But did we fully do the right thing here? Did you do the right thing? It's something you'll have to decide for yourself. We're going to be making our way to our next faction quest now, but on the way we can stop off back near the Circle Tower for a quick side quest involving Oghren. Oghren may have lost his wife, but that doesn't mean he's lost his needs. Why did I write it like that? As it turns out, he has an old flame named Felsi that he asks us to stop by so he can try to essentially get back with her. However, at first glance, it seems like Felsi is having none of it. She sees Oghren as a vile drunk and talks down to him, pushing away his advances, talking back to his objectifications, etc. Despite this, you can opt to help Oghren out by backing up his claims of working with the Wardens and fighting Darkspawn. Not that Felsi seems impressed by any of this. The entire exchange is meant to be comedic, but comes off a little odd. Felsi has no reason to appreciate Oghren's presence and makes that clear, yet when we are about to leave, it turns out to be a facade, or rather a game the two seem to play. Felsi enjoys belittling Oghren, and Oghren seems to enjoy the same. Felsi will come up again a bit later in the Awakening expansion, but for now we need to get moving. Off to Redcliffe, the temporary home of Alistair before the Earl's wife made him get rid of the boy and sent him off to the Chantry. For that reason, I always find it wise to bring Alistair along on this excursion, meaning we are going to say goodbye to Oghren for the foreseeable future. We're immediately thrust into a conflict upon reaching the town. A man stops to ask us if we're here to help, but since we don't know what's going on, the man is surprised to learn that word hasn't gotten out about the situation. Every night, from dusk until dawn, the town of Redcliffe is accosted by demons and the undead, leading to numerous deaths each night. To make matters worse, no one has heard from the castle for some time, and that seems to be where these enemies are coming from. The Earl is in a coma, but he could be dead for all anybody knows. The only one who can help us now is the Earl's brother, Ban Tegan, who is helping lead the survivors through the night from within the Chantry. We can agree to help considering that we need Redcliffe's support, and the man will take us to meet with Tegan in the Chantry. There, we will introduce ourselves, and Alistair will remind him that they've met prior when he was just a boy. Tegan is appreciative to hear that we are willing to help, but there is an issue. It's almost nighttime and they will need to defend the town at least once more before they'll have time to break into the castle and figure out what is going on. The cool part is that you have a choice to make here, at least between whether or not to stick around. If you talk to Tegan and hear their plight, but then opt to visit somewhere else on the world map, you'll end up leaving Redcliffe undefended and the majority of people within will be killed, leaving it a ghost town. For the most part, this will not affect the main quest line at all, surprisingly enough. It does, however, affect various side quests, including things like the Chantry board, which will become available to you permanently leaving you out a boatload of experience and gold, as well as various epilogue developments you can no longer influence. In all respects, it's less a choice and more a punishment for being stupid. However, you could look at it as a time save, as you would be able to bypass a large portion of the Redcliffe questline by doing so. That being said, Redcliffe is a rather short segment and only really becomes longer through the inclusion of the Urn of Sacred Ashes, which is also fairly short. Both Redcliffe and the Brecilian Forest are the two shortest factions in the game, and we've already gotten through the two longer ones, Orzammar and the Circle. Sick band name. To skip the Redcliffe section would be doing yourself a disservice and actively hindering your progress due to everything you are throwing away, so I don't suggest it, but I will acknowledge that it was a cool addition to allow it. In order to help the city with their defenses, we'll need to talk with the town mayor and see what issues there are to resolve. There's several in fact, and we can fix all of them to give the village a fighting chance and hopefully minimize further casualties. We'll need to do various things like help get the blacksmith to work on the village's equipment, convince some people to choose to fight rather than hide at home, and boost the morale of some of the men here. Plus, we can even get a special family heirloom sword for the upcoming battle. There's a bunch of little things like this that can help out, and I won't go into detail about all of them, but there's always something appealing about doing a bunch of little tasks that pile up in order to make some grand battle that much easier. KOTOR 2 had a great example of this back on Dantooine, and I talk about it more in the retrospective I released for it, so go watch that. Go watch that video. Go watch all my retrospectives. What are you doing? The blacksmith is worried about his daughter who is up in the castle. If we agree to find her, he's willing to get back to work. Up at the local tavern, we can convince the bartender to give out free drinks to the militia as they are defending the town. It may get them a bit drunk, but it will also boost morale. This aspect of the quest is way more involved than I ever realized. I always just persuaded the bartender Lloyd to give out free drinks, but apparently you can commandeer his bar or get the waitress to take ownership over it and then give out free drinks yourself. Additionally, there is a dwarf here named Dwin who refuses to help defend the city. We can persuade or intimidate him to change his mind, and if we do, he'll appear in the following battle. You should check out his house at some point as well. As it turns out, Dwin is the one who bought Sten's sword, and we can finally acquire it within one of the chests found in his home. Returning the sword to Sten not only increases his affinity towards you, but also gives him a new, powerful greatsword to make use of that I keep equipped to him at all times. Not least of all, Sten will be eternally grateful to you. You can pick up a side quest to find a missing boy in the village. He's hiding in his home within a closet, I believe, and when you find him, he seems to be guarding the sword of his grandfather. You can persuade the kid to give you the sword by mentioning his sister who has been looking for him. There's a few ways this can go down though. You can never mention it to the woman until after the battle, refuse to pay her, or suggest that you'll return it after the fact. Personally, I convinced the kid to give me the sword and then return it after the battle is complete, suggesting the family either keep it or sell it. This leads to an epilogue slide at the end of the game explaining how the boy kept the sword, grew up, and became a famous adventurer, which I always thought was the best ending for him. The odd thing about this whole mechanic of preparing the defenses is that I'm not sure what they actually do outside of getting you some more bodies on the front lines. Take Dwin or the bartender Lloyd for example. Apparently there's a whole morale system, but I couldn't find a clear answer as to what this system of points affected. Like, convincing the mayor that you're gonna win the battle is +1 morale points, but what do those even do? Feel free to let me know because I looked into it and everything seemed to be a theory at best. Once everything is prepared, we can report that we're ready for the night, and sure enough, a fog of evil begins to encroach from the castle down to the village proper. What follows is a long, arduous battle where we fight down to the village center against countless undead. It's a grand experience, one of the bigger and more active battles in the game, and I can imagine it being overwhelming for some, especially if you didn't prepare beforehand. To make matters worse, if you were trying to keep casualties at a minimum, it can be difficult to micromanage with so much going on. I, for example, had the mayor die on me during the event and didn't realize until after the fact when it was too late. Unwilling to redo the entire battle, I just ran with it. In the end, it doesn't affect anything major, although his sacrifice does get acknowledged after the battle when we thank those that lost their lives in protecting Redcliffe. Once the battle has concluded, Ban Tegan is ready to help us work our way into the castle. However, a frontal defense seems ill-advised. Luckily for us, there's a secret passage within the old mill that he's going to show us. Unfortunately, we get interrupted before we can head inside.
As we approach the mill, Isolde, the wife of Arl Eamon, appears from the castle demanding help from Tegan. According to Isolde, she managed to slip out of the castle once the battle was over. Connor, Isolde's son, seems to be going mad, and the mage they seem to believe is responsible for both Connor and the attacks has been captured, yet this seems to have fixed nothing. Isolde needs Tegan to come back with her and pulls the good old no time to explain maneuver as an excuse to not explain to us what is going on. There's a reason for this. Isolde does not wish to make it clear what is going on in the castle because what is happening is partially her fault. Additionally, she's keeping Connor's true state vague as to protect him. The truth is that Connor has been possessed by a demon and is currently an abomination. The boys showed signs of magic, and Isolde, not wanting her only son to be sent to the circle, kept this a secret, hiring a free mage from outside the circle to train Connor and teach him how to control his powers, something that has clearly backfired. Isolde doesn't make this clear as of yet, but she does let us know that Arl Eamon is still alive, although in a coma. As it turns out, Connor allowed himself to become possessed as an agreement with the demon so that he could save his father, and his deal with the devil went the way of most such deals and backfired, leading to the situation we are in now. Isolde, unwilling to believe her son is the cause of these issues, believes that the mage she hired is responsible and had him locked away in the castle dungeon. The entire situation is meant to reinforce what we already know if we dealt with the circle, or act as an introduction to the problems of the circle if we haven't. To have magical abilities means being forced to the tower, and means losing all rights to your land and titles. It means losing your freedom as an individual and as a person. You aren't a person any longer, you're a mage and must be dealt with accordingly. Isolde holds contempt for these mages and feels embarrassed that her son has become one, but her love for her son has trumped this hatred and forced her to try and protect him at all costs. Those costs, however, end up being countless civilian lives. In truth, all of the death and destruction here is Isolde's fault. She is the reason behind it. But the catalyst for what got her to this point is the culture surrounding mages. Still, that's no excuse for the mass casualties that Isolde has caused, at least in my eyes. Isolde will further explain to us that the demon possessing Connor allowed her to leave after she begged, as long as Ban Tegan alone was brought back with her. In fact, Isolde is incredibly impatient with our mere presence, especially since Alistair is here, whom she resents, still believing him to be the bastard son of Eamon. Considering the situation and stress involved, Isolde has little patience for us and is trying to purely focus her attention on Ban Tegan, basically ignoring us in the process. And I just want to point out that there is no bigger pet peeve of mine than when someone talks like you aren't in the room. Sure, your son is possessed and your husband is in a coma and you're responsible for the death of all of these villagers, but a little courtesy goes a long way, you know. Tegan pulls us aside. He is going to agree to go with Isolde, and we are to follow using the secret passage he was about to show us. So we're going to do exactly that. We'll sneak into the castle and then open the gates to let the rest of the knights inside and go from there. The passage leads us into the castle dungeons, and it's there that we can find the mage locked up and being attacked by some undead. After dealing with them, we'll be face to face with Joan, a familiar character if you took part in the mage origin. Joan was a blood mage who attempted to escape the circle by destroying his phylactery, a container that holds some of his blood which Templars used to track his location. All mages are forced to have one of these created, and many that wish to escape from the system must destroy this phylactery in order to be truly safe from being found. If you were of the mage origin, Joan will remember you and have additional dialogue surrounding your encounter with him. That's what can make origins feel like they affect the world differently depending on which you choose. Many of them actually get brought up multiple times throughout the journey, and the ones you didn't choose may get brought up as well, although usually because the origin character died in some awful way. I just think there's a certain level of extra effort that needs to go in to make each origin feel like it's part of the world, and the fact that the developers went that extra mile increases the replayability of the game tenfold. We can grill Joan about his involvement with this whole mess and he'll claim to be innocent. It is the truth in a way. Joan is not the cause of the attacks on Redcliffe, but he will admit to being the reason Arl Eamon is in a coma. Joan was hired by Loghain in order to destabilize Redcliffe, allowing Loghain to have a stronger hold on Ferelden with less resistance. Loghain was covering all of his bases. Not all of the issues with factions are related to him,
but many of them are. It wouldn't be surprising if he assisted Uldred in some way, in some capacity. And now Arl Eamon is in a coma and Connor allowed himself to get possessed to help his father. Logan even has an elven spy you can find in Redcliffe that's keeping an eye on things, which is kinda crazy considering what he does in Denerim. While the fault of this situation can be placed on Isolde, it cannot solely be so. Rather, it's a set of multiple unrelated events that all compounded on one another until we have the situation we now find ourselves in. Joan will explain that he is not the one actively causing the dead to rise, but he does feel at least partly responsible and wishes to fix the situation as best he can. You can choose what to do with them here. You can choose to kill Joan here and now for his crimes, set him free unconditionally, or free him but force him to come with you in order to help. I'll say right now that the only way I know of to get the best outcome for Redcliffe is to save Joan, make him come with you, and have also saved/sided with the mages in the Circle Tower, either preemptively or after this fact. That being said, the choice is yours. Do you think Joan should be punished for his crimes? If you do, should it be by your hand or by somebody else's? Should you bring him with you in order to help out, or do you feel this entire situation is the fault of the Chantry and Templars and Joan should just be allowed to leave? Personally, I think Joan has a responsibility to help, and so I bring him along. We can then head up to the main courtyard of the castle and open the gates for reinforcements, and also find the smith's daughter along the way and get her to safety. Then once we head into the main hall, we'll be in for quite the scene. Van Tegan seems to be under the control of the possessed Connor. The demon will explain that it kept its deal with Connor by stopping the poison from killing the Arl, even if it left him in a coma for the time being. Now all the demon yearns for is fun in the form of killing whoever it can. Upset with our interference, the possessed Connor runs off and summons a horde of undead for us to fight through. Once the battle is complete, Tegan will come to his senses and Joan will make himself known to the dismay of Isolde, who thought him still locked away in the dungeon. Isolde still blames Joan for his involvement and believes he is who helped possess Connor. Joan meanwhile attempts to explain that this is not true, and he knows of a way they could save Connor without killing him. A mage could be sent into the Fade similar to what happened to us in the tower. However, it requires a huge power source to be done properly. You either need multiple mages and a ton of lyrium, or as Joan suggests, he could use his blood magic to sacrifice someone's life in an attempt to save Connor's. Isolde will offer to sacrifice herself. This is partially her fault after all, and despite everything, what is most important to her is her son. So you may see that as a viable option. There is another though. The mages within the tower have been saved. If we travel to the tower and ask their assistance, we could use their power to perform the ritual without sacrificing anyone. A huge win that is possible if you save the mages ahead of time, but can also be used as an introduction to the mage faction. Redcliffe is good for that. It's probably expected to be the first location you explore, and is then designed to give reason for you to explore additional ones. The tower, the village of Haven, etc. Redcliffe acts as the central point to help you branch off to these other locations, and then you return later to finish off its storyline. However, that's not how I like to play. I prefer to hit up locations that unlock party members first. Since we've done that by this point, hitting up Redcliffe is the next on my priority list. What's nice now is that we have already helped out the mages, so we just stop by there and talk to First Enchanter Irving in order to get their help. Irving is willing to come to our aid in order to help Connor, meaning we can head back to Redcliffe with the mages and get the ritual set up. What's nice about this is that the game considers the possibility that your mages may be underdeveloped. Only one person can be sent into the Fade, and it can be a pretty disastrous situation if one of your party members is sent but not prepared. The final fight within can be a bit of a doozy, so what do we do in that situation? Well, instead of sending in Morgan, Wynn, or ourselves if we're a mage, we can send in Joan or persuade Irving to go in for us. I was personally able to get Irving to head in, and he was quite the boon when dealing with what the Fade had to offer. You spend the majority of your time here chasing after the possessed Connor, but you will also find Arl Eamon during the journey, who seems to be trapped in the Fade as well, explaining his inability to wake up currently when combined with the poison. It's short and sweet and culminates in a final boss fight where I find you need to really make use of everything a mage has to offer. Luckily, Irving has plenty of spells that help enhance his power while inhibiting the enemy. plus a large AoE spell that helps when the demon duplicates itself. Once the demon is defeated, Connor will be saved and we will be back in the main hall with Isolde and Ban Tegan. Isolde is incredibly appreciative of us for saving Connor rather than killing him, and managing to do it all without any sacrifices is just icing on the cake. However, there's still Joan to deal with, and Tegan will ask our opinion on the subject. I suggested that the Circle will be the one to deal with him since he's under their jurisdiction, but it's up to Arl Eamon at the end of the day and he's still in a coma. So what are we going to do about that? Well, Isolde and Tegan will suggest we find Brother Genetivi in Denerim, who has been researching and looking for the Urn of Sacred Ashes. We won't be heading to Denerim just yet, however we will be moving towards it. On the way to Denerim is a location known as the Brecilian Forest, where the Dalish elves are camping out. The Dalish are one of the factions we have a treaty for, so we need to stop by there and enlist their help. Obviously, it won't be that simple, of course, but our time at Redcliffe is at an end, at least for now. BioWare is very good at connecting the issues of their world together like a domino effect. The state of one area may be due to the state of another, and how you handle various scenarios may change how you handle something else, like Connor potentially being doomed if we sided with the Templars earlier and killed Joan before we could make use of him. Your actions have a rippling effect and help keep the world feeling active and alive. Add on to that the encounters while traveling, many of which are unlocked based on what you have done, and the world begins to feel more and more real, more interesting, more worth exploring, worth taking part in the various side quests even if many of them are short and mediocre. It's the day-to-day life of an adventurer. Redcliffe is a location we need to leave to fully complete. It's not meant to be done in one sitting. We need to head to Denerim after all, which is an entire beast in of itself. And from there we need to travel across Ferelden to Haven later on to actually find the ashes. Like I said, the Brecilian Forest is between us and Denerim at the moment, so it makes sense to take care of that short and contained faction and then move on from there to Denerim proper. So that's what we'll do now. Truthfully, I feel like the Brecilian Forest section of this video is going to be on the shorter side, similar to what we experienced with Redcliffe so far, but more contained. It's probably the shortest and most straightforward faction to get through, but that doesn't mean it's lacking themes to explore. The Circle of Magi focuses on the subjugation of mages, Orzammar focused on the politics of the caste system and the dangers of the anvil, and the Dalish elves will focus on the concept of forgiveness, revenge, and more. It's a look into the pain and suffering that can be wrought from a need for vengeance. It's not necessarily about whether or not said revenge is justified, but to what levels can you push that justification? When does revenge go from justice to abuse and needless suffering? And how can not letting go of the past hurt those around you senselessly? When we make it into the forest, we're stopped by a scouting party wondering why we are trekking through their land. The Dalish are a nomadic group with a long history. They travel throughout most of their lives, due in most part to humans and their violent crusades for Andraste. The city elves are not the only ones to have known pain and suffering under humans. The Dalish have had to deal with humans as well, watching their way of life be destroyed in the name of religious fury. It makes sense that the elves here would be wary of us. In fact, the only elf we could even have in our party would be Zevran or ourselves if we chose an elven origin. To many of the elves here, humans are nothing but monsters that cause pain and suffering, though time has at least partially softened that edge. The pain will always be there, but the elves have at least learned to tolerate and potentially ally with humans when necessary, such as with the Grey Wardens against the Blight, hence the treaties we bring to them today. We can explain our reasons for being here, and those that are greeting us will take us to their keeper, Zathrian. Zathrian is special in comparison to the other elves in his clan. While many fantasy stories have elves live much longer than human races, the same cannot be said for Dragon Age. Rather, many of the races within the game seem to have similar lifespans. However, this was not always the case. The ancestors of the Dalish were said to have never aged, and while this seems to have been lost down the line, Zathrian here has been alive for centuries, leading to his elven brethren to believe he has regained this form of immortality, if you can call it that. It's not that the elves can't die, they just don't age, and Zathrian seems to have regained this ability. Zathrian welcomes us, and while he wishes to help us, surprise, the Dalish have their own set of problems. As it turns out, the Dalish traveled through the Brecilian Forest periodically. However, this time they were ambushed by a pack of werewolves. Cursed wolves driven mad, but known to have a more instinctual intelligence, rather than that of a sentient race. For a pack of werewolves to ambush a camp of elves would suggest that something is up.
Now, many of Zathrian's clan have been both injured and cursed. If enough time passes, Zathrian may be forced to kill these injured individuals to prevent them from turning. Zathrian further explains that the curse originates from a legendary wolf known as Witherfang. It's through Witherfang's blood that the curse spreads. If Witherfang was killed and his heart was brought to Zathrian, he believes he may be able to break the curse with it, but he cannot be sure and it's too dangerous a task for his clan. That's where we come in. We can agree to help with this task. We'll head into the forest, track down Witherfang, kill him, take his heart, and bring it back to hopefully save the clan, at least in theory. The situation is, as always, more complicated than it seems, and we will see why shortly. Before that, there's a few side quests that you can pick up while you are here, but none that I feel are worth mentioning or going into detail about. You can use your survival skill of you or a party member to diagnose a fancy deer, you can help get a couple together, and you can keep an eye out for some special bark that can be used by a smith to make you some fancy equipment. It's all very minor and unfortunately mediocre. Nothing really interesting except for maybe when you go to search for an elf's lost lover who unfortunately has turned into a werewolf and asks to be put out of her misery. So I'm skipping all of that to focus on the main quest line. The forest is proper and has a large space, but not overly so. There's towering tree people you can fight known as Sylvans, plus various other creatures. What's important is that we very quickly run into a pack of werewolves that are able to converse with us, which you wouldn't expect to be possible. Through their cursed rage, the wolves seem to be sentient and intelligent. They don't trust us and demand we leave, believing us to be working for the elves. As it turns out, the werewolves seem to be at odds with the elves for some reason, although the why of it isn't clear to us at the moment. The werewolves will run off and will be forced to fight through various waves of them along our travels. You may notice while traveling that there is a fog-riddled location that leads to the temple, which has been turned into a werewolf den. Traversing through the fog brings you back to where you entered from, suggesting there are some other means of reaching the temple location. Sure enough, we can find an older Sylvan known as the Great Oak. Rather than attacking us, it will converse with us and ask for our help. A mad mage in the forest has stolen an acorn from the oak and it wishes to have it back. If we were to return the acorn, the oak would show us how to get through the fog, impeding our way to the temple ruins. You have a choice here though. You can either go off and deal with the mage, or you can simply kill the oak and take one of his branches to progress further. Assuming you don't want to kill an innocent tree though, and considering I didn't want to either, we'll take the time to find the mage and progress that way. We can find the hermit not far off at camp. He'll initially be invisible, but appears shortly after we begin searching through his belongings. As I said, the mage is mad and you need to play a question-answer game in order to get any useful information from him. Asking a question demands an answer, but by receiving an answer, the other individual is rewarded one of their own, meaning you must answer a question from the mage to get an answer yourself. Thus, we need to take turns asking questions and giving answers. The mage will prod us for unimportant information, but we can learn that he has the acorn and would be willing to trade for it with various items we can find in the Dalish camp and forest. The items we can use to trade are various things: a pendant, some boots, a songbook, etc. Where they are and how you get them is outside the scope of this retrospective. Alternatively, you can just steal the acorn, but this will force you to kill the mage. Personally, I trade with him, not just for the acorn, but for a book and enchanted helmet he's willing to part with as well. The book offers a codex entry and the helmet offers 25 spirit resistance, but I usually just sell it for gold later. Once you have the acorn, you can take it back to the oak. From there, we can head back to the fog and finally traverse towards the ruins, where we will once again run into some werewolves. The beasts tell us that we know nothing of Zathrian and that they do not feel the need to explain anything to us. They believe us to be a threat and will attack us to defend their land. However, before we can kill them, Witherfang will show up to defend them and the group will run off to the temple, forcing us to follow. The temple itself is just a dungeon to traverse, but I will say that you need to make sure you check for the entrance of the werewolf den right away in the first area, as this is apparently a quest flag that must be triggered in order for you to progress later. I ended up going through the entire dungeon without checking a door at first, and I spent a large portion of time getting lost and not understanding why I couldn't progress. I ended up having to backtrack all the way to the entrance and interact with the door, only to be told that I then need to go around the long way to find an alternative entrance since the door was barred from the other side. I'm not sure why they would do this. Maybe it was just an oversight. But it would have been better overall to just let the player progress the long way if they somehow skipped examining the potentially shorter route
that ends up being a dead end temporarily. Once you make it in the back way, you'll find that you have more werewolves to fight before getting to their den proper, where we can finally get into the actual meat of the quest line. This entire time, the werewolves have been suggesting that we don't know everything about the elves, particularly about Zathrien, and this is true. When we arrive, the wolves will greet us with hostility, but a nature spirit known as the Lady of the Forest arrives to calm them down. The spirit will explain the truth of the situation. As it turns out, it was Zathrien centuries ago who caused the curse within the Brecilian Forest that led to the creation of the werewolves. Long ago, a clan of humans kidnapped Zathrien's children, a young boy and girl. The humans tortured the boy and essayed the daughter. Upon finding out she was pregnant with the child of those that assaulted her, Zathrien's daughter took her own life. In grief and rage, Zathrien sought revenge, arriving at the temple and summoning the spirit of the woods. Apparently different from your typical spirit of the Fade, the Lady of the Forest seems to originate from the forest itself. Binding her to the body of a wolf, Witherfang, Zathrien had her hunt the humans, either killing them or cursing them in the process. Not just them, but their children as well, for further generations indefinitely. Now, centuries later, these people, unrelated to the transgressions of their ancestors, continue to suffer. After time, the remaining humans escaped and left their cursed brethren. Soon after, Witherfang seemed to change. The spirit within looked to help the werewolves and show them that their humanity remained intact. Now the werewolves live with the spirit in the forest. Every time Zathrien's group traversed through the Brecilian Forest, they were sent word from the werewolves looking to have the curse broken, words that Zathrien ignored. Feeling impatient and unwilling to be ignored further, the wolves finally ambushed the elves as a mean of forcing Zathrien's hand. If he wasn't willing to lift the curse for the humans, maybe he would be willing to lift it for his own people. However, this isn't what happened. Instead, Zathrien sent us to find Witherfang, and the spirit makes it clear that if Zathrien isn't willing to come and meet with the werewolves, that Witherfang will never be found, and he will be forced to kill the cursed members of his clan. Do we side with the werewolves and bring Zathrien before them, or do we side with the elves and put an end to the beasts before us? Alternatively, you can choose the side with the more violent nature of the werewolves and just kill the elves, but this wouldn't cure them. They'll help in the blight, but nothing really gets resolved. All you're doing is helping continue the cycle of violence, leaving those left after the attack wanting revenge and causing nothing to get resolved for either party. If you're playing a particularly evil character, or if you believe the violent revenge of the werewolf supersedes their potential to be cured, I could see you taking this route, but to me it makes no sense. No, the two real options are to either convince Zathrien himself to lift the curse, or to kill the werewolves so that you may lift the curse for the elves solely. The way I see it, these people are in no way responsible for the actions of their ancestors centuries ago. It makes no sense for them to continue being punished because of something they didn't do. That isn't just, and what Zathrien is doing to them is outrageous. This man, blinded by the justifiable grief and rage of losing his loved ones, has committed an unjustifiable act in the process of that grief. That's what the game is examining here. Do you believe Zathrien is justified in his actions? Do you believe these people deserve what is happening to them despite being unrelated? Does this curse justify the pain and suffering of innocent people, including elven people within Zathrien's tribe? No. The point of this entire section is to show that revenge creates a cycle of suffering and violence. Zathrien's need for justice has been twisted by his rage and need for revenge, and has led to hundreds of years of suffering. With that in mind, we can agree to go find Zathrien and bring him to the den. Using the shortcut near the entrance of the ruins, we will quickly find Zathrien already there to meet us. Since we cleared the way, he had decided to make his way to the ruins to see how we fared, but since Witherfang lives and we do not have the heart in our possession, he wonders why we are in the process of leaving. We'll explain to him that the wolves wish to parley, but the elf will see no reason to. To him, these beasts are just that. Beasts, mindless and rage-fueled. He finds it impossible that they are able to think and feel like a human, believing the curse prevents this. Even if they could think, they just want revenge or a release from the curse, which he is still unwilling to bestow upon them. However, with enough prodding, he will begrudgingly come along just to see for himself. Zathrien is consumed by rage. In a way, he emulates that which he believes the werewolves to be. He projects his own anger onto them and sees them as nothing but beasts who would be punished and slaughtered. They deserve no remorse despite them being unrelated to what happened with his family. He can't see that, however. He's blind, only seeing the pain and suffering he and his family had to endure centuries ago. To him, these werewolves may as well be the same people who committed the crime. There's no difference to him, and he refuses to see one, at least for now. When we return to the den, there's the expected back and forth. The wolves hate the elf for what he has done to them, and would be more than happy to kill him here and now. Zathrian sees this as the wolves still being nothing but mindless beasts, and doesn't wish to negotiate nor hear their plight. It's up to us and the Lady of the Forest to be the middlemen, the diplomatic ones, here to make sure that the wolves stay calm and that the elf can see that what he has caused is wrong. However, Zathrian doesn't see it this way, at least he doesn't admit to it, and believes keeping the curse up to be just. However, the spirit suggests otherwise. She believes that there may be another reason Zathrian is so keen on keeping the curse. The ritual that caused all of this tied the keeper to the spirit in a way that made him effectively immortal. It's not that Zathrian regained what his ancestors once possessed, like his clan believes. Rather, he has created a curse that relies on him staying alive to keep active, and in turn prolongs his life, allowing him to live for centuries as he has been doing. Zathrian denies this, but who could blame the spirit for believing so? After hundreds of years, how could one's rage be the sole driving force in causing this much suffering? There is surely more to it. Perhaps he fears death and refuses to end the curse, as it would be the end of him as well. The wolves get fed up with Zathrian being unable to help. It breaks out into an argument, and Zathrian demands we do what we came to do or get out of his way. You then have to make a choice. Do you believe the werewolves are too far gone? Do you believe that what Zathrian is doing is justice even after all these years? Or do you side against the man and protect those that he torments? In this playthrough, I chose to side with the werewolves, but that is not the ending we receive necessarily. After the short battle, Zathrian won't be killed, but he will surrender. This discussion and the battle that followed it made him realize something. He's tired. When the werewolves try to finish him off, Leliana begs the Lady of the Forest to stop them, and she calms them down, showing the man mercy, something he did not expect to see here. A man who has lived far too long with a heart that has been caught in a vengeful spiral the entire time now sees that this creation is capable of mercy. It's not that he didn't believe that the wolves were changed, different people, it's that his vengeance wouldn't allow him to see it. He knew but couldn't admit to it, and now after seeing the wolves speak, after talking to the spirit, and realizing we would not help him on his crusade, Zathrian begins to lift his cloud of rage. His vision finally cleared, he can see the error of his ways. His soul had been consumed by this, and now he believes he's ready to finally move on, and with that, put an end to the curse along with him. He has finally had the realization that he has allowed his hatred to taint who he is, and what he would believe in. That his justice was anything but. The spirit and Zathrian agree to sacrifice themselves together. Through their deaths, the werewolves transform as the curse is lifted, turning them into humans once more. For many, if not all of these people, this may be the first time they have ever been human, which is a weird thought. The humans thank us, pledging to never forget what we did for them, before running off, and just like that, the plight of both the humans here and the elves is over. With the curse lifted, those elves injured earlier will no longer succumb to the transformation, meaning they can be healed properly.
Pretty sure the things that interested me when I started was I wanted a version of what is the Dragon Age version of a dryad. Mm-hmm. Was the initial kernel, and I wanted to, if you have a creature of nature, mm-hmm. and that was like that's one of the questions I ask myself all the time. It's like, why are beings of nature always presented as these ephemeral, peaceful beings? I'm like, nature is a harsh mistress.
Yeah,
nature is sure beautiful. Mm-hmm. And can be gentle and amazing, and can be cruel and horrifying. And I liked that kind of, what if a being of nature encompassed both those qualities? Mm-hmm. And I sort of wrapped it in a story that I felt was ultimately about trauma, how sometimes we hold on to hate, even when it's not good for us. Even when because of the I think I remember someone mentioning at the time. There's that old saying, hate is when you drink poison and hope the other person dies. And that was really, as I recall, the framing of the story. So that those two elements sort of coming together. The idea of nature encompassing cruelty and goodness, I guess, male and female, because you have a character that is both at once. It's the Lady of the Forest and Sylvan, right? That's left to be a little questionable if you're thinking of spirits of the land.
Yeah.
Do they come from the Fade? Because remember, spirits are very adaptable, and sometimes spirits when they come into the real world, they lose a sense of what they are, and they sort of take on a new identity. So both could be correct. Yes.
Okay, interesting.
There are some things in the Dragon Age world where it's left sort of like, well, there are several theories as to what this could actually represent, and we always left open the idea that there also were some things that were neither, like, not everything is spirit or like Fade spirit. I kind of resisted, and for so long I tried to resist the Fade or Lyrium being the answer to every single thing.
Yeah, it's magic.
Yeah, it's magic. But as time went on, a lot of times it just becomes the easy answer that we sort of latch onto, and all of a sudden what Lyrium did suddenly, it was like, well, we have this problem we can't explain. Lyrium clearly responsible, and it sort of grew. It's like the multiverse. We need to do X. Well,
multiverse.
Multiverse clearly is how we can explain it. Anyway, you had these two, the sort of the theme of the story itself around Zathrian and the elves, combined with what I wanted to do with the Lady of the Forest.
The clan selects a new keeper, and she agrees to honor the treaties, meaning that we can count on the elves to back us against the Blight. However, the cycle of hate hasn't fully been defeated, and it may never be. I ended up heading back into the forest to tie up some loose ends, and when I did, I ran into an encounter. A party of elves demanded we tell them which way the humans went. They don't care that the curse is broken, they still blame the werewolves for attacking their clan and killing/injuring their friends. They wish to hunt them down and make them pay, but you can explain to them that this is wrong, that to continue moving like this reignites the issue that has finally been laid to rest. By being unwilling to let this go, the violence will continue forever until one group is fully wiped out, and that's not something I was willing to be a part of. The elves can see reason and be sent on their way. It's one group of who knows how many, but it's a start. The entire point of this faction quest is to examine this idea, the poison of revenge, the twisting of justice, the cycle of hate and violence. You're meant to decide which is right, but I could think of no better ending than clearing the curse off of innocent people in order to help both groups forward and to end their suffering. Finding the anvil was one thing, but I think where you can truly feel like a hero is when you save the mages and when you break the curse. It takes real heroics to get that done, and unless you're playing someone purposefully evil, I never see how you could choose to join one side and wiping the other out. We have almost all of the factions joined with us at this point, but we're still missing one, and that requires us to save Arl Eamon of Redcliffe. We stopped by the Brecilian Forest on our way to Denerim, and now it's time to head there proper, complete a series of side quests, and find Brother Genetivi so that we may locate the Urn of Sacred Ashes. Welcome to Denerim. It's a location we'll be spending a lot of time within, and you may already be familiar with it if you remember way back when we covered Lelianas Song. Denerim is big, so big in fact that similar to the Deep Roads, it needs its own world map in order for us to fast travel between locations, meaning we'll be running into several encounters while here as well. But really, the main reason we are within Denerim at the moment is to find Brother Genetivi and get our bearings towards the Urn of Sacred Ashes. That doesn't mean we won't be completing some side quests though. Just like other major settlements, you have the ability to hit up the Chantry board or the Mages Collective, etc. There's also a set of rogue quests we can accept within one of the taverns. That's all your basic affair. More importantly, we can stop by a building right as we walk in and kill some guards in order to confront Marjolaine.
You remember Marjolaine, right? We were talking about her some hours ago. She was the individual that betrayed Leliana, leading to her dwarf friend getting tortured to death. She's evil and conniving, and she sent some assassins after us recently to try and kill Leliana after she left the Chantry. She sucks. Leliana will confront Marjolaine and demand to know why she tried to have her murdered after so long. Marjolaine explains that she had been spying on Leliana since their last encounter, but felt no need to deal with her since she became a member of the Chantry. However, she didn't trust this, and once Leliana left with the Warden, she believed her to be making a move. She's mistaken, of course, but paranoia has gotten the better of her. Leliana wants nothing to do with Marjolaine, so you have choices here. You can let Marjolaine walk away and demand that she stays gone, although she will vow that this isn't over. Alternatively, you can kill her here and now. The choice is yours, really. Leliana isn't a pacifist exactly, but killing Marjolaine doesn't seem like something she would want to do, so I opted to have her leave. The choice here doesn't matter too much except for an option within the epilogue. If Marjolaine is killed, you can choose to travel with Leliana at the end, but she won't have the option if she lives. More immediate is the ability to harden her personality. Leliana takes Marjolaine's words to heart and wonders if her path worshipping the Maker was a mistaken one. Maybe she really is just a conniving murderer. You can help her work through this plight back at camp. If you convince Leliana that what she is doing now is what makes her happy, she'll remain as the individual you have come to know all this time. However, if you agree that she should go back down the path of the Bard, becoming more like Marjolaine, her personality will shift permanently. This affects a number of things, such as how she reacts to our actions on the adventure. It can affect your relationship near the end of the game during choices involving Denerim and who becomes king/queen, and if you care about this, it's necessary for Leliana to be hardened in order for you to take part in a threesome or foursome with Isabel, the duelist character that becomes the party member in Dragon Age 2. Yeah, you can have an off-screen scene if that's your thing, but it's not relevant to any other aspect of the game, and I prefer to keep Leliana down the path that she chose since we met her, where she actively strives to be a good person. I will say though, if you want to be a Reaver and don't want to save scum, the only way to prevent Leliana from attacking you is to either not have her in the party during the Urn quest or to have her be hardened. Regardless of what you choose for Leliana, make sure you don't have Wynn in your party either. I keep warning you about this because I made this mistake my first time and we're about to reach where this happens, so keep it in mind. Other various side quests of note include helping a member of the Antivan Crows, yes those crows, complete various assassinations. There's no real morality surrounding this, you just complete the jobs if you want. It's good to do both for rewards and backstory. You'll learn that the crows were willing to take the contract from Loghain to murder you because they believed you wouldn't be as useful or cooperative, which you can prove to be wrong by completing these tasks. It seems to put you on the good side of the crows, although there will still be some after you just due to the nature of how they handle contracts. We can help the local guard captain deal with some rowdy mercenaries and run into a trap designed to lure out Grey Warden sympathizers. There's even a big dungeon crawl found within one of the houses of Denerim. Like I mentioned, you can meet Isabella at a tavern/brothel known as the Pearl. She unlocks the duelist specialization for you if you manage to beat her in a game of cards, which really just requires you to prove she's cheating with a dexterity check. While you're in Denerim, you may notice that there are a couple places locked off to you. One is Earl Eamon's estate, which we will make our base of operations a bit later. The other is the Elven alienage, where all of the elves are segregated to. It's currently closed off due to a plague and uprising taking place, but we'll get to visit there a bit later. For now, we really need to find Genitivi, so we'll stop by his place next. But unfortunately, he's nowhere to be found. Instead, a man named Wayland is present and will explain how Genitivi is missing, pointing us to where he was last seen, Lake Calenhad by the Mage's Tower. Now, you can head over there if you want, but it's a trap. Discussing Brother Genitivi within the Lake Calenhad area will lead to you being attacked by some cultists and reavers. The why of it isn't clear yet, but what is clear is that someone doesn't want us knowing about the urn and they have the manpower to try and prevent anyone from getting close. You don't have to hit up the lake though. Wayland here is a little suspicious. If you try to investigate Genitivi's home, he'll attempt to stop you. Insisting leads to him attacking the party, and once he's dead, we can find the corpse of the real Wayland hidden away. Apparently there was a suspicious imposter among us. On the corpse of the true Wayland, we can find Brother Genitivi's research, which points us towards the village of Haven, all the way on the other side of Ferelden, and that's where we'll be heading next. We'll come back to Denerim soon, but the rest of the content here will have to wait. We need to head to the village of Haven, although we won't be spending much time here. Like I mentioned, the village is on the west end of Ferelden, basically the opposite direction of the Blight. That might not matter to you mechanically, as time doesn't pass through the travel mechanics,
but the developers did take it partially into account. If you head to Haven with Sten in your party, he'll begin arguing with you about your leadership decisions. I didn't know about this until this video because I never really used Sten, but he hates the idea of going on a potential wild goose chase, especially when it takes us so far from our main objective, that being the Blight. Sten respects a strong will and leadership. You can use high coercion to talk him down, or if you already have high approval with him, you can talk him down that way. Some of these options apparently only show up if you complete his side quest, so the player is incentivized to complete Redcliffe before heading here, at least if you know beforehand and plan to have Sten in the party. Just a way of optimizing future playthroughs. I like the concept because if you have high approval with Sten and complete his side quest, he'll question you but admits that he trusts you with his life, and the altercation will go no further. However, it can lead to a battle between the two of you. He doesn't die, but you can exile him from the party if you wish, or use this as an opportunity to get him back in line. Again, I never knew this interaction was even possible. There's still things within the game I learn about even today, because your party composition can be a big factor in what kind of events you trigger along your travels. Speaking of disapproval, the inhabitants of Haven aren't very happy that we're stopping by. We'll be interrogated by a guard as we approach, who is wondering why we are visiting the village. You can try to lie your way through, but the guard is highly suspicious and informs you that he would know of any expected visitors. Despite this, it is an open village and we are allowed to explore and shop as long as we leave shortly after. Apparently the town has a revered father instead of a revered mother, something that Leliana can point out she has never heard of. Something is up here, and considering we got attacked by cultists, I think you can start to get the picture. Haven is a cult village. Everyone here worships something related to the urn, but what that is exactly hasn't been made clear. Just as an odd addition, there's a kid you can talk to in the village that seems to be reciting a nursery rhyme or something about an individual known as Bonnie Lynn. I have no idea why. As far as I'm aware, this is the only time the name is ever brought up. I assume it's just to be creepy, but it was so weird to me to hear a name drop with no further explanation or codex entries. Maybe I missed one, but I tried to find more information about it online to no avail. Like a repeat of what happened in Denerim, if we enter a local shop and poke around, the shopkeeper will try to stop us. Sure enough, we will be forced into a confrontation where we have to kill him, but we will then find a corpse in the back room, suggesting that the villagers are killing anyone who comes poking around. Luckily, the corpse doesn't seem to be Brother Genetivi, so he must be somewhere else. But whether or not he's alive, we won't know until shortly. Exiting the shop has the villagers on high alert. The curtain has been lifted and all of the cultists and reavers are ready to attack, forcing us into more battles as we make our way to the village's chantry or temple or whatever you'd call it here. You'll find an individual giving a sermon within the chantry. The man greets us and explains that our ignorance has led to conflict here, that we would potentially bring war to Haven if left alone. He claims he must protect her, but who her is hasn't been made clear yet. Battle ensues and we can kill all of the cultists within the chapel before doing a little exploring to find a captured Brother Genetivi in one of the rooms ahead. Luckily for us, he's still alive. Genetivi will ask for our aid. He wants us to deal with the cult and find the urn ourselves, both for the Arl and for the sheer discovery of this legendary artifact. The temple we need to enter is locked, but the man we just killed apparently has a medallion we can use as a key. Sure enough, Genetivi takes the medallion and leads us through to the temple where he unlocks the door, allowing us to continue forward. Genetivi will stay behind to begin researching the temple. In terms of value, the temple is of great interest to the Chantry, as it is dedicated to the life and death of Andraste. It was created just after Andraste's death, so the information here could be invaluable. What follows is a long dungeon crawl throughout the temple. That's the more boring aspect of the quest to be sure, although the location does foreshadow what the cult is up to and why they are here. While exploring, you will notice a few things. There are plenty of dragonlings to fight and dragon eggs scattered about. The cultists seem to be actively breeding and domesticating them. Additionally, you will run into what is possibly your first encounter with drakes in the game, essentially a few steps down from a high dragon. Killing the drakes is important here because they drop drake scales, which you can use later once we get back to Denerim. You need about 6 in total, so make sure you kill every single one in the area because I believe this is the only place that you can get them. After some more progress and battles, we will come face to face with the leader of the cult, Colgrim. Colgrim will be furious with you for all of the trouble and slaughter you have caused, but he thinks there may be a reason for your arrival, and that you are meant to help the cult after all. The beliefs of the cult work like this. Andraste has been resurrected as a high dragon, meaning that's what the cult reveres, dragons and dragon spawn. The group wishes to find the ashes as they believe they are an aspect of Andraste's past that is inhibiting her full rebirth now.
However, the section of the temple housing the ashes is protected by a guardian that they can't get past. If you were able to get past said guardian and poison the urn with dragon blood, the cult would be indebted to you and would be willing to teach you how to become the Reaver specialization, which would allow you to unlock blood-related abilities to strengthen yourself in combat. The choice is up to you. Either way, you will have to make it through a gauntlet of trials to reach the urn, but let's quickly discuss some changes here. When you exit the cave system leading to the rest of the temple, you will witness a high dragon fly by. I believe this is the dragon that the cultists worship as Andraste. It's an optional boss fight you can take part in, but to do so you need a horn that is in Colgrim's possession, one I believe you can only receive through killing him. So if you refuse to help the cult, a battle will ensue, and you'll get the horn, allowing you to fight against a tough optional boss and get some rewards in the process. Most importantly, dragon scales, which are needed for a similar task as the drake scales back in Denerim. So that might be enough reason for you already, but if you need more, I've already talked about the issues this can cause with Leliana and Wynn in the party. Both will object to the idea of poisoning the ashes as they are seen as a priceless religious relic. It gets to a point where they will both turn on you and enter combat if you don't back down. There are a few ways around this though. The easiest is to remove the two of them from the party before interacting with the ashes. I'm not sure if they comment on it after the fact, but this seems to be enough to prevent them from attacking you at present and later on. Alternatively, you could have convinced Leliana to harden her heart, which allows you to bypass killing her, and she will not be as devout as she was in the past. Finally, you could save before corrupting the ashes. Then you just go through with it, deal with the consequences, and then unlock the specialization. You can then reload your save and you will still have the specialization unlocked. This is probably the best course of action if you want to save the urn, even if it feels a little scummy. I won't judge you though. It's a cool system they added for repeat playthroughs, but it's too easy to abuse, so that's on them. Whatever you choose, we need to head into the temple proper to continue forward, and when we do, we run into the aforementioned guardian that has been blocking the way for the cult thus far. The guardian will explain that we must face 4 trials to determine the true pilgrims from the false. Before that though, he seems to take a minute to roast us and our party members. It's not even a trial, he just somehow knows about the trials of our past and questions our actions, seemingly to see how we will react. He talks about us abandoning our father, of Alistair's guilt surrounding Duncan's death, of Leliana's belief that the Maker has spoken to her and how that might be perceived as conceited. He has something to say for every party member, and it all basically results in him pointing out how awful you can be perceived. I don't know why he does this. It isn't a trial after all. The first trial is up ahead. I just thought it was really funny to have some weird force ghost tell me how awful I probably am. The first trial we'll be taking part in focuses on a series of riddles, all of which are very straightforward since they're multiple choice. You just need to reason it out based on the options given to you. Here's an example. Echoes from a shadowy realm, whispers of things yet to come. Thought's strange sister dwells in the night, is swept away by dawning light. Of what do I speak? The answers then given to us are, I don't know, love, the moon, dreams, and indigestion. Yeah. We can reason out that the only answer which truly fits is dreams. If you answer correctly, you've completed one of the riddles and can move on. Incorrectly, and you have to fight an ash wraith, but still get to move forward. Either way gets you ahead. Each of the ghosts here represent some of Andraste's past and tell of her story. The mother here talks of dreams, of dreaming while her daughter slept comfortably beside her. And in these dreams, her mother saw visions of Andraste being betrayed, leading to her death. She wept tears of sorrow and regret for the daughter she couldn't save. All of the ghosts are like this. All of them have riddles to solve, and if you solve them correctly, they divulge something specific about their relationship with Andraste. I won't get into all of the lore details, but the story tells of Andraste's rise from slavery within the Tevinter Imperium to a prophet in a crusade against her oppressors, up to her public execution. Once you've answered or failed all of the riddles, the way forward to the second trial will be open to us. Before that, an apparition of someone from your past appears before you. They act as if they are the actual person, and I originally thought that they might be. Our father is who we see after all. I thought maybe they were being connected to us through the afterlife to say hello, but that doesn't seem to be the case if you look at the other origin characters, namely the mage as the best example. Joan is still alive, but he can be the apparition that appears here. Rather, this seems to be a manifestation of our memories meant to waver our resolve moving forward. The second trial involves us fighting against a party of doppelgangers. Whoever you have in the party will have an alternate version of themselves created, and you'll have to challenge them. They aren't just NPCs with randomly assigned abilities. The doppelgangers seem to pull directly from the character sheets of your current party and use the same assignment of ability points and talents that you have as well.
For that reason, this could be a daunting fight for someone unprepared, especially considering how powerful mages can get. Here, it looks like I focused down Alistair first, followed by Wynne, Leliana, and finally my own double. Why I did it this way, I have no idea. Who focuses on the tank when the squishy healer is right there? There's several strategies to deal with this trial, but my main goal was just to overpower them. You really can get so overly powerful in this game that certain fights become a cakewalk, but it can just as easily turn the other way around. I just got lucky here. The third trial is a puzzle where you need to step on a variety of switches to create a ghost bridge that will take a party member across. Only one person can cross, and the other 3 must be used to create a bridge. However, there are not enough party members to fully create it, as one switch does not fully activate a block, but can semi-activate a couple. Let's say I step on one switch and make a block show up. It'll be transparent and ghostly, meaning I can pass through it. It's not solid. I need to find another switch that also produces that block in order to make it so. Most switches create a combination of 2 blocks at a time, so you need to figure out which combinations will create solid objects. Then move a party member over the bridge partially, and then move people around the switches in a way that creates new solid blocks moving forward without removing the one that the individual crossing is currently standing on. It sounds confusing, and it took me a little bit to get it down again after so long, but enough trial and error will show you the way. You don't die if you fall into the pit, the puzzle just resets, so there's no downside to trying this yourself before you get frustrated and look it up. The final trial takes no time at all. There's a wall of fire, and we need to have faith to walk through it naked, so you put your gear on a pedestal and then walk through the flames. You've completed all of the trials and have the right to see the Urn of Sacred Ashes. A bit underwhelming for the final trial, but I suppose you need to consider how it would feel to do this if you were actually the character. Traversing the wall of fire is a big test of faith. Even though we as the player know that we will probably be fine, the character wouldn't. Still, I think the developers should account for the fact that the player is the one who should be feeling the danger and not just the character, and found a way to make the trial more interesting. A potential boss fight or some sort of skill-based challenge on top of the faith-based one could have made it more engaging, but I'm just throwing things at the wall here. I remember that one Star Fox adventure game had a similar segment where you had to jump into a pit or something and hope that the bridge would form under you. Oblivion did something similar as well, except it showed you the bridge right away as long as you had some enchanted boots on and kind of bypassed the faith-based point of the trial entirely. I guess Dragon Age isn't so bad in comparison. We finally stand before the Urn of Sacred Ashes. A legend that many believe to not be real is in fact so. Our journey that resembles the search for the Holy Grail is now complete. Many of your party members will be starstruck by the sight, and this is where you'd have to choose to poison the urn or not if that's the route you're going down. I said this before, but I remember so many people being upset that Leliana was in future games because there was this one situation where you could kill her and potentially have a finisher trigger where she ends up decapitated. Niche scenario, but this one potential event was enough for players to be up in arms over the idea of her being back in their playthroughs. Personally, it never mattered to me. It's so niche because finishers are just mechanics meant to add dramatic flair to combat, not to act as a story element. In the end, Leliana could have been revived through her faith anyway. There's loads of explanations for why she comes back, and it just doesn't matter enough to actively be upset with her inclusion in future releases. All in all, the quest for the urn to me feels like the most fantastical out of all of the adventures within the game. Many of them are dark and dreary, filled with horrors beyond imagination, but the urn is your more stereotypical Dungeons & Dragons affair. Search for the urn, traverse a dungeon to get it, face some trials, fight a dragon, etc. It has it all, and it makes for a nice change of pace in comparison to some of the other adventures we've had so far, though that isn't to say they were bad in any way. Rather, variety is the spice of life, and the urn allows us to have a more upbeat adventure in comparison to what we are currently used to. It also isn't as long, so bonus points for that. We can take a pinch of the ashes to bring back to Arl Eamon and then be on our way. On the journey back through the temple, we can run into Genitivi and let him know that we actually found them. He'll be overjoyed and want to bring the news back to the Chantry ASAP so that this can become a holy place used for pilgrimages, which is what happens in the epilogue. We can then head back to Redcliffe and attempt to use the ashes on the Arl. Sure enough, they seem to cure Eamon and awaken him from his poison-induced coma. He'll immediately ask why Tegan is there and where his wife and son are. Since we saved everyone possible, Isolde will be there to comfort him and inform him that Connor is still alive, although the same can't be said for many of the villagers. This makes Eamon realize that he wasn't simply dreaming, but seemed to be stuck in the Fade and aware of what was going on in Redcliffe. Some time will pass to allow the Arl to get his bearings. We'll meet him in the main hall afterward to be thanked for all we've done and to figure out what we will do now.
Loghain has done much to secure his place as the leader of Ferelden during the Blight, from espionage to straight-up murder. Jarl Eamon wishes to make Loghain surrender, but it must be done through politics in order to get the people on your side. This means spreading word of Loghain's misdeeds and getting an ally that has more right to hold the crown. That means someone that could challenge Queen Anora, aka Kaelin's wife and Loghain's daughter. Here, Eamon suggests Alistair, which may come as a shock to you at this point in the storyline. This is a big revelation for the game. As it turns out, Isolde was wrong and Eamon is not the father of Alistair. Instead, he is the bastard son of King Merrick, making him Kaelin's half-brother and giving him blood right to the throne. I'm told Alistair will tell you this himself when you reach Redcliffe for the first time and he's in your party, but this never happened for me. Instead, he states now that he meant to tell us when we arrived in Redcliffe, but for some reason it never got brought up. I assume there must be some additional trigger I was missing, but what that trigger is, I'm unsure. Alistair is apprehensive of the idea of him becoming king. Jarl Eamon will explain that Alistair has a responsibility to the people of Ferelden, else Loghain will be in charge and Eamon will be forced to support him as to not weaken the resolve of the people before the Blight. Eamon states he will call for a landsmeet, a gathering of nobility within Ferelden, where the people can decide for themselves who should be in charge. Well, the nobles can decide for the people anyway. You think these nobles are going to leave the fate of Ferelden in the hands of common folk? In the hands of democracy? Real democracy? No siree, we got bloodlines to keep and monarchies to run. So that's where things are. Eamon is planning the landsmeet and Alistair could become king. We are effectively in the end game of the main campaign now and we will be traveling to Jarl Eamon's estate in Denerim, making it our base of operations there. But there's still one thing we need to do. We still need to decide what will happen to Joen. Eamon grills Joen for all the trouble he caused, but recognizes that he helped save him and the people of Redcliffe in the end. We get to say something on his behalf, and I choose to point out that he cooperated willingly because, I mean, he did. He did do that. Since the Jarl is an injured party in this, he finds his ability to be just and impartial strained, and instead asks us what we would do with him. End of the day, Joen has done wrong. He should be punished in some capacity, but at whose hands? I don't know. I don't agree with the existence of the Circle, but he is their responsibility, and so I choose to send him off to the tower for the mages to deal with. Still, I feel I may change my mind in a future playthrough. I like Joen, and while he did poison the Jarl, bad, it was Isolde's actions that led to Connor getting possessed, and she's not going to get punished for that for some reason. In fact, it's never even brought up. So Joen here gets punished for poisoning the Jarl, but nothing happens to Isolde. Doesn't seem very fair to me. Goes to show that while nobles claim to want to save the people of Ferelden, they are always held less culpable than the common man.
Okay, I'll ask it, even though we mentioned that it might be boring, but I was just playing through the Redcliffe questline, and I happened to notice that Isolde does not get reprimanded, does not get mentioned for anything, and I think we can all understand why, but I just wanted to hear you discuss maybe the notion of did it have any meaning, or did it have to do with her nobility, or was it just something that kind of got we never really thought about that?
No, there's a lot of stuff in all the plots.
Yeah,
honestly, where we kept going and had repercussions, because I mean that's a lot. That's something that actually DAO did really well in terms of dealing with the after effects, and it was just a matter of time. We can only do so much. Like you were supposed to be able to recruit Joen into your party. It was a thing, and there was a thing where you could keep returning to Redcliffe, and you would see sort of the ongoing repercussions of your decisions.
Yeah. Ooh,
and
wow.
We just had to cut all of that. No time.
We can head back to Denerim with the Jarl, and when we first get there, we run into confrontation with Loghain and Hal within Eamon's estate. Not a battle though. Loghain has only shown himself here to antagonize us since we have forced the landsmeet. Loghain claims that what we are doing is foolish, that Ferelden needs a strong leader in his daughter, the Queen, and that he will lead her armies to victory. In truth, this is a facade. Loghain is the one in control of everything right now. His daughter is of little use to him outside of her title, which he gets to parade around. He's a tyrant and intended to seem like one. However, the landsmeet is meant to question this mindset slightly and give an alternate perspective, but it's one I don't agree with. In truth, Loghain always comes off as someone willing to do whatever it takes to do what is right, and through that, a lot of wrong gets committed along the way. Similar to Prince Balin, Loghain is an ends justify the means type of person. He was willing to get Kaelin
killed if it meant protecting Ferelden from the Orlesians, and he is willing to kill and manipulate further to continue to get his way. It's not necessarily a lust for power. I believe that Loghain truly believes he is trying to protect the lands, but his will to do so is blinded by rage, prejudice, and fear, and this will come back to bite him later on. At this moment, it's more of a minor spat. Individuals trying to intimidate one another. Loghain has the current popularity vote and is powerful. Meanwhile, we are a threat because we know of his misdeeds. Doesn't help that Hao is with him, and our origin character can talk about how much they hate that dude for obvious reasons. That's always nice. Once the group leaves, we'll be stationed in the estate proper. Similarly to the camp, we can walk around this location and talk to all of our party members. It's a safe zone within Denerim for us to make plans and execute them. Everyone will have something to say about their new lodgings. Some will be happy with the situation, others not so much, but it's no deal breaker. We can meet with Arl Eamon in his office where Alistair is also stationed. Here, Eamon will introduce us to the handmaiden of Queen Honora. The elven handmaiden will explain to us that Queen Honora sent for our assistance. While we believed her to be on the side of Loghain, that would appear to not be the case, at least for the moment. Honora questions her father's leadership and questions what he did to her husband Kaelin. Heading to Hao's estate for answers, she was apparently accused by Hao to be a traitor and imprisoned. Loghain must have known about this and allowed it, meaning that his plans for his daughter are up in the air. Is he attempting to protect her from potential subterfuge, or is he locking her away so she can't use her power as queen against him at the Landsmeet? It's hard to tell because Loghain is a hard man to read. He seems to be willing to do anything to get his way, but does that include harming his own daughter? So far, the answer seems to be yes. The handmaiden worries about her queen. She believes she is in danger and that Loghain would be willing to kill her if they could pin the death on your lot, invalidating your chance at the Landsmeet. So a favor is asked of us. Break into Hao's estate, free Honora, and bring her back to Eamon so she may be protected until it's time for the Landsmeet. I do believe that Loghain is truly worried for his daughter's safety. There's a scene at the Landsmeet that suggests his worry and love for Honora is genuine. Does that excuse his actions? Of course it doesn't. Loghain left his daughter in the care of a man that betrayed his best friend and enjoys torturing people in his spare time. Hao is a villainous, evil man that Loghain uses as a means to an end. But to care about your daughter and to allow Hao of all people to keep her locked up? Hell, keeping her locked up at all. All I'm saying is, he's not exactly Father of the Year. We'll begin heading for the estate to find Honora shortly, but we should talk to Alistair about his latest revelation first. After all, we did find out that he is essentially the next in line to be King of Ferelden. That's big news, and as you may assume, it's not something Alistair is happy about. You can ask why he hid this from you, and like I mentioned, he has the opportunity to tell you earlier, and I just don't understand how to trigger it. Alistair has been keeping this secret with him his entire life. Not informing anyone of it is second nature to him. It's not that he was actively hiding it or lying to us, it's just not something he would ever think to bring up, except that he does think to do so apparently. Not sure why you didn't for me, Alistair, especially after I showered you with all those gifts. Alistair doesn't want to be king. Sure, you can convince him over time to be a little more level-headed about it, but that requires shifting his entire personality to someone he isn't. Or at least currently isn't. Alistair has the potential to take things more seriously, to be less emotional with his thoughts and actions and try to be more logical overall. That may sound good to you, but it isn't to me. The decisions we make in our lives are not centered solely around logic. We aren't living our lives solving math equations. Our emotions sometimes get the better of us, but they are also a big factor in how we learn to be happy. They're valuable, and stripping someone like Alistair or Leliana of that, hardening their personality, always felt wrong to me. Besides, Alistair may not want to be king right now, but that doesn't mean you can't convince him it's the best course of action, as we'll see after the Landsmeet. I bring this up though because once this information has been revealed to you, if you head to Denerim, Alistair will explain that he has a half-sister named Goldana that he has never met. Now, here in Denerim with the cat out of the bag, he'd like to meet his family as he yearns for a connection to those connected to him by blood, as it was something stripped from him before he could ever experience it. We can find Goldana in a house near the Chantry. It becomes available to enter once the companion quest has started and plays out similarly to how Leliana's did, just with less murder, or potential murder. We meet someone related to the companion, we talk to them, and then we use the event to potentially change their personality. This time it's Alistair's sister. At first, she assumes we are there to wash our clothes, a means of earning some income here in Denerim. Alistair explains that both he and Goldana share a mother, and while this surprises Goldana, she believes it. As it turns out, she knew about the child, and when Alistair was taken away so as to not cause trouble for the king, Goldana was paid a gold piece to keep quiet about it, after being told he was dead, mind you. Their mother was apparently a human serving maid who seemed to have died during childbirth. This is where things get a little confusing in the lore. Alistair and Goldana are not actually related. You wouldn't know that playing just Origins. Rather, it's explained in a prequel book titled Dragon Age: The Calling, and then brought up later on in Inquisition. Alistair's real mother is Fiona, an elven, yes elven, mage, and Grey Warden who was associated with both Duncan and King Merrick. Fiona and Merrick ended up growing close, and the two of them had Alistair, making him an elf-blooded human who has a birthright for the throne. An elf. Could you imagine how the people of Denerim would act if they found out? The contempt for elves in the city is extremely high, to the point that they are locked and segregated within the alienage currently, using the excuse of the plague to keep them away from the other races. Well, that's not the only reason for the alienage. Fiona explains in The Calling that elves and humans create humans, and therefore the alienages are necessary, else the elves would die out. So we need to explain this a bit more because something doesn't completely add up. Not only does Alistair believe that Goldana is his half-sister, she believes that Alistair is her half-brother. She has knowledge that she probably couldn't have without having witnessed some of the events of Alistair's birth transpire. From what I can gather, Goldana's mother died at some point, but it seems to be assumed that this was at childbirth, as Goldana will later blame Alistair for killing her, either through childbirth or from Merrick having her killed to keep the whole thing quiet. It's one or the other. On top of that, she claims that Merrick forced himself on her mother and accuses Alistair of being a child bred from assault. It's really messy, and if you played Origins first or Within a Vacuum, you'd have no reason to question it. Merrick told Eamon that Alistair was a son and therefore of royal blood, but Goldana is the one that said it was Merrick's child as well. She seemed to make the claim based on her own knowledge, so if it isn't true, how did she come up with that? It doesn't make sense. Goldana believed her mother to be pregnant. At some point she had the child, and Goldana believes the child to be Merrick's, but somewhere at this point it's like the two children, unnamed baby number 1 and Alistair, were swapped. Fiona delivered the baby to Merrick, asked to have his heritage hidden from him, and then left. But that doesn't line up at all with what Goldana knows. There's a book you can read called The World of Thetis, specifically Volume 2. It's a lore book meant to help flesh out and explain various aspects of the world of Thetis. In a letter, Isolde, Eamon's wife, states that Alistair's mother died in service to Eamon. It seemed to be left intentionally vague here, but Isolde heard nothing of this maid beforehand and implies that word gets around in Redcliffe. She should have heard something. Alistair has heard the same story, and while you may assume it's a lie concocted by Eamon to protect the boy, Goldana seems to know of this as well since she grew up in Redcliffe. So everything sort of lines up. She even gives testimony to an inquiry and is quoted within the lore book, explaining news of Alistair sort of just appeared at her doorstep one night. Sure enough, she was informed her mother and Alistair both died during childbirth. Goldana theorizes that her mother slept with Merrick at some point when he was visiting the castle in Redcliffe. However, there's no talk of assault here, and the testimony implies that there is no evidence of this and is more a theory she came up with on her own. So here's my theory. I think this was a retcon of sorts. I think that Gaider wanted to flesh out the backstory of Alistair and his mother through The Calling, but this led to some inconsistencies from what we heard in the original game. Then we got this lore book that helped reconcile the varying accounts. Basically, Goldana's mother seemed to have gotten pregnant at some point in time. She must have, otherwise Goldana wouldn't have believed she died in childbirth. I assumed that her mother really did die with her child, and this was just the perfect opportunity to set up a backstory for Alistair that allows him to live his life without people knowing of his elven mage heritage, and also allows him to live outside of nobility. Goldana gets a small reward for keeping quiet about it, and no one's the wiser. Even Alistair believes this story moving forward, hence why he wanted to seek out Goldana in Denerim after she moved there to live with her uncle. This doesn't explain why Isolde heard nothing of the serving woman though.
She did die, so you think she'd have heard about it. Maybe even wanted to keep it as quiet as possible so that it was an easy story to manipulate. In this case, I find this change interesting to explore, but do I fault Gaider for doing it? No, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Long storylines that spanned over different forms of media for many years are very fluid. Yes, you can be an author or creator that keeps these plot points consistent, but you could also be someone who wants to change aspects of things because you believe them to be more interesting or more fun to explore and create. Consistency is valuable, but not some end-all be-all.
That makes me curious, since you mentioned how there's more freedom and like kind of a solo role in like the creation of a novel. Would you say you had that amount of freedom when you were writing the novels?
I did actually. Mainly because most of the team didn't care.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The amount of freedom you have is really, we call it it's like the Eye of Sauron.
Yeah.
If the upper echelon of managers, you were working on something that they were really interested in, that was like the Eye of Sauron is turned on your project, and all of a sudden you found yourself working in a very small box.
Yeah.
But the novels, no, they were sort of, they liked, most of the team liked the idea of the novels existing. But as long as I didn't do anything too wild, I was pretty much free to write whatever I wanted. And that was good and bad in a way, because sometimes I had a flight of fancy, or it was something that I was personally interested in, and then the stuff it was based on in the game ended up changing, but now it's too late to change it in the novel, because each novel happened fairly quickly. Written and published essentially in the space of a few months.
It must have been, right? Like I was looking at the release dates for it.
Yeah. And so sometimes I would write something on, it's based on something that's in the game.
Yeah.
I know, especially for the very first book, and then it gets cut completely from the game, and people are left like, "What are you talking about?
Where is this coming from?"
Well, all right, well, cool.
Yeah.
Dragon Age Origins was done.
Yeah.
The Stolen Throne had been written while Origins was still being assembled, but Dragon Age Origins was in the can. And then EA sat on the release date, so we had DAO was done. And we had like a stretch of 8 months while we were already working on the Awakenings expansion. And so the Calling was written during work on the expansion. Concept, I didn't have a name for her. I always had a concept of a true origin for him. I didn't know that I would ever get a chance to address that. And so really, what you can look at it as like, was that his actual mother, and then you just decide to retcon it? The way to look at it is at the time, it was something I wanted to go into.
Yeah.
It was among the plot threads that we cut while we were working on DAO. Like there was a whole thing with Loghain, and really the Stolen Throne is resurrecting another resurrected cut story from DAO that I just didn't want to let go of. So it was cut, and it was pasted over pretty well, in that there was no mention of any other possible origin for Alistair in DAO. So I mean, you could argue it's like, well, maybe you shouldn't have resurrected that thread, Dave. And I'm like, but I wanted to, and it was my story, so I did.
Yeah, you like it, right?
The thing, like, it was a cut, and I just sort of, when we were on DAO, we doubled down and like, okay, this is when something's cut, you don't include hints because that's not going to make any sense to the player. But in Dragon Age in particular, with all the things that we present in Dragon Age, where its subjectivity is really important. Like, even look at the history, like all the codexes. We never presented things as in everything that you see is 100% the absolute truth. There's no reason to question any information you're given ever. Like, that's never the case. Everything is sort of presented like, to your current knowledge, X
I feel like
true.
I feel like a great example of that is like how the Chantry talks about what the mages did to like go to the Golden City or the Black City.
Yeah.
And like it's like,
and then you slowly start to learn more, and I mean, you have two choices when you start learning new information. You can go, well, that's not what I understood previously, so this is all bullshit and clearly a retcon.
Yeah.
Or you can go, I have received new information, so I need to look at what I learned previously under a new light. We had a different version of that scene planned, and then it caused a whole discussion, because now even bringing in Fiona at all was an effort, because it's like, how many of the fans have read the novels? 50,000 versus several million in total. So like, there was some real resistance to how much of a wink we should give to people who were even aware of what happened in the novels, and how much effort could be spent on that. So I did have an initial whole different way that was supposed to roll out, and when the pushback started, kind of like, well, can I at least do this? And I mean, after it was all done, I just sort of go, I wonder if that was even worth doing. Sort of half-heartedly is what I felt it kind of ended up being. It's just that the full scene was just it was too much cinematics time. Like I said, cinematics being the arbiter, and when they had to sort of, okay, we need some places to cut. That I need to make that scene much shorter. So I made it sort of like, well, it ended up being an if you know kind of interaction.
But
and,
are you happy with that, or like you said, it's kind of like what you wish you could
I wanted to initially make that the payoff for anybody who ever wondered about that whole thing, and I don't feel it really did that in the end. So
it would have been such a good payoff too. Like I can understand why you'd be upset with that.
But for anybody who was like an Alistair fan but who didn't know about the books or read about them, to have this character that you encounter and like, I'm your real mom, and you're like, what? Alistair's has elven blood? Like,
well, I was gonna say her existence is there's so much to her existence, because Alistair has elven blood. She gets rid of I think by accident, like through the events that happen in the book, she gets rid of the need, like it's called the calling. She gets rid of that, which I believe is something that it's mentioned that the warden from the first game could potentially be looking for a way to also defeat the calling, or like remove the calling. And so like that would lead to, especially for people that haven't read the book, would lead to like so many like so much theorizing and so many questions, and just open up these huge can of worms.
And honestly, that's why in the end, probably why the team was able to convince me to pull back, because it's like, you're opening up such a can of worms here, that like even trying to contain it within the conversation you have planned, even that alone, because my plan was to then just do the rest in codexes, like with letters and such. And it's like, but Alistair isn't even a party member anymore. Like this, what is the worth of doing this? So eventually I was like, all right, I will retreat to a nod to those players, and that'll have to be the end of it.
At the end of the day, this is a story about origins as an artifact of its time, not necessarily about the lore created after the fact, so let's get back on track here. That's basically everything there is to know. Goldana was aware of the situation, believed Alistair to be dead, accepted a bribe to keep silent, and believes he is responsible for the death of her mother. So she resents him for that, and I can't completely blame her, honestly. Obviously, Alistair is not at fault for the actions of his father, mother, or like just for being born, but I understand why Goldana feels this way. I can understand how the loss of her mother and the struggles she has experienced have probably hardened her heart, similar to how we can harden Leliana and Alistair. Goldana doesn't have the capacity to forgive Alistair even if he did nothing wrong, because she has spent her whole life blaming him for this. It makes sense that she is wary and hostile, believing Alistair to be parading around as royalty. However, Alistair will explain that he has not experienced the life Goldana believes he has, instead being sent to to the Chantry and eventually becoming a Grey Warden. Alistair promises to ensure that Goldana and her children are taken care of. These are his only family as far as he is aware, and he wants to build a relationship with them. Goldana seems like she only is willing to accept money from him and not much else, but it's more so that she's wary of him. He did just show up after all, and with all of this built up resentment, it would take time to break down the walls preventing her from accepting Alistair. While basically asking for money in order to even consider tolerating him may seem scummy, can you blame her? She lives a hard, poor life and doesn't know this man. He's a stranger to her and he needs to earn her trust in some capacity. Alistair leaves this encounter feeling awful. He believed that family would accept him no matter what. A bit of a naive and ignorant outlook, really. While many do hold blood relationships to a higher standard, it's a bit unrealistic to expect a human being to not have a life and mind of their own that affects what they value. It also doesn't trump the history of resentment Goldana has carried, nor does it change the fact that Alistair is effectively a stranger to her. Simply sharing blood doesn't mean anything to Goldana because there are other factors that make this one less important to her. I'd argue that blood isn't important at all personally, and that it is the relationships formed with individuals that creates their value. Blood relatives are just usually the closest to us early on when forming these relationships, but being related in itself holds little to no actual value in my eyes. Actions speak louder than blood, I guess. This is a defining moment for Alistair. His beliefs have been shattered and he's realizing the world is a much crueler place than he has fantasized in his head, something every 20-something-year-old white man should have to go through. Alistair can use this experience with his sister to become hardened and a loser. That's not exactly fair though. There's some aspects of him that allow him to show how smart or tactical he can be when you take this route. There's a specific portion of the Landsmeet that ends the same regardless, but Alistair's reasoning for a decision changes based on whether or not his personality is shifted. It's similar to Leliana. A few things change here and there, but not enough for me to consider it worthwhile. I personally choose to keep Alistair idealistic, try to help him understand that there is a reason for his sister to be like this, and it's possible for him to break down the barrier between them eventually if he wants to try. And if not, or if it doesn't work out, that doesn't mean the world is simply like that. That everything is harsh and needs to be dealt with both efficiently and logically with a lack of emotion. No, much of the world can be hard to deal with, but finding the brighter, more optimistic side of things is what makes Alistair who he is as a person, and is what allows him to be his own light within the darkness of Thetis. To help him lose that feels criminal. Before we get to Enora, we should stop by Wade's Emporium for the first time. Wade is a master blacksmith and eccentric individual. He has emotional highs and lows tied to whether or not he feels inspired by the items he's creating. Making your everyday sets of armor and weapons has left Wade yearning for more. He's popular but doesn't want to be bothered by those he sees as beneath his artistic creativity, and so he has a partner who mans the front desk for him. They're quite the pair. Wade is a creative force who will jump at any opportunity you give him to create something special, while his partner is the straight man who tries to keep things orderly so the shop is successful, meaning this guy is going to really hate us for the foreseeable future. We have something Wade wants that we picked up back in Haven during the Urn of Sacred Ashes quest. Drake scales. We have dragon scales too, but that will come later. Wade is shocked when we present the drake scales to the shop owners. It's rare for anyone to even see drake scales in their lifetime, let alone have the ability to work with them. This is enough for Wade to put all orders on hold if you'll allow him to take 3 of the 6 scales total and make a piece out of them. You can agree, and you also have the opportunity to pay him more for his services. I chose to pay him in order to make sure he created the pieces as best he could, a total of 10 gold, but there's some bad news. If we leave Denerim, or at least the market area, and come back, Wade will explain that he has made a fine set of Drake scale armor, but he's not happy with it. It's not perfect and therefore is a failure. We can then offer him the 3 additional scales we had to have him finish the job with another better set of armor. We can also give him an additional 20 gold to make sure that the job is done right this time. It's worth it to have it made, and you should have the money by now to get it made right. Apparently paying Wade does not affect the quality of the Drake scale armor. However, it does still have a use. If you pay him for at least 1 set, this will flag a change for the dragon scale armor, allowing that to be the superior version rather than the normal one. Yes, we can present Wade with the dragon scale if you choose to fight the high dragon back at the temple. I guess Flemeth can't drop these since she's not technically a dragon, although she also technically is a dragon, so I don't know how the logic works here. I guess she ran out of scales. There are 3 options for how the armor will be made. You can ask for dragon skin, dragon scale, or dragon bone plate. Each is a different tier of armor in both weight and defense. If you were making one for a rogue, you may go for dragon skin. If a DPS warrior, maybe the scale, and for a tank, the bone. But I just made the bone anyway and put it on the main character because why not? There's other ways to offset fatigue and build stamina so you can make use of your abilities, and we attack so fast anyway that it doesn't matter. This means there's 6 types of armor in total. You either choose one and get the regular version, or you'll earn the superior version for paying weight previously. The normal Dragon Bone plate even gives a set bonus of negative 15% fatigue anyway, so it makes wearing it very easy. The entire set is designed to allow characters who don't normally benefit from heavy plate mail to take full advantage. It's a very powerful set to have for the rest of the campaign, especially since we have an archdemon to kill later. We're now heading to Howe's estate to rescue Enora, but on the way, or while exploring, I ran into an encounter featuring some Antivan crows. Since Zevran wasn't able to finish the job, these new assassins have appeared in an attempt to rectify that. Even without Zevran in the party, he will appear as part of the confrontation, starting on our side. However, this is where his affinity for the main character comes into play. If you have talked to Zevran and raised his affinity enough, he'll stick with us and remain loyal, leading to him helping us in the fight against the crows. However, if you've done little to make Zevran like you, he'll betray the group and you'll be forced to kill him. I used to think that this would always happen as I never talked to him in initial playthroughs, only to have him stick by me one time after I gave him some gifts, which was surprising to me. I like that the affinity system had a major impact with someone. Usually it's just a stat bonus, and a party member might leave if you really pissed them off, but Zevran has an entire section here dedicated to it. With all of that out of the way, we finally arrive at the entrance to the estate. There's a crowd gathered around the door, which we can use as a distraction to slip into the backyard. Howe hasn't been paying his workmen and the estate is in disrepair. Now his employees seem to want what's owed to them and a better working space besides. Once in the back, we will get spotted by some guards and forced into combat. However, this doesn't seem to alert the entire estate. There's an entranceway in the back, and Enora's handmaiden will explain that she has some disguises we can wear to use once inside. However, getting close to anyone will reveal that the disguises are just that and we could get caught. Therefore, we will put on the guard uniforms, wait for the handmaiden's distraction, and then make our way inside, keeping our distance from other guardsmen along the way. As far as I can tell, I think this is the first and only time you get to wear disguises in Origins. There's another section immediately after this if you choose to go that route, but other than that, I don't remember there being another point where you do this. BioWare loves throwing these little sections into their games. KOTOR is another example of it when we had to dress up as a Sith soldier to get into their base. That's a hard one to say. I love it too. I always enjoy when games generally expect me to handle everything through combat, but then give me the opportunity to bypass some of it with the disguise or stealth. I remember when Perfect Dark and Mission Impossible on the N64 did this, and I enjoyed it ever since. Makes you feel like a spy. And that reminds me, I'm doing an N64 challenge where I'm beating and ranking every game. The first, maybe the second video is already up for that. If you check the YouTube channel, you should watch those videos. Once the guards are distracted, we can make our way inside and the handmaiden will catch up to us a bit later and direct us to Enora's guest room. Unfortunately, there seems to be a spell of some sort barring us from entering or exiting, and we need to take out a mage that has placed the enchantment in order to free her. Once we enter the basement, or dungeon as it were, we'll have to fight our way to Howe and his mage. A bit further in, we'll trigger a cutscene where our arrival distracts a guard and allows the prisoner in the cell next to him to strike. After killing the guard, the man makes himself known. Is this some criminal or assassin that was being stored here for later? Turns out it's neither. This is Riordan, an Orlesian Grey Warden, one who was present at Alistair's joining, allowing the two to recognize one another if you brought him along. Riordan will meet up with us later, but for now he has a yearning for fresh air and heads topside. Further in, we can find another prisoner, one tied up on a torture rack. This is Oswin, son of Ban Sigurd, who has been missing for some time. Oswin's father has no idea where his son is, and we can free the man and report back to his father to inform him of Loghain and Howe's misdeeds, securing another noble to join us against them during the lands meet. Some additional prisoners on the way include a man suffering from the Darkspawn taint named Rexel. His family is looking for him at the moment, but he's a bit too far gone. There's also an elf named Saurus, who is an NPC from the city elf origin and has some plot relevance a bit later on when we reach the alienage. For now, we can free him and he'll be appreciative. This interaction changes if you chose the city elf origin and made some decisions involving the Arl of Denerim's son named Vaughn. Luckily, he's also imprisoned here and we'll see him shortly. First, we finally get to run into Hao, who will have some extra dialogue for the human noble origin. This is the moment of our revenge after all. There's no question about revenge here. Hao has to die because he's not willing to back down or surrender. And he's also just super evil. Like really, really conniving and evil. The dude sucks. Let's murder him for our parents. It's what he deserves. Let's go!
You're still so very new to this. Shall I show you how it's done? I made your mother kiss my feet as she died. It was the last thing your father saw. Meet my sword and try to change that. Make her spit on you. I deserved more.
As if it wasn't apparent enough, Hao's final words are, "Make her spit on you, I deserved more." Like, you sure did, Hao. You deserved a lot more. This quick death is probably too good for you. Can't wait to piss on your grave later. I wish I could say there was more to it here, but not really. There's nothing for us to say or do surrounding the death of our parents, of justice finally being served. We get a quip here and there, but that's all. Hao is fought and then he dies. No thoughts after the fact of what we've done. No consideration that this long goal of ours has finally been achieved. Was it worth it or was it fruitless? Do we feel better about everything or did this solve nothing for our grief? None of this is explored, and it's a real disservice to those who chose the human noble origin because the entire journey has been leading up to this point for us. We have the archdemon, sure, but Hao is a more personal antagonist to us. It should have affected us or allowed us to choose how it affected us, but none of that appears to be here. With the mage taken care of, there's a few prisoners we can find ahead, one of these being Vaughn, who I mentioned earlier. Vaughn is the son of the late Earl of Denerim. Hao was put in charge after the betrayal of Ostagar and locked the son up, blaming his disappearance on the elf uprising. Vaughn here is the scum of the earth. You meet him in the city elf origin when he tries to kidnap multiple elf women to bring back to the estate so that they can be assaulted. Not a good dude by any means. Saurus can be really pissed off with you when you meet him if you chose to take a deal to leave Vaughn alone for 40 gold, but that's unrelated to us. A cool feature is that having Vaughn here is somewhat optional. Play the City Elf Origins and kill Vaughn instead of cutting a deal with him. He wouldn't be imprisoned here as he's already dead. Anyway, you can choose to free him for a reward of 40 gold now and his backing during the Lands meet, considering he is supposed to be the current Earl of Denerim, I believe. However, I'm not a big let the sexual assailant run free type of guy. If you aren't either, we can choose to let him rot in his cage for the time being, potentially until he starves to death, or we can kill him outright here and now. I chose just to get rid of the guy. There's also a Templar locked away as well. As a Templar, he requires a steady supply of lyrium, else he'll suffer withdrawals, as can be seen now. Alistair will state that should the Grand Cleric find out, there would be hell to pay as nobles hold no jurisdiction over Templars. Sounds like we get to use this in the Lands meet as well. With all of this completed, we can head back upstairs and find Anora dressed up like one of the guards to aid in our escape. If they can't recognize her, they can't find her, I guess. Doesn't really matter though, as once we reach the entrance, we are ambushed by Logain's right hand and a group of soldiers. Sir Cothrian is here to arrest us for the murder of Hao, most likely a setup by Logain to make use of Hao's death to eliminate us. A lot can happen here and can shape the next sequence of events more than you realize. First, we need to decide if we fight or surrender. Should we fight, we can bypass the next section of the game entirely, as we will be able to cut through the men and make our way back to the estate with Honora. If we surrender, we will be taken into custody and begin a small quest taking place within the dungeons of Fort Draken. Only the warden needs to be arrested here, but if you have Alistair, he is arrested as well. So we already have a section of the game that is both optional and different based on whether or not Alistair is here. Further, before we choose what we want to do, we can attempt to appeal to Cothrian by explaining how we were rescuing Honora and bringing her back to Eamon. If we go this route, Honora immediately betrays us. She claims we were kidnapping her and will not back up our story, explaining how the entire reason we are here was to protect her from Howe and Loghain. She has reasons for this that she will explain to you later, but basically she's looking for deniability, since she didn't believe divulging this information to Cothrian made any sense. It's better to leave Loghain in the dark after all. I don't know, it's a side of Honora you need to understand early on. She's not necessarily a bad person, but she's very smart, out for herself, and wants to stay in power as queen. In a way, she seems like she was the brains within the relationship with Kaelin, and no longer wishes to be seen as second to a man that allowed himself to get crushed like a gusher by an ogre at the Battle of Ostagar. This will almost definitely leave a bad impression surrounding Honora for most players, but I'm not justifying her actions, just explaining them. She still wants to rescue you after this, she just wasn't willing to be implicated so that she could cover all of her bases. Personally, I believe she should have defended us, as it would have allowed us to leave without violence or a prison sentence. Sometimes the strategic option is not necessarily the best one for all people involved. You can take one L here in order to save the people who freed you from confinement, Honora. That's the type of person she is though, unwavering. In a way, she's similar to her father. She doesn't agree with her father's actions, but only because Loghain has gone too far by this point. It's not that she detests what he has done. Hell, Honora probably would have done some of the same given the opportunity. It's that she doesn't believe her father will succeed, so she jumps ship before he sinks. So I'm not the biggest fan of Honora, if that hasn't been made clear. I don't believe she is the best option for Ferelden when we have Alistair here. She's arguably smarter and wiser than Alistair, but she is too at risk of suffering the same pitfalls her father is right now. Despite all of this, we can choose to surrender outright, and this will skip Honora betraying you. Some people may not even realize that she does this if they chose this option. With the decision made, Alistair and our character will be taken to Fort Draken, where we are thrown into our underwear and locked in a cell for the time being. Captured is possibly the most customizable quest in the game. There are various aspects of it that make it shine in comparison to anything else we've done so far. Not because it's overly dramatic, emotional, or storyline relevant. No, it's mechanically superior because it has the potential to be a completely different experience every playthrough based on the choices you make. We are trapped in a cell with Alistair, but Alistair doesn't need to be here with us if he wasn't in our party initially. We didn't need to be here to begin with, and how we escape will also be different based on the choices we make within. Back at the estate, Honora and the rest of the party will arrive to inform Eamon of what has transpired. Honora, believing us useful, wishes to save us from the fort immediately. But what do we do in this situation? We have some options to choose from. First, we have to decide if we will escape ourselves or allow our party to come save us instead. Alistair will ask what we should do. If we choose to wait for rescue, we will enter a conversation where our choices of who we believe will come rescue us will dictate who it ends up being. You could even choose Alistair in the situation if he hasn't been captured. Even your dog is a possible choice here. 2 party members total can be chosen, and how they interact through various checkpoints on the way to you will determine if they are able to reach your cell without entering combat. Some characters are better at it while others not so much. I didn't take this route, but already our first option has a multitude of sub-choices to pick that will change the interactions and conversations we have moving forward as we try to escape. And if that doesn't sound good to you, you can instead just enter combat and force your way through. The choice is yours. Alternatively, we can try to escape ourselves, which is what I went for in this playthrough. The door guard can be persuaded to enter or let you out in a number of ways. I chose to seduce him by asking him to keep us company. And then once he took off all of his clothes, Alistair and I jumped him, allowing us to push forward. From there, we once again donned disguises of 2 soldiers and begin figuring out how to escape the fort proper. The door we need to get past to leave requires a password, but we don't know it. The guards assume we are recruits and we need to go complete our inspection in order to get the current password. We need to find the other men who would be part of our inspection and learn what is required of us to pass. The main thing we learn we are missing is our weapons, but the quartermaster has it in for some of our patrol members due to a mistake. That wasn't his fault, that led to Loghain chewing him out. I ended up bribing the quartermaster to get the regulation swords, but you can persuade him in a variety of ways. Either way, once we have the swords, we're ready for the inspection and can head back to the colonel's office. The colonel will grill us for a while before asking Alistair what the one thing a soldier can't live without is. Alistair will ask you what to answer with, and you're given a variety of responses. I chose discipline, which seemed to be the right call. We'll pass the inspection and then use one of our new patrol mates to get past the guards since they know the password. From there, we just run out of the fort and head back to the estate. Problem solved with minimal bloodshed. Or you can fight your way out similar to how you could have fought your way in. Each major choice you choose, whether it be to get rescued or to escape yourself, has various sub-choices and options for you to make use of to find a way out that best suits your playstyle and experience. Maybe you want to try working your way inside by bluffing and persuading, or maybe you want to take the initiative to get out on your own. Maybe you chose to be a patrolman, or maybe you fought your way out. Maybe you got the regulation sword through bribery or persuasion. There's multiple avenues here, and it feels like one of the most free-form quests within the entire game. I would have loved to see more of that effort put into some of the faction quests as well. It's there to be sure, but not to this level. Once we make it back to the estate, we can meet up with Honora and Eamon. Honora will be appreciative of our willingness to surrender ourselves rather than reveal she was escaping if you went that route. She sees you as someone with a level head who could be a trustworthy ally, and this helps bring her more to our side if we choose to use her moving forward. I say choose to use because we have a choice to make, one with several possible answers. The Landsmeet is coming up and we need to decide who we will back as the new ruler, but it's not that simple. Alistair doesn't want to be king, and we don't know if we can trust Honora to both do the right thing and even protect us from Loghain. Some options include having Honora and Alistair agree to be wed, putting them both in charge, or having the warden marry Honora as long as we promise to let her make all of the actual choices. Finally, a female human noble warden in a romance with Alistair could become queen by marrying him. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm not a big fan of Honora here. If we even look at her the wrong way, she'll betray you during the Landsmeet and side with her father. In order to get her support, you need to both make her believe that we will support her as queen, and also that we won't be looking for revenge against her father for his actions. If either of these things aren't met, she'll turn against us and this will affect our point value within the Landsmeet. Yes, there's a point value again, except this time it will actually determine the victor. All Honora cares about is being queen, the sole ruler, and if married, the one truly in charge. She wants to rule Ferelden for better or worse. She is cunning though, and that is a boon to any ruler. Honora would almost certainly do her job well at the very least, but what that would say for the persecuted elves in Denerim or even Alistair is up in the air at the moment. There's too many unknown variables with her for me to personally see her as the right call, so telling her we support her for now and then backing Alistair is a very real choice you could make and one I think is best, even if Alistair won't like it when the time comes. He'll get over it though, don't worry. The choice is yours at this point, but you don't need to make it yet. Instead, Honora mentions that there is unrest within the alienage and that she believes her father to be involved. We need all the evidence we can get, so she asks us to investigate before the Landsmeet, meaning we're finally going to be able to enter the alienage, which has been locked off to us since we arrived in Denerim. Additionally, I suggest doing the rounds and letting all the necessary parties know that Howe is keeping their loved ones locked up and tortured under Loghain's rule. This also has effects on the Landsmeet later on, and I like that we can slowly build up our claim during our adventures in Denerim, rather than giving us some singular persuasion attempt once we're at the meet. Our actions here have consequences, and if we want to defeat Loghain through politics, we need to do everything within our power ahead of time to make that happen. What we know about the alienage currently is that there is some sort of plague that has forced this section of Denerim to be barricaded. We have access now, but the situation is still bad. This next section is relatively short, and I wouldn't call it a faction quest, but rather a second portion of the Denerim arc to complete as a means of helping us with the Landsmeet. Plus, it serves as a return to the alienage for a city elf origin character. The first thing we witness upon entering is a human man being accosted by several elves that seem to be attempting to rob him. We can run them off, but it shows the state of the alienage at the moment. these elves are suffering. They have little food, have virtually no means of earning income, and have been left to their own devices, locked away from the rest of the world. Of course they are going to start robbing people. What other choice is there for them? They're desperate, and this then reaffirms perspective that the privileged human races have against them. They call elves knife ears and see them as lesser than. It's another look at the injustices that those in power instill on the marginalized and how this affects them. What lengths do you think you would go to survive? In a nearby house, we can meet up with Soris if we saved him from Hao's dungeon. He's grateful and wishes he could provide us with a reward. Unfortunately, everything was stolen by looters. If we state that we don't need a reward, Soris will be extremely skeptical of this. Why would someone save him and not want a reward? People must want something for their actions, especially humans, as they are particularly dangerous to the elves. Soris points out how wary they are of strangers. There's the events of the city elf origin, and Hao showed up here with his men to celebrate his appointment as Earl of Denerim, leading to countless elves being murdered. Many humans do not see any value in the elves. They are not people to them and will always be looked down upon without significant social and cultural change. Following this, the plague took over and the elves were locked away. With the doors now open again, they are especially cautious. There's good news though. Some Tevinter mages have come to help the elves cure the plague or at least protect others from getting sick. The bad news is that the elves that have been helped have soon gone missing. Soris suggests talking to Shiani, who seems to be the most vocal elf about the issue currently. On the way, you can provide some silver for a war veteran who seems to be down on his luck. This is a silly little event I wouldn't exactly call a side quest. Every time you leave the zone and come back, there will be more elves looking for money. Some of them seem to be genuinely down on their luck, while others are just there for freebies. You could ignore them, acknowledge this, or pay them even though they are tricking you. It's just a little scenario meant to be kind of comedic. Like, look at all these underprivileged elves trying to trick you out of your hard-earned cash while they live in a plague-ridden apartment complex and die in the streets. Maybe it's not that funny after all. We can also run into a blind Templar who is investigating some Maleficarum that were reported to be here. Despite finding nothing, the Templar can sense that something is wrong somewhere within, and he's now trying to figure out what it is. Since we are here and can see, he's hoping we can help with the search. This leads to a side quest where we look for anything off and find some evidence of misdeeds by a nearby orphanage. The orphanage itself is a short crawl where demons seem to have taken over. We can head inside with the Templar to clear the place out, which unfortunately leads to his death, but we can cleanse the area once and for all to avenge him. When we meet with Shiani, she is part of a large gathering of elves looking for help from Tevinter mages. However, Shiani is not looking for help. She believes something to be wrong and is begging her fellow elves to go to their homes and to not trust them, considering people have begun going missing. She believes that the Tevinter mages are responsible and is looking to find out what is really happening. Shiani will be a bit suspicious of our arrival, but will quickly recognize that we are the ones who rescued Soris. This allows her to be more willing to ask us for our assistance in finding out what's really going on here. There's a few ways we can go about this, but I chose to find an entrance in the back of the building the mages are sending the elves into. This leads us into a room full of Tevinter soldiers who immediately turn hostile. Odd thing to do if they really are just here to help people. Also note that some of these soldiers and guards are elves themselves, which makes this particularly ghastly once you realize what's going on. We can run into some more men down the way who are waiting for a shipment. However, they quickly realize we are not people of Tevinter and attack us. Something is being shipped off from the alienage, and I'll give you a quick guess as to what it is. Just keep it in your head for now. You're probably right because it's starting to become obvious. And if you're wrong, everyone else is going to point and laugh at you. Within another building, we run into a female Tevinter elf who is furious with us barging in here and is looking for answers. She demands to know what we are doing here as they have been promised no interference from the authorities. So the plot is thickening here. Not only are the Tevinter doing something unscrupulous, but they also have the apparent backing of Loghain, who is now implicated in whatever is happening. The elf mentions Ferelden's claim to hate slavery, but points out how quickly the tune changes when they smell gold. Loghain then allowed Tevinter to come onto Ferelden land and steal Ferelden people to sell into slavery. Loghain, the guy who killed his own king because he was so paranoid of the Orlesians due to past conflicts, has allowed another outside force into his land to steal his people. Of course, I'm sure he doesn't see it that way. Logain is so focused on the possible threat of the Orlesians that he is blind to every other crime he is committing, no matter how abysmal that crime may be. It's all a means to an end, and this is further reason we need to be rid of Logain because he is causing more harm than good. Even if you chose to side with Logain after all of this, the only reason he would be successful would be because of our help. It's not Logain who is remedying the situation with the Blight, no matter how hard he tries. He's just actively making Ferelden worse, weaker. It's the Warden and their party that end up saving the day and bringing factions together. You can ask why an elf of all things would be willing to sell her own people into slavery, and she explains that she feels no kinship for what she sees as sheep. She serves Tevinter first and her people second. It's a similar mindset to Morgan, who sees those within the circle as sheep to be subjugated. You can fight these people or convince them to leave. Either way, we still need to deal with a man named Caladrius, who seems to be the ringleader, and we can find him further through the complex of buildings. When we find him, he's willing to bargain with us. Caladrius just wants to complete his business. He doesn't care how it gets done and realizes it'd be better to come to an agreement than to have to kill us or possibly be killed in the process. Caladrius believes that once the Landsmeet is done, Logain will have no use for the slavers any longer. It's not completely true, since Logain allowed all of this for the use of Tevinter soldiers against the Blight, I believe. But I do agree that he would remove them eventually to keep his actions a secret. Logain would find any means of justifying his actions, but he still knows how awful they are since no one would accept what he is doing. It's not really the actions of an innocent and just man to hide every scummy thing that you are doing. It's one of the reasons I didn't like the prince back in Orzammar. Caladrius is willing to give us documents proving Logain's involvement if we pay him 100 gold and let him leave with his slaves. Obviously we won't be doing that, and many of our party members double check to make sure as well. I tried to intimidate him into giving us everything and forcing them to leave without the slaves, but this led to combat. After killing everyone and wounding Caladrius, he tries to make one final deal. In exchange for his life, he is willing to augment our health by sacrificing the imprisoned elves to blood magic, something Wynn voices is an awful idea, and it really is. The augmenting he's talking about is just a +1 to Constitution, nothing more in the grand scheme of things. Even if it was worthwhile, I wouldn't ever dream of sacrificing slaves, especially to some Walter White-looking mage. Turning down the deal is disappointing to Caladrius, and we enter combat with him once more, this time leading to his death. The freed elves will wonder what we have planned for them, and we can inform Valendrian here that Shiani sent us to rescue them. The elves are safe, but for how long? We've stopped one plot against them, but they are a people constantly under threat against the oppressive rule of humans within Denerim. This serves to solve and showcase for us but a single issue that the elven people deal with every day. Fixing one small problem does not fix everything, and it will take larger changes over a long period of time to see things get truly better. Changes that will be met with hostility, and changes that I wouldn't trust Honora to make. No, there's only one person that has a bid for the throne that I could see making the lives of the elven people better, and that's Alistair. A kind man, willing to do the right thing, and one who is half-elf at that, even if he never finds that out. The threat against the alienage has been defeated for now, and we have found further proof of Logain's misdeeds. There's much that we have against him at this point, and that means only one thing. It's time to leave the alienage and prepare for the Landsmeet. An event that will act as the culmination of everything we have done to prove Logain to be an unfit tyrant of a leader, remove him from power, and replace him with someone that we believe to be a better option, whether that be Honora, Alistair, or a combination of the two of them and the Warden. The Landsmeet is a great section because you can use a lot of what you have done to affect a point system behind the scenes. Get enough points and you can win the Landsmeet. The good news is that many of the nobles can become aware of Logain's actions, and their votes or support will add points to your cause. The bad news is that even if you've completed everything and received all evidence, you can still fail the Landsmeet through certain dialogue choices. For example, I tried to use a persuasion attempt with the max level skill and high cunning, and this ended up backfiring, this leading some of the nobles to side with Logain. This doesn't make sense to me. To persuade or intimidate requires you pass a skill check based on the challenged rating. This ranges from 25 to 100 in 25-point increments. Each level of coercion gains you an additional 25 points towards the skill check, and there's 4 tiers, meaning by maxing it, you'll have 100 guaranteed. Part of the calculation adds your cunning subtract 10, but since you need 16 cunning to get the max coercion skill, you'll never be below 100. According to the game's own rules, every persuasion attempt should succeed if you have the highest tier of the skill. Maybe I'm missing something, but the only way I could see this failing is if you tried to perform an intimidation check with a strength stat that was less than 10 points, since the subtracted 10 would take a max coercion skill of 100 and bring it down to 99 or lower, meaning only the most difficult intimidation checks could possibly fail at this point. Resetting the Lancemeet, I then accused him of the slave trade within the alienage, and it was this course which was able to get the nobles on my side. So regardless of what you've done or how high your coercion is, some of these options seem to work actively against you, even when it's clear that they shouldn't. I could understand persuasion checks having a chance of failure based on skill, but I believe I was maxed out here. Rather, these persuasion attempts seem to act as a trap, and I doubt that was intentional. With a lack of evidence, a high persuasion skill should have been an opportunity to use your words as a means to convince those around you. Kind of a fail-safe where you are rewarded for investing in the mechanic. Instead, it seems to actively punish you. Still, evidence is everything here, and it's good to keep that in mind. Use evidence and witness testimony to your advantage and you should come out on top. It's an entertaining segment because this isn't a battle of strength, for now, but one of wits and cunning. We're in the Phoenix Wright section of the game. I won't go into all of the points, how many you need, and what causes you to gain and lose them. Honora gives you the most though, so I do recommend staying on her good side to be sure that you'll succeed. Once we enter the building where the Lancemeet is being held, if alive, Sir Cothrian will attempt to prevent us from entering. You could choose to fight her here if you want. I chose to ask her to see reason. Sir Cothrian respects Loghain, but she clearly has doubts and she will finally succumb to them with enough of a push, allowing us to continue forward. Eamon will be giving a speech to earn the favor of various nobles, only for Loghain to arrive and fight back. The main argument Loghain has currently is that Alistair would be a puppet king controlled by the Grey Wardens, and that the Grey Wardens are traitors to the kingdom and the reason King Cailan was killed to begin with. This is the same story he's been peddling all this time after all. No point in changing things up now. Still, Loghain's main focus, as it has always been, is on the Orlesians. I believe he truly thinks we are somehow working alongside them to overthrow Ferelden. He cannot believe that we could be allies due to what he has experienced within wars of the past. He's too scarred from it and not willing to move forward. Loghain is stuck in his ways, which proves to be his ultimate failure. The way I found most success was by focusing Loghain's arguments on other topics and attempting to get the main narrative to surround his misdeeds. When Loghain asks about our relations to Orlais, we can instead focus on the blight and the dangers at our front door, something all the nobles seem receptive of, especially since they are seeing it happen firsthand and the events of Orlais are in the past. Loghain then points out that the Wardens claim only they can end the blight, but that they failed at Ostagar. He is unaware of why a Grey Warden is necessary against the Archdemon, and so are we at the moment, as it has never been explained to us. Loghain tries to turn this back onto the Orlesians, claiming they won't leave if we allow them to help us, and we get to immediately mention that he sold citizens into slavery in order to amass his own army, something that will surely rile up everyone within the Lancemeet. Loghain justifies his actions by claiming there is no saving the alienage. Should the blight fall on Denerim, the alienage would not be protected, and so he claims that slavery was a better existence for them than death, which is such a non-argument. True absurdity. If the alienage can't be well defended, consider moving the elves to somewhere where they can. Where are you keeping all of the other citizens? Denerim is a big place, dude. Your inability to save these people is not justification to make them slaves of all things. What a ludicrous notion. Loghain claims he has done his duty, and we then get to own his ass by asking if poisoning Eamon was his duty as well. He denies it, but we have witnesses to back it up, so joke's on him. Suck it, Loghain, you little freak. A complete loss for him, and he's forced to change the subject. He begins to focus on Honora, believing we have kidnapped her, but oops, she shows up and defends us, explaining how Loghain and how imprisoned her and how her father has taken things too far. It's here that Loghain mentions that he wished to keep his daughter from all of this, and it's the reason I believe he wouldn't have killed her to benefit his claims. He still did wrong by her, and his actions aren't justifiable, but he did seem to be trying to protect her, even if it's in the worst ways imaginable. It's at this point that we start to hear from the nobles on where they stand, and it's almost unanimously in our favor. It doesn't have to be. Loghain could win the Lancemeet, but that doesn't mean the end of the game. We can challenge him to a duel in order to end things through combat.
It's a bit of a cop-out because the duel happens whether you win or lose. Everything you did here seems to have mattered, but at the very end we learned that it doesn't. All our work and efforts aren't what decide the victor. It's a duel. It's combat and strength, and it's boring. Logain refuses to give up his power, and so we must face him in combat. We can choose a party member or go in ourselves. I always find it poetic to send in Alistair since he has probably suffered the most due to Logain and the loss of Duncan. It's a long battle because of this. Alistair is much more a tank than he is a damage dealer, and so it takes him a good while to get through all of Logain's HP. After his defeat, Logain will comment that he sees some of King Merrick in Alistair after all. Alistair tells him to forget about Merrick, claiming this is for Duncan, before decapitating the dude in front of everyone. It's awesome. Honora gets sprayed with blood by her dead father. Like, how gruesome can you get? After the battle, Eamon claims that Alistair has been chosen as the new king. He quickly questions when this decision was made and seems to refuse, opting Honora to state that she should rule since he declined. The choice then falls on us for some reason. The warden gets to choose who will be on the throne. Honora expects us to pick her at this point, but for reasons I have explained multiple times now, I believe Alistair is a more fit and fair ruler. By choosing Alistair, Eamon explains that the Landsmeet has been decided against her and that she must swear fealty to the new king, something which she refuses to do. But she must do it as Ferelden cannot handle a schism of power like this currently. If she doesn't, she'd need to be executed, which is something Alistair is vehemently against. The cool thing here is that our normal Alistair sends her off to the tower until they can figure out what to do with her, as he doesn't want to kill anyone else, especially if they don't deserve it. A hardened Alistair will do the same, but his reasoning is more strategic. He wants to keep Honora alive because in the case he dies during the final battle, Ferelden would still have a queen to look over them. Otherwise, he can make a decision on her life when the time comes to do so. Alistair does have the capacity to be more strategic than you may have initially given him credit for, and while we don't see that as much in his normal state, I believe that when push comes to shove, he still manages to get the job done. Honora will appreciate the mercy that Alistair has given her, mercy that she would not have given him had the opportunity arose. In fact, that's something that can happen here. If we choose Honora to be the successor, or if Logain won, Honora will be in charge and would attempt to execute Alistair to secure her spot on the throne. She sucks. We can convince her not to do that, of course, but it is a possible outcome. There's many outcomes to the Landsmeet that you may not expect. In fact, there's an entire party member to unlock here if you want to. It's such a spoiler that many don't even refer to the party member by name when discussing them, similar to the first Xenoblade Chronicles game, which has a similar situation. You know which character I'm talking about, and if you don't, I'm gonna spoil it for you right now. All you Xeno heads better watch out. Just kidding, but I will need to spoil the party member within Dragon Age, so get ready. Are you ready? Here we go. Logain can be spared by making him a Grey Warden. This will cause Alistair to be furious and leave the party, although he can still be made king, or he'll go off to become a drunk. This has huge implications within the rest of the series, as Logain can show up in Inquisition if you let him live, and even shows up in Awakening. Alistair meanwhile shows up in the expansion, Dragon Age 2, and Inquisition respectively if he's king. You know, people rightfully criticize BioWare for making decisions that don't really matter at the end of the day, but sometimes they throw you a choice like this that completely changes the entire structure of your party or other various events, and if you do bring Logain, he can become the Grey Warden that is necessary to kill the Archdemon. So even then, he still gets what's coming to him. What do I mean by that? I'll explain shortly. It's awesome. I wish the rest of the game had decisions of this magnitude. Decisions that gave you entirely new characters at the end of the game. It's so out of left field and you wouldn't expect it, but it is possible and that's really cool. Maybe you mistakenly think that what Logain has done is justified, or maybe you think he can repent through slaying the Archdemon. Maybe you just don't like Alistair that much. Plenty of choice here. Alistair and Honora marry or they don't. You marry Alistair or you don't. Alistair doesn't become king or he does. All of these combinations can interweave with one another and provide you with a unique experience each playthrough. The Landsmeet is great for that. Even if there is a point that is the same regardless of outcome, there are still aspects of it that you can make decisions about and change, but that's over now. When we return to the estate, Alistair will be furious with your decision. He didn't want to be king and you forced that on him. I always point out to him that it was a non-choice because if he didn't become king, Honora would have tried to execute him. Sure, we can convince her otherwise, but you wouldn't know if that would work at the time. This makes Alistair see reason and start to understand that this is his fate, to take it more seriously. to become more serious, even without going through the hardened personality route. He knows what he has to do, and he is willing to do it, willing to do his best and expecting us to be there for him in return. It's time to prepare for the final battle against the Darkspawn, but in order to do so we need to travel back to Redcliffe. This is potentially one of the only points in the game where the time it takes to travel through Ferelden matters, and we'll see why shortly. Once we arrive back at the village, things are not looking the best. An NPC will run to us and inform the party that Darkspawn are currently attacking. We can fight through the waves of enemies and clear out the village and then take the battle to the castle, but this shows that the Blight is starting to advance. If Redcliffe isn't safe, Denerim isn't far behind. Riordan assumed the horde was marching towards the village, but it seems that they have been misled and the Darkspawn are on their way to take over the city instead. Even if the armies left now, the Darkspawn are already 2 days away from Denerim. We may not make it in time, but we don't have much of a choice. To make matters worse, the Archdemon has shown himself and is leading the charge. With the plan to march as soon as possible, we do still get some time to rest beforehand, acting as the final calm before the storm. Before that, Riordan has some information he wishes to divulge to Alistair and your character, info pertaining to the purpose of the Grey Wardens. We finally get to learn why the Wardens are a necessity in stopping the Blight. Riordan mentions that there is more to slaying an Archdemon than simply killing it, and he needs to know if we've been informed of this. Unfortunately, with the passing of Duncan, there was no one to guide us through the Blight and explain what had to be done. This task now falls on the Orlesian Grey Warden here. The Archdemon is a tainted old god, the soul of which is incredibly powerful and functionally immortal. Killing the Archdemon isn't enough because the soul will just transfer to another Darkspawn body and the Archdemon will be born again. That is, unless a Grey Warden is the only one to kill it. If a Warden kills the Archdemon, the soul will become trapped in the Warden's body, rendering it impossible to transfer to another Darkspawn. This would allow a Warden to kill the beast once and for all, but there's a catch. The Warden that does the killing ends up dying themselves, the ultimate sacrifice to stop the Blight. It's not enough for a Warden to be on a 30-year timer after consuming the taint. It's also guaranteed that at least one Warden must die every Blight in the process of stopping each. Drinking the blood of the Darkspawn is dooming yourself one way or the other. It's just about how long it's going to take. Now, there's 3 Wardens currently. If he can, Riordan will claim the final blow to protect both you and Alistair as he is the eldest, but there is no guarantee that he'll make it to the final confrontation. There's no guarantee for any of you. That means we all need to agree that if one of us gets the opportunity, we will sacrifice ourselves to kill the Archdemon. You may be thinking to yourself that this makes sense, that this is the point of the storyline, of our journey. Like Fallout 3 and other games before it, we seem to be destined to end our life for the greater good. Everything we've done and built up, all the progress we have made has been for this moment, and you may expect that it would naturally fall onto you, the main character, to land the final blow and end the game as a hero, but that's not necessarily true. You don't have to be the one to land the final blow. Alistair can be the Warden to do it instead, killing him in the process and allowing Honora to reassume control of the throne. Or maybe you made Loghain a Warden and decide to make this his ultimate penance. Those are your choices. And it sounds like no matter what you choose, someone has to die, but no, there's one more twist here. One more choice you can make to change how the game will end. When you return to your room, Morgan will be there to greet you. I believe she will be there regardless of if she remained in your party or not and whether or not you romanced her. Morgan explains that she has found a loophole to our predicament. How she knows about it to begin with, let alone a way out of it, she isn't willing to divulge. But I imagine she learned it while researching Flemeth's notes. She'll explain the following. Just because one is a Grey Warden doesn't mean they can't have a child. It happened to Alistair's mother after all. A rare occurrence, but not impossible. Since the child would technically have the blood of a Grey Warden, the soul of the Archdemon could be transferred to it. Now obviously there's no time to have a child be born, and of course you may not want to sacrifice one for the sake of Ferelden, but hear me out. Or hear her out, I guess. Morgan will become pregnant with your child if you so choose. While in this state, the soul will transfer into the unborn child, but not kill it. This means that by sleeping with Morgan, you can ensure that killing the Archdemon will not take you along with it. A fantastic deal, but a suspicious one. One that sounds like it comes with a price. If you are a female character, or if you refuse her, you can choose to have Alistair or Loghain take up the offer if you want. I play a human noble, so I said, hell yeah, let me live and be the hero at the same time. But what's the downside here? Well, we never really get to know. Nothing bad happens to you personally, but Morgan does state that she will leave after the battle and expects you not to follow. To leave her to her own devices so she can continue with some plan she has created and is unwilling to divulge. If you had romanced her, it's difficult for her to go, which she makes clear, but this is important to her, and she wants to see it through. Morgan wants the child with the soul of the archdemon for some reason, and she's willing to leave forever in order to make it happen. In terms of mechanics, Morgan leaves anyway if you refuse entirely, so you might as well go through with it, especially if you want everyone to survive. Or maybe you think it's too suspicious and you aren't willing to risk it. You'd rather put your life or the life of a party member on the line. I almost always choose the pact, but I do so now for the follow-up campaign and how it affects future entries. Morgan believes this is why Flemeth saved you to begin with. This was always her plan, and Morgan seemed to figure it out on the way. As part of being in a romantic relationship with her, she points out that caring for one another was not part of the plan, making things more difficult. This can be a particularly sad scene, since if you learn to appreciate Morgan, and if you had romanced her, she's telling you that your journey together has come to an end and she doesn't want to see you anymore. But don't worry, this all gets usurped by another insane romance scene. One where I still have all of my buffs activated for some reason. Always use protection with wild magic, I guess. We made the pact with Morgan, so our life should be saved. It didn't have to be, mind you. Dragon Age has a very open ending structure. We could have died, Alistair could have died, Loghain could have died. Hell, Loghain and Alistair have the chance to die before this, which could limit your options. And if you do die, or you don't transfer a save to the Awakening expansion, that changes things later on too. After the night with Morgan, we are ready for the final battle. The armies get ready to march and a cutscene plays showing everyone off. The Darkspawn will reach Denerim first, so we need to hustle to minimize the damage as much as possible. Luckily, we have managed to create a new army, one of every faction we held a treaty for, and how you completed those faction quests will determine what types of allies you will have at your disposal. Alistair gives a speech to raise the morale of the troops, and our men rush to a city under siege by the Darkspawn. The final battle finally ensues, and it's bloody and gruesome, and the archdemon is there flying over, but we don't care because we're so cool and hardcore. Let's go kill that guy. The final battle can take a while. There's multiple sections of Denerim we need to work through, and a near endless supply of Darkspawn in our path. After the first set of enemies, we need to decide who we will bring along with us. The rest of the party will remain to defend the main gates of the city, and we will take control of them a bit later, so try to balance things out somewhat, else you'll be causing yourself a headache later on. Here, everyone says their final farewells. Ogryn, Shale, our dog, Sten, Leliana, Alistair, Zevran, Morgan, and Wynne. Even the members who are coming with us want to have a final word just to be safe. Morgan is especially shocked that she won't be coming to the final battle after the long conversation we had back at Redcliffe. We can swear to find her again, whether with malice or with good intentions, and she'll be off. We too are sent off with a group of soldiers cheering us on, marking the beginning of Dragon Age's climax. Like I said, the individuals you helped along the way are the allies you have at your disposal, and how many of those allies you have seems to be tied to how much you donated to them, whether it be gold or items. I had groups of Redcliffe soldiers, elves, mages, and dwarves, but you could have had Templars instead of mages, or werewolves instead of the Dalish, and you have an additional option to bring golems if you kept the Anvil of the Void. I assume that you could have also had the Legion here, based on what I said in the Orzammar section, but I don't know if they get their own little spot. I don't think they do, but they might. People often give flack to BioWare for not having your choices matter as much as they should, either within the game itself or within future games, but I think Dragon Age did a great job of it, at least in this one. Sure, the finale of the game is an epilogue slideshow, but we do see our decisions have consequences throughout the journey, and this culminates into a mechanical use once we enter the final battle. The decisions we made are represented to us in the form of an army that we can actually use, and that's gratifying because it feels like everything we have done has been earned. Our actions feel real. Didn't matter much to me though. I kept forgetting I had soldiers at my disposal and was finding some of these battles particularly tough with no idea as to why. Joke's on me, I guess. We fight through the market, followed by the alienage. As Loghain had pointed out, no one helped reinforce the area at all, but we can still head through and save as many as possible. As we reach the bridge to the next area, the archdemon swoops down and destroys it, blocking us from retreating. However, he seemed to also block my way forward because the game glitched and wouldn't let me exit my combat state, so I was unable to switch areas despite there being no enemies around, meaning I had to repeat the alienage for a second time, which really killed my motivation to keep playing, but I pushed through. I pushed through this hellscape for you guys. guys so you could see the end and hear how I felt about it. Did I think it was really cool? Did I think it was mid? Was it bad? Guess you'll have to keep watching, huh? Once we progress through the alienage, we swap to our secondary party who are guarding the gate. All you're doing here is defeating waves and waves of Darkspawn alongside some soldiers. It's not a particularly difficult battle, but you may have a hard time if you haven't been paying attention to equipment and stats on the people you use less in the game. They allude to having a battle with them, but I would have preferred a proper warning to make sure everyone was set up, or at least a final shop or something. We're already at the point of no return, so if anything, this is my lesson to you. Always create multiple saves. I don't care what game you're playing, every save should be unique and not overwrite a previous one unless you absolutely have to. Always make a new save. Once the gates of Denerim have been defended, we can send word that they are secured. We then get a cutscene of Riordan jumping onto the Archdemon, trying to kill him ahead of time, or at least slow him down. He did say he should be the one to sacrifice himself over us after all. He gets some good hits in, but the Archdemon is flying around the city and it's hard for Riordan to hold on, especially when his dagger gets lodged into the wing of the beast and the momentum of travel causes him to cut through it, falling off in the process, and unfortunately to his demise. However, it's not in vain. The Archdemon is now injured and unable to fly properly, forcing it to land on top of a tower where we can head for the final confrontation. Everything about these fights is incredibly satisfying. What's at stake, the cutscenes of the battles, and even the amount of enemies we are fighting. It really feels like you are at war with the Darkspawn and that they have a near limitless horde at their disposal. It's stressful, engaging, and exhausting, just as a battle like this would be. We still have some major battles ahead of us on the way to the fort. There's even one where you need to fight several dragonlings that I found absolutely impossible, but again, I wasn't using the army I had at my disposal because I'm a silly little guy who forgot about it. Once inside Fort Draken, we fight through some more Darkspawn, yada yada yada, but wait! We find a room full of slaughtered Darkspawn, and who is there to greet us? Sandal, the enchantment kid from back at camp. We don't know how, but it looks like Sandal has somehow managed to kill all of these Darkspawn himself, and I don't believe this ever really gets elaborated on in the future. Just a fun little aspect of this kid. Don't you worry about Sandal. He acts as our final merchant and enchanter before the big battle, so make sure to stock up on whatever you need. It's going to be a doozy. We make it to the top of the fort and the Archdemon is there wreaking havoc. I'm talking about grabbing dudes with his mouth and tossing them every which way. This is it. The final battle. After 137 pages of script writing, we finally made it, and we aren't alone. First Enchanter Irving and Arl Eamon are here to back us up. But Irving isn't guaranteed to be there. It's based on how you handled the faction and could be Sir Gregor instead. There's a few other individuals who can show up as well, such as Zathrian, except he sacrificed himself to save the werewolves, so that's a no-go. Either way, it's time to kick Archdemon ass. Or it would be if this fight wasn't awful. If you get close to this guy, he has all of the aspects of a normal high dragon, meaning you'll be getting knocked back more often than not. That's if you can get close, since this dude is going to be hopping all over the battlefield, forcing you to reposition constantly. And then, after enough damage has been dealt, he'll do a small phase shift where a bunch of Darkspawn arrive and need to be killed to continue the main fight. It's exhausting. I have no idea why high dragons are designed like that, or why you would make this one even more mobile, making it difficult to even get a single hit in if you aren't a ranged character. But it is what it is at this point. The fight could have been better, tighter, a true clash with the Archdemon, but it felt mechanically sloppy and more frustrating than enjoyable. Once you finally manage to whittle down the target's HP, this is where our previous choice comes into effect. We told Alistair that we would handle the Archdemon and promised him that neither of us were dying today. Now we grab our blade, advance on the beast, and land the final blow, which causes the old god's soul to escape from his body, and a giant explosion pushes us all back. An explosion so big it can be seen from the battlefield below. The battle has been won, and the Darkspawn know it. They begin to retreat, and the armies begin to celebrate their victory. The threat, for the moment, seems to be over. But what of our party? Well, depending on how things went down, we may be at a post-coronation ceremony for Alistair or a funeral for our character. Luckily for us, Morgan was true to her word, and we have not died at the hands of the Archdemon. A legendary feat that Alistair doesn't understand at the moment, but is grateful for regardless. Alistair presents us as the hero of Ferelden to the rousing applause of the populace. He also offers us a favor based on a list of possible dialogue options. I chose one where the sacrifice of the wardens wouldn't be forgotten, like it had been in the past. Alistair promises a monument dedicated to the wardens to start, but plans to do more.
Additionally, Amaranthine, once owned by Hao, has been given to the Grey Wardens and will act as the setting of the Awakening expansion. Alistair will then inquire about our plans in the future. I chose looking for Morrigan both because it fits the romance and also is a feature of the Witch Hunt DLC campaign that we'll be completing. Just made sense to me. With the formalities out of the way, Alistair suggests we head outside to make an appearance to the rest of the citizens, but before that, we can walk around and talk to everyone. Before we go, Alistair will wonder how we were saved from the sacrifice, and we can divulge to him that Morrigan had a hand in it. We can then run into our brother of all people, who has been missing since the Battle of Ostagar. Turns out he had never even made it to the actual fight. After being attacked by Darkspawn, he awoke in a chastened hut and had to heal before he could leave. He doesn't even want to think about what happened to his family in his absence and plans to return to High Ever to get things settled. Shale plans to return to Orzammar to clear the Darkspawn out of the Deep Roads. Leliana plans to head back to Orlais to deal with Marjolaine once and for all. Whether that means kill her or talk to her remains unspoken. Wynne doesn't wish to return to the tower and instead becomes Alistair's court mage. Zevran asks if he can continue to travel with us, which I chose to allow, although this doesn't allow him to return in Awakening, which was disappointing. Oghren plans to stay on the surface to look up Felsi, and finally Sten plans to return to his people and report on everything that has transpired, but not before making it known how much he honors us and looks up to everything we have accomplished. With everyone saying their goodbyes, we can finally head outside and end the game with an epilogue slideshow explaining what has transpired based on our actions. Alistair has become a well-loved king, the Urn of Sacred Ashes became a popular spot to travel for pilgrims and scholars alike, the Circle Tower was rebuilt, and Wynne, true to her word, stayed alongside Alistair to act as a court mage. To help mend the relationship between humans and elves, Alistair appointed a local elven elder to the court as well. Ban Tegan took over as Jarl of Redcliffe for Eamon after becoming increasingly popular thanks to his efforts to protect the village during Connor's possession. Speaking of Connor, he went off to the Circle and became a successful mage before heading off to Tevinter to study. That kid we borrowed the sword from ended up using it to become a famous adventurer, so good on him for that. The Dalish were welcomed more throughout the land due to their part in the final battle. Harrowmont, unfortunately, didn't have such a good time though. Balin's rebellion was not easy to stamp out, and anything that Harrowmont tried to change was often objected to by the Assembly. Eventually, Harrowmont fell ill and died without making any impactful changes outside of traditional ones and keeping Orzammar isolated. Brother Burkle gets freaking murdered due to the popularity of the chantry he opened in Orzammar, and there's almost a religious crusade as a result. Meanwhile, Dagna went off to the tower to study magic and became a successful scholar. Get this though, even though the anvil was destroyed, individuals still sought out Caridin's research and then attempted to rebuild it. This time they tried to infuse the golem with a spirit from the Fade, which immediately went insane and began killing indiscriminately. Some things never change, I guess. Morgan and the Warden were able to tell that the other were thinking of them, and Morgan seemed to hold regret for her actions, but didn't waver. Whatever Morgan was doing or what her plans were, no one knew, and I imagine those questions would have never been answered if not for the series' unplanned continuation due to its popularity. All of our companions go their separate ways, although Zevran sticks with us for a time. Despite the end of the Blight, the Darkspawn were still around, just less organized. The Grey Wardens have their work cut out for them in cutting down roaming warbands, but as the epilogue points out, these are tales yet to be told. Dragon Age Origins' main campaign ends when we kill the Archdemon. Some people aren't a fan of the slideshow epilogue mechanic. I personally think it's fine as a cherry on top as long as the rest of the game at least made my decisions feel impactful. I think Origins does that well. While not every decision seems to matter, many of them have rippling effects that get referenced later on and even change mechanics of the game moving forward, who you fight with being one of the biggest examples during the final battle. You can even lose or gain party members along the way based on how you act. When I started writing about this game a few months ago, I didn't really recall just how large in scope it truly was, how much of what we did mattered, how many places there were to explore, how much there was to do. Dragon Age is an adventure through, and starting from your origin to killing the Archdemon feels like you have changed significantly along the way. But not just you, your party changes as well. Sten learns to respect you, Leliana learns to strengthen her faith or reject it entirely, Alistair goes from a clown to a king and more. The journey changes everyone, but your interactions with your party members are the most active change they experience. It feels like an evolving storyline over time, and the person you are at the end is unrecognizable from the person you were in the beginning. But this isn't the end, at least not yet. We have explored Lelianas Song as a prequel campaign, but we still have several DLC campaigns to go over before we are done, one much larger in scope than the others. We still need to talk about Dragon Age Awakening and the evolution of the Darkspawn. Dragon Age Awakening is the sole expansion of Origins and was in development even before the release of the original game. Sure, there's DLC campaigns you get to play through, and many of them are canon and continuations of our adventures within Origins, but none are to the scale of Awakening, which acts more as a full campaign rather than a one-shot like Golems of Amgarrak and Darkspawn Chronicles. New locations and stories to explore, new enemies to fight, and new equipment to find. Awakening has it all, and while there are plenty of new and interesting party members to take with us on this journey, there's also a special returning party member that you may not expect. Oghren, of all people, marks his return within Awakening and will not only rejoin us as an active party member, but also accompany the party as a fellow Grey Warden. Yeah, the drunken dwarf with a mouth takes part in the joining and becomes a Grey Warden, mostly because he has nothing better to do on the surface. Well, he does have something better to do, but he really seems to want to ignore it. But why Oghren of all original party members? Well, Alistair is tied heavily to the decisions made in the original storyline, so it'd be difficult to make him an active party member now that he's king. Wynne also has similar responsibilities, although we do have cameos of her and Alistair during the expansion. Everyone else has moved on. Sten went back to the Canary, Leliana to Orlais, Shale to the Deep Roads, and Zevran. Well, I guess Zevran could have been here, but there's a reason it's Oghren, I swear. In development, Oghren was designed in a way where the team expected him to be one of the more comedic and popular characters. Gaider was asked to write him, but holding a disdain for the archetype, refused, seeing Oghren as pathetic. It was Alistair who would later become one of the more popular characters instead, but this original view of Oghren explains why he was placed into Awakening, since the game had yet to be released. Sure enough, Gaider was right, as Oghren goes on to be a reliable companion in combat, but a pathetic, womanizing alcoholic otherwise. Before we get into the expansion proper, I want to discuss some of the new features that have been added, starting with the specializations. In an interview, the development team discussed how the mages in Origins were overly powerful. A team of 3 to 4 mages could outclass most other possibilities. With that in mind, the team wanted to add new talents to existing classes and specializations, as well as new specializations that would allow rogues and warriors to become true powerhouses. And they succeeded in my eyes. Warriors especially, since we get Spirit Warrior, which makes our attacks per second go brrrr. The majority of the party members you meet and join up with will already be specialized in one of these 2 new specializations per class, and you can unlock them for yourself by purchasing manuals. And again, simply purchasing the specialization and then reverting a save is enough to keep it without spending anything. Plus, the game now allows you to buy tomes that will revert your character's levels and stats, allowing you to respec fully. If you don't like your build, or if you made a mistake along the way, you can now remedy those and choose to specialize in something entirely new if you wish. Plus, you get to have a 3rd selected specialization in Awakening, meaning if you prefer the originals, you can still make use of the new ones. Mages unlock the new Battle Mage and Keeper roles. Battle Mage allows mages to be more front and center in a battle. They can drain the HP of nearby enemies at the cost of their own MP while healing themselves, allowing them to be tankier in combat. Pair this with their ability to restore mana when damaged and some new attacks, and a Battle Mage becomes a powerful force that is difficult to kill. Meanwhile, the Keeper allows you to continue being defensive, although stationary, with a field that damages anyone that enters and protects you at the same time. All of the Keeper's abilities work together. Put up your field of protection, use a spell to further damage units within it, and gain health back when these effects damage an enemy. Since the Mage class was so powerful already, it seems the developers opted to offer more defensive options. However, there's still plenty of damage to be dealt with these new specializations. Rogues unlock Legionnaire Scout and Shadow. The first talent of Legionnaire Scout straight up offers a +10 to Strength and Constitution as a passive ability. The entire concept seems to focus on how strong-willed a member of the Legion becomes. One ability makes you invincible for a time, one takes stamina instead of health when damaged, and another offers spell resistance and immunity. The entire concept of the Scout is to make them a wall that cannot be defeated, in a sense, a tank. Shadow is more of what you expect from a traditional rogue, with abilities that lower enmity, distract enemies, confuse enemies, and earn additional backstab damage. If you play a rogue, you'll understand how powerful backstabbing can be. We saw it with Leliana in her DLC earlier. Being able to get more bonuses towards that can make a rogue more effective than most in terms of DPS. Finally, the warrior unlocks the Guardian and Spirit Warrior specializations. Guardian is probably self-explanatory, but it's used to fortify the warrior's effectiveness as a tank. They can create shields to absorb the damage of other party members, buff the defenses of the party, and can force enemies to stay near them to save someone else. Spirit Warrior is one of my favorite specializations in the game. We already have abilities like Momentum which buff our attack rate, so getting new abilities to further boost attack speed can turn a warrior into a walking cyclone of damage. Beyond the Veil does that and more. At the cost of constantly depleting your stamina, you get better evasion, movement speed, attack speed, spell resistance, and you deal spirit damage. Just make sure you have decent stamina regen or a lot of pots, because I often had times where I was fully running out of stamina, causing all of my sustained abilities to deactivate and go on cooldown. All of the specializations offer something to both further define the existing playstyles of the classes, and also give you a means of playing them in different ways that you may not have thought possible previously. Plus, they're all available to you through manuals, so you can gain access to them and re-specialize right away, giving you full freedom to experience the expansion in whichever way you desire. The only thing that matters is how you choose to utilize your abilities. Alongside new specializations, we also have 3 new skills to work on as we level, those being Vitality, Clarity, and Rune Crafting. I always feel like the companions alongside the main character are the ones who should have active skills that offer utility to the party. After all, the main character has to waste several skill points into coercion if they want to be able to use persuasion option. Trying to specialize in a utility skill feels like a waste at that point. Awakening looks to fix that. Vitality and Clarity are pure passive buffs to the character. Vitality offers bonuses to health per tier, while Clarity offers bonuses to mana and stamina. This allows the main character to have something worthwhile to put their points into, and even companions can make use of this if they finished upgrading whatever skill you had them working on. Rune Crafting is the newest utility skill in the game, and one that offers a mechanic some of you players may be familiar with. We already know how runes work, but there's a few new options to choose from, such as runes that can be slotted into armor for passive bonuses to things like elemental resistances, constitution, and more. There's also new weapon runes that can up your elemental damage, hostility for tanks, and even your attack speed. It's not just about increasing your damage numbers anymore, now you can actively upgrade your speed as well. Plus, all of the previous existing options now have 2 new tiers of effectiveness, those being Masterpiece and Paragon. There's so many options to choose from that you might imagine it'd be difficult to find them all, especially the Paragon options, and you'd be right, but don't fret. That's where rune crafting comes in. By purchasing blank runes and etching agents, a character with the crafting skill can make a basic tier rune for use, and by making multiple of the same rune and tier, they can be merged to create the next level. You can then repeat this process over and over until you finally create one of the Paragon runes, but it's a lengthy and expensive process. Needing a couple runes for the next tier is simple, but then you need multiple tier 2 runes, then multiple tier 3, tier 4, etc. You can see how the length of time it takes to complete grows exponentially. It's a popular design in many RPGs to elongate the process it takes an individual to get the best items while still allowing them to have growing bonuses over time. It's like the gems in Diablo 2. I think. I never got that far in Diablo 2. Moving on to the campaign proper, Awakening is, as I said, a continuation of where Origins left off. We are no longer just a warden, but the hero of Ferelden and the warden commander, if you imported your character and if they survived. It's possible that your character died during the Archdemon fight, so it could seem as though the DLC would be impossible to take part in, but the developers have you covered. If for some reason you can't use your main warden, you can instead make a new character who is a warden from Orlais, and you would then follow their story through Awakening, Golems of Amgarrak, and Witch Hunt. And you would then follow their story through Awakening, and I assume Golems of Amgarrak and Witch Hunt. It's a great way to make sure that the death of the Warden in Origins is an impactful choice if you selected it. There's no mid-game retconning here. You have to live with those decisions and start anew. Luckily for us, we chose to perform the ritual with Morrigan, and therefore both we and Alistair survived the Blight. We now join the rest of the Wardens at Vigil's Keep, given to us after the events of Origins and once the home of Rendon Howe. Of course, things can't be that easy, can they? As we approach with Grey Warden recruit and fellow warrior Myri, don't get attached, there's no welcome party to greet us. Soon enough, a man comes running for help from the Keep, informing us of a Darkspawn attack. Although, I'll tell you now that this attack is not what it initially seems to be. The Keep appears to be under siege by Darkspawn, and that means we need to get in there and start clearing the place out while looking for survivors. Many of your items will carry over from Origins, but not all of them, unfortunately. My helmet was replaced with a unique Grey Warden one, for example. Plus, I was missing Starfang for some reason. Not sure why it didn't get transferred, but whatever. After equipping ourselves, we need to work through the Keep to find Veril, the Seneschal of the Keep who runs things around here for us. What follows is what we are already used to by this point. Dungeon crawling and fighting Darkspawn, same as it ever was. But this time we get to meet some new individuals along the way, and Oghren, I guess. The first new party member we meet next to Myri is Anders, and oh boy is there a lot to say about Anders, but I'll try to keep it brief. An apostate mage who hates how his peers are treated and seems to especially hate Templars. Anders is an important character within the Dragon Age series. First appearing in Awakening, he would later become a main party member in Dragon Age 2, similar to Isabella who we met back in Denerim. Anders will not be the only new Awakening party member to make a return in Dragon Age 2. There's a certain spiritual individual that we'll meet later on who does as well, and he's closer to Anders than you might think. There's not a lot to say about Anders right now. He's an apostate, he's a womanizer, he's incredibly sarcastic. He feels like he's meant to fill in several parts of various party members from Origins, but mainly Alistair, as they have similar goofy personalities most of the time, only to get more serious later on. Anders wishes to be free of the Circle and has escaped several times, to the point that the Templars want him executed, as we'll see shortly. There's a definite hatred that Anders has for the people that oppress him, as he sees it for what it is. This doesn't blind him though. We see later, during a conversation with Wynne, that Anders can acknowledge how the Circle is the only thing protecting mages from the violence of the Chantry currently, even if it's not the perfect solution. He's a complex character, one that I am glad they delve into more in the sequels, because that's one of the issues with Awakening. Party members do not get as much development in the expansion as others did in Origins, and it's understandable why. You have multiple new characters in a campaign that is smaller than the original. There's still development there, but not as much as you might like, and that leaves you wanting more. I'd argue that the next original party member we find, Nathaniel, gets the most development overall. After being captured by Templars, Anders was escorted to the Keep for arrest before he was supposed to be taken back to the Circle. Unfortunately for the Templars, the Darkspawn attacked and killed them all, leaving Anders to his own devices. Now joining us in our party, we can move forward into the depths of the Keep to find out what's going on. Before that, we run into our next party member and returning character from Origins, Oghren. I've already said everything there is to say about him, really. He's still a drunk, he's still pathetic, but now he has a kid with Felsi, and you can either leave him to his own devices or help him mend that relationship. It's nice to see a friendly face at least, especially one we recognize. Oghren will join up with us for now, giving us a full party. A full party of warriors and a single mage, but a full party nonetheless. If you're wondering where Dog is, the epilogue suggests that he's busy, repopulating the Mabari. Good for him. He'll be back in Witch Hunt, though. You are not going to believe what we find at the top of the Keep. A talking Darkspawn. Weird, right? Every Darkspawn we have fought so far, including Broodmothers, have been mindless, instinctual beasts who seem to have no thoughts other than to kill, maim, and create more Darkspawn. Yet here we have a fully aware individual capable of speech, explaining that he wishes for no more death than is necessary. It's hard to take them seriously though. They all talk like Xavier, Renegade Angel. The talking Darkspawn mentions that things are just as he foretold. The he in question is the Architect, who we will meet later on during the quest line. The Spawn goes on to explain that while the people of Ferelden may think they know of the Darkspawn, that perception is soon to change. Understandable since none of them were able to speak before. Things are certainly changing. This thing is the Withered, a name it had the right to choose itself after Awakening. Get it? Awakened Hurlocks are known as disciples and were created by the Architect. However, not all disciples are on the side of the Architect, as we will later learn. Since these Darkspawn have free will, they are free to choose who they align with, and there's a reason for some of them to hold disdain against their creator/savior. There are no negotiations to be had though. This Darkspawn is holding Veril hostage, and so we must kill him and his forces to free the Seneschal, which we do. Battle commences, and the Withered is soon dead. I wonder if Darkspawn fear their own demise once they have the ability to think. After we save Veril, he will notice soldiers on the road, worried it could be more trouble. Luckily for us, it's a greeting party featuring King Alistair. Obviously, this doesn't have to be Alistair. It could be Honora depending on who you sided with, and Logain can even show up to the keep if you spared him and made him into a Grey Warden. Dude ends up being sent to work with the Wardens in Orlais, a pill he had a hard time swallowing considering everything he did to detach Ferelden from the Orlesians. But it's great that these are all possible paths you can go down. Origins does well in reflecting your choices through Awakening and Witch Hunt. Alistair came for a formal welcome, but sees that things seem to be dire. Looks like we have our work cut out for us. Alongside him is a Templar named Sir Rylock, who recognizes Anders as an apostate and demands he be taken into custody. You can choose to be rid of Anders here permanently if you wish. That's an option they give you and stick with. Alternatively, you can save him by invoking the rite of conscription and making him take part in the joining to become a Grey Warden, which he enjoys the idea of. He'd rather risk death here for freedom than be back in the hands of the Templars, so that's the decision we choose. This entire expansion is about rebuilding the Wardens, starting with your party, Myri, Oghren, Anders, and later Nathaniel, Folana, and Sigrun. All can become Wardens alongside you, or you could choose to skip the joining and keep them as they are. Alistair says his goodbyes, and with all of that taken care of, we can start the initial joining ceremony for our first 3 party members. Oghren drinks from the cup of Darkspawn blood and survives, not even collapsing in the process. He's just built different. Anders, on the other hand, ends up unconscious but survives as well. Myri isn't so lucky. She is the only one within the group who dies of the taint. I assume to remind players that this is a possible outcome. Myri is gone for good, and we will have to find a new companion to fill our party again. Luckily, there's one we'll meet shortly in this very keep. Garival and Wolsey will make themselves known within the keep, each having news for you about the goings-on around Amaranthine, and they believe it to be important. Wolsey wants to clear the Pilgrim's Path to facilitate trade, and Garival has heard rumors of an entrance to the Deep Road surfacing, theorizing this may be the Darkspawn's base of operations. These are 2 of the main scenario quests to take part in. We need to visit the Wending Wood and Knotwood Hills to investigate the issues there. Additionally, we're informed of a missing warden named Kristoff who has gone missing and was last seen in the city of Amaranthine. Each of these major objectives will be what brings us closer to the conclusion of Awakening, and none are especially long. A nice change of pace from the overly lengthy endeavors found in Origins. Before we start gallivanting around the realm, there's still plenty to do and see within the keep itself. We can have discussions with Oghren, who is of course standing beside a large keg, or Anders to learn more about them, what Oghren has been up to all this time, and how Anders feels about mages and their freedom. You'll also want to find his phylactery later on so he can destroy it. Now that the keep has been secured, merchants that have escaped the Darkspawn have set up shop, and we can walk around the grounds to meet them. Master Wade marks his return alongside his partner to make themselves useful to the Vigil and make a bit of coin in the process. A big aspect of Awakening is upgrading the defenses of the keep itself. You don't see these really, and there's no utility tied to the upgrades until the very end during the epilogue, but it is necessary to get certain endings. One thing we can do for Wade is find him various deposits of ores so he can provide our troops with high quality armor, but that's not all. Awakening adds in a new type of super equipment to collect. During your travels, you'll find various rare materials that can be brought back to Wade. The sword named Vigilance requires a special dragon bone you find by defeating an optional boss later on, but you also need to collect several more common materials for him to finish the process of crafting it. Additionally, you get to create golem shell armor and the option between a special wooden shield or bow, but those times each require separate rare materials as well as common ones. Vigilance is extra special since you can customize it by explaining to Wade what you want. You can make it a single-handed blade or a greatsword, and you can change various features of the stats as well. Awakening adds plenty of rare equipment for you to find. It just requires you hoarding and searching for various materials. I usually just sell everything to keep my inventory empty and to have a steady supply of gold. Finding out later that I had to keep a diamond in order to make a weapon can be frustrating,
especially when they're so worth selling. They always have been. Within the courtyard, a guard will inform us that a thief has been caught on the premises and subsequently locked up. We need to go visit the thief in his cell to figure out what will be done with him. When we arrive, we learn that the thief is Nathaniel Howe, son of Rendon Howe, and has a bone to pick with us as he blames us for killing his father and stealing his land, which, fair enough, I guess, but we can explain that he, betrayed our entire family. But Nathaniel believes that his father did that because the Kuzlins were going to sell Ferelden out to the Orlesians. An obvious lie, but not one Nathaniel recognizes as such. Nathaniel lost everything because of his father, but he can't believe that his father was the cause, so of course he blames us. Despite this, he hasn't come back for revenge. He just wanted to reclaim some of his family's heirlooms. You have a choice here. Nathaniel seems to hate us due to what happened to his father, but we may be able to show him where he is wrong along the way, while also giving him a chance to redeem his family name. Nathaniel then could be made to become a Grey Warden. If he dies in the joining, he's out of our hair. If he survives, there's a chance to see him realize what's really going on. The choice is yours, and Nathaniel is another character you could refuse to bring along with you. I personally enjoy his journey and like having a full party of everyone that is potentially recruitable, so I bring him along. The joining commences and Nathaniel becomes a warden. Soon afterward, the nobles of the land, some of whom were indebted to Howe specifically, come to make our acquaintance and pledge their loyalty to the new ruler of the Vigil and the Wardens. It's mostly inconsequential, but if you can convince Sir Tamra to divulge information to you, she will let you know that there are conspirators afoot who wish to see you dead. This starts a brief side quest where you need to learn the truth of this conspiracy, else find yourself betrayed later on. In truth, there are some nobles out to get you as they had financial ties and power through Rendon Howe. They wish to see you removed to continue their work and as an act of revenge, but how you handle this situation can be done in a multitude of ways, and I love that it has consequences for ignoring it that blow up right in your face. Not long-lasting consequences, perhaps, but consequences nonetheless. If we decide to do nothing about this information, we will be attacked in the Vigil later on, but all we need to do is defeat the conspirators. If we wish to be more proactive, there's a couple of ways of going about it. Veril will inform us of a sort of super spy in the city known as the Dark Wolf. If we can meet with him, he may be able to find out who has been working against us for a price. Alternatively, and more cost-effective, you can kidnap a family member from each of the nobles. It'll prevent them from working against you, but I imagine it wouldn't earn you any brownie points, not that it matters much. Kidnapping the nobles is probably the best approach if you want no issues. You could just wait to be ambushed too. What are they going to do? Kill the hero of Ferelden who recently became a spirit warrior with DPS in the 99th percentile? I personally went down the Dark Wolf route, so I'll talk about that more once we are in the city, but now's a good time to get to know Nathaniel more since he just recently joined our group of misfit Grey Wardens. You'll start to learn from conversing with Nathaniel that his family life wasn't the best, at least the relationship with his parents. While Nathaniel seemed to adore his father, his mother didn't seem so lucky. At least Nathaniel observed the disdain his father held for her. He also remembers being paraded around in front of his grandmother like an object only to be picked away at and criticized. His mother came from a wealthy family, one he is sure would have nothing to do with him now that everything has settled and the Howe name has been tarnished. Nathaniel has a surprising amount of content within this expansion. We can meet the groundskeeper Samuel, who Nathaniel remembers. Samuel will inform us that Nathaniel's sister is both alive and married, now living in Amaranthine. We'll also complete a small side quest with him in the city, but there's a large dungeon to take part in within the Vigil itself, and the first part of that affects Nathaniel greatly. In fact, with the nobles dealt with, we can head over there right now. Dworkin, a dwarf who specializes in explosives, used them within the keep in order to defend against the Darkspawn. However, the aftermath of this seems to be that some cellars have caved in and there may be Darkspawn trapped within that need to be taken care of before they dig up to the surface. This is a multi-stage dungeon, I believe the only one within Origins and Awakening. You complete one level of the dungeon now and come back later to complete the rest, and by doing so, you earn keys that can be used to unlock a special area within. A dungeon that progresses alongside you during the quest line. Cool in theory, and I'm happy for the inclusion. Unfortunately, there's not much to it other than 2 levels, the initial cellar to explore, and then access to the deep roads that we find near the end. Just to get it out of the way now, I'll discuss the entire section. When you first enter, you'll find a Mabari hound holding a scroll. The note was written by a woman named Adria, who worked for the Howes. If you have Nathaniel with you, he'll mention how she was like a mother to him. On the way to find her, you'll come across a large circular room with 4 keyholes. One of the keys is here, but the other 3 will have to be found later.
You can find a gift for Nathaniel though, his grandfather's bow. By gifting it to him, it will become equipment that he can use actively if you want. I had something better, so I never bothered. Unfortunately, it's not all good news for Nathaniel though. When we find Adria, she's been tainted into a ghoul and has to be put down. Ahead are passages that connect to the deep roads, meaning there's a connection between the Darkspawn and the Vigil that we need to close. Sure enough, the trail leads to the deep roads, and so we head down to see what can be done. Plenty of loot and ore to be found before reaching an area where you have to fight a ghost ogre of all things, and I don't know why. Luckily for us, there is a dwarven barrier door within. If closed, it would prevent the Darkspawn from progressing through the roads to the keep for a considerable amount of time. More importantly, we can find the remaining keys to the circular room down here as well. By grabbing them and heading back, we can unlock a special chamber in the room where we have to fight off the undead or ghostly versions of some Avar lords, an old human tribe. Within is a lot of loot to be had, most importantly the Master Lyrium potion recipe, since I believe you need one to finish off one of the items for Wade. Most of the Vigil has been taken care of, or at least mentioned for now. We find a lot of things we need to upgrade it on our travels, so it's not going to get any better by just sitting around. We could head to the Wending Wood now if we wanted, but the city of Amaranthine is calling and has plenty of minor side quests to complete for various rewards. Plus, we'll get to meet a familiar face after we arrive, so to the city we go. Similar to Ferelden, you'll have plenty of places to travel to and the possibility of random encounters. Many locations only up via side quests, so it's best to try and get as much done as possible in a single playthrough. For main areas, we have access to Wending, plus the city, and through the city we'll unlock access to Black Marsh, which is a location I enjoy exploring first before anything else. Knotwood is also unlocked here after talking about the Deep Road entrance with some civilians. The city of Amaranthine is about as big as the Denerim markets, although slightly more vertical. You won't be traveling through an overworld map to different parts of the city here. What you see is what you get. I won't go over every minor detail and task that Amaranthine has to offer, but I will discuss some major points of interest, such as Wynn, who we can find situated outside the local chantry. Wynn is here because the college is convening nearby. The libertarian section of the mages are looking to pull away entirely from the chantry, something that may sound good on paper, but one that you'll find Wynn and even Anders are not happy about. Anders, the one most vocal about hating how the chantry does things, realizes that the chantry would never allow something like this, and Wynn agrees. It's an interesting insight. Freedom for mages doesn't come cheap. There's a steep cost involved because the chantry would see the loss of the mages as a threat and use violence and force to get them back in line. Many would die should the mages attempt to rebel. Wynn believes that survival is tied to showing the chantry that mages can be trusted because the chantry is in power. The Templars were ready to wipe out the circle within the Tower of Ferelden at the drop of a hat. To have a large body of the mages leave now would spell disaster. But if the mages cannot be free through their own efforts, through leaving the chantry, what hope for them is there? Sure, Wynn and Anders are correct that these actions would have consequences, but what else are the mages supposed to do? Wynn mentions that this change cannot be forced, but offers no alternative, just that she wants to keep the status quo, at least for now. Even Anders, the more radical of the group, doesn't seem to have any answers. It is a difficult situation to be sure, one that doesn't offer a solution which will please everyone. It's easy to say that the mages should rebel, but would the loss of lives and suffering be worth it? If they were even able to succeed, more likely they'd fail to the power of the chantry. This section seems to be included to showcase what we already know, that the mages have been stripped of their choice. There is no helping them unless more than the mages are willing to stand up against the chantry. You'd require armies to fix this issue. Wynn will ask us to help her out by finding one of her colleagues who went off into the Wending Wood recently and now nobody can reach her. We're heading there anyway, so we agree to keep an eye out. While walking through the streets, you may find yourself entering several conversations. One includes a run-in with someone that Anders knows, Nemaya. She seems to be working alongside Anders to find a cache of phylacteries within Amaranthine, a cache that may be housing Anders' own, meaning he'd like to go find it and destroy it if we're willing, which we are. Unfortunately, it's a trap set up by the Templar who was alongside Alistair at the beginning of the expansion. She believed she could lure Anders out to prove that he was up to no good. The no good here is wanting to destroy the magical GPS that keeps track of you at all times just because you're alive, so she kinda sucks. Apparently, the Chantry's authority somehow supersedes the Wardens and the Crown at the moment, so they have the right to take Anders by force. So this is another scenario where you can get rid of him if that's the type of character you're playing, or if you just really don't like Anders. I personally refuse, which causes the Templars to attack. Sorry, Alistair, but I had to put down your little right hand for the moment. I doubt he cares though, he's also not the biggest fan of the Chantry. Anders will be appreciative of our help, and we can use this as a bonding opportunity between two friends. Anders will wonder if his other friend was in on it, but this seemed to me to be a trap set up by the Templars after the fact, as the cache was here at one point in time. Around this time I also ran into Nathaniel's sister Delilah, who he recently found out was still alive. They're happy to see one another, and Nathaniel suggests she come back to the estate with them, since he believes she is only here due to tough times, something she corrects him on as she married out of love and not necessity. She even makes a jab about the stuck-up Kuzlin boy that Howe tried to set her up with, which we get to comment on because we are, that boy. She'll apologize for the comment and for what her father had done, happy to be away from his evil. Nathaniel is taken aback by the comment. This is the first time he's hearing a family member talk with as much disdain about his father as everyone else has been. He's suggesting that she's exaggerating, but she's quick to point out that it was as bad as she made it out to be, and that Nathaniel was blind to it because of how much he loved his father, allowing him to now see that the man was as horrible as people describe. The dude stole and made use of a torture chamber. I mean, come on. The two will go to sit and catch up, and Nathaniel will be happy to hear that his sister is doing well, upset about the news surrounding his father, but glad to finally know the truth. We can also meet with the Dark Wolf, who is just standing outside in the open. I guess it's kind of inconspicuous, but this is the only dude I've seen so far wearing a bucket helmet to hide his face that isn't a Templar. He doesn't scream innocent to me, and I figured we would have met him inside so that we could talk privately, kind of like the Grey Fox in Oblivion. Not in the middle of the streets of Amaranthine where anyone could eavesdrop. Not the best spy I ever met. He'll ask for 50 gold to track down the conspirators for us, and he'll need time to do that. By that, he means we just have to zone out and back into the area. He'll immediately let us know of a location, a nearby farm where the conspirators meet. We can head there and immediately enter combat, killing them and saving ourselves the trouble in the future. Like I said, it's pretty inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, but it will bite you in the ass slightly if you let it go. However, I'd rather get my ass bit than waste 50 gold on a Sam Fisher LARPer who doesn't even get me the identities of the conspirators, just their meeting spot. A few other small things we can complete include stopping smuggling operations or joining in on it, chasing down some Maleficarum, and helping a bunch of orphans by giving them booze and pranking some people along the way. There's some Chantry board style quests to clean up as well if you're looking for more to do. I'd rather hit the road though, and to do that we need to talk to a few individuals. I already mentioned the group of villagers that inform us of the deep roads, but we need to visit the local inn to find out about the missing warden, Kristoff. There we can inquire to learn that Kristoff took to the Black Marsh for unknown reasons. If you want to learn more about Kristoff, I found out there's a 5-part mini-series produced by Machinima called Warden's Fall that seems to focus on him. With all the destinations unlocked, we can start progressing towards the end of the expansion and learning the mysteries surrounding these coherent Darkspawn. Like I said, I prefer to start with Black Marsh as there's an optional fight I want to get out of the way here. Each of these major locations will unlock a new party member for us as well, and the one we get in Black Marsh is the most interesting overall, both just due to who he is and also because of his relationship with Anders in Dragon Age 2. Black Marsh is a dead land. Nothing worth being alive seems to exist here anymore. The best you'll find are demons, marsh wolves, which look like blight wolves, and darkspawn. There used to be a town here, but as Nathaniel explains, it seems that all of the residents died to dark magic and no one understands what really happened. Then monsters started to appear, the place was abandoned, and here we are. One of the first things you'll notice is that many of the areas are blocked off by some sort of magical fog or aura. We can get past these, but only once we enter into the Fade. That's right, the developers thought the Fade was such a popular and fun idea that they make you do it all over again in Awakening. Luckily it isn't as long this time. One thing you can locate before finding Kristoff is the skeleton of an ancient high dragon. Some of the bones are missing and you can collect them around the area to make something fun happen later on. When we do find Kristoff, he's unfortunately deceased, and we are ambushed by another disciple. This one isn't working for the Architect, but instead the Mother, a broodmother awakened by the Architect. However, she and many of the disciples do not side with him, causing a division in the Darkspawn ranks. Those that follow the Architect and those that follow the Mother. This gets elaborated on more near the end of the expansion. The disciple was informed that we would come to find the Warden, and so a trap was set to capture us. as the mother does not want us to further the plans of the architect, who, mind you, we still have yet to even meet at this point. The disciples call it a gift from the mother, but it really just seems to be transportation into the Fade. I'm not sure how a Darkspawn or a Broodmother got that power, but here we are. Unfortunately for the disciple, he was also transported in and, feeling as though he's been betrayed, runs off in the process. Once again, we find ourselves in the Fade. There are even more permanent stat bonuses to be found. It's not as long or open-ended as the section in the tower, but I wouldn't blame you for being upset at the current situation. Within the Fade, the walls of Blackmarsh seem to still be intact, as if the small village had never been destroyed. On our way to investigate, we can find that those barriers are no longer blocking our path. Many lead to ritual sites surrounded by desire demons. By destroying these demons, we can unlock chests to collect when we get back to the real world. So there's still a bit to unlock and explore within the Fade, but if you wanted to rush out of here, it would only take you a couple minutes. Don't be afraid to smell the roses. While exploring the outskirts of the Blackmarsh, you'll come into contact with a woman standing by a grave. She realizes we aren't a spirit and offers to help us hide from some nearby demons by heading into the crypt right beside us. This is, of course, a trap, and the woman is actually a hunger demon looking to kill and feed off of us. I skipped the battle by convincing it we'd almost certainly win, and it agrees to leave us for the Baroness so that it can pick up the scraps once we meet our untimely end, as if that would happen. But who is the Baroness? She's the old ruler of Blackmarsh, one who rules through violence and suffering. At some point, the citizens revolted and burned her mansion down, but the Baroness was a powerful blood mage who doomed all of their spirits to be trapped in the Fade. Once we exit the other side of the crypt, we see that the citizens are still here, living in Blackmarsh, trapped for eternity under the rule of the Baroness, with no hope of escaping. Luckily, the people seem to be taking the situation into their own hands with a little help from a powerful spirit known as Justice. It's not named lightly either, as this is the actual embodiment of justice and the first true spirit we have ever met face to face. Justice demands justice, and there's no nuance to be had here. If a wrong is done, there must be consequences, even if the thing that was done wasn't necessarily a wrong. If Justice perceives it as such, he demands retribution, and you need to guide him through the nuances of everyday life and how people come to terms with things. We learn through interactions with Justice that spirits are not unlike humans. He has the capacity to learn and understand. He still has overwhelmingly strong values, but you can persuade or teach him of everyday life in various situations. And the world of Ferelden, Amaranthine, and even Orlais are all things incredibly beautiful to Justice, as most spirits never engage with the real world or humans. Seeing how they live makes Justice all the more eager to have other spirits help people and be more active in mortal lives. It's the ability to mold and change that, ironically, which is Justice's ultimate undoing in Dragon Age 2. One of the reasons I enjoy Anders and Justice so much is because they are intertwined. Anders wants justice and freedom for the mages, and Justice is the personification of justice. They're the perfect pair, and Anders will later agree to host the spirit in his body. The undoing comes when the anger and resentment held within Anders corrupts Justice, later turning him into a demon of vengeance. Justice has the capacity to see nuance if taught, but vengeance is a much more primal form of retribution, one soaked in revenge and anger. It's not death necessarily, but this pure character who cared about humanity and wished to see the mages freed ends up changing into something completely different, and this causes problems for the spirit, for Anders, and for the Chantry when Anders/Vengeance, no joke, blow up the entire damn giant Chantry in Dragon Age 2. For now though, Justice is who we see before us, a spirit leading the people to freedom because he sees it as the right thing to do, and the Baroness is there to stop us alongside the disciple who mistakenly entered the Fade. The spirit will ask for our help and will agree, entering a battle with the Darkspawn and succeeding. The Baroness then uses this as an opportunity to suck the life force out of the disciple and open a rift in the veil, allowing her to escape back into the real world, where we are forced to chase her. When we arrive, we find that we are not alone. Justice has tagged along for the ride against his will and now finds himself possessing the deceased body of Kristoff, the Grey Warden. Kristoff can sense the Baroness nearby and state that he can imbue our weapons with magic to combat the Fade. I don't know if he actually does anything though, it may just be implying that he has the spirit warrior specialization. What we end up fighting is not the Baroness any longer, but a pride demon, similar to when we fought Uldred back in the Circle Tower. The battle concludes when we kill the demon and Justice informs us that the spirits left within the Fade have finally been able to move on and can rest in peace. Unfortunately, he's still stuck in the body of Kristoff and is unsure what to do with himself. What's really cool is that, even though he's dead, the memories of Kristoff are seeping into the mind of Justice. In a way, he becomes both Justice and Kristoff at the same time, a merging of two minds. We can convince Justice to join our ranks in order to avenge Kristoff's death, and he'll be happy to oblige, especially since he's basically a Grey Warden now. This section of the game didn't really get us any closer to finding the source of the Darkspawn, but it did at least introduce us to the concept of the Mother. The Wending Wood, in turn, will introduce us to the Architect and allow us to see both sides of this internal conflict as they are currently. Before that, make sure to go collect those Dragon Bone pieces so that you can fight the crazy Spirit High Dragon that's down the road. Probably the hardest optional boss in the game up to this point and worth completing if you want to get the Vigilance weapon. We'll also get a cutscene when we leave showing off the Brood Mother in the flesh, which I can't really show you for monetization reasons. The mother explains to another disciple that she did not wish the first to die in Blackmarsh, but to find peace, to potentially hear the call of the old gods once more, something she wishes for herself as well. Despite the active efforts to wreak havoc on the surface, the mother is actively looking forward to her end because the silence she now experiences as an awakened is deafening. If we return to the vigil with Justice in our party, we'll run into Kristoff's widow, Aura, who is disgusted at the sight of her husband's dead body being possessed, even if it isn't Justice's fault. We can find her in Amaranthine later, where Justice will apologize and explain the situation, asking if there's anything he can do to ease Aura's pain. She responds by asking him to avenge her husband before returning his body to her. You can skip this interaction if you want, but it helps build the bond between you and Justice while also solidifying his motivations for the rest of the expansion. Justice wants to avenge Kristoff, not just for himself and the Wardens, but for Kristoff's wife, and this is all the more painful for him now that the spirit shares the memory of his host body. That seems to be an interesting aspect between spirits and mortals. Justice has become both himself and Kristoff at the same time, although his main personality seems to be stronger. Over time though, who's to say? The merging of minds might become less obvious and personalities may shift. Kristoff is not the only person to have this done. Wynne technically has done the same. Does the spirit residing within her hold Wynne's memories? Does Mythal share the memories of Flemeth after merging with her? Is Flemeth the same person she was after all these years, or is she just Mythal now? For all intents and purposes, the concept of identity is tied to possession, and it gets explored more heavily with Anders and Justice in Dragon Age 2. This is also the first time Felsi arrives at the Vigil to visit Oghren. After the events of Origins, Oghren and Felsi began a more serious relationship with one another and even had a kid. However, Oghren didn't seem to take to being a family man and ran off to join the Wardens, abandoning his family in the process, further asserting that he's not so much comedic as he is just pathetic. There's a quest to convince Oghren to take more responsibility with his family and to have a more active role as a father, but I almost never got the ability to do this. I didn't even get it in this playthrough, and I only found out why when I was researching for this script. Oghren's dialogue for this quest is only unlocked when you get him to a high enough friendship level. However, it takes almost every opportunity through dialogue and gifting to make this happen, meaning a lot of people will almost certainly miss it if they don't focus on making sure they give him every potential gift, especially those that are designed for him, and saying everything right when talking to him. A bit disappointing considering how important of a conversation this is to have with him, and it could have been fixed by transferring over his affinity from Origins to this new game since it shouldn't have changed that much. I don't mind that it's tied to affinity, but I do mind that it's so hard to get said affinity to a value necessary to start it. Origins had plenty of opportunity to raise affinity levels and added DLC gifts and prank items after the fact for good measure. Awakening is shorter and offers less conversations in comparison to its main game counterpart, and this can cause a few oversights like this when you don't have as many opportunities to raise them. Awakening likes to add a lot of features that don't seem fully thought out or are underutilized. Take the entire concept of running the Vigil, for example. Since we are in charge, we need to hold court and assess the needs of the nobles, making difficult decisions that could affect the end of the campaign, but you only get to do this once really, with a similar scenario kicking off a bit later. Choose what to do with a thief who stole some grain to feed his family. Should you release a soldier from her oath so she can go defend her family's farm? Arlhau promised a woman the income from a nearby area of land, but this seems to be because she was allied with Hau and Loghain. The individual who owns the land says he is losing it because he stood against Loghain, making him an ally to the Wardens. Who do you give the land to, considering it was already officially written to Liza here? I let Sir Darren keep his land, and I like this choice because Liza mentions that Ban Esmerel will hear of this. Ban Esmerel is one of the conspirators out to kill you, so this is good foreshadowing to that, and also suggests that Liza was working against the Wardens with Hau. I love sections like this, just a barrage of choice after choice after choice that you have to make, and it's especially interesting when some of those choices are difficult. I think there's an entire genre of game based around this now because we have acknowledged that it's an enjoyable experience in itself. That's why I wish there was more, but there isn't, unfortunately. Instead, we get this one segment plus another later where a mob of peasants descend on the vigil due to a food shortage, demanding they be given provisions to survive, else they'll turn to violence. You can choose how to handle that, either diplomatically or by force. I chose to feed the people, but this just encouraged them to continue pressuring me later on. Maybe that's not the right answer for you. I wish the game offered me more and more options to choose from because I love these sections of the expansion. I want you guys to know going into the Wending Wood section that I absolutely despise it. Not for issues with the storylines, characters, or mechanics, but because of a notorious bug I either never experienced or somehow forgot about that almost ruined this entire goddamn playthrough after hours upon hours of progress. And I'll cover exactly what happened shortly. We're here to investigate caravan attacks that are harming trade in the area and causing problems for the Vigil. This is a weak point within the keep that could be disastrous if the Darkspawn began to attack, so we need to figure out what's going on and deal with this issue ASAP. There are a large number of human bandits in the area to deal with, suggesting they are the perpetrators. However, once we encounter one, he explains that this isn't the case. These men showed up to scavenge what was left of the raided caravans, but were not the ones who attacked them. In truth, it's a Dalish elf who has been terrorizing the trade routes, and she soon makes herself known. This is Valana, and another potential party member / Grey Warden. Valana believes that humans have kidnapped her sister and killed several of her elf comrades, explaining why she is out for revenge. We can try to explain the situation to her, but she runs off several times before we are able to, leading to the misunderstanding. I say misunderstanding because we can find a tainted individual on the verge of death who explains that the Darkspawn are at fault for everything that has been going on here. Valana had mistakenly blamed the humans and has been attacking them blindly. She's quick to jump to conclusions, not just here, where it's arguably justifiable, but in many future situations once she's along for the journey. It takes a good amount of chasing after her to finally corner her within the Wending Wood and explain that it wasn't humans but Darkspawn that did this to her. In fact, the scene seems to suggest that the Darkspawn have planted human weapons to frame them, showing a further level of intelligence. We can offer assistance to help find Valana's sister Sarani, but Justice will chime in that he'd rather see her judged for her actions. She did attack and kill humans that weren't responsible after all. I could see the reasoning behind that, of course, but there's bigger issues to deal with at the moment, and Justice isn't always able to see that. Why waste Valana here when she can do so much more good as a warden using that as her penance? It's not like she's Loghain. Valana points out a mine nearby that goes far underground, suggesting that may be the source and hiding spot of any Darkspawn. We can head there whenever, but there are some side quests to clear out first. You can find Wynn's friend, who is doing some research and isn't willing to leave until she finds some seeds of a prickleweed plant. You can find those for her, complete some really annoying puzzles, and talk to some magical statues and teach one of them how to let go of his vengeance. I bet Justice loves that. There's plenty here that is just interesting enough to not feel completely useless in completing. But there's nothing as grand as the Spirit Dragon boss fight in the marsh, unfortunately. I would have loved for each major area in the expansion to have a major optional boss fight to unlock the materials to make various powerful weapons, but sadly that's not the case here. So I quickly clear everything up and then we head into the mines for what has to be the worst section of the entire game due to that awful bug I mentioned. When we enter the mines, we run into the Architect for the first time, a unique looking Darkspawn that we've never seen before. Unfortunately, before we get to exchange greetings, a trap is sprung and a gas seems to knock us unconscious. It seems that the Architect is experimenting on us afterward, but I believe that doesn't end up being the case. Either way, he has managed to successfully capture the party, and we now find ourselves locked up within a prison area found in the mines. Worse yet, we've been stripped of all of our gear. This is where the problem comes in. Notice how the other characters are wearing some clothes, but our warden is basically naked. This is due to a glitch that is apparently tied to the DLC items in the game. I don't understand the specifics, but it's a known bug I had to look into during this playthrough. Having certain items in your inventory when this section of the game takes place causes you to lose all of your gear permanently. Yes, permanently. Your inventory is smoked with no way of getting it back, so you better pray you have a save file just before entering, because I sure as hell did not. Everyone is missing their gear, and when you progress through the dungeon, you find ghouls that are wearing the gear of your party members. You kill the ghouls to get it back, so I wrongly assumed that I would get mine back this way as well. That's not the case. The warden's gear shows up in a chest at the end of the dungeon, but when we reach the chest, it's empty, meaning we're out of luck. I have no idea how the game has gone on so long, and at no point during its release cycle did they not think to patch such a destructive issue. My playthrough would have been greatly impeded if I didn't find a mod that allowed me to access a special window that held every item in the game so I could give myself back what I lost. This isn't even the only bug related to the DLC. If you get Vigilance, you might be disappointed to see that it looks exactly like Starfang instead of being unique. However, Vigilance is supposed to have a unique model, it just gets overridden by Starfang for some reason. It's awful. I'm even using a bug fix mod, and this was still an issue that hit me like a truck. Imagine playing Dragon Age for days. You completed Origins and were midway through Awakening, only to find all of your material progress is permanently wiped from existence with no save to go back to. It happened to me, and I'm someone that saves in every save slot possible just in case something like this happens. But the Dragon Age system didn't facilitate this for me. I'm pulling my hair out here, BioWare. What the hell was this? Anyway, I have bad news for Vallana. Serani comes to meet us in the prison area, but she's clearly been tainted. No one seems to say anything about this though. Serani gives us the means to escape, but there's a good chance this is all according to the plans of the architect, since she is most likely under his control. What follows is another dungeon crawl where we retrieve all of our party's gear, but not the wardens, and then we enter a big arena area where the architect and his two tainted assistants watch over us. The dwarf's a mute, by the way. I don't know why. Maybe she's a silent sister. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Apparently Utha was a Grey Warden, and you can find the majority of her backstory and how she became like this by reading The Calling, which is a story I mentioned previously focusing on Alistair's mother, Duncan, King Merrick, etc. Seems like a good read and one I plan to take part in once this video is finished. She's one of the main sources of Grey Warden blood, which the architect needs to awaken the Darkspawn. He'll explain why later. Who is the architect anyway? Like mentioned, he appears in The Calling where more of his backstory is given, but the theorized source of his existence is that he was once one of the Tevinter mages who traveled through the Fade to the Golden City, only to be shot back out as a Darkspawn, beginning the Blights. I don't know if this is ever proven. At the very least, I don't believe it is in Awakening, but there is at least one other Darkspawn like the architect that would suggest it to be likely. A Darkspawn who you meet in Dragon Age 2 and becomes more of a problem in Inquisition. That lore book I mentioned goes into further detail about this as well, further solidifying this to be the case. Some mages who entered the Golden City still exist today, although the architect doesn't seem to remember anything about his past life. As we near the exit, we run into a Quinari merchant named Armas. Surprisingly, Armas is working alongside the Darkspawn as their supplier, not for any reason other than to line his own pockets with coins and to protect his life. You can chastise/kill him for this betrayal against Ferelden if you want, but you can also recruit him as a supplier for Vigil's Keep instead, which increases the amount of items the merchants there have to offer. Beside Armas is the chest where our gear is supposed to be. Unfortunately, it isn't there because of the glitch I mentioned, and I didn't realize it at the time, so I chose to head in and deal with the next encounter barehanded. Past Armas is a wide open room signaling a boss fight incoming. The architect, Utha, and Serani look down at us from a balcony above, and apparently summoned by the architect, two dragon thralls come to oppose us. Thralls that I fought barehanded since I didn't want to equip any of the lackluster gear we found throughout the dungeon, making the fight significantly longer, but also hilarious. I'm not sure why the architect sicks two dragons on us considering his end goal. The entire reason we are here seems to be to have an audience with him. Why he'd have the thralls attack us doesn't make a lot of sense, at least after he explains himself later on down the line. Maybe we were just that much of a threat that the architect knew he'd have to make an escape by distracting us, since he does run off after this. However, he waits until the battle is done and then departs by collapsing the entrance to the tunnel path the group travels through. So why even have us fight the dragons to begin with if you were just going to dip anyway? Valana wishes to chase after her sister, which is her motivation to join the Wardens. If the Wardens can sense Darkspawn and the Darkspawn are within the Deep Roads, she believed she could use the ability to both hunt them down and search for her sister at the same time. By traveling back to the Vigil, we can then complete a side quest where we have Valana take part in the joining. I don't believe I did this though. If you skip the joining, it seems to be assumed in the epilogue that Valana joins the Wardens regardless. Same for Sigrun, who we're going to meet shortly. Further, the game seems to make you skip one of the joinings entirely, since after completing the 3 major locations, you are locked into the end state of the expansion. If we complete the next section and recruit Sigrun, we will not have the opportunity to make her a Grey Warden. There's ways around this, like backtracking before you complete the final section, but I doubt anyone would consider this on their first playthrough. Again, it's not a big deal because it doesn't seem to affect anything, but if you're trying to check off some boxes or go for some form of 100% completion, this may be an annoying oversight for you. It was around when I left the Wending Wood to head back to the Vigil that an encounter on the road occurred for Valana. Before that, there's a cutscene with the Architect, explaining how he wishes to keep his promise to Uther, but what that promise is, we don't know. Reading into it through the Calling and some lore books, it seems the promise is to join forces with the Grey Wardens to progress the Architect's ultimate goal. Uther was a warden before all of this after all. Even as a ghoul, it seems to bother her that they are at odds with the faction. The encounter happens between our party and some elves we run into on the road. These are members of her clan, or at least they used to be anyway. Valana was exiled due to her lust for revenge against the humans. Her clan found her mindset too dangerous, even warning Sarani not to go along with her, else she suffered the dangers of being by her side. Sure enough, Sarani was captured by the Darkspawn and Valana feels responsible. That's the thing about Valana. She's rash. She jumps to conclusions. If she gets an idea in her head, it's hard to prevent her from straying off course. Her clan saw her as a ticking time bomb that they needed to dispose of, and even Valana sees that now, holding immense guilt for what she put her sister through and only yearning to save her after all has been said and done. The humans took so much from the Dalish that it left many wanting revenge, but that revenge cost them dearly. Valana has no plan and will be doomed to be searching for her sister indefinitely, with no closure as far as I can tell. The best she can do now is serve the Grey Wardens and maybe find some peace in that, but the guilt of losing her sister will never leave her mind, and she will even disappear into the Deep Roads afterward to search for her kin, at least in the epilogue. I already mentioned how, upon returning to the Vigil, some of the land's people will be up in arms over a lack of food. I had max coercion and tried to persuade them to settle down, and it didn't work. This happened before at the Landsmeet, and now again here. I'm unsure why they even offer the skill options if they are designed to fail. Maybe I'm missing something here, but it seems pretty straightforward. Anyway, outside of continuing to upgrade the Vigil for the final battle, we don't have much to do here and can head straight to Knotwood Hills to find the entrance to the Deep Roads. Looks like the eyewitnesses were right, and we can find the Deep Roads protruding from the land as described. Moving further down, we'll enter a cutscene where we'll witness a Legionnaire getting dragged away by some Darkspawn. This is Sigrun, a member of the Legion of the Dead and our final potential party member. Sigrun will explain that an abandoned fortress known as Kal Haral seems to be rife with Darkspawn activity. Her unit within the Legion was sent to investigate but were overpowered, with her being the only survivor due to fleeing the scene in fright. Sigrun believes that the Darkspawn are breeding an army and took the women from the Legion to facilitate that, meaning that there could be a large congregation of broodmothers within, something that needs to be dealt with. Sigrun is going regardless, and we can offer our aid as well. You may have noticed, but I like to bring the most plot-relevant characters at the time when traveling through these areas. Black Marsh, we brought Nathaniel since he knew of the area. Wending Wood, we met Valana, and Knotwood, we met Sigrun. You are going to get more out of the journey if you bring the individuals who are most likely to have something to say along with you. It helps accentuate the progression, especially in Knotwood since it's the most straightforward of all the areas we've been to so far. Within the fortress, we find an injured and dying member of the Legion who informs us that there is indeed a collection of broodmothers creating an army at the moment. He also talks of the children, which we'll start to run into. Children, or childers, seem to be Darkspawn grubs. However, when they mutate and age, they turn into childer adults, so I think they are a separate Darkspawn type entirely. Apparently they're new and unique because they come from the awakened broodmother. Yet, the Legion members seem to suggest they can spawn from the current broodmothers in the fortress too. I'm only bringing them up because I want you to know how awful an enemy these things are. Anytime you run into a group of Childers, you are guaranteed to get pinned down at least once and potentially many times more afterward, lengthening every encounter you come across. I was actively groaning every time I had to fight these things, and you'll be fighting them a lot, so be on the lookout for that. Try to make sure your party always has some form of stun for these things so that you can get up ASAP, otherwise you're going to have a bad time. At some point during the crawl, you'll start running into spirits of the individuals who died here. Based on the conversation, it sounds like the Lost Legionnaires. The Darkspawn seem to notice them as well, as one of the disciples tells his men to ignore the shadows as they do not harm, and to only focus on our party. We can battle the Darkspawn here while watching the ghosts of the Legion do the same, however they all seem unarmored. I assume this is an issue with how the game renders transparent models or something, but I swear I've seen armored ghosts before, so I don't know what's going on here. The most interesting aspect of this section is that you will find the two factions of Darkspawn fighting one another, with everyone fighting you as well. You can use this to your advantage when trying to manage how the party deals with each combat situation, and it makes everything feel more grand in the process. At some point, we run into an imprisoned human who is begging to be released. Seemed he wandered into the chasm looking for treasure. After finding something, he ended up getting caught by the Darkspawn. Sigrun isn't pleased with this, but there isn't much to be done. The man is willing to give the location of the treasure if we free him, but there's something to consider. The man could be tainted and able to spread the Darkspawn disease if let out. I don't think that's a very good reason though. After all, we're down here as are several dwarves from time to time. Plenty of people come into contact with the Darkspawn and don't cause problems for their communities. It's a regular occurrence, especially near the time of a blight. Just makes sense to me to free him and get a reward, or be evil and kill him after he tells us where to find it. They let you do that a lot in this game. A disciple of the Mother has caught a disciple of the Architect using a runic golem who seems to be near molten at this point. He's fittingly called an Inferno Golem. The creation rips the Architect disciple in half as the Mother disciple notices us, leading to one of the more difficult boss battles in Awakening. Not only do you have a powerful golem to worry about, but a powerful emissary as well. Normal mages are bad enough. A boss level one is a recipe for disaster. Still, nothing is impossible, and we can destroy these to push forward, getting attacked by Broodmother tentacles along the way. You thought one Broodmother boss battle was difficult? Well, wait until we run into at least 4 of them. Luckily, this fight is a little different. Kal Haral is short, but you as a player are most likely exhausted from the constant battles and a difficult boss fight. All we need to do now is defeat some tentacles that attack us while targeting various chains hosting up a lyrium container which we can drop like a nuke, decimating the broodmothers and turning them all into that one stupid AI dust baby that was circulating for a while, you know the one. With the threat of the broodmothers dealt with, we can recruit Sigrun to join us as a warden and finish the final section of the game by heading back to the Vigil. Like I said, Kal Haral is straightforward. It's sort of an in and out Darkspawn fest as all things Deep Roads tend to be. There's nothing wrong with that. If anything, it's a nice change of pace. Sometimes the straightforward paths are the most exciting because they get to focus on one thing. In this case, that thing being the combat mechanics. There's another kind of unimportant scene with the Mother complaining about Kal Haral being lost, and soon enough we're back at the Vigil. Before we have the opportunity to make Sigrun a Grey Warden, the Seneschal informs us that the Lords have gathered because a Darkspawn army has been seen in the fields of Amaranthine. The nobles want to know what will be done about this. It's basically the point of no return if you agree to start strategizing. I actually don't think you can break out of this once you enter the audience hall. At the very least, you should take Sigrun to the city beforehand to complete her small character development side quest if you want. It's about how Sigrun used to be part of the Kōda, the gang within Orzammar, and how she betrayed a friend of hers due to being blackmailed. You can help Sigrun atone for this by reassuring her. Sigrun will want to deliver a gold ring heirloom she owns to the woman as a means of penance. That's her arc, really. Guilt and penance. Something I feel has been explored heavily already throughout these campaigns and not worth going over again, making Sigrun one of the less interesting characters to go out of your way for. More importantly, we are informed during the meeting that the Darkspawn army seems to be heading for Amaranthine. We need to head over there with a small band of men plus our party to figure out what is going on and how we can help. Who you bring in your party is important here, since the remainder will stay stationed to defend the vigil, and this will affect the epilogue of them slightly. Those that stay will comment on it and wish you good luck for the time being. Sure enough, there is a large amount of Darkspawn currently attacking the city. We can kill the first wave, but a choice needs to be made moving forward. A lone Darkspawn arrives at Amaranthine looking to talk with us. He's a messenger of the Architect and has a warning. It seems the Mother's army is heading to the Vigil to attack it while we are distracted and preoccupied with the city. So we have options. Do we stay to defend the city, or do we rush back to Vigil's Keep to protect it from the true horde? The constable believes the city to be lost, and it's suggested you burn it down with any Darkspawn inside. However, you do not need to see things so grimly. I will say though, this is less of a choice and more of a check on how well you have set up for this moment. The Vigil is not defenseless. Your remaining party members are there after all, plus you should have been steadily upgrading its defenses along the way. Better walls, better armor, plugging up the hole to the deep roads underneath, plenty of ways to secure the keep and make it possible to fend off any invaders. If you did your due diligence, the keep shouldn't need you, so it's not really a choice at all as long as you put the work in. The Vigil may hurt, but it should be fine overall, and that means you can stay within Amaranthine and defend it from the stragglers, protecting the people in the process. It's the best course of action, at least in my mind. You can even convince the messenger to fight alongside you, which affects the epilogue later on. We can proceed by clearing out all of the Darkspawn in the city. Afterward, we're informed that another wave is incoming and all of the survivors have locked themselves up in the Chantry. We get taken to the Chantry, but almost immediately we learn that the Darkspawn have breached the city once more, this time through the inn. The smugglers we dealt with from our first visit to the city had a cave system that had been used as a route into the city, starting from outside and leading into the inn. It seems the Darkspawn have found this route and utilized it for a second attack. This is another long battle, although it isn't as crucial or engaging as the one in Denerim. It isn't exactly the finale, so maybe that's why. But really you're just working through waves upon waves of Darkspawn, clearing out the city for a second time, and making sure to secure the Smuggler's Cavern as well. The coolest thing about this entire section is that you get to fight a semi-unique and very powerful ogre who is covered in armor. It's raw. I did not remember that from my previous playthroughs, and it's raw as hell. Look at this dude. That's sick! After the battle, the messenger will bestow upon us the location of the Mother's lair, within an area known as the Dragonbone Wastes, an area we'll be revisiting during the Witch Hunt campaign. I feel like the name is self-explanatory. There's a ton of dragon bones here, sort of like a graveyard. It's theorized that this is where high dragons go to die, which would make sense since we run into one here that doesn't seem to be tainted by the Darkspawn, or if it is, isn't an archdemon. I think the old gods are different from your typical high dragon, so maybe this one is just a powerful thrall. After a linear set of battles, the high dragon is the last thing we face before making our way into Drake's Fall, a set of Tevinter ruins within the Wastes. If you have Vallana with you, you'll almost immediately enter a cutscene featuring Serani. This is what I mean. Certain characters are always more worthwhile to take alongside you depending on the location and story elements involved. Serani alludes to the Architect's plan. She explains that he has been kind to her and she wishes to see him succeed. Whether this be due to the taint or not isn't fully clear, but it does seem as though she is at least somewhat controlled by him, though perhaps not directly. Serani compares the Awakened Darkspawn to the Dalish as both are searching for their place in the world. In a way, Serani is correct. The Awakened Darkspawn are not the mindless hordes we have come to know and loathe. These new Darkspawn are a new type of race entirely. They think and feel, they can be frightened and happy. The reason they are so violent and willing to go into battle is because they don't know any other way currently. In a way, an Awakened Darkspawn could be considered innocent. Not all of them, but some. Look at the messenger we met back in Amaranthine. He asked for peace, to talk, and was willing to listen and follow us when we demanded it of him. It makes sense that we wouldn't trust the Darkspawn after everything that has happened, because how could we? It's a difficult ask. But those Darkspawn were, in a way, a force of nature, and these new ones are something else entirely. Would you trust a Darkspawn? Could you see yourselves living side by side with them after the horrors they had wrought, knowing that these awakened ones are not the same as those that have been fought during the Blight? It's not so simple, of course. We have seen the awakened Darkspawn trick the Dalish elves into believing humans had killed their kind, leading to Vallana terrorizing travelers on the road. Why do that? What reasoning did those awakened Darkspawn have for that?
Did the architect demand that of them? Can he be trusted? Sarani runs off into the ruins and we continue on our way, fighting through the hordes of Darkspawn, unsure of which faction they align with. Soon enough, we come face to face with the architect and we get a moment to finally discuss his plans and learn what is going on. The architect begins by apologizing for how things went in the mines. He wishes to explain himself, but fate intervened. I don't know what he means by fate exactly, since he had Sarani pretend to release us and then we, escaped. Plus he sent some dragon thralls after us. What exactly did fate have to do with it? He had us on an experiment table. At the very least, he has an explanation for that. We were restrained to prevent a similar misunderstanding that happened with the rest of our order. He's referring to the original attack on the Vigil at the start of the expansion. It wasn't an attack at all, but a means to parley. However, the architect made a mistake in not realizing how a party of approaching Darkspawn would look to the Vigil, and so a battle broke out. The Darkspawn, not knowing anything else, met the hostility with their own, killing all that they must. But if you remember, the first disciple we met asked for minimal bloodshed, and to only kill who was necessary. It's not an excuse, but it does act as an explanation. Reasoning shows that what the architect says is at least somewhat true. The Darkspawn came to talk, but that was never an option because the other races had never even seen a talking Darkspawn before. It was a misstep that led to the deaths of many and is the architect's fault. As we already know, the typical Darkspawn are driven to find the old gods and corrupt them in order to create an archdemon. This is not the case for the architect and those he awakens, but how does he do it? The answer is Grey Warden blood. Similar to how an individual drinks Darkspawn blood to become a Warden, the blood of a Warden can be used to awaken a Darkspawn. Utha, who was previously a Grey Warden, offers her blood for this process currently. Valana is quick to jump on board with this idea. Her sister already believed in this after all. Plus, like usual, Valana isn't seeing the full picture. She isn't considering how tainted and ghoulish Sarani has become. That she might be under control, that this idea and process may not be perfect, that we aren't hearing the full story. For example, not every Darkspawn is excited to be awoken. The reason the mother is so hostile is because she has been driven mad after losing the call of the old gods within her head. Many of the awakened feel the same and wish to go back to following the call rather than living in deafening silence. This is the next choice we have to make. Do we take a leap of faith and ally with the Darkspawn to start work on creating a new world? A world where Darkspawn and the rest of the races can live side by side? Sounds easy enough, right? If the Darkspawn can become aware and learn to feel and think, who are we to prevent this? Wouldn't giving them this chance to evolve also stop future blights? Isn't this a greater good? Not exactly. Consider the first major issue here. It's not physically possible for the Darkspawn and everyone else to coexist. Due to the taint, anyone near a Darkspawn has the opportunity to become ill and soon ghoulish. Having more and more Darkspawn within society just isn't a plausible scenario since you are asking to have a growing sentient plague. To make matters worse, the architect had a different plan before this. In the calling, it's revealed that the architect planned to spread the taint throughout the entire world and kill all of the old gods before another blight could take place. Doesn't sound that great, does it? The architect has the right idea, but his plans always come at the cost of immense suffering for non-Darkspawn individuals. A really big ends justify the means type of guy. Even with this initial plan falling through, there's still too many issues surrounding the intermingling of Darkspawn and humans. They'd have to stay segregated for that alone. You have a group of Darkspawn who still spread the taint, still get incredibly violent, and some who just go crazy, and the architect thinks he can control and contain this situation even after his plan has basically already imploded on itself with the mother. The dude is a walking, talking nuclear bomb. If you side with him, you learn later that he was the cause of the 5th blight due to a failed attempt at attempting to awaken an old god. This dude caused the 5th blight. He has no idea what he's doing. Listen, in a perfect world, I get it. You could have the Darkspawn and everyone else living in peace, but let's weigh the cost of that in the actual setting. The 5th blight killed countless people. That was one mistake made by the architect. One. All of the death and destruction caused by the guy who is partly responsible for Darkspawn in general. Allegedly. Then there's the plan to taint everyone in the world, and now his latest failure with the Broodmother. This dude is an idiot.
He's found something here, sure, a way to make a group of creatures intelligent, but he has no idea what to do with it, how to control it, or at least make it safe. His idea is that everyone should become like the Darkspawn, and any death along the way is justifiable. He's essentially a Darkspawn supremacist. Even if we only use what we know within the game currently, this guy sucks so hard that it's impossible to side with him. At least for me. Despite Vallana being unable to see this, members like Sigrun acknowledge how crazy it is to side with the Darkspawn. We can then make our choice, but I always opt to turn against him. I do not trust the Mother, but I sure as hell don't trust the Architect, and since we refuse him, we are forced to battle both him and Utha. He apologizes to Utha for not being able to keep his promise to her about allying with the Grey Wardens, and he apologizes to us because he is willing to die to see his supposed destiny fulfilled. After the battle, we can finally begin making our way through countless more children and other enemies to the Mother. The Broodmother battle is about as much as you would expect. Plenty of tentacles that distract you from the main body, plus childers spawn in phases throughout. It's very easy to get overwhelmed here, and I believe it took me a few tries to finally get it down. I'd talk about what the Mother has to say, but it's not very interesting. She congratulates us on killing the Architect and wonders if she is next, hoping that in death she will be able to hear the call of the old gods once more. She doesn't surrender though, hence why we are in a battle with her. A tough fight, but it's soon over. Disappointingly, there's no cutscene for the epilogue, no final conversation with our friends and party members. Instead, we immediately go into the slideshow, which feels jarring and abrupt. By killing both the Architect and the Mother, we have forced the Darkspawn to fully retreat back to the Deep Roads, finally securing the land above as safe from the Blight, for now at least. Another Blight is always in the cards. As for the Vigil, while it is possible for it to stand without you, that doesn't mean there aren't heavy losses suffered. Luckily, by saving the city, the survivors offered donations to help rebuild what was lost and allow the Vigil to stay standing for the foreseeable future. After being rebuilt and repopulated, the Vigil prospered and a new Warden army was born. Some of the Vigil soldiers become known as the Silver Order, thanks to the armor made by Wade. The Darkspawn messenger that we allowed to live goes on to continue traveling throughout the land. He means no harm to anyone and keeps to himself, covered and hidden as to not be revealed. However, there is still an issue there. As a Darkspawn, the messenger spreads the taint and people do end up getting sick anywhere he goes. While it seemed like a good idea at the time to let him go, his existence is inherently hostile to everyone around him and causes suffering. It may have been better to get rid of him entirely, but I can't justify killing an individual who means no harm just because their own existence is harmful. I'm not that one X-Men comic where Wolverine kills that kid in the cave. I can't do that. The Pilgrim's Path saw peace for a time, but the hostilities between humans and elves resurfaced when a human stole and murdered a Dalish child. Kal Haral was reacquired by the dwarves of Orzammar, and Blackmarsh slowly began to become repopulated with settlers. As for our party members, Anders continues to stay with the Grey Wardens for some time before leaving, only to come back later. I guess he just can't get enough of us. Regardless of if you recruited him or not, Anders needs to become a warden and meet justice at some point in the future for Dragon Age 2. That's one of the downsides to having recurring characters. Sometimes it's easier to force decisions on them regardless of the choices you made previously. Vallana stuck with the Grey Wardens and eventually disappeared into the Deep Roads to search for her sister. Nathaniel, who stayed at the keep, managed to make himself a hero due to his actions in defending it. His nephew would go on to become the Warden Commander, restoring honor to the Howe name. I believe no matter what happens, justice will always be forced out of Kristoff's body somehow. In this scenario, he was decapitated during the defense and the spirit disappeared for the time being until being reunited with Anders for the sequel. Sigrun eventually went to the Deep Roads for her calling, never to be seen again. Oghren's actions defending the Vigil also made him a hero. Depending on if you got his affection up and if you convinced him, he can have a more active role in his child's life. As for us, we leave our role as Warden Commander to continue adventuring. Since we agreed to have Zevran with us for a time, it's suggested we traveled with him in Antiva to take over the Crows. However, I'd say that's not true for our specific Warden, as we still have some adventures to take part in after Awakening. Adventures involving golems and a certain Witch of the Wilds. Like I said, the ending is abrupt, but so is Awakening. Despite being the longest DLC campaign in the game, everything within feels as though it comes and goes in the blink of an eye. While Origins may take multiple play sessions to complete, I'd say you could breeze through Awakening in 1 or 2, even when trying to complete everything possible. But that's fine. Origins was a game where I criticized many aspects of it for taking too long. It can be exhausting for the player. Awakening seems to be a more fine-tuned experience, but not one that lowers the overall quality. The developers were not making a full sequel here, but a short continuation of the main campaign, and many of these concepts and characters would continue to persist throughout the series. The concept of talking Darkspawn, characters like Anders and Justice, even the Warden Commander gets at least mentioned in Inquisition. Awakening is short, sweet, and abrupt, but the content that is there is so impactful that it leaves you wanting more in a way where you don't feel slighted for not having any. A game that ended at a high point, or at least that's what I'd be saying if we didn't still have more to explore. Don't worry though, while Golems of Amgarrak and Witch Hunt are shorter experiences, they still add to the overall world building and storyline of Origins. Golems of Amgarrak is one of the final DLC campaigns to play. It's considered by the developers to be one of the most difficult campaigns within Origins, and that's by design. Amgarrak is meant to be a challenge for players to utilize everything that they have earned through their previous travels. You could choose not to import, but that seems ill-advised. I bring in our Warden Commander because why wouldn't I? But even with a near max level, kitted out, dual-wielding warrior, there is still plenty to be fearful of. It's also incredibly straightforward, similar to Kal Haral, having only like one major puzzle to solve that we use throughout to make progress into Amgarrak proper. And just like the other campaigns, it has a set of rewards, some of which can be brought into your main or Awakening campaigns. Just make sure you don't bring them into the Wending Wood mines like I did. Amgarrak was one of the locations where a subset of dwarves attempted to recreate Caridin's research with the anvil. It wasn't your typical recreation, however, as we'll learn along the way. The creatures born through the folly of these dwarves are far worse than what could be described as inhumane. I know the game uses this word specifically for the demon-possessed, but if ever there was a case to call something an abomination, it's here and now. Now abandoned, an expedition went off to explore this Tig, only to disappear as a result. The brother of one of these sentries writes to us, the Warden Commander, hoping we can help him in the search. We agree and the quest begins, with our character, Jarek Dayz, and his pet Bronto Snug. Snug is similar to Dog, but seems to be considered a pet character. He's not going to be a class that we focus on advancing. However, there will be a more fairly unique addition to the party later on. Golems of Amgarrak tries to establish a lot. There's plenty within the short tale that seems to be a setup for possible inclusions in future games. We have a new enemy type that is alluded to as a bigger threat than we realize near the end, and we have weird little mechanics like the first puzzle we come across along the path of the Deep Roads. After fighting several Darkspawn, we'll notice that there is a wall of black mist that is blocking our path. We can't go through it towards our destination right away, but there is a pathway we can follow that brings us to a disabled runic golem, similar to the one we saw in Awakening and the one Caridin was placed in. What is the mist exactly? It seems like it's meant to guide us to the golem and then opens another pathway to its control rod, but how did it come to be here? Is it just the after effects of intense lyrium manipulation from Amgarrak, or is it something else? Why have it at all when you could just give the player some pathways to explore that later require a golem to advance through? Well, it does seem to be a plot-relevant feature, a magical means to prevent something from getting out, but not others from getting in necessarily. The golem is our next party member, and one that can level up, but also be upgraded through finding various items as we progress. By finding these items, we unlock a couple healing abilities, a flame augmentation, and some attribute bonuses, making the golem both a heavy hitter as well as a support character. A cool experiment to help make this short, difficult section feel more interesting overall, and one I would have liked to see expanded upon in the future, like with Shale. However, I don't believe the series features a golem party member ever again. Soon, the main mechanic of the DLC is shown to us. A series of enemies advance towards the party, transparent and colored in a blue mist. As we approach, they disappear. This will be something that we need to interact with frequently, the ability to shift through planes of existence or different planes of the fade perhaps. We can accomplish this by activating lyrium-infused switches found throughout, and this will be beneficial to us for a couple of reasons. The main one being the areas blocked off by a specific color are no longer blocked off once we enter that color's plane. And there's multiple colors defined, so we need to shift planes and backtrack from time to time in order to find new colors and continue shifting until we make it to the end. Additionally, we can find Jarrek's brother, but we see he is in the blue plane. We need to shift into the plane and then backtrack to find him. On the way through, we also spot a disgusting fleshy creature that is unrecognizable to the party, but that doesn't seem to be a Darkspawn. This creature is known as the Harvester and will be our main antagonist by the end of the campaign. If we find Jarrek's brother Brogan, we can find out what happened to his party. I say if because these golems and enemies you're going to run into will be demolishing your ass. Just absolutely decimating you at all times, even on normal difficulty. If there was any point where you needed to heavily utilize the pause mechanic and the tactical view, it is the entirety of this questline once golems start to be introduced, because they are tanks with the ability to take out buildings in a single punch, and your HP is nowhere near enough to stand up against that without the right preparation. Amgarrak is a challenge through and through. The plot comes secondary to that. You're here to see if you can stand up against the best of the best. And if you can't, don't worry, because you can still switch to easy mode if you wish. No one's gonna judge you. Well, people online will judge you, but they don't matter. Brogan doesn't seem to be the person he once was. He is riddled with fear, unable to think straight, confused as to what is going on and where everyone went. All he knows is that he needs to hide, and he's not happy that his brother is now here, inserting himself into this dangerous situation. Brogan, through his fear and grief, explains that the forge and everything here must be destroyed and pleads with us to find the expedition leader Darien in order to learn more. Although he's confused, Brogan will turn out to be a ready ally in the battles to come, and so he joins our party as we progress forward into this lyrium-infused taiga that seems to be seeping into the Fade itself. During the trek, we can find various codex entries that give us some more insight into what has happened here, including journal entries from Darien. It seems as though the researchers here weren't making golems as Caridin once had. The purpose of the lyrium switches that seemed to access planes of the Fade was to divert lyrium streams. This had the unintended effect of causing these new planes to become accessible, but I believe the purpose was so spirits could instead be inserted into a golem rather than people, and this seemed to be a success. Not within a stone or metal golem, but into something much worse, a creation of flesh and bone. That thing we saw before, the Harvester, seems to be part of that experiment. Luckily for us, Darien has realized that the Harvester has become trapped within the forge, but so was he. It seems magic was used to create that black mist from earlier, but the issue is that it also prevented the expedition members from retreating. The only means of escape for anyone seems to be to destroy the forge. To make matters worse, the thing is called the Harvester because it takes all of the flesh it needs and uses it for its own devices. It's going to be a difficult battle considering the amount of death here. Eventually we need to solve a color combination puzzle so that we can hit a new red stream / plane that we haven't had access to previously. We also stumble upon Darien's body, showing that he didn't make it through the forge. That should have been obvious, of course. Who could survive down here? Darien had some golems to protect him, but it just wasn't enough. A bit further in, we finally come face to face with the Harvester, who quickly takes control of a giant, grotesque corpse that looks as though it has been pieced together. Before our eyes is the flesh golem created by the researchers, and the battle that follows is potentially one of the hardest in the game, as should be expected in this DLC. We need to destroy the forge in order to prevent this research from seeing the light of day, and to prevent the Harvester from escaping. It's incredibly powerful in this form, with the ability to double tap some of your party members at this point, and a hearty pool of HP to just keep going despite everything I threw at it. It's not a battle of brute force, but of attrition. You need to survive long enough to kill it. That might sound like every battle ever in the history of the world, but the point I'm making is that you aren't going to be killing this guy before he kills you. He will kill you very quickly, and so you need to use everything you've got to mitigate these attacks until you whittle the creature down. Once defeated, a second phase starts, this one more annoying than it is difficult. Harvested corpses begin to animate and attack us while the Harvester teleports around the area, siphoning lyrium deposits so it can summon more adds. This continues to showcase how dangerous the Harvester is. Not only can it piece together flesh to create animated creatures and bodies for it to control, but it manages to do so through the manipulation of lyrium, as there is most likely a spirit infused within. It's a new form of abomination, and one that could wreak havoc if left unchecked. Once the beast is defeated for good, the forge begins to collapse in on itself. Jarek wants to save what little he can, but his brother convinces him that it's not worth any more death, and that we should all escape while there's still time. He's convinced, and we make our way out of the forge. Jarek laments that everything has been lost, but Brogan reminds him that they still made it out with their lives, and that's what matters in the end. The Harvester is destroyed, and we reunite the brothers. All's well that ends well. Psych. That horrible creature that took everything we had to kill? That was just one of an army of many, and they all seem to be heading to the surface, potentially dooming civilization as we know it. If you played the future releases, you know this isn't the case. The Harvester as a species seems to be getting built up here to be a bigger antagonist in Dragon Age 2, and while it does make an appearance there, this is not the same as the Harvesters we see at the end of Amgarrak, but instead one created on the spot by first Enchanter Orsino during the final quest of the sequel's main campaign. So what happened to all the other Harvesters then? Are they breeding? Were they all created by the researchers? What's going on here? I checked the 2 lore books for anything related to it, but I could only find a snippet explaining what a Harvester is in relation to the events in Amgarrak and nothing further. Bit of an odd cliffhanger to end on, but I think we can reason why this happened. Golems of Amgarrak was an experiment, a means of seeing what extremely difficult campaigns could look like. Maybe a way to give ideas to potential modders who wanted to make their own campaigns. It tried new things because of that. A lyrium stream puzzle, an upgradable golem, and the Harvester were all experiments that they were throwing at the wall to see what would stick. At the end of the day, it seemed like nothing was in the cards, and we moved on to more recurring mechanics in future releases, as well as other new inclusions unrelated to the DLC. The Harvester that shows up at the end of Dragon Age 2 feels more like a nod to the campaign, a means of saying, yes, this creature is real and it does exist, but perhaps not in the way that we first imagined when making this short campaign. This DLC is difficult, but it's simplistic. You're in and out in an hour if you can survive. It's a test of your skills and an experiment, something that is not too long and not too short. Was it worth the $5 the players paid back in the day? Who's to say? I personally don't look at the amount of time a game gives me as the sole indicator of value. The work that went into it matters, the amount of overall enjoyment I experienced matters, the quality matters. Amgarrak wanted to be a trial for players, even if it was brief, and I think it succeeded at that. I don't think it succeeded at communicating it, though. If you look up the Harvester online, you'll find plenty of discussion with frustrated players having no idea why they are getting their asses kicked by a little flesh gremlin. If it's not worth completing to you for the experience itself, maybe it's worth completing just to say that you did, for the glory of it. At least I think so. What I consider the final real campaign in the series, the last one tied to story progression, Witch Hunt looks to act as a final epilogue within the Warden Commander's journey through Ferelden and Amaranthine, and explore the implications of the Dark Ritual and what Morrigan has gone off to do. You can obviously complete the DLC regardless of if the ritual happened or not, since Morrigan runs off, but I am almost positive it's more impactful for a character that has not only had the ritual performed before the battle with the Archdemon, but was in a romantic relationship with Morrigan during the campaign. You are either searching for Morrigan for answers and to see how she's doing, or you are following the title of the DLC and hunting her down. The choice is yours, and you have dialogue options that will reflect that. I really enjoy the DLC because I was always invested in what came after the ritual. Getting to revisit locations in Ferelden after spending so much time in Amaranthine and learning about various aspects of the world and Morrigan in the process is an engaging and rewarding experience, and one that cuts just as quick a pace as Golems of Amgarrak, although more enjoyable overall. In fact, it's probably my favorite DLC after Awakening, just above Lelianas Song. It's also the return of Dog, finally, who can accompany us along the journey. Witch Hunt takes place almost a year after the events of Origins. It has to, since by this point Morrigan has given birth to the Warden Commander's child, assuming you went that route. And you can cover both bases on whether or not you did by having it set far enough in the future. Like I said, this is a tale of searching for Morrigan, but the context is dependent on who you are and your past relationship with the witch. Were you romantically involved with Morrigan? Do you worry about her? Do you yearn to meet with her again? Maybe you wish to find your child. Maybe you've come to see Morgan as evil for some reason. Maybe you were never involved with her and are searching for her for some other reason. The game gives you the opportunities to vocalize these motivators if you want, so you aren't stuck in the romance plotline, because obviously, we aren't all playing the game the same way. They needed a means to allow others the ability to play through Witch Hunt, and this was the best way of going about it. The search starts with us arriving at Flemeth's hut. We get the opportunity to start voicing our motivation here by talking about it with Dog. As we head inside, we quickly realize we aren't alone. There's an elf rummaging around in the home named Ariane of the Dalish. Ariane was sent to Flemeth by her keeper. We can explain that we killed Flemeth, but Ariane is quick to point out that many have claimed similar over the years and none have ever been correct. The truth is that Ariane is in search of Flemeth because the clan wishes to find Morrigan. Apparently the mage stole a book from the clan that is of great historical value to them, and she wishes to retrieve it. The Book of Alluvion was the prize, and Ariane further explains that it was stolen from the Circle of Magi to be returned to the clan by an elven defector. Said defector claimed there was similar books within the library, but Ariane hasn't been able to get access. Now that the Warden Commander is here, maybe she has a better shot and suggests the two of you work together. There doesn't seem to be any choice on whether or not she gets to tag along. She just does, but that's for the best. With only Dog in our party, we need all the help we can get, so setting up a small party for our short one-shot campaign will allow players to make the most out of the situation without getting overwhelmed. Similar to Lelianas Song, Witch Hunt is a collection of reused set pieces in order to save on development time. At the very least, they are better tied into the story this time. It makes sense to investigate Flemeth's hut, and we have good reason now to revisit the Circle Tower. Plus, it's a great opportunity to see how things have been progressing since we were there last. We saved the circle, but they still needed to rebuild. It's been long enough now that the change should be noticeable. When we arrive, the tower seems to be under control, and there's a Templar there to greet us. He's worried about the fact that we have both a Mabari and a Dalish elf with us. The human prejudice against the Elvish seems to be tried and true here. Still, as the Grey Warden, we have the right to go where we please, and there's not much this Templar can do about it. I wish they used this as an opportunity to have some more returning faces, though. This Templar is entirely new. Sir Gregor is nowhere to be seen, nor is the first enchanter. If you're going to have me backtracking through areas I have already explored, at least give me individuals to talk to that I recognize. A way of catching up, if you will. We at least get to run into Sandal again. Weird character to choose, but I do love Sandal, so it's great to see him. Odin isn't here at the moment, but we can trade with Sandal for the time being until we leave for our next destination. But how do we find the next destination exactly? It's a bit of a puzzle, or maybe trial and error. We can check the library's index to find books we think might be relevant to Alluvians. There's titles like Franny's Poultice Recipes and Bombs for Protection and Enchantment, and you can realize that these aren't relevant. However, a catalog of elven relics sounds like it hits the mark. Sure enough, we can find the book in the library and Ariane will find mention of Alluvians. We then need to continue using the index to find a book that will allow us to translate it. Wouldn't you know it, there's a book on translating Elvish languages. Perfect. As we begin the translation process, an eccentric human mage demands we be careful with the book, worried we might mishandle it. This is Finn, our final party member. Finn is a nerd, scholar, and lover of tomes, so it makes sense he'd want us to be especially careful with the older volumes in the library. Luckily, this means we have caught a break. Finn noticed we are browsing the chapter on Alluvians and mentions that no one has ever found one before. No one he knows of, anyway. There were characters from the Dalish elf origin that managed to reach one. We can mention as much after Ariane brings up the tale. The issue is that the Tainted Mirror is broken. Luckily, Finn believes they could use the broken mirror to locate others, potentially putting them on the trail of Morrigan. However, he needs more information and brings us to the entrance of the tower's basement to show us more. Unfortunately, we can't be let inside. Sentinels that guard the basement and the artifacts within have gone crazy recently and need to be dealt with. We can agree to do this for the tower and use it as an opportunity to get inside. When we get inside, we are forced into a series of battles as we make our way to Finn's friend, yet another talking statue. Seems there's a rift in the veil and we need to close it before we can discuss anything. Once the veil has been mended, the statue will explain that we can use a piece of broken mirror to locate another intact one. However, it will require something known as the Lights of Arlathan, the old capital city of the Elvish. Apparently, the Tevinter Imperium found and used these lights only to taint them in the process, something the Tevinter are all too familiar with. However, some were saved and stored within the Kadash Taig. The Lights of Arlathan are necessary because while the Alluvians are linked, the one we know of is corrupted, thus we need to amplify the magic in some capacity. This begins our dungeon delving endeavors, from the Tag to the Elvish Ruins all the way back to the Dragonbone Wastes. We've done our investigations, and now it's time to bring everything together. When we reach Kadash, Finn needs to use the blood of an Arlathan elf to create an enchantment that will help them locate the lights. It's blood magic adjacent, as Finn puts it, not exactly using blood to power the spell, but rather as a component. Ariane agrees, and we begin a small minigame while working through several waves of Darkspawn. As we progress, we see various lights traveling on a set path. If we follow these lights to where they stop, Finn can use the enchantment to make the relic visible, which then spawns guardians to fight. We fight Darkspawn, find relics, fight guardians, and repeat. Do this a few times, and we eventually have enough to amplify a piece of the Eluvian back in the ruins. What does that mean? You guessed it, another dungeon crawl. Like I said, these are back to back, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. None of them are that long in particular, so you could really consider all the fighting to be one major segment comparable to a typical dungeon found in the main campaign. And just like a typical campaign, there's plenty of banter between the characters, mostly focused on how Finn and Ariane don't seem to like one another, but it's there. No one ever likes anyone in our parties for some reason. Finn will start the enchantment once we reach the mirror, and we'll have to protect him as he does so. He manages to pinpoint the Dragonbone Wastes as the location of another mirror, suggesting the Tevinters moved it there. It makes sense since the Wastes are home to Tevinter ruins, as we saw in Awakening. In fact, it's going to turn out to be right ahead of where we killed the awakened Broodmother. I guess we just never saw it after the fact. I can't blame the party though. I'd want to get out of there ASAP too after having to deal with all of that. Still, it's our final destination, so we head back to the Wastes and fight through some more Darkspawn up to the point where we face the High Dragon. Instead of another dragon boss, we instead get a new unique one, a Varterol. The first time we have seen one or even heard mention of it. A legendary creature that isn't thought to actually exist. This is the only time we see or interact with one until a quest in Dragon Age 2, making it a rather underutilized creature, similar to the Harvester from Golems of Amgarrak. Varterols are said to be guardians of the elves, and legends suggest that they were created through magic to protect the elvish people against threats, meaning this one should be friendly towards us. However, as Finn points out, this one looks like it's ready to eat Ariane, though this may be because of our presence in the scenario. Maybe it sees Grey Wardens as Darkspawn or something. This is the final fight of the campaign, and it's a bit of a doozy. Similar to a High Dragon, the Varterol is massive and has the ability to interrupt our attacks. To make matters worse, it will disappear at certain phases to have dragons attack us, suggesting they coexist in some capacity. Not a big deal at this point though, especially if you've run the Golems DLC. Nothing moving forward is as a challenge aside from some stuff in Darkspawn Chronicles, and that's only because we don't use our developed character. Sure enough, once the battle is done, we can head back to the ending area of Awakening to find the Eluvian off in the distance, and with it, Morrigan. Really, this entire small adventure has been leading to this moment. The quest to find Morrigan is entertaining enough. You have all the basics of a one-shot there, some party members, investigation, and some combat. But it's all just the groundwork to get you to this point, because in terms of plot, this is what matters the most and what will continue to matter moving forward into the future releases within the series. The most interesting aspects of the DLC happen right now. As we approach, Ariane realizes this is a moment for the Warden and Morrigan, having Finn hold back for the time being. Dog approaches her and is friendly. I assume this is depending on how you have voiced your opinion of the witch up to this point. We have been looking for Morrigan because we care about her, so it makes sense that Dog is happy to see her, and Morrigan seems to be happy to see him, surprisingly enough. Morrigan demands we don't take another step, explaining that the Eluvians are more than communication devices, but also portals. One that she is going to use to go far from this place to a location where our son seems to already be or will be eventually. She is leaving to protect the child and prepare him for what is to come. And what is to come is not clear, and Morrigan refuses to elaborate, either because she simply wishes to not tell us or because the writers hadn't thought that far yet and wanted to leave it up in the air. She gives some ideas though, telling us to hunt Flemeth if we wish to hunt anyone, that Flemeth is not truly dead, not truly a blood mage, and potentially not even human, which ends up being the case moving forward in the storyline. Change is on the horizon, change that will affect the entire world of Thetis, and Morrigan believes that your child is a key part of that since he houses the soul of the archdemon Earth Themiel. This can go a number of ways, the most violent being that you kill Morgan only for her to fall through the portal and disappear forever, potentially dooming your son in the process. Not the best choice in my opinion, but maybe that varies for you depending on whether or not the ritual even happened. The kid could also not be your son, so maybe you don't care. Personally, despite her issues, I always found that Morgan grew to be a strong companion and party member. Whether you romanced her or not, she has the capacity to be a friendly face and strong ally. It doesn't make sense to kill her regardless of the situation, but it is an option. Back when I first played the DLC and during most replays, I would often ask to join her, to continue the relationship and follow Morgan through the Alluvian, possibly giving up our responsibilities as the Warden Commander for love and for our child. I thought the idea of following Morgan into the unknown was both poetic and a fitting end to our character's journey, one that may get brought up again in a future release. I do still think it's a good ending, and you can go with her disappearing and ending the campaign abruptly. Seriously, it's weird, it just ends. You ask to go, she says yes, you walk through and bam, credit sequence with no epilogue. I don't need a huge epilogue, but I will say this, the ending that I prefer to choose now at least allows us to see a bit more by selecting it. For me, and for the character we have developed, I feel there's too much to leave behind for Morrigan. We're the Warden Commander after all. Ferelden needs us, Amaranthine needs us, and there's plenty of new mysteries to solve before our eventual calling. A fate that is suggested in Inquisition to be something we continue to search for a way to break out of. I think that's a more interesting and responsible end for a Warden. Someone that has completed his duty, wishes to continue doing more moving forward, and then spend his further years attempting to cure the calling. And if he finds it, he wouldn't be the first. Alistair's mother also happened to cross a means of curing herself, although it wasn't her intention from what I understand. So no, we don't join Morrigan this time, but that doesn't mean it's out of malice. We can understand that she has her own motivations that she isn't willing to divulge to us. She's willing to bring us along so we can learn more, but that doesn't seem to be where the journey should head toward. So we say our goodbyes, but Morgan is the only one to enter the Alluvian. And as she disappears into the nothingness of God knows where, we return to our party, find the book that Morgan had stolen, and return it to the Dalish, ending our quest and the final campaign within the Dragon Age Origins storyline. Witch Hunt is for this moment. All of the extra content within feels like filler, but filler that knows what it is. That you want to get to the end and see what happens and what might be in the future. It's all short and sweet to help lead you to the culmination of your relationship with Morgan and the events of Origins and the Fifth Blight. One that could have been no more than an extra cutscene somewhere within the ending of Awakening, but chose to be more than that and offer the player one final campaign. It's a bittersweet ending to this long journey, one we have been on for some time, one I have been on for months as I have been playing the game and writing the script. I love Witch Hunt because it knows what it is. A final farewell, not between the Warden and Morrigan, but between the player and the developers. A way of saying, thank you for playing the game and please look forward to what may be, to the mysteries left unanswered.
So yeah, there was a collection of things that Morgan needed to be as a character, who that then turned into the character eventually that was in Origins. And she sort of got picked up early on as like, oh, this is a good character to kind of to make the face of the game. She got a unique body model. She's the only follower who does. She was the character they used in a lot of the posters and stuff like that.
Cover.
Yeah, then she ended up sort of being the character that we kind of pulled forward, which I was happy for because I was like the whole Flemeth plot line the most. So being attached to Morgan, perfect. That and it sort of helped slide into the whole Solus thing, which was planned from the start, like I said.
Wow.
But it was never a guarantee that we would be able to follow through on that, obviously. And I would say, did I know at the time that his name would become Solus, or that he would be presented exactly as he was? No, but I'm talking about the Uber plot here.
Yeah, Uber plot.
But in terms of her development, yeah, I felt she developed really nicely, especially as we got to Inquisition, because I had the whole old god baby conundrum to deal with, which was, I need a follow-up, like, so what if she had the old god baby? Because it's Schrodinger's baby, right? It's like, could exist, might not exist. The people for whom the old god baby existed had this sort of idea that it was the most important thing in the world, like some had world-shattering significance. If she had the old god baby, there should be an entirely different plot line that centers on the fact that this old god baby is the center of it, you know, like, and there's no way we can deliver on that expectation that it is the center of the entire plot. I can't suddenly now make it like, no, it definitely existed. If she didn't have it with the warden, she went off and had it some other way. Well, that would have felt really cheap.
It would have been so difficult to do too. Like there weren't many Grey Wardens there at the time when
she if you said no to her, she ran off and slept with Alistair anyway.
Yeah,
separately. He just never mentioned it, or, you know, like, we talked about that. And it's like, no, that's so stupid. So I had to make it about. Then I finally sat down and, what if I make it about Morgan herself? Because the thing is, the old god baby is this hypothetical existence. What if I made it about her development as a person, as a mother, and how that changed her? And I remember talking it over with Claudia Black, and she really liked that idea. And I really liked how that showed that how far she's come since Origins. So that, to me, that ended up being a nice end. For like this character that I'd written and letting her grow.
Yeah, I think we really see that a lot in Origin, or not in Inquisition. So it was cool. Like you said, I think it's cool that you made it so it's like more about her development. Like the kids there, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, and it was still he's definitely part of her plot. But then I just had to find a way to deliver on the old god baby without doing what the old god baby fans expected, because there's no way we could afford that.
It's not feasible. The storyline is over. We've seen all there is to see. Surely there's no other non-canon campaigns that would act as a pun intended blight on the already immaculate storyline, right? Let's talk about Darkspawn Chronicles. If you ever thought it would be cool to play as a Darkspawn in a non-canon setting where you take control of other Darkspawn as thralls, allowing you to fully customize your party as you see fit, well, that is incredibly specific. But also good news, Darkspawn Chronicles is just that. It's not the most interesting DLC on the list, and definitely the one I have the least to say about, but that doesn't mean there aren't at least some cool bonus mechanics to explore throughout, and some hilarious events to work through, such as, but not limited to, killing innocent civilians, killing characters from the main campaign, burning the alienage to the ground, and defending the Archdemon against Alistair plus his party since the Warden isn't there. Darkspawn Chronicles looks to have a little fun and not take itself too seriously. You play as a Hurlock commander who the Archdemon can talk to telepathically. It's the Battle of Denerim, and you have been given the power to control other Darkspawn in order to add them to your party. You can add up to a full party's worth of Genlocks, Hurlocks, Emissaries, Ogres, Shrieks, etc., and use the various skills of each to your advantage while wreaking havoc wherever you go. It's pretty cool. It's okay. That said, I personally find Chronicles to be the worst DLC out of the bunch. That doesn't make it bad. It's like saying Dark Souls 2 is the worst Dark Souls in the series, which, if you comment about how that's wrong, I swear to God. More, it's based on what you value out of the content. I like how the DLC generally has storylines that tie into the main campaign. Lelianas Song is a prequel, Awakening, Golems, and Witch Hunt are sequels. Darkspawn Chronicles falls outside of that, so I'm less interested, but it's nice to at least explore what they were trying to do here, as I'm sure many other players had a lot of fun with it. The Thrall mechanic is by far the most interesting aspect of the DLC. Not only are you customizing your party as you go, since the party members can die, but you are also able to earn the respect of your followers by slaughtering individuals. This in turn acts as the affinity mechanic we're used to and allows our minions to gain attribute bonuses based on the type of class they are. The entire point is to cause as much suffering as possible, and the other Darkspawn will like you more for it. If you get tired of someone, kill them and enthrall another, maybe a unique unit like an ogre. The game wants you to consider these options, throwing you through a gauntlet of battles in Denerim and giving you opportunities to save the stronger units before explaining how they are also able to join your party, starting with an ogre. And the game really shines in the unique party members since they are so powerful. You eventually unlock the ability to command a Shriek, and they are by far the most powerful units I have come across, attacking quickly and powerfully. By the time I had one in my party, it was the only character I was using, and you do get to use them. This isn't like a set of guest characters you don't control.
You get access to the Darkspawn's entire kit, whether they be a generic class or a unique one. Would you believe me if I said that's pretty much it for Darkspawn Chronicles? Kill a lot of people, including named characters, and keep doing that as you push through Denerim. They even play the same cutscene where Riordan cuts the wing of the Archdemon, forcing it to land. We kill to progress through Denerim, we kill some optional people for rewards and upgrades, and eventually we push through to kill some more people at the gates of Fort Draken. I'll point out that I have found some of these battles especially long and grueling. Not difficult necessarily, but the fields you fight within are so stuffed with enemies you'll be hard-pressed to make any progress over the minutes that pass. And since this isn't the Warden we created, we are a much squishier group of individuals. We need to be a lot more careful here. Darkspawn Chronicles rewards tactical combat because of this, but by this point, I was both exhausted and impatient with the entire thing, and all I wanted was for it to be over. That's not the DLC's fault, it does what it wants to do, and probably doesn't expect someone to grind through the entirety of Origins content before reaching Chronicles in the end. I said before that the best part of the DLC was the Thrall mechanic, but that's not necessarily true. The cherry on top comes when we finally reach the Archdemon and get to see Barkspawn, which is just a shitty pun that I really enjoy. I assume Alistair ended up naming the thing during his run through the campaign without our Warden. In fact, Codex entries help showcase how things went for him and what decisions he made, such as not recruiting Ogryn and saving the Circle of Magi. Darkspawn Chronicles may be simplistic, and I may have played it at a point where I was starting to get too burnt out to fully appreciate it, but you can tell there was some love put in there. Trying new things and planning how things would have gone. There's attention to detail, and I like those details. Details that didn't need to be in such an absurd campaign one-shot, but details that I'm glad exist. We finally made it to the end. Did you manage to get through one sitting, or are you that guy in my comments time-stamping his own progress through the video? Hey, I'm not complaining, I'm just saying I see you. I see what you're doing. I appreciate anyone that watches my videos, but especially those that make it here. There's a certain kind of magic that comes alongside the jankiness of old BioWare games, you know? Playing through Knights of the Old Republic and Dragon Age, you can tell there's a certain stiffness there. Like they're stuck in a limbo between full CRPG and a more action-oriented experience. I think Mass Effect was probably the start of them leading their series down a more real-time, action-oriented road. And through that, we lost something special because while those aspects of the game may be detrimental in the long term, especially with aging, it was what made their games so unique. CRPGs feel like they're in this golden age resurgence, at least to me. Baldur's Gate won 1 billion awards for crying out loud. The genre is going to see a surge of games trying to profit off the rise in popularity. Even before BG3, we had Wasteland, Pillars of Eternity, Divinity, etc. Shadowrun Dragonfall is one of my favorite games of all time. The genre is at a great place right now. But when Dragon Age came out, I didn't feel like that was the case. At least from my perspective, there wasn't as much focus on those types of games. We were in an Xbox 360 era. The giants of that time were like Halo, Gears of War, hell, Demon's Souls and Dark Souls were around that time as well, and that took over the entire market for many years. We're still recovering from that. Every game released was a Souls-like for God knows how long. I'm not saying the genre was dead, just that it wasn't on my personal radar, and I didn't perceive it as something as big as it was or has become until I started to get introduced into it with games like Dragon Age. Sure, they had their fair share of jank, but the combat could still be satisfying. The storyline's engaging, the lore deep and memorable. These were games like nothing I had played before, which allowed me to explore both forwards and backwards through the history of the genre as I grew to love it. That says something about the quality of the product. Dragon Age Origins wasn't meant to be anything more than what it was on release. No sequel, no series. It was a passion project by a team of individuals who were making something they loved, something original. No more Baldur's Gate, no more Neverwinter. Dragon Age Origins was an original experience, one we may never get again, one that has spawned a legacy throughout media, becoming as legendary as the games the team was trying to move away from. Like Daniel Erickson said, a top-tier IP is borrowed from, it doesn't borrow. If you enjoyed this video, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing. I'd love to hear your thoughts on Dragon Age as a series. If you want to see more of my content, you can check the other YouTube videos, you can catch me live on Twitch in the description, and we also have a Discord community as well. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hey, thanks so much for making it to the end of the video. Hopefully you enjoyed it. This is the Patreon section of the video where you can see the patrons here. They're usually here. There's construction going on right now, and there's my cat meowing on the side, so if there's noises, I'm sorry, but it should be okay. And special shout out to David Gaider, obviously. That was crazy, having him in the video. That kind of happened randomly, so shout out to Archer who helped me with that. If you want to be in the Patreon section, you can be in the list here with the high rank tier. You can be in the vocal shout out with the G rank tier, and you can just support me with the low rank tier if you want. Gets you a special role in the Discord, I think, and there's some other stuff. Feel free to join the Discord community if you want. Feel free to check me out on Twitch when I'm actually streaming again. I had to stop to finish this video. And check out some of the other videos. I'm doing that N64 challenge I mentioned, and I think it's fun and cool, so check that out too. Shout out to all the G-Rank patrons, starting with Jordan Painter, Alid, Omar Parker, Foxytron, Brendan Hesse, Wooly, Ralkar, Prime XD, Ashtray, Moal Kasemi, Captain Zeba, Cyberworm, Jonathan, Strangely, Lud Hafumi, Rosaleo, and a special shout out to Mr. Janky, who is a G-Rank tier and also helps me write my scripts, does a lot of the proofreading and helps with edits and giving certain advice on different aspects of the script and stuff. So I'm hopefully not repeating too many phrases and too many words as I do in every script. Thanks for watching.